Chapter 001 Earth, in the Eastern Metropolitan Area. In a 100-meter-tall science and technology building called Lingxi Group, Ling Mu in a black jacket sat on a sofa, holding a cigar, watching the picture taken by the drone. What is shown above is actually a strange castle. At this moment, a short figure about half a meter tall, wearing a round hat and a strange costume embroidered with the word fried rice, was holding a few yellow-orange beads, excitedly coming to the empty square. This person is Pilaf. Is it finally about to start? Ling Mu looked at the picture in front of him and couldn't help but exhale. 10 years in the world of Dragon Ball. Finally waiting for this moment. Although he knew that this was a world where the strong were respected, in the past 5 years, Ling Mu had not practiced any martial arts, but worked hard to develop his own power and thermal weapons and equipment. I did this only because I first came to this world and bound the God-level selection system. And the first God-level selection that the system opens for itself is as follows. Option 1, save Son Gohan, who is about to be killed by Son Goku. Reward, primary control of Chi. Option 2, raise the Monkey King for 10 years. Reward, Scion bloodline. Option 3, kill the Earth Dragon. Reward, destroyer power, the number of uses increases with combat power. For Ling Mu, who was familiar with the plot, he didn't even think about choosing the third item. A few years ago, after collecting information about martial artists through the Lingxi Group and confirming that the plot of Dragon Ball had not yet begun, Ling Mu was even more glad of his choice. There are many crises in the future of the Earth, and many of them come from the universe. But with the power of the God of Destruction to the bottom, it is presumably that in the next few decades, no matter what crisis he encounters, he can survive safely. Thinking of this, Ling Mu became more and more crazy and wanted to completely kill the Divine Dragon. Because the Dragon Ball world does not have much constraint on thermal weapons, within this decade, Ling Mu has turned the Ling Group into an army. Even the plasma cannon and intercontinental railgun, which he wanted, the plasma cannon and intercontinental railgun needed by the Dragon were also obtained in the past few years. And all the efforts of this decade will bear fruit today. Ling Mu had already monitored Sun Wukong, Bulma, Pirav, and others, and when the plot was halfway through, Ling Mu was already preparing a strategic level weapon, waiting for the Shenlong to appear. All of this, he did not show the slightest trace, but secretly controlled everything. Boss, everything is ready. Later, you just press this button, and the plasma cannon located on the outskirts of the western capital, as well as the intercontinental railgun in the eastern capital, will be fired in 3 seconds. The blonde female secretary smiled and handed her boss a remote control. In the past 10 years, she has witnessed this man's journey from nothing to a rich country. It's a little cruel, but how about that? Okay, Anna, you go out. Taking a sip of the cigar, taking the remote control, Ling Mu said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the female secretary smiled, slightly opened her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings, squatted down, revealed her white skin, and looked at Ling Mu sincerely. Boss, do you need to relax? Recently, I have been practicing it for a long time. Ling Mu stared at his seductive female secretary and said coldly, get out. The female secretary smiled, stood up, gradually returned to the appearance of the cold goddess, and nodded. Okay, boss, call me if you need to. The female secretary did not have any dissatisfaction, because she knew that whenever the boss showed this cold look, it meant that something extremely important had happened. Hey! I, Pilaf, am about to become the master of the world. Outside the castle, Pirav looked at the 7 Dragon Balls and said excitedly. And the dog-headed man Axiu and Xiaowu were equally excited standing on both sides. In the secret room under the castle, Yamcha slammed a punch on the prison wall. But because it was too strong, his attack had no effect at all. And Bulma, Oolong, and the others waited anxiously on the side. Wukong, use the turtle sect Qigong. After Yamcha felt that he couldn't help, he shouted to the little Sun Wukong. Good. Look at me. Turtles. Pie. Gas. Work. When that little guy Sun Wukong put his hands together around his waist and sent out a white Qigong wave bombardment, the prison wall only broke a small hole. Oolong, Puer. You guys hurry up and transform and fly out. Stop Pirav. Yamcha's mind spun quickly and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Pirav shouted excitedly. Come out, Shenlong. The sky gradually darkened, leaving only the sky dotted with stars. The 7 dragon balls began to emit a fierce glow, soaring into the sky. When the picture came through the drone, a vicious smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Shenlong, you're finally out. I waited for you for 10 years. After muttering coldly, Ling Mu pressed the button of the remote control in his hand. At this time, in the wilderness on the outskirts of the western and eastern capitals, one after another steel-closed doors opened. The cold and ruthless strategic-grade weapon burst into flames at the tail and rushed directly into the sky. Say what you wish. There is only one. An old and divine voice came from mid-air, and the green divine dragon waited majestically for an answer. But just as Pirav wanted to speak excitedly, 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed in the sky. They descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, quickly smashing down on the body of the divine dragon, shining with incomparably bright sparks. The booming sound began to explode. Only in an instant, the area shook earth-shatteringly, and the tall castle was moved to the ground. Pirav, Oolong, and the others looked stunned and dodged in fear. They only remembered that the divine dragon that had just been summoned directly turned into smashes and disappeared. At the same time, inside the underground castle, Bulmayamucha and others were also sluggish. And the little Monkey King, staring at the full moon in the sky, began to change slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the third option, reward, the power of the god of destruction. The long-lost system voice sounded in Ling Mu's mind. At the same time, a cloud of purple-black energy suddenly appeared in front of Ling Mu's body, causing the space to begin to distort. Is this the exclusive power of the god of destruction? Ling Mu looked at this group of energy and flashed a smile. Then in the Dragon Ball world, he would have a guarantee to survive. But at this moment, Ling Mu's expression changed drastically. The power of the god of destruction moved instantly, pouring into his body. Ling Mu only felt that his body was shattered like a mirror, turning into a trace of smashing and scattering. System, what's going on? Ling Mu felt like a soul, watching his body break. Ding! The host's body cannot accommodate the power of the god of destruction, it is being transformed, please be patient. How long will it take? Estimated 5 years. Chapter 002. Ling Mu didn't know how much time had passed, but he only felt that the cells in his body were constantly being destroyed and reborn. And his own consciousness, like a third person, watches all this. That purple-black mass of destruction god power energy was so powerful that it made people shudder, but as time passed, this power became smaller and smaller. Until his body was able to contain this group of power, Ling Mu found that a trace of dark purple lines began to outline on his back. Finally, it turned into a deity-like light pattern and was imprinted on the back. When all this was done, the power of the god of destruction began to become docile, tightly contained in Ling Mu's body. Is it finally done? Ling Mu muttered. As soon as the words fell, a huge force struck, dragging Ling Mu directly into his body. In the darkness, a purple glow flashed, and then returned to calm. Within the Ling group, the female secretary Anna looked at the map on the screen with a haggard face. Since Ling Mu disappeared, 5 years have passed, and most of the territory that Ling Shi group originally belonged to has been lost and divided by the rest of the underground forces. 4 years ago, the Red Ribbon Legion, led by Marshal Black, began to appear, aggressively attacking the territory that originally belonged to the Ling group. This left Anna a woman unable to support and lost a large piece of land. And after that, martial artists began to appear in the world. They were able to dodge thermal weapons and wield inhuman combat power, and the Red Ribbon Legion persevered under this wave of martial arts. And Anna can only survive under this wave of martial arts. At this moment, the territory of the Lingxi group only left the control of this area of the eastern capital. Anna vowed to keep this last turf for her boss. However, just as she was considering how to resist the attacks of the remaining underground martial artists, a familiar cold word came into her ears. "Anna, how's it going?" At this moment, the female secretary's expression changed, and when she turned around, after seeing the familiar, masculine and secure boss, tears quietly flowed from her beautiful eyes. "Boss, you're finally back." The female secretary threw herself directly into Ling Mu's arms and kept crying, which made Ling Mu impressed, patted his weak back, and comforted. "Stop crying, tell me what happened when I wasn't here." "I'll talk about it later, boss, I want you." The female secretary cried her face, set up her stockings and beautiful legs, wrapped around Ling Mu like a snake spirit, and began to indulge. Ding! It has detected that the host force has been invaded by a martial artist, triggering a god-level selection. Option 1. Integrate into the world of martial artists and become a martial arts pioneer. Reward: primary control of Qi. Option 2. Kill the famous martial artist killer Tao Bibai and shock the world. Reward: plus 10,000 combat power. Option 3. Destroy all martial artists on Earth. Reward: 20 times the King of Realm Fist, no side effects. After the joy, seeing the beauty next to him who was sleeping with tear stains, a smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. For 5 years, this girl suffered and spent every day hard to preserve her power. Martial artists? Sure enough, after the original Dragon Ball was opened, the effect of thermal weapons was not great. However, their own power still needs to be retained, because the value of science and technology is still great in the universe. Looking at the 3 rewards given by the system, Ling Mu began to think. The first option is simply removed. The third option, on the other hand, seems a bit out of line with the value of interests. The 20-fold Realm King Fist without side effects seemed quite tempting, but Ling Mu understood that when the combat power was close to the moment of destroying the god, the effect of the increase in martial arts would become weaker and weaker. The martial artists of the earth will still be useful in the future. And the most important thing is that this option, Ling Mu does not know whether to eliminate Sun Wukong. If it is to eliminate the Monkey King, then this value is not equal. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Is it white? Looks like I'm going to the front desk. The world of martial artists has broken through conventional constraints, and strength is the greatest. Sichu, Bulma's house. Oh hee hee. Bulma, good news for you. I heard that Ling Mu, the boss of the Ling group, has appeared again, and he is really handsome. Mrs. Brive carried a plate of fruit and walked up to her daughter and smiled. At this time, Yamcha, Puer, and others were sitting in the living room. Mom, Ling Mu disappeared, right? And the Ling group is about to be destroyed, right? The young Bulma wondered after thinking about it. Yamcha on the side heard the words handsome and dashing and said with disdain. What boss, is Goku powerful? Bulma looked annoyed and shouted, shut up, you know what? The Ling group was equivalent to the underground emperor back then, and at its peak, the 5 Red Ribbon Legions could not compare. If their boss Ling Mu hadn't disappeared, do you think the Ling group would have fallen like this? Relying on Sister Anna to support alone? Yamcha looked shocked, the Red Ribbon Legion he knew. But the 5 Red Ribbon Legions are not comparable to the Ling group, that is exaggerated. Daughter, when Ling Mu is done, I'll ask your father to make an appointment to eat. Hearing this, Bulma looked shy, and then nodded and said, okay, Mom. When will it be? Then it's not clear. After Ling Mu appeared, the Ling group issued a killing order to the world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai, warning martial artists not to mess with the Ling group. It seems to be a big fuss. Bulma looked surprised. Wow! So powerful, the world's #1 killer. Cut, what the first killer, my wolf-tooth wind fist can burst him. Seeing that Yamcha said so indifferently, Bulma shouted, you shut up. In the holy land of Karantat, rows of helicopter gunships fly over this area. Boss, it's time to get to the place. Peach is just below. Anna smiled with a pair of glasses. Now that the boss is back, she can do her job as a secretary. Ling Mu nodded, put the red wine glass aside, and then opened the cabin, jumping directly under the Karan Tower without any assistance. Boss has become a high-level martial artist. Anna couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. Little ghost, hand over the last Dragon Ball. At this time, Dobai Bai impressively found the little guy Wu Badao. You're the one who killed my dad. I want to avenge my father. The little guy Upa cried and shouted with an axe. But at this moment, there was a boom. A young man fell heavily from the sky on this area. Dobai, I'm looking for you. Hearing that he was coming to find himself, he squinted and found that he was a person he didn't know at all. Who are you? Boss of Lingxi Group. Ling Mu. Chapter 003. Dobai turned around and looked at Ling Mu gloomily. Is that why you issued a warrant for my arrest? Where did you get the courage? The Ling Group, now so downtrodden that it is not even the Red Ribbon Legion. Hearing this, Ling Mu clasped his hands to his chest, and said with a cold look in his eyes, do I have courage? You can try. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene was extremely cold. The little guy Upa looked at the scene with wide eyes, but his trembling body showed his fear. Swoosh! I saw that Dobai had disappeared, and when he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Ling Mu. And his left hand turned into a sharp knife, only taking Ling Mu's heart. As soon as Dobai makes a move, it is a killing move. But the next scene is impressive. Click! When Dobai Bibai's left hand touched Ling Mu, it instantly shattered and exploded, and blood mist erupted from his wrist. Ling Mu, on the other hand, didn't even move. How is it possible? How can it be so strong? My killing move can't even pierce your skin. Dobai Bibai said with wide eyes and horror, looking at Ling Mu and the monster. If you are beaten down, forget it, but if you make your own moves, you can't even pierce the skin, and you are eaten back, which is not an order of magnitude at all. Nonsense! Ling Mu said coldly. How could a body that had undergone 5 years of transformation by the power of the god of destruction be killed by a guy whose combat effectiveness had just exceeded 100? Host, Ling Mu. Age, 26. Combat power, 26,000 points. Bloodline, none. Rule power, the power of the god of destruction, can be increased to god of destruction over time. Skill, none. After waking up, Ling Mu had already felt the changes in his body, and his combat strength was initially 20,000 points. And every moment, the cells in his body are being transformed by the power of the god of destruction, and his strength is constantly rising. Even if you don't practice, your combat effectiveness will still increase at a rate of 500 per day. If it is fighting or cultivating hard, then this upper limit of increase will be faster. Ling Mu had asked the system a long time ago, this upper limit would not stop until the destruction god level, because this was the cosmic rule that belonged to the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, Ling Mu has also been rejoicing that the 10 years of forbearance to kill the divine dragon are completely worth it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There can't be people like you in the world. Mama Bai screamed loudly. Shut up! With a cold glance, Ling Mu released his chi. In an instant, a fierce wind began to blow around the entire Karantai Holy Land, and the trees fell to the ground in pieces. On the Karan Tower, the cat fairy was shouting, "What a terrifying breath!" Inside the heavenly god hall, cold sweat dripped from the old green forehead of the heavenly god. 5 years ago, he killed Shenlong, but after 5 years, how could he be forced from an ordinary person to this? And the aura of the gods that scares me. Kailan Taya half-waist. Sun Wukong sat on the somersault cloud and fell, but at this moment, a furious aura swept by, directly blowing him a backflip, confused. Hey? What's going on? Why is there such a powerful chi under the Karan Tower? Duyun, hurry up. I'm going to check it out. Cut off your head today and put it in the hall of the Ling Shi group to see which martial artist comes to make trouble. Step by step, Ling Mu was like a god of death, approaching Peach White. After feeling the furious and extreme aura, Dobai's face was full of horror, and then he suddenly knelt on the ground. Please spare me, I didn't mean to. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu was indifferent, and still walked forward at his own pace. You have mobilized the chi of your whole body, don't you try Qigong waves. By the way, there's a bomb in your pocket. Hearing this, Dobai was stunned for a while, and then showed a hideous expression. Bastard, go and die. God finger gong. On the peach white finger, a large amount of chi instantly condensed, turned into a white Qigong wave, and shot sharply towards Ling Mu. He also took out a bomb from his pocket, opened the lid, and threw it directly at Ling Mu. Boom! The dust drifted in the sky, and Dobai Bai laughed wildly when he saw this scene. No one can avoid this bomb, not even martial artists. It's you again, Peach Bibai. I want to avenge UPA's father. A loud roar sounded in the sky, and I saw Sun Wukong riding a somersault cloud descending from the sky. Damn it, you little ghost! Not dead yet? Dobai trembled all over. This little ghost is strong, he has just fought very exhausted, now against this little ghost, it is difficult to say whether he wins or loses. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the side. Little one, get out of here. The smoke and dust dispersed, and I saw Ling Mu wearing a black jacket and standing in place without change. The Qigong wave and bomb just now, even a corner of Ling Mu's clothes was not damaged. Are you the devil? When Dobai saw Ling Mu appear again, he shouted in horror. Hearing this, Ling Mu rarely flashed a smile. It's an honor to be the devil by you, the number one killer. So, you go and die. After speaking, I saw Ling Mu raise his right hand and slash down with a hand knife towards Dobai Bai's neck. In an instant, blood sprayed and the white head fell. Picking up this fresh head, Ling Mu looked up, and then threw it lightly, and threw the peachy head towards the helicopter in the sky. Anna, you go back first, hang this human head in the hall of the Ling Shi mansion, and let these martial artists weigh it well. Fluttering words reached Anna's ears, and then a human head fell into the helicopter. Anna was surprised to see this scene, and then picked up the megaphone and said, "Received, boss, then I'll go back first." Then, under Sun Wukong's stunned gaze, he saw more than a dozen helicopters moving and leaving the Karan Holy Land. And when Ling Mu saw the peach-white corpse, he couldn't help but be puzzled. The system has not even prompted itself that the task has been completed. Can it be that he can still live like this? Think about the Dragon Ball world. After having a technology similar to cell rebirth, Ling Mu was dumbfounded. If this is the case, then sabotage. As Ling Mu spoke, a mysterious trembling aura full of destructive aura erupted from him. At this time, the divine pattern on Ling Mu's back emitted a dark purple light, but it was covered by the jacket and no one could see it. A cloud of purple-black energy appeared in Ling Mu's hand, and then gently fell on the peach-white corpse. In the blink of an eye, I saw the peachy-white corpse, shattered like a mirror, turned into powder and scattered in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Peach Bibai, combat power plus 10,000. After hearing the sound from the system, Ling Mu confirmed that the mission was over. But at this moment, a curious childlike voice of Sun Wukong suddenly came from his ears and asked. Wow! That's a great move! Is it also a Qigong wave? More powerful than Turtle Pi Qigong? Looking at this little fellow, Ling Mu was impressed for a while, and then nodded. Yes, this is Qigong wave. Chapter 004. He, my name is Sun Wukong, his name is UPA, big brother, what's your name? When Ling Mu spoke, Sun Wukong asked curiously with UPA. Seeing this innocent little fellow, Ling Mu is impressive, it is this kind of naked heart that will let this little fart go to the universe. But now, in the same world as him, there are some things that are impossible. Ling Mu. With a cold word, Ling Mu looked towards the Karan Tower, and he had already detected the gazes of the people above. Then I should have met the cat immortals and the gods. By the way, the benefits. Ling Mu, come with me to find the dragon balls. I'm going to help UPA resurrect his father. Sun Wukong took out a dragon ball and said with anticipation. Hearing this, Ling Mu sighed and shook his head, this little guy just didn't know the preciousness of this thing. Go for yourself. I'm still in business. Sun Wukong was stunned and said curiously, what happened? Need my help? After carefully glancing at Sun Wukong, Ling Mu said lightly, no need, I'm going to meet the three people above. Sun Wukong was stunned, and then looked up at the sky. Ling Mu, are you going to meet the cat immortal? I can go with you. I climb the tower very fast. At this time, the cat immortal on the tower broke into a cold sweat. Bastard Gaku, this is trying to harm me. Ling Mu smiled, no, it's not a cat immortal. It's the other two on top. As soon as the words fell, I saw Ling Mu stepping on his feet, and his whole body flew towards Karan Tower like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, I came to the main hall of Karan Tat. Let the Monkey King on the ground be stunned for a while. Cat immortal, give me a jar of fairy beans. After seeing this cat man who was all white and on crutches, Ling Mu said directly. All the value of this goods is now on Sendu. You don't look like a good person. Sendu can't give you. The cat fairy said in a cold sweat. Hearing this, Ling Mu was dumbfounded, and then said with a smile. Since I'm not a good person, then I'll give you two choices. Option 1, I'll kill you and take the fairy beans myself. Option 2, you give me the fairy beans and continue to plant. I send someone to send you 3 tons of fish every month. I choose 2. When Ling Mu's words just fell, the cat immortal didn't even want to stutter. It's a fool to resist this guy, the strength is so high. And there are fish every month. That's all that matters. Okay, then I'm coming to you after I met the gods. Ling Mu smiled, then jumped out of the Karan Tower and rushed directly towards the sky. Boom! Ling Mu landed heavily on this heavenly god hall, causing a shock. Not far away, the green god and the black wave are already waiting. Tenjin! Ling Mu shouted lightly. But the god of heaven was very stunned, you know me. Of course, when did the divine dragon be resurrected? Ling Mu walked to the two of them like a family chat, and said lightly. There is no resurrection. 5 years ago, when you first destroyed the dragon, I remade a set of dragon balls. Tenjin said on crutches. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded and said directly. Today I came to you. I want to build a monitoring system in your heavenly god temple that can cover the earth. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Tenjin's forehead and muttered. Your Ling group is already stronger than many countries. Why do you want to build this technology? Ling Mu shook his head with a smile, very strong? That's just relative to the earth. The universe is so big, there will be disasters if it is not guaranteed. Besides, you're not an earthling, are you? The heavenly god's face became shocked, and he panicked. Do you know where I came from? Of course. You tell me. I asked you to build a surveillance system inside the celestial god temple. Hearing this, Ling Mu squinted with a cold face and said, "Heavenly God, you are not qualified to talk about conditions. My current combat power is not too weak in the universe, and I don't need too many means to deal with you. So what kind of person you are, I won't tell you. But I'll give a hint." After feeling that furious aura, the heavenly god calmed down, and then muttered, "Say it. Help that little guy of Monkey King grow, within 10 years, you will get the answer you want." The god was stunned, and then nodded solemnly. 10 years, he waited. "Okay, so be it, I'll send someone to hand over when the time comes. Don't forget to remove the barrier outside the Celestial God Hall." After Ling Mu opened his mouth to say a word, he planned to leave. But at this time, the god stepped forward 2 steps and asked, "I wonder, why the hell are you doing all this? With your strength, it's no problem to unify the earth now, including me and another me." Ling Mu was stunned, thinking about the future plot. Unifying the earth with this strength is simply a joke, and it is not bad not to be destroyed. Probably, it's because this planet is called Earth. Ling Mu turned his head and smiled. Let the gods be amazed for a while, and Bobo is expressionless. Ding! The idea of detecting the host's protection of the Earth has increased drastically, and the god-level choice has been opened. Option 1. Unify the Earth and build a new nation to advance into the universe. Reward: Name X Potential Development Technique. Option 2. Kill the Red Ribbon Legion and become the most powerful organization underground and march into the universe. Reward: Teleportation. Option 3. Destroy the Earth, erase the parent planet and the past. Reward: Divine Angel Time Reversal. When the god-level selection was opened again in his mind, Ling Mu was surprised. This time the reward is 3 skills, all good. In particular, the third option is to get the angel's time back, but this completion condition is a little too evil. System: after destroying the Earth, can it be restored by Dragon Ball or time reversal? Ling Mu looked at the third option and asked tangledly. Ding! After the host destroys the Earth, any power cannot be restored. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu was silent. This third option is very perverted. It seems that once you do it, there is no possibility of recovery. The Earth cannot be destroyed and must be strengthened. Otherwise, the plot that you know well will be completely destroyed, which is not good for yourself. And the first choice is too cumbersome, and the reward itself is not very useful. Such words. System: choose 2. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Red Ribbon Legion? The account seems to be well calculated. After disappearing for 5 years, if you dare to make a move against the Ling group, then prepare to accept the destruction. From now on, the emperor of the underground organization was only the Ling group. Thinking of this, Ling Mu jumped directly from the heavenly god hall. When he landed on the ground, Ling Mu took out a specially made phone. "Anna, let all the air forces of the Ling group dispatch. In an hour, follow me to take out the Red Ribbon Legion." Received, boss. Chapter 005. In a vast rock-walled area, the cold wind is raging, and ordinary people can't stand this harsh environment at all. But there is a group of vicious people living here. It was the infamous Red Ribbon Legion. The group suddenly rose to prominence a few years ago, gobbling up most of the Lingxi group. Their foreground leader, Black Marshal, and the One-Eyed Dragon, the boss behind the scenes, have ambitions to annex the world. When he found out that the world actually had such a magical thing as Dragon Balls, he would do whatever it took to obtain these beads. However, on this day, they welcomed the first person to destroy them. That is the Monkey King. They spent a lot of money to invite children who didn't kill them. Red Ribbon Legion, hand over the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's small body shuttled back and forth in the Red Ribbon base, relying on his powerful physique to avoid the attack of thermal weapons. The strength of martial artists, in front of these ordinary people, is simply a desperate existence. Damn, the strength of this little ghost, even the Legion can't resist. In the deepest part of the base, the one-eyed dragon looked at the surveillance footage that came from it, and couldn't help but burst into flames. And the Black Marshal stood behind the one-eyed dragon, looked at the picture for a while, and said, "Send the latest robot legion." "Good. Kill this imp for me," the one-eyed dragon said tyrannically. Then the door of this room opened, and I saw the famous beautiful officer of the Red Ribbon Legion, Zilan, revealing healthy and strong beautiful legs, and walked in gracefully. The Black Marshal and the one-eyed dragon both glanced greedily and said, "Zilan, next you will control the latest robot team of the Legion and destroy that imp for me." "Received, Marshal." After Zilan raised a military salute, she turned and left, ready to fight. But at this time, Dididai's red alarm sounded violently. "What's going on?" "This is the alarm of large-scale war aggression. This little devil is just a person," Zilan asked suspiciously, and at this time, the Black Marshal and the one-eyed dragon were also very puzzled. But when the surveillance device transmitted the picture, the leader of the Red Ribbon Legion was shocked. "I saw a helicopter covering the sky, flying from afar. And on the ground, there are endless tanks, cold and heavy slowly coming. What man? This firepower is even more exaggerated than a world war." Violet's pretty eyes instantly set in horror. "Marshal, it's not good. Radar detected 3 intercontinental railgun launchers, locking onto our base." A technician below rushed in a panic and shouted. At this moment, the people in this room were trembling. How can ordinary people mobilize this kind of thing? "Who is it? Who the hell is it?" the one-eyed dragon said angrily. But at this moment, the entire Red Ribbon base suddenly sounded a strange and cold male voice. "Within 5 years of my disappearance, such a small character will be able to rise. Lingxi Group, let me kill them." Boom! Helicopters and tanks attacked, shells fell on the Red Ribbon base, and in an instant, 70% of the entire base was destroyed. So many shells! Somersault Cloud! Sun Wukong, who was in the base, saw this exaggerated firepower to the extreme and fled the sky in an instant. However, when he saw a familiar man flying in midair, he couldn't help but be excited. Ling Mu, how did you get here?" Ling Mu had long noticed that Sun Wukong, this little guy, fortunately he arrived in time, otherwise the Red Ribbon Legion would be destroyed by him, and his teleportation would have been ruined. "This legion has a feud with me," Ling Mu said calmly. Wow. Right. They're all bad guys. Also snatched the Dragon Balls, can't let them go. Hey? How can you fly? Teach me." Sun Wukong nodded when he heard Ling Mu's words, but after discovering that Ling Mu was able to fly by his own ability, he instantly focused his attention on this side. Then he kept pestering Ling Mu to ask. "When your strength arrives, it will naturally be," Ling Mu said lightly. "Now the combat power is almost over 40,000, and it can't fly yet, it's a joke." "It's the Ling group, it seems to be Ling Mu." Zilan looked at the picture captured on the big screen. And the one-eyed dragon and the Black Marshal were stunned, and then said viciously, "Isn't this guy dead? How could it come out again? It's been more than a month since I came out, didn't the personnel of the intelligence section tell the two?" Zilan said solemnly. Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon and the Black Marshal were busy with the Dragon Ball matter recently, where would they take care of the rest? Now how do we deal with Ling Mu? Sun Wukong seems to be very familiar with him. The one-eyed dragon said fiercely. And Violet and Marshal Black were silent. Look at the firepower outside, and Sun Wukong, how to fight this? Why, you still want to kill me? How about trying it? But at this moment, a faint mockery came. I don't know when, Ling Mu took Sun Wukong and Anna into this room, making the people with the red ribbon fearful. Don't come here, or I'll shoot. The one-eyed dragon pulled out his pistol and said fearfully. And the Black Marshal, throwing out a universal capsule, directly summoned a strange giant robot to jump in. Ling Mu ignored all this, but patted Anna's white shoulder and said, "Anna, it's your turn, tell me if you kill or not." "Yes, boss." An excited expression appeared on Anna's face, and then she saw Ling Mu walking towards the robot first. Black Marshal, the leader of the front desk of the Red Ribbon Legion, the plan to attack the Ling group back then came from this person's hand. "Must kill." Anna's voice echoed through the room, making the Red Ribbon man impressed. But the next scene made everyone terrified to the extreme. I saw Ling Mu slowly spread his 5 fingers and held down the robot in the posture of the Black Marshal. Boom! A furious shockwave erupted from Ling Mu's hand, instantly shattering the robot and the Black Marshal among it, and that shockwave that emitted a white glow broke through the base and flew towards the distant sky. The people with the red ribbon all fell down in shock, and Sun Wukong almost dropped his jaw in surprise. "What about this?" As if he hadn't done anything, Ling Mu continued to walk in front of the One-Eyed Dragon. "One-Eyed Dragon, the boss behind the Red Ribbon Legion, will be killed." Anna's words were like death. "Let the One-Eyed Dragon kneel down in fright." "Don't kill me, don't kill me." "Well, it doesn't hurt." The faint words came, and I don't know when, the One-Eyed Dragon's head landed on the ground. A dragon ball rolled out of his pocket. Ling Mu walked towards the only violet in the room again. "What about this?" Zilan, an instructor of the Red Ribbon Legion, once invaded the territory of the Eastern Lingling group. However, this one does not need to be killed. Hearing this, Ling Mu said suspiciously, "Don't kill." "Yes, save it for the boss to warm the bed." Chapter 006. Ling Mu was dumbfounded and took a closer look at Zilan's face. Not bad. Dyed purple hair, temperamentally, not inferior to the future Bulma. However, although there are few such women, the Ling group can also find them. "Anna, tell me about it." A smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. At this time, Anna's pretty face blushed and said, "Boss, it's true. You've been so powerful lately, I can't stand it alone. I have planned this for a long time. This woman has a good face and physical strength. And with officer experience, soldiers can also be trained." Hearing this, Ling Mu was dumbfounded, and his strength rose rapidly. Being in bed can sometimes be unbearable for Anna. "Then don't you just find other women?" Ling Mu said after thinking about it. But at this time, Anna stomped her foot and said seductively, "How does this work? I plan to find elite women in all major professions for the boss, and the uniform temptation will be available in the future." Zilan, that is, the officer representative. Ling Mu was a little shocked, and he was a little excited to think about it. Then his body moved, close to Anna and said in a low voice, "You've been thinking a bit lately." Anna smiled and said, "Don't you like the boss?" Ling Mu was stunned, and just when he wanted to speak back, Sun Wukong's voice came. "What is Zhifuyu?" At this moment, the good atmosphere was destroyed. Ling Mu glanced at Sun Wukong, walked to him, and flicked lightly towards his forehead, only to see Sun Wukong's body flying upside down to the ground. "It hurts." "Ling Mu, why hit me?" "Because you talk a lot." At this time, Zilan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but blush while being terrified. That Ling group Anna would be this kind of woman. "Okay, then don't kill this woman first." "Anna, who else?" Ling Mu coldly glanced at Violet again. "There is also Dr. Gro, he is the chief technician of the Red Ribbon Legion, and the group has lost to him in high-tech wars." Anna flipped through her notebook. And Ling Mu was stunned, "Dr. Geluo, the one who created the artificial human. Let's not touch him for now. At least until he builds the 17th and 18th. I'll deal with this person then. What about the rest, is there any?" "Boss, it's gone." Hearing Anna's words, Ling Mu nodded, and then stretched out his hand and grabbed Anna, Zilan, and Sun Wukong and threw them towards the helicopter in the sky. Boss, what are you doing? Anna screamed. But then a furious scene began to happen. The chi on Ling Mu's body rose rapidly, and the red ribbon base instantly blew a hurricane, and a layer of white gas rippled around Ling Mu's body. Destroy me! A booming explosion came out. I saw that with Ling Mu as the center, a layer of explosive energy gushed and spread, gravel and steel buildings, all destroyed under this blow. The entire Red Ribbon Legion base was shifted flat in the blink of an eye. This inhuman force stunned the soldiers of the Ling group. And Sun Wukong's face was even more shocked. That breath, he will be finished with a bang. That's awesome! Sun Wukong muttered without muttering. And Anna said excitedly, this is my boss. But at this moment, a weak female voice came, that Anna, I can't work in bed. Anna was stunned, looked at the Violet beside her and wondered, are you still a virgin? Violet nodded shyly, and Anna smiled uncontrollably. Don't worry. I'll teach you. What position the boss likes, I understand best. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the Red Ribbon Legion. Reward, teleportation. 3 days passed, and Ling Mu was practicing the newly acquired teleportation. Compared to the initial twist, it is now very proficient, but it cannot be moved out of the earth. This is related to their own combat effectiveness, as well as the reason why they can't sense other people. Seeing that he had only broken through the 40,000 combat power, Ling Mu knew that he had to cultivate. Entering the universe, then a little combat power is not enough. Ding! Detected the idea of the host to improve its strength, and opened the God-level choice. Option 1, practice hard in the gravity chamber for a year. Reward, combat power plus 100,000. Option 2, kill one person with more than 100,000 combat power. Reward, combat power plus 120,000. Option 3, destroy all martial artists on Earth. Reward, combat power plus 150,000. Well? Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. The system captured his own thoughts and generated choices. However, looking at these 3 options to increase combat effectiveness, Ling Mu secretly thought again. Choose 3 to remove directly, the combat power will only increase by 150,000, and it is not worth it at all to eliminate all the martial artists on the earth. As for option 2, at this stage of the earth, it seems that there are no people with 100,000 combat strength. And now there are not even spaceships, it is impossible to get out of the earth, and it will not be possible to implement it in the short term. Then there is only one choice, cultivating hard in the gravity room for a year, and just testing your physical potential. System, choose one. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. After taking over the task, Ling Mu looked at it carefully a few times and muttered. Gravity room, it looks like I'm going to Bulma's house to find Dr. Brive. Thinking of this, Ling Mu picked up his mobile phone and dialed Anna's number. Anna, help me contact Dr. Brive of the Universal Capsule Group, I will visit him in 3 hours. Received, boss. Violet has been washed and waiting for you, when will it break her? You little goblin, look for X. Sichu, Bulma's house. Daughter, bring the things quickly, Ling Mu will arrive soon. Mrs. Brive said anxiously. Got it, Mom. Bulma replied loudly. Dr. Brive, on the other hand, rarely threw away his white coat, put on a black suit, and was in high spirits ready to greet him, and they valued this cooperation very much. The news of the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion could not be concealed. When Ling Mu came back, he killed Doubai and cleared the Red Ribbon Legion, a series of means that made the Ling group return to its peak. Many countries did not dare to mess with this organization at all. Look at the overwhelming helicopters and tanks at that time, who would mess with it? Find a draw. Not to mention, the powerful martial arts power of boss Ling Mu. Che, is it necessary to be so cautious? Yamcha plucked his ears and said dissatisfied, while Oolong was also sulking on the side. On the contrary, it was Puer, the corner of Lalaya Yamucha's clothes said, Yamuti, don't say it, it's so scary to listen to Ling Mu. Yamcha said even more disdainfully, it's powerful. Is my wolf-tooth wind fist powerful? After speaking, Yamcha played a few circles, and there was a faint sound of air explosion. But at this moment, a breeze came, and two figures appeared in the center of the living room. The cold voice sounded in Yamcha's ears. You seem to be upset with me. Chapter 007. A dangerous aura hung over Yamcha. Yamcha swears that no desperate situation in the past can compare with this danger. The biggest crisis in his life came, and cold sweat dripped down Yamcha's forehead. A man in a black jacket appeared in the center of the hall. And beside him is a seductive blonde with a delicate figure and a secretary's uniform. It was Ling Mu and Anna who arrived with teleportation. Mr. Ling Mu, welcome to your arrival. Dr. Brive lifted his glasses and said. Looking at this scene, I knew that his daughter's friend seemed to make Ling Mu very dissatisfied. Oh hee, sure enough, just like outsiders say. Mr. Ling Mu is really a talent. Mrs. Brive spoke up in the same way and stepped forward to greet her. The words of the two elders broke the tense atmosphere. After Ling Mu glanced at Yamcha coldly, he turned around and said, Ling Mu greets Dr. Brive, Mrs. Brive, and Bulma. This flattered the Brives, and Bulma blushed slightly at this time. This man is really as good as the outside says. The cold sweat on Yamcha's forehead was still dripping, and a violent dangerous aura emanated from Ling Mu's body. The pig-headed man Oolong hid behind the sofa and did not dare to raise his head. At this time, they finally recognized this legendary Ling Mu. Come on, sit here, the fruit I bought this morning is quite fresh, I'll bring it out now. Oh hee hee. Mrs. Brive said with a smile, pulled Ling Mu and Anna to sit in the living room, and turned to go to the kitchen. I'll help you, Mrs. Brive. Anna followed with a smile, leaving the space for Dr. Brive and Ling Mu. Mr. Ling Mu, I don't know what I need to cooperate with this time. Dr. Brive asked. Hearing this, Ling Mu moved his body and said directly, Dr. Brive, I came here this time to hope that you would help me develop two things. Brief wondered, what? With the technology of the Lingxi group, it should be able to manufacture most things. Ling Mu slowly shook his head, his own science and technology team were just ordinary people. 7 or 8 years ago, when the Ling group developed, they tried to make gravity chambers, but so far they have achieved no results. Doctor, let me get straight to it. The first is the gravity chamber. The second is a more advanced spacecraft. Briff was stunned, and he was even more puzzled. Gravity room? Adjust ecological gravity? What's the use of that? If the spacecraft can fly out of the solar system at this stage, is it not enough? Ling Mu exhaled and said lightly, in this way, Doctor, let me show you something. After that, Ling Mu directly pulled Dr. Briff into the air and headed for the western capital. At this moment, Yamcha and the others were stunned. Yamcha, this Ling Mu will fly. Puer said dumbfounded. The western capital is deserted and surrounded by rock walls. When he arrived at this place, Briff was very puzzled, but he was not afraid, because Ling Mu really wanted to harm himself, and there was no need to bother so much. Doctor, you must already know about the existence of martial artists. But I tell you, Earth martial deists are only the lowest level of existence, and in the universe, there are people hundreds of millions of times stronger than them. And the gravity room is something that allows martial artists to cultivate, including me. Because the environment is very important for martial artists. The roaring sound exploded in the deserted countryside. When Ling Mu raised his palm, he kept sending out qigong waves, blowing the surrounding rock walls to the ground. This scene, Brive was stunned to watch. This is something that humans can cultivate. Brive muttered without muttering. That's right, Doctor. But there are more exaggerations in the universe. They can destroy a planet with one finger, chop it under their feet, and destroy a galaxy. Most importantly, I have discovered them. Ling Mu stopped attacking Isideo, and the others. Ling Mu didn't care, but he had to let Brive know about this matter in order to get what he wanted more quickly. You need a spaceship, do you want to go out and find those people? Brive said seriously. And Ling Mu nodded, that's right, in 1.5 years at the latest, I will step into the universe. Okay, I'll help you. Brive didn't even think about it. A smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Brive shot with all his strength. How could it be stumped by the gravity room, and even the time machine could be manufactured? Bulma's genes, but from this person. Doctor, there is no need to tell others about this, so as not to cause panic. Plus, 100 times the gravity chamber, which I hope will be completed in a month. And the spacecraft, 1 year later, was able to start. Hearing this, Brive frowned, and after thinking about it, he said, good. From the moment Ling Mu took Brive home, Bulma found that her father's temperament had changed. He became like a great enemy, and without thinking, he entered the underground laboratory to start researching. Even Bulma tried to check it out, but was stopped from entering. A month later, Dr. Brive was released. I personally went to the base camp of Lingxi Group in Dongdu and handed over a batch of equipment with relevant personnel. And when he came back, he threw himself into research again. This time, Bulma saw her father studying something. It was an incomparably huge spaceship, and the technical design drawings used on it were all the highest level existing on Earth. But the value of the final result is extremely exaggerated. Heavy ecology, empty environment. Ling Mu gasped and began to move slowly, adapting to the existing gravity. The 10x tempering seems too low, about the same as Vegeta's. Then just adjust it to 20 times. After muttering a word, Ling Mu walked to the switch and began to control. Not long after, a pressure descended, making Ling Mu bend down involuntarily. This is so exciting! Shouting fiercely, Ling Mu slowly cultivated. As the day passed, Ling Mu, who was exhausted, took out a fairy bean he took from the cat immortal, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to cultivate again in high spirits. There is a steady stream of power in the body, which begins to emerge. The purple dark streaks on his back kept emitting light, condensing the strength in his body. Ling Mu's aura became more and more powerful, but all this was covered by gravity. Gravity multiplier. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. Combat effectiveness. 40,000. 100,000. 200,000. While the gravity continued to rise, Ling Mu found that his combat power was soaring. When the multiplier reaches 50x, the increase begins to slow down. And Ling Mu's own combat power is also fixed at 400,000. It can also be strengthened. I can still wear a gravity suit like the Monkey King and them, and then continue to exercise in the gravity room. Anna, let the scientific research team develop a set of 10-ton clothes for me in 3 days. Chapter 008. A year later. Dongdu, inside the basement of the Lingxi Group building. With a loud bang, the entire ground began to shake violently. Let the entire building's Ling-style employees scatter in fear. Because the building has tilted, it will collapse at any moment. In the basement, feeling a light pressure on his whole body, Ling Mu looked around blankly. What the heck? It took less than a week to cultivate 100 times gravity, and this gravity chamber exploded? At this moment, Ling Mu felt that Dr. Briff also seemed a little unreliable. But Ling Mu didn't know how many brain cells Briff had died in just 1 month by creating such a 100-fold gravity chamber out of nothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 1-year hard cultivation mission in the gravity room, and the combat effectiveness is plus 100,000. The sound of the system sounded, but Ling Mu was not excited at all. Because, now his own strength quietly exceeds 1 million. Host, Ling Mu. Age, 27. Combat effectiveness, 1,156,000 points. Bloodline, none. Rule power, the power of the God of Destruction, can be increased to God of Destruction over time. Skill, teleport. The transformation of the power of the destroying God was more powerful than Ling Mu imagined, and this time the important thing was not the reward, but the results obtained in cultivation. There is still infinite energy in his body, and if he wants to exert this kind of combat power, he still needs to cultivate. At this time, Ling Mu didn't think about it. This is just cultivation, then how strong will it become after more battles in the future? It seems that you can almost enter the universe, more than 1 million combat power, you can still find a few more. Oh my god! Boss, what have you done? The edifice is about to collapse. At this time, I saw a beautiful voice breaking into the basement, which was more charming than Anna a year ago. There was a problem with that cultivation, and the gravity chamber accidentally exploded. Ling Mu touched his nose. Anna couldn't help but roll her eyes. She also understood that the gravity chamber could regulate the Earth's gravity 100 times, and the result exploded. Boss, now I need your help outside, come out with me. Employees are at stake. Anna said seriously. Hearing this, Ling Mu was stunned. This is still good, they are all people who create benefits for themselves, they must be saved. A breeze blew through, and Ling Mu disappeared into the basement, and then appeared outside. Seeing the building that was about to topple, Ling Mu instantly flew forward and lightly withstood it with one hand. I'm the boss, everyone come out quickly. When the building was held up and learned that it was the boss who saved him, the employees of Lingxi Group all cheered. It's the boss. It's a boss. Haven't shown up for a long time. Eileen. Boss so cattle? Holding up the building with one hand? The escaped employee looked at the mysterious boss curiously, and the rescue team was also tense at the moment. After about half an hour, Anna, who received the report from the people below, shouted. Boss. Okay. There is no one inside. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but snort and opened his 5 fingers against the building. Boom! The dazzling white light combined with the deafening explosion resounded throughout the audience, forcing all employees to close their eyes. But when they opened their eyes, they couldn't help but be stunned. Because of the original location, the Ling group that marked the building has disappeared without a trace. The whole floor seems to have been smoothed. Anna, arrange for someone to rebuild the building. I'll take a trip to Dr. Brive's house. After saying a few words to Anna, Ling Mu put his hand on his forehead and moved in an instant, to the house of Zita Burma. Dr. Brive, the gravity chamber has exploded. Brive, who was building a spacecraft, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the voice. Can anyone else come in his laboratory? However, when he saw that it was Ling Mu, he was stunned, but then he became more and more entangled. What do you say? The gravity chamber exploded? How can it be? Putting down his work, Briff exclaimed, confident in his technique. Really? I opened 100 times gravity for half a month, and the gravity chamber was directly blown up. Ling Mu spoke, and his Ling mansion collapsed. But hearing this, Dr. Brive's eyes couldn't help but widen and he was shocked. In 1 year, you directly cultivate in a 100 times gravity environment for half a month? Is it still human? A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, walked to Brive's side, patted him on the shoulder and said, Doctor, you are left behind. 100 times gravity is common in the universe, and I came here to let you study 1,000-fold gravity chamber. Brive's white hair couldn't help but prick at this time, and he said in horror. 1,000 times gravity? It's impossible, even if it can be made, the earth materials can't keep up. Your gravity chamber exploded, I guess the material couldn't withstand it and cracked. The line of people turned around and sent the ruins over. Brive's statement made Ling Mu can't help but think, Brive's guess is the most likely. Put the gravity chamber aside, I can't use it for the time being. Is the spaceship built? In half a month, I'll go. When the time comes, go to the universe to find materials suitable for gravity chambers. Ling Mu looked at the spaceship road that Briff was busy at this time. Briff nodded, it'll be done in another week or so. This year, I couldn't even sleep well. Ling Mu saw that Briff seemed to have a little more wrinkles, and took out a fairy bean from his pocket and handed it over, eat it, your body will recover. Briff observed the fairy beans curiously, and then threw them into his mouth. In an instant, the whole person was restored and full of vitality. You should have given me this kind of good stuff earlier. I should be able to finish 2 months earlier. Briff said with a slight grumbling. Ling Mu was stunned for a moment, and said seriously, the output of this thing is not stable, it is very precious. All right. Send me some after that. There is still some work I finished today. It's a pity that Bulma has been gone for most of the month, otherwise it would have been completed long ago. Briff muttered. But Ling Mu asked suspiciously, where is your daughter? Go and see what the world's first martial arts association. Little young stuff. If they know your strength, they will be scared. Briff took the wrench and repaired it as he went. The world's first martial arts association? This time should be the 22nd, Tianjin Rice that session. This session is also quite exciting, Ling Mu confirmed after thinking about it. Ding, it has detected that the host recalls the past. And has a strong willingness to participate in the world's first martial arts meeting, triggering the God-level choice. Option 1, normally win the world's #1 martial arts association championship and increase the friendly martial arts atmosphere. Rewards, primary control of Qi, Turtle School Qigong. Option 2, open a melee in the ring to win the Budokai championship and show the spirit of the king. Reward, advanced control of Qi, Final Flash. Option 3, win the championship, kill 30 Budokai players, and tell the world that strength is respected. Reward, perfect control of Qi, Infinite Dawn. Chapter 009. Trigger selection again? Ling Mu carefully examined the 3 choices. This time it is a mission related to the world's first martial arts association, and the reward given seems to be to make up for its own combat power shortcomings. One is the control of Qi, and the other is Qigong wave moves. If you think about it, it seems that in addition to the power of destruction, I don't have a good countermeasure. All 3 tasks are not difficult to complete, mainly depending on how you choose. Turtle Sect Qigong, and finally Flash Ling Mu knows. But what is this Infinite Dawn? In my memory, it seems that this trick has not appeared in the Dragon Ball plot. Thinking of this, Ling Mu asked the system without asking. Ding, Infinite Dawn is an angelic stunt, which can perfectly use the destructive power and deal rule damage. Hearing the system's explanation, Ling Mu's heart trembled. Angel's stunt? This family is so powerful in the original work that it makes people desperate. It can be said that many masters of destroying gods are angels. Their combat effectiveness has always been a mystery. But what it showed was surprising enough. But the Qigong wave that can make them call it a stunt. System, choose 3. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. After accepting the selection task, Ling Mu exhaled, then, leave a memorial to the world's first martial arts association. Dr. Brive, today's work is suspended, let me take you to the martial arts meeting site to have a look. Looking at Briff who was still working, Ling Mu thought about it. Hearing this, Briff was stunned, showing great doubt, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said. Okay, I'll go call my lady. Okay, we'll go in 15 minutes. After that, Ling Mu appeared in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Then pulled out the phone. Anna, make a list of martial artists who compete in the world's #1 martial arts association and have a feud with our Ling group. Received. Boss. Which little game do you also need to pay attention to? Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Small competition? No one could have imagined that in the future, this kind of competition would determine the life and death of a universe. The scene of the world's first martial arts meeting. Quarterfinals. Look, this bald head is the moon. It's big and round. Jackie Chan, played by the turtle immortal, is fighting against a bear-like human wolf. Clin stood in the ring with an embarrassed look and let his bald head play a huge role. Bang a bit. The man and wolf player, under the gaze of the audience, turned into a humble man. Wow! That's great! I'm human again! The fighter laughed and stepped forward to hug the turtle immortal, and then jumped off the ring excitedly. This scene made the audience shout loudly. Let's congratulate Jackie Chan on his promotion to the Final Four. The host with sunglasses, holding the microphone, said loudly. The atmosphere at the scene was even warmer. Backstage, Tianjin Fan's third eye kept shaking, and said confidently. It seems that this old guy is the one who competes with me for the championship. Suhan, I'm on the field. On the side, the zombie face of the dumpling spoke up. Well, teach that old turtle's bald apprentice a good lesson. Tianjin Fan said with a sinister smile. When Clin and Dumpling came on stage, the two short men scuffled together in an instant. The air explosion of the exchange resounded non-stop, and the ordinary audience, the naked eye, could not keep up with the speed of the two. This scene stunned the audience. But at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the ring. It was an elderly couple, with a young couple. What's going on? How did someone break into the ring? The host suddenly shouted. And Dumplings and Clin have already stopped. Hey? Mom and Dad, as well as Ling Mu and Anna, how did they come over? Bulma in the audience couldn't help but be curious. After Oolong and Puer saw Ling Mu, they instantly squatted down in fear and trembled. This demon king! Yay! It's Ling Mu! Sun Wukong in the background said loudly. The turtle immortal who played Jackie Chan on the side frowned. Gaku, do you know this guy? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, he killed Doubai. Ruined the Red Ribbon Legion. The Qigong waves used are much more powerful than my turtle school Qigong. Hearing this, the turtle immortal flashed a shocked expression. There was such a strong person in the world. In the ring, Clin stopped because he recognized Bulma's parents. But the zombie face of the dumpling said with a face, you guys give me down. Disturb the game. After speaking, he raised his finger and sent out a white Mangdong wave towards the 4 people without any scruples. Stop! Turtle Pai Qigong! The little bald head Clin reacted instantly, sending out Turtle Pai Qigong to block it. But at this moment, a big hand appeared in everyone's sight, and then squeezed it gently. I saw that the cave wave of the dumplings and Clin's Turtle Pai Qigong were like children's toys, pinched by big hands and played with. What? How is it possible? Who is he? The discerning martial artists present were all shocked, and the Qigong waves sent out at this stage were already very powerful. But this man is like a child's play. Dumplings! Run away! Tianjin Rice in the background shouted instantly. But it's late. A brilliant light burst out from the open 5-fingered hand. Boom! Turn into a giant shock wave, crash the dumplings into the sky, and turn into dust. The shock wave of the explosion rippled in mid-air. Dumplings' death. Drive and Mrs. Brive, step down first. Here I'll solve it. After doing all this, Ling Mu dragged the Briff couple and Anna with anger to Bulma in the audience. Death, he's dead. Tianjin Fan knelt down in horror and said weakly. His relationship with Dumplings is like that of Monkey King and Clin. The people present were all afraid. This was the first time that a person died at this martial arts meeting. Ling Mu, why are you killing people? The little guy Sun Wukong instantly jumped into the ring, walked to Qin's side and looked at Ling Mu angrily. Seeing this little fellow's eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and he said lightly, "What is the difference between the martial arts of the undead and the salted fish? You've played home." The audience was in an instant uproar, and Sun Wukong, who heard this, wanted to say something, but finally didn't know what to say. "Young man, the spirit of a martial artist is not to kill, but to defend." Jackie Chan jumped into the ring at this time. The smile at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth was even worse, and he said with a smile, "Old turtle, you save it, you have lived for hundreds of years. And you don't even know how old the outside world is, right? Also defend?" The turtle immortal who heard this, his eyes were terrifying, and his identity was recognized by this young man. "That's it, it looks like it can't be good today." The turtle immortal sighed, and then took off his disguise. At this moment, even Sun Wukong couldn't help but be sluggish. This Jackie Chan turned out to be his master. "You're right, you killed dumplings, I'll kill you today." An angry voice came, and I saw Tianjin Fan instantly move and kill Ling Mu. Chapter 010. An aura burst out in the martial arts club's ring. In an angry mood, Tianjin Rice directly used all its strength. As soon as he started, he used an afterimage fist, turned into a high-speed figure, and punched towards Ling Mu. But sadly, every time he punched Ling Mu, a counter-shock force appeared. When he reached the 10th punch, Tianjin Fan was surprised to find that his fist was as if it was wrapped in iron slurry, and he couldn't swing it out no matter what. At this time, an icy gaze swept towards him. In an instant, the sky was spinning, and Tianjin Fan didn't know what was going on, and his whole body fell out heavily. This person's physical strength is too terrifying. The turtle immortal muttered in horror. When Tianjin Fan started, this old man understood that the junior had already surpassed him. But even such an excellent person wanted to kill Ling Mu, and he was funny and injured by the counter-shock force. "Hit me enough." Ling Mu said coldly, his body moved slightly, and he appeared in front of Tianjin Fan's body in the blink of an eye, and then opened his 5 fingers, directly grabbed his Tianling Gai, and picked it up. "Kill me." Tianjin Fan was still conscious, but a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ling Mu smiled indifferently. This kind of person had seen too much 10 years ago. However, people who have a heart to seek death are also the most pathetic kind, using life as the last bargaining chip. "Since you want to ask for death, I will satisfy you." Ling Mu fluttered a word lightly and threw the Tianjin rice into the air. Then he raised his head slightly, opened his 5 fingers, and prepared to destroy these 3 eyes. Turtle Pai Qigong. But at this moment, a Qigong wave instantly appeared from the field and attacked towards Ling Mu's palm. With a bang, an explosion sounded. But after the smoke, Ling Mu looked like a nobody, but instead moved his gaze to the person who made the move. "It's the little guy Monkey King. Little one, are you going to stop me?" Ling Mu was not stunned, he enjoyed the treatment of a villain. "Ling Mu, I won't let you kill another person." Sun Wukong's eyes were full of stubbornness. Off stage, when Bulma saw Sun Wukong moving towards Ling Mu, she instantly became frightened and said, "Dad, Mom, what to do?" Wukong made a move on Ling Mu. Dr. Brive raised his glasses and said, "Wukong and Ling Mu should know each other, rest assured, Ling Mu will keep his hand." Mrs. Briff on the side smiled with a look of seeing through everything. "Good daughter, don't worry. Ling Mu, this boss, looks cold on the outside, but in fact, he is quite good inside. You won't do this to acquaintances unless you go too far." Bulma is a little strange, her parents seem to be on Ling Mu's side. But what if Ling Mu really wants to kill Wukong? Hearing this, a smile flashed at the corner of Mrs. Brive's mouth. "Don't worry, Your dad will intercede then. But at the cost, it may send you to be a king Gren. Bulma was stunned, annoyed, and shy. Mom, you are still joking at this time. Who is kidding? In the ring, many martial arts club players appeared and surrounded Ling Mu. Even the crane immortals in the audience came to the stage sadly and angrily, standing with the turtle immortals, wanting to kill Ling Mu. Seeing this posture, Ling Mu plucked his ears without plucking his ears and fluttered towards Sun Wukong. Little one. You are still too young to understand this world. Hearing this, Sun Wukong shouted with slight tears in the corners of his eyes. You shouldn't be killing here. Ling Mu couldn't help but be amazed, this kind of naked heart is so good. Have you ever thought that if I don't make a move just now, Bulma's parents will die directly? Ling Mu asked rhetorically. And Sun Wukong shook his head, Clin has already made a move. They won't die. It's ridiculous, you think everyone in the world is a martial artist? Qigong waves are like firearms to ordinary people, and they will cause great harm when touched. You fluttered a word and thought you were right. Sun Wukong didn't know how to refute for a while, but after being silent, he still said stubbornly, but you killed someone. A tendon? Ling Mu couldn't help but have this idea in his mind. Okay, I'm killing someone. And I'll kill next. Anna, report the list. Ling Mu lazily explained to this little guy. Hit the head. The idea is really not normal. Received, boss. Well, number 1, you go 2 o'clock, the black player with the white hat. Number 126 player Luo Pa, 4 years ago, 10 armed employees were invaded and killed by him at the Dongda base. Anna's voice sounded slowly, like a ghost. Because when Ling Mu's eyes looked at that person, he directly raised his hand, and a shockwave appeared, slamming on that person. Not even the body remained. The audience was instantly shocked, but next, it was the time of horror. No 2, player 364, 3 years ago. 9th place. 23 RD place. 40th place. In the blink of an eye, as Anna's voice spread, nearly more than 50 players died in Ling Mu's hands. Of the martial artists present, no one could stop them. Ling Mu. Sun Wukong shouted, and finally couldn't help but move his hand. And when Clin saw that his brother was on it, he could only bite the bullet and attack at the same time. Young man, you have gone too far. The turtle immortal said the same. The crane immortal did not give a glance, but his eyelids were so gloomy that they dripped water, and they attacked with the turtle immortal. Tianjin Fan, who escaped the disaster, got up from the ground, gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and charged at Ling Mu again. At this moment, all the martial arts club players were overwhelmed and launched an attack on the boss of this indiscriminately murderous Ling group. Ling Mu didn't hide. A million combat power cannot withstand these attacks with a combat power of just over 100, that is a joke. The sound of thumping kept ringing. From time to time, there are also white rays of Qigong waves, shining on the field. 3 minutes later, when all the contestants stopped their attack breathlessly, everyone found out. The young man was not even injured at all, and at some point, he took out his cigar and lit it. Enough fighting? That's my turn. Ling Mu took his cigar and smiled faintly. Immediately afterwards, the whole body burst out. In the sky, the clouds were suddenly blown apart. A strong chi exploded into ripples centered on the ring. All the contestants banged, and the heavenly girl was blown up to the audience like flowers, even Sun Wukong's Tianjin rice and so on. They couldn't even bear Ling Mu's anger. What a sad martial arts game. Let's end this competition. After that, Ling Mu flew into mid-air and opened his palm, sending a huge shock wave towards the ring. In an instant, the roar exploded in the audience. Chapter 011. Riots began at the martial arts festival, and when someone died, many spectators quietly exited. But under Ling Mu's nuclear bomb-like attack, no matter how daring the audience was, they didn't dare to stay. Because at this time, a bottomless pit appeared in the center of the ring, like a dark giant mouth, and there was a faint sound of underground water. All this was caused by the Ling-style boss in the sky. Anna, the next martial arts meeting will be acquired by Ling Shi Group. Also, raise the championship reward to 1 billion. From now on, each champion has the qualifications to challenge me. An indifferent voice came down from the sky. Ling Mu not only forced the end of this competition, but also took over the right to host it. Received, boss. Anna said to the sky. After getting the answer, Ling Mu floated down and directly took away the championship trophy in the martial arts meeting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of winning the championship and killing 30 players. Get perfect control of Qi, Infinite Dawn. The sound of the system sounded at this moment, and then a stream of mysterious content passed into Ling Mu's mind. Not only the control of Qi, but what made Ling Mu care more was the use of the power of rules like Infinite Dawn. Seems to be able to use the power of destruction better? When Ling Mu closed his eyes to absorb the reward, he didn't notice it. His originally domineering Qi began to return to his body, and then slowly disappeared. The purple-black divine lines hidden under the leather jacket also began to blend into his skin. At this moment, in front of Sun Wukong and others, he has completely become an ordinary person. The giant pit at the site of the martial arts meeting seemed to have nothing to do with this person. He seems to have become even more terrifying. The turtle immortal who was knocked away by Ling Mu's breath muttered. And Sun Wukong covered his chest and gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He always knew that Ling Mu was powerful. But I couldn't imagine that I couldn't even resist the aura that erupted. The world's first martial arts association backstage. A winged humanoid monster with green skin covered in pimples is detecting with a Dragon Ball radar in his hand. It was the Great Devil's subordinates. Demon Warrior, Dan Balan. Damn, there are still such strong people in this world, the Great Demon King will definitely kill him. Dan Balan said in horror after feeling the situation in the ring. Found it, this is Dragon Ball. After turning over Sun Wukong's backpack and taking out a Dragon Ball, a hint of happiness flashed on Dan Balan's face. After stretching out his claws and grabbing the Dragon Ball in his hand, Dan Balan quietly left, then spread his wings and flew into the sky. After withdrawing from the mysterious artistic conception, Ling Mu couldn't help but exhale. This time the harvest is huge, and in the use of power, it has been raised a notch. Ling Mu felt that with these skills, it was no problem to fight the first two by himself. Although the combat effectiveness value has not increased much, the actual combat effectiveness is more powerful. Hey! This breath! Ling Mu's eyes looked to the left, and he saw a green-skinned monster flying at extreme speed. Dan Balan originally thought that he had escaped far away. But when the feeling of being targeted by the beast appeared, he instantly exerted all his strength and moved quickly towards the Great Demon King on the other side. How can it be so terrifying? Can the Great Demon King really beat this guy? After Dan Balan said viciously, he flew at full strength again. Ling Mu did not chase, but thoughtfully. The Great Demon King has appeared. That represents that the Dragon Ball plot has officially entered a period of rapid development. Phew, the combat power must be increased quickly, and you can go to the universe. After thinking about it, Ling Mu descended from the sky and came to Anna. Dr. Brive, I'll send you back, next month, I'm ready to leave Earth. Ling Mu spoke. And Briff nodded, okay, you're done. Bulma had to admire the ginger for still being old and spicy. Ling Mu had killed so many people, but his parents were still so calm and talked to Ling Mu. Sure enough, your dad is your dad. Your mother is still your mother. Well, kill everyone who should be killed. In the future, martial artists will definitely not dare to mess with the Lingxi group. Ling Mu said with a gentle smile, completely different from the person just now. Oolong and Puer on the side were frightened and far away from this side. At this time, Sun Wukong held an arm, flew to the audience with a trembling voice, and said fiercely, "Ling Mu, I will definitely not let you go." Seeing that jealous and hateful look, Ling Mu glanced at this little guy coldly and said grimly, "It seems that you like saving the world, so let the real bad guys educate you." After speaking, Ling Mu grabbed Anna and the brief couple and put one hand on his forehead. An instant move away. Let the great demon king tell Sun Wukong what a real bad guy is. The scene of the world's first martial arts meeting was a mess. All the surviving martial artists stood up tiredly and gathered together. Abominable. This guy will be strong like this. I'm not convinced. Tianjin Rice furiously attacked the ground, making the last audience all afraid to flee. Too many people died. The turtle immortal couldn't help but feel sad. This martial arts meeting was perhaps the bloodiest he had ever attended. I'll look for the Dragon Ball next and revive the person Ling Mu killed. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Hearing this, Tianjin Fanzan's eyes couldn't help but tremble, and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Can dumplings still be resurrected? Seeing this opponent, Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Well, we still have Dragon Ball. Can fulfill the wish of resurrection." "Great! Can I join you?" Tianjin Fan said happily. "You are welcome to join." "Bulma, did Dragon Ball radar banned?" Monkey King asked Bulma, who remained at the scene. Hearing this, Bulma shook her head, "I put it at home. But I can't go back now, Ling Mu is definitely still in my house." Everyone's eyes instantly dimmed, and Ling Mu became a nightmare in their hearts. After getting Dr. Brive's exact answer, Ling Mu returned to his Ling group. "By the way, I also brought back a thick stack of spacecraft operating instructions. Anna, select an elite member of about 30 people, and prepare to leave Earth with me in a month." Hearing Ling Mu's words, Anna couldn't help but feel sad. This moment still came. "Boss, I'm going with you." Anna wrapped around Ling Mu's back and said. Ling Mu smiled bitterly without seeing. "No. It's dangerous to go to the universe. Moreover, this side of the Earth needs you to take care of it." "Okay, then I'll go and pick someone. Violet must go with you, though." Anna knew Ling Mu's temper, and then calmed down. "What is she doing?" Anna naturally said, "Of course, it is used to warm the bed in space navigation. Otherwise, what if you are suffocated, boss?" At this moment, Ling Mu felt that his secretary was really helpless. Still, it's exciting to think about. "You can arrange it, but before that, I have to help you deal with some things." After thinking about it, Ling Mu spoke. But at this moment, the sound of the system suddenly came. Ding! It was detected that the host had strong concerns about the Earth before stepping into the universe. Trigger God Level Selection. Chapter 012. Ding! It was detected that the host had strong concerns about the Earth before stepping into the universe. Trigger God Level Selection. Option 1. Persuade the Great Demon King's desire to unify the Earth. Reward: 10 Frisia Legion spaceships. Option 2. Defeat the Great Demon King and let it wreak havoc. Reward: an angelic scepter, imitation. Option 3. Kill the Great Devil. Reward: 20 times the Spirit Time House. Seeing this sudden choice, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. Why is it all about the tasks of the Great Demon King, and I am afraid of him in my heart? Impossible. Ding! The detection of the host is only slightly worried about the surrounding people, and the task is hereby issued. Hearing this explanation, Ling Mu frowned, as if it was so reasonable. The main thing is that Ling Mu himself does not know whether he can kill the Great Demon King or not. This product is really important in the original work, not combat power, or help to Sun Wukong and his son Sun Gohan. It's that this guy is a nemesis, and Dragon Ball can only be created by this family. Kill this guy yourself, and the gods will also hang. Earth Dragon Ball will also disappear. So it's tangled. Forget it, let's look at the rewards. Choose a skip, Frisia spaceship, now to yourself what use? 20 times the spiritual time house, I can't use it now. System, what is the use of the angelic scepter, imitation? Ding, can store the power of the god of destruction, but cannot use the power of creation and time. Hearing this, Ling Mu's face couldn't help but become happy. Isn't this thing suitable for himself and Anna? Go back and store the power of the destruction god, who dares to provoke the Ling-style group and let Anna go out with the angelic scepter and smash it. Few people can resist the power of this rule. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. More than 3,000 kilometers away from the world's first martial arts association, a strange airship stopped in the sky. Lord Great Devil, you will definitely be able to rule the whole world. Pilaf's diminutive body complimented. At this moment, a green figure with open flesh wings entered the airship. Lord Great Devil, Dragon Ball has been found. Dan Balin stepped forward and handed the bead in his hand. Dan Balin, do a good job, not to be the strongest demon warrior. With 2 left, I will be able to regain my youth. The old great demon king said with relief. Dan Balin nodded, but then said nervously, Lord Great Devil, there is one thing I must tell you. When I went to find Dragon Ball, a martial arts meeting was being held there. But then a human named Ling Mu appeared. His strength is very strong, and with 1 blow of Qigong ratio, he can blast out a bottomless giant pit. Hearing this, the great demon king couldn't help frowning. Are there that strong humans now? I could have done this in my heyday, but not now. But at this time, Pirav on the side couldn't help but nervously, this warrior. I know what you said about Ling Mu. That is the boss of the Ling group of the largest underground organization in the world. It has a very strong strength. Pirav's opening attracted the attention of the great demon king and asked again, didn't this person unify the world? Pirav shook his head in panic, no, he doesn't seem interested. What a fun! When I regain my youth, I may be able to accept his power. The great demon king laughed unexpectedly. But at this time, the temperature of the airship instantly dropped a lot, and Pirav, the dog-headed man, and Xiao Wu instantly felt cold. I'm here, I heard that you want to accept my power. A fluttering voice came, and I don't know when, Ling Mu appeared in the airship. Ye Ling Mu! Xiao Wu shouted instantly, hiding behind Pilaf and panicking. And the dog-headed man Axiu directly closed his eyes and lay down and pretended to die. This underground king terrified them. The demon warrior Dan Balin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This person himself definitely can't beat, he must make a move by the great demon king. But when Dan Balin looked at the great demon king, he found that at some point, the great demon king's old forehead was also densely covered with sweat. Why don't you speak? I'm all here. Ling Mu smiled, took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it, and smoked it himself. At the scene, no one dared to speak. After a long time, the great demon king opened his mouth hoarsely, you came to kill me. Now I really can't beat you. Hearing this, Ling Mu smiled indifferently, you can't do it in your heyday. Impossible. The great demon king couldn't help but say loudly. But at this moment, Ling Mu stretched out his 5 fingers and held down the airship. See clearly. Boom. The shockwave that was exaggerated to the extreme erupted from Ling Mu's hands and rushed towards the sky with infinite momentum. Disappear into the sky in the blink of an eye. But not long after, the dazzling sun instantly deepened its brightness again, and then returned to normal. The great demon king's forehead was full of cold sweat, and others couldn't understand it, but the great demon king understood that this guy's Qigong cannon had already hit the sun. In his heyday, he couldn't even reach 1% of this power. You are the demon king. I am willing to surrender to you. The old great demon king stepped down from his chair and actually bowed down directly in front of Ling Mu. This shocked Pilaf, Xiao Wu, and Axia's eyes widened, and as for Dan Balin, he knelt directly on the ground in panic. Ling Mu was also surprised. This great demon king is very knowledgeable. However, I don't need him myself. I don't need your submission, you can do whatever you want on earth. But there is only one thing you have to remember, you must not mess with the Lingxi group. Ling Mu said after taking a sip of his cigar, making the great demon king wonder. Demon king, I originally wanted to restore my youth and unify the world. Then continue, anyway, don't mess with the Lingxi group. Ling Mu said directly. This shocked the great demon king. What kind of routine is this? Unify the world yourself, this guy doesn't care. Oh, by the way, also, in case Anna of the Lingxi group asks you for help one day, you can't refuse. Hearing Ling Mu's request, although the great demon king was puzzled, he couldn't help nodding then. Ling Mu was very satisfied, patted the old fellow's head, and then entered a faint airway. This little strength is enough for you to support until the Dragon Balls are gathered together and regain your youth. Do whatever you want. Don't suppress yourself. Ling Mu said seriously, Sun Wukong does not like to save the world, this time to get his own support. Sun Wukong may not be able to fight the great Demon King. Understood, Demon King? The great Demon King said sincerely. Okay, then I'll go. After speaking, Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead and used teleportation to leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of letting the great Demon King wreak havoc. Reward, an angelic scepter, imitation. When he returned to the base, a scepter inlaid with a blue orb crystal stone and engraved with exquisite divine patterns appeared in front of Ling Mu. When he held it, Ling Mu felt that the power of the god of destruction in his body could be poured into it. There are not many books on Dragon Ball, and Philo has fluctuated seriously recently, and the author Jun is a little vain. I hope the brothers will support more. Chapter 013. After a little observation, Ling Mu officially poured his own power into the imitation of this angelic scepter. Although it is an imitation, the power to save is greater than expected. After trying to input all the strength of his body, Ling Mu found that the gem on the scepter only glowed slightly. Probably not even 1% of the whole is lit. My own strength will continue to be strengthened. Even the power of imitation cannot be fully filled. After thinking slightly, Ling Mu stood up and went to Anna's office in an instant. Boss. When she saw Ling Mu appear, Anna smiled slightly charmingly and threw herself directly into Ling Mu's arms. Give you a gift, turn back and encounter danger, just use it. After smiling and passing over the imitation of the angelic scepter, he found that Anna's pretty eyes quickly shone. Women are all the same. The main thing is that the gemstone, like a star, is slightly shiny and worth a lot at a glance. Thank you, boss. Anna instantly hugged Ling Mukin and took a bite, and once again couldn't put down the angelic scepter. This thing is not for you to see, I'll show you it. When Ling Mu's words fell, he took Anna to the ocean. Look, in case of danger, just wave the scepter like this. Holding the angelic scepter, Ling Mu waved it lightly in a specific posture, and saw a purple-black energy suddenly appear. As soon as this mass of energy appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. And Ling Mu just gently pushed this mass of energy under the ocean. Snap! The sea water below, including the creatures, suddenly seemed to freeze, and then shattered like glass, and began to turn into a little starlight and scatter. That's awesome! Boss! I'll try it! Anna did not have any surprises, but took the scepter with great interest. Learning to wave the scepter like Ling Mu, when a slightly larger purple-black energy appeared from the hands of ordinary people, Ling Mu couldn't help but secretly say something bad. In an instant, he raised his left leg and kicked that energy towards the island a few kilometers away. Snap! Like sea water, it shattered again, turning into starlight and dissipating. Be careful when you use it, this thing will destroy the earth if you are not careful. Wave the scepter too hard. Hearing these serious words, Anna stuck out her tongue and looked embarrassed. It is too exaggerated that such a force to destroy the planet was actually mastered by a woman. Let's go home. With just over a month to go, I'm ready to leave Earth. A month passed slowly. Ling Mu stayed in the Ling group, recalling the information in the Dragon Ball plot. The universe is very large. In addition to improving combat power, this time to go out to bring some alien technology back to Earth. So this route, it is necessary to formulate it. Ling Mu is very leisurely, but the Earth is not calm. The great Demon King finally gathered the Dragon Balls 10 days ago and regained his youth. And the little guy Sun Wukong was beaten to death. This is still the topic of small talk when Dr. Brive replies to the spacecraft situation. Originally, Dr. Brive also wanted to ask Ling Mu to make a move, but when he knew that the great Demon King did not dare to provoke the Ling group, he had already relaxed his heart. Directly move your own universal capsule group to the territory of Lingxi group. I even wondered if I could move directly to the east. Ling Mu. The spaceship is complete. On this day, when Ling Mu received a call from Dr. Brive, he knew that the time had come for him to leave. Anna, let the employees assemble and get ready to go. After hanging up the phone, Ling Mu exhaled. When his words fell, the entire Ling group began to act. A plane began to start, and all kinds of related materials were turned into capsules, turned into suitcases, and began to be airlifted. A team of 30 people was already waiting in the square, led by the Violet of the Red Ribbon Legion. But at this moment, when he found Ling Mu, his eyes were full of shyness. Go! After Ling Mu calmly shouted, all the planes headed towards the house of Zita Burma. Hey! Why is Ling Mu here again? When she discovered that a large number of people from the Ling group had arrived, Bulma couldn't help shouting. Yamcha, the Turtle Immortals, etc. took refuge in Bulma's house, and at this moment, the outside world was being ravaged by the great Devil King. Oh, Ling Mu, you're here. Brive is waiting for you in the backyard. Mrs. Brive stepped forward. Ling Mu nodded. Mrs. Brive, thank you, I'll come back and bring you some alien specialties. Hee, then I'll thank you for this boss first. Mrs. Brive said with a wistful smile. But at this time, I saw the Turtle Immortal exhale and step forward to block it. Ling Mu, the great Demon King outside is raging, why don't you stop it? Or the earth will be destroyed. Hearing this, Ling Mu looked at the old turtle coldly and mocked. You guys don't really like justice, go ahead. Save the world. Oh, forgot to say. You can't even destroy the earth now, in my opinion, it's really a great deal. A breath of chi erupted from Ling Mu's body and directly bounced off the old turtle. Then he walked coldly towards the backyard, and the team of 30 people behind him followed behind Ling Mu without saying a word. At this moment, the Turtle Immortal weakly lowered his head. But at this time, Yamcha said fiercely, the earth is going to be destroyed, why don't you make a move? You selfish fellow! Ling Mu's eyes were cold, and then he moved, and a slap was drawn on Yamcha's face. Karabang! I only heard that Yamcha's bones all over his body were like shattered, lying directly on the ground and vomiting blood continuously. Idiot! Ling Mu lightly spit out 2 words and left directly. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Briff instead instructed with a serious face. You little ones talk less. I don't know anything, I talk nonsense here. Bulma looked worried, her mother had never been so serious, and said casually, Mom, what the hell is going on? Hearing her daughter speak, Mrs. Brive explained with a cold look in her eyes. Okay, I'll tell you now. Ling Mu has long taught the great Demon King that he will not destroy the earth. And Ling Mu will now go to the universe. The disaster we are facing now is really home in the universe. Bulma was stunned. The Turtle Immortal raised his head and was shocked. And Yamcha, who vomited blood, fainted in shock at this moment. Dr. Brive, You're in trouble. After entering this spaceship, Ling Mu said with a smile. It's okay, go back to the alien planet and bring me some technology to study. Dr. Brive laughed. No problem. When everything is handed over, the square spaceship with the characteristics of a strange Earth begins to start, rising into the sky, turning into a bright spot and disappearing from Dr. Brive's sight. And Ling Mu also looked at the brilliant cosmic starry sky. Ding! Detected the host entering the universe and starting the real Dragon Ball world. Trigger God level selection. Chapter 014. Option 1. Go to the northern region of Namex and kill 500 members of Frisia's Legion. Reward: Legendary Frozen Demon Bloodline. Combat Effectiveness plus 5000000. Option 2. Go to the eastern region to kill the Gula mech troops. Reward: Legendary Scion Bloodline. Combat Effectiveness plus 5000000. Option 3. Go to the Star of Novasvar in the southern region and kill the juvenile babe. Rewards: Legendary Parasitic Bloodline, Combat Power plus 5,000,000. After entering the solar system, the sun that gave birth to the Earth was still burning, and when the sunlight shone on Ling Mu's face, I saw that his face was serious. This time, even Ling Mu had to be cautious. Because when stepping into the universe, the option of bloodline appeared for the first time. Frisia, Gula, Babe. The names of these three bosses flashed in Ling Mu's mind instantly. Original. Theatrical version. GT. Ling Mu let out a breath without hesitation. This time the choice is even more difficult. Ling Mu began to slowly weigh the gains and losses. Look at the rewards first, the combat effectiveness is the same. But this bloodline, Ling Mu looked at it, still inclined to the science. Frozen demons are rare and have plenty of potential. But this appearance, Ling Mu did not dare to compliment. Scions are the most potential bloodline in Dragon Ball, and this reward legend Scion bloodline may belong to Broly's unlimited gadget. But the downside seems to be that it is easy to get angry. As for the legendary parasitic bloodline of the last babe, Ling Mu directly passed it. As soon as I heard this name, it was the bloodline of the enchanting cheap. Parasitizing others, Ling Mu felt that he was very good. After thinking about the bloodline, Ling Mu began to study the three chosen routes. The first choice is to go to Namex, which has nothing good but Dragon Balls and seeing the scenery. But the planet Adra in the far reaches is not bad. Choose the second to compare the high star. The technology in that place seems to be quite powerful, and there must be good things to be able to resurrect Gula in the future. Choose 3 new Zivil stars. After the Zivra and Scions failed to fight for planet Vegeta, it seems that there are only a few ghosts left. That place, apart from the technology that created Babe, should not be anything good. However, this route, there are several other GT planets that are good, such as the medical planet. Forget it, system, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. In the end, Ling Mu still chose the second item. It was really a frozen demon bloodline and a parasitic bloodline, and he didn't like it. It's scary to think about. Half a month later, in front of a wide galaxy, a large band of meteorites surrounds it. The employees of the Ling Group are more and more careful in driving spaceships in this area. Boss, a large number of alien technology spacecraft have been detected ahead, and we seem to have found a life planet. Violet was heroic, revealing her sturdy long legs and reporting to Ling Mu. Ling Mu nodded, and then waved his hand. You guys wait here first, I'll go to that planet first. Everyone in the Ling Group listened to the order and directly stopped advancing. In the strange universe, this group of employees has slowly adapted to this environment. In order to deal with danger, it is most useful to listen to the boss. For example, when a certain meteorite has no time to dodge, his own boss directly walks out of the spaceship and blasts with a punch, allowing everyone to survive. You have entered the planet Iomega, please pay a fee to enter the planet, 100 cosmic coins/spaceship. When Ling Mu saw a large number of strange-shaped spaceships orbiting a yellow-orange planet, he heard a large number of radio sounds surrounding the space. One spacecraft after another, docked in the orbit of steel space, slowly entered the Imkan planet. This is the IBCO Canadian Galaxy Patrol 3, please abide by the galactic law to enter the planet. A tiny flying machine, shuttling between huge spaceships, sits an octopus man and a pig-headed man. But everyone did not dare to mess with it, because they were the Galaxy Patrol, the official agency. Seeing this orderly scene, Ling Mu casually searched for the breath inside a planet, and then teleported into the planet Imga. And everyone else in space, nothing was found. After entering the planet, a large number of strange creatures shorter than themselves began to roam the streets. They are all other alien races. Ling Mu didn't touch his nose, as if he was different. Naku planet, look at the ancient stone wood, 100 cosmic coins/ton, a large discount. 3 frog stars, 6 colored big mosquitoes to taste, 1 cosmic coin/string, buy 10 strings and get 1 string free. Terrastar, latest protective clothing, tailor-made, 2 cosmic coins/centimeter customized 1 meter hit 9.9% off. The shouting continued to sound, and it was strange to say that Ling Mu could actually understand it, as if something was automatically translating. This planet seems to be a commercial planet, or else do you want to try it yourself? Thinking of this, Ling Mu pulled out his body, as if there was nothing good, and he also had it on the street. But when he took out the universal capsule, Ling Mu was stunned. This thing doesn't seem to have a Earth Star, the latest technology universal capsule, holds anything, is your best storage box, 1000 cosmic coins/piece. When Ling Mu learned to set up stalls in the surrounding alien merchants, his words instantly passed into the street. Suddenly hearing the novelty of 1000 cosmic coins, those aliens all became curious. What, so expensive? I saw a short, wrinkled 8-legged creature crawling over, and its big eyes popped out to ask Ling Mu. So ugly. Ling Mu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But ugly, this business must also be done. I'll cover it up for everyone, this thing can store supplies, just smash this capsule, and put things in. After speaking, Ling Mu directly threw the capsule in his hand, and a villa appeared in the street. The alien creatures who saw this scene were all stunned. Groove. So magical? Is this a space spell? The 8-legged creature said excitedly. Ling Mu thought about it, it seems to be, isn't this capsule technology used for folding space? It should be counted. Anyway, if you can store things. Do you still have it? Sell me 10. Here are 10,000 cosmic coins. Bring goods in the future, you don't have to go back to your own planet. The 8-legged creature instantly said loudly. He took out a large pile of currency, squeezed it with 8 hands and handed it to Ling Mu. At this moment, it shocked Ling Mu, the uglier creature, the richer. Enough! Ling Mu shouted. Took out 10 spare universal capsules and handed them over. This thing, there are several containers on the spaceship. When it came out, Ling Shi Group had the idea of transporting materials and not enough containers. Eileen. I want it too. Me, 20 PCS. I want 100. Chapter 015. What does it feel like to be surrounded by a group of strange alien creatures? Ling Mu's feeling is that of a ghost beast. You thought about all kinds of tentacles, holding currency in your hand and handing it to you forcefully. And then say to you with all kinds of strange heads, give me the goods. It didn't take long for Ling Mu to be a little unbearable. Its own aura erupted, and in an instant a hurricane blew through, bouncing off the crowded biota around it. What are you doing? We came to buy something. An alien said without anger. But at this time, Ling Mu gave a cold glance. Come in line one by one. If you don't want to, just get out. The surrounding crowd was instantly silenced, and many aliens raised detectors one by one to check it. This person's strength is so strong, I can't even show it. It must be approaching 10,000. My detector with an upper limit of 8,000 can't detect it. This is the big guy. My detector is smuggled by the Frisia Legion, it can detect 20,000, but it still can't show it. When Ling Mu's strong strength was discovered, this group of businessmen obediently lined up. But at this time, I saw 3 flying machines rushing in the sky in an instant. Who is fighting here just now, violating the IBCO Canadian planetary commercial law and causing losses to other merchants? Holding a pistol, an alien guard resembling a patrolman stepped forward. At this moment, the surrounding merchants brushed a finger at Ling Mu. Did you commit a crime? According to the high street law, you will be fined 5,000 cosmos coins. In addition, at the moment of your burst of breath, cause a loss of 10,000 cosmic coins to the rest of the booths. Finally, it was detected that you set up a stall here, did not pay the booth fee of 100 cosmic coins, the crime was increased by 1, and another 2,000 cosmic coin fine was generated. A total of 17,000 cosmic coins. If you don't pay the fine, we will notify the Galaxy Patrol. Hearing this stern voice, Ling Mu plucked his ears without plucking, and then his whole body exploded with momentum. This time, an amazing aura was emanating. The entire commercial street was blown upside down. The eyes of the guards of the commercial street couldn't help but pop out, because a big pit appeared around Ling Mu's stall in an instant. And a murderous aura shrouded this guard. Do you still have to pay a fine? Ling Mu glanced at it and said lightly. At this moment, those commercial street guards were instantly frightened, and then mounted the flying machine. Shaking his head like a rattle, he said, "No thanks. You're busy, you're busy." The surrounding merchants all looked at Ling Mu in horror. This guy's combat effectiveness is unimaginable. Seeing that the commercial street still needed time to restore order, Ling Mu teleported and returned to the Earth spaceship. Violet, enter the planet Omega. Then took out the box and pushed, "This is the universal currency of the universe, just earned. I'll arrange for 3 people to sell universal capsules on the street," he said. And then other people, collecting relevant scientific and technological information on the streets. "Okay, boss." When entering the planet of IBCO, I saw that the Ling employees began to get busy. Ling Momiazi rode the Violet Orchid and wandered around on this Imagia planet. However, soon after, Ling Mu was disappointed. The other side of this planet is full of endless desert, which is not interesting. The commercial street here is actually the most prosperous area. Ling Mu, who lacked interest, returned to the commercial street, ready to find a place to live. But at this moment, the sky over the planet suddenly flashed. It didn't take long for a lot of wreckage to fall to the ground. Not good. There are space pirates coming to plunder the Omega Star. Let's go. The Galaxy Patrolman has been beaten to death. Run away, run east, there are no pirate ships to stop it. In an instant, the entire commercial street became panicked, and the aliens all fled in a panic, and they didn't even have time to take the goods. The employees of the Ling group looked around blankly, and the customers who wanted to buy capsules ran away. And Ling Mu looked confused. Isn't there just a few guys with about 200,000 combat power outside? How can this planet be so afraid? At this moment, a huge shadow broke through the planet's atmosphere and quickly landed high in the sky of the commercial street. Everyone listen, I, Shaiza, the leader of the Gula Mecha force, am on the order of King Gula to colonize this planet now. Give me all the cosmic coins ready and wait for us to collect them. The faint sound spread throughout the area, making the aliens even more afraid. It's the Gula Mecha troops, everyone run away. Their combat power is close to 200,000. Damn it! King Gula should be in the more remote eastern galaxy, why did he come here? What to do? This is our family's possessions. Fearful, worried, chaotic voices rang out all around. But Ling Mu couldn't help but rejoice. Gula Mecha troops? Mission objectives hit so early. Originally, Ling Mu planned to spend a few years looking for them. Get lucky. The hatch of the huge spaceship was opened, and 3 figures descended from the sky. The blue-faced, pink-skinned, white-haired killer Matt, and a small man with a detector is Shaoza, the leader of the Gula Mecha force. On either side of him are Nez the lizardman and Dre, a strong man with bulging muscles. I advise you not to resist, King Gula, you should be honored to descend on this galaxy soon. Shaoza's voice sounded faintly. But at this time, I saw 2 flying machines descending from the sky and rushing towards Shaoza. The Galaxy Patrol is here, you pirates are not allowed to be presumptuous. Shaoza glanced at the Galactic Patrolman coldly, and then said sarcastically, Garbage Galactic Patrolman, your Galactic King is also a trash. After speaking, Shaoza directly raised his hand and slashed towards the flying machine, and a hand knife Qigong wave shot out quickly. Directly split the Galaxy Patrolman's flying machine in half, and the 2 Galaxy Patrolmen inside also died directly. Okay, the steward of this planet, hurry up. Our mech troops are still in a hurry. If you wait until King Gula comes, this planet may be destroyed. Not long after Shaoza's voice spread, he saw several flying machines take to the air and fly towards the Gurum mech unit. I am the custodian of this planet, we surrender, please do not exterminate this planet. A small creature on crutches stepped forward and handed out a box and said sincerely. Count you old guy acquaintance. Let's get ready to pay, we're going to start colonizing. Shaoza kicked the manager, then said triumphantly. Yes. I'll do it right away. The manager endured the pain and humbled himself. But at this moment, a fluttering voice sounded in this area. Hey? It turns out that colonizing a planet is so simple? Then I'll collect this planet. Chapter 016. What man? Shaoza instantly entered a state of battle and looked around. The same is true of Nez and Dre beside him, with the probe. On the left, there is a life signal at a 35-degree angle. Nez manipulated the detector channel out of the corner of his eye. When the 3 members of the Gula Mecha unit turned to look, they saw a man in a black jacket, stuck in the air, watching all this with a smile. It was Ling Mu. Where guy, really looking for death? The muscular Dre clenched his fists and laughed. Then floated forward. And Nez's lizard also had a sinister smile on his face. But at this time, after Shaoza swept Ling Mu with the detector, he was shocked. Beware, this guy actually has 200,000 combat power. Oh, 200,000. I said it. Dare to come to find death is really a bit of skill. But here, there are 3 people, and he has 1. Nez and Dre laughed at the same time. And Shaoza couldn't help but laugh, he was too nervous. Seeing that the Gula Mecha troops didn't care about themselves, Ling Mu couldn't help but touch his nose. This is a manifestation of ignorance. Well, I just want to ask a question, is it that as long as I kill you, I can also take over this planet? Ling Mu said seriously after thinking about it. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Gula Mecha unit laughed at the same time. Ha 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 ha, of course, defeating us can get this planet as a colony. But do you think it's possible? Shaoza couldn't help but be amused by Ling Mu. After receiving confirmation, Ling Mu was even more excited towards the alien manager. Then who, I defeat them, can really get this planet? The diminutive administrator nodded sadly, yes, sir, if you can defeat them. I can also go to the galactic headquarters and transfer the ownership of the planet. However, I don't think you should be able to do this. Shaoza laughed even more wildly, and then kicked the steward. The old guy is very sensible, don't kill you when you turn back, send you to other planets to mine. When the administrator heard this, he couldn't help but shed tears and said sadly, Lord Syat. A sad breath spread on the commercial street, and everyone knows that the planet may not be saved. But at this moment, I saw that the young man who came out in the sky couldn't help but be happy. And this kind of good thing. Get rich, get rich. The lizardman Nez looked at Ling Mu like an idiot, and then said, "Your brain is stuffed with interstellar worms. 200,000 combat power, do you think you can fight 1 to 3? Hearing this, Ling Mu's face turned cold, and he dared to scold himself. "Are you testing my combat effectiveness?" Ling Mu chuckled, and the breath on his body instantly exploded. Boom! The clouds in midair were blown away like cannonballs, and at this time, the detector on Nez's eye jumped violently. 200,000! 250,000! 300,000! 340,000! Bang bang 3 times, the detector of the Gula Mecha unit instantly exploded on its own. "Run away, this guy's combat power exceeds 400,000. Shaoza instantly shouted loudly. The combat effectiveness has only doubled, but it is an individual. It is to crush their existence. Nez's lizard face and Dre's muscular face were equally terrified. But at this moment, I saw a smile flash at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and slowly opened his 5 fingers towards the 3 members of the Gula Mecha troops. "Well, you guys are good people. Bye." Boom! The sky above the commercial street was instantly filled with white light, and a Qigong wave covering the sky released an incomparably powerful force, tyrannically slamming on the 3 people of the Gula Mecha troops. These 3 guys with close to 200,000 combat power and who have been rampaging the galaxy for many years could not resist under this blow. Their protective clothing exploded and shattered in the Qigong wave, and then their bodies were melted by the high temperature, and even a little blood could not drip down. Swish! With the wave of Ling Mu's palm, he saw that the huge Qigong wave actually began to turn and rush towards the spaceship of the Gula Mecha troops. Explosions sounded. The spacecraft was pierced directly, revealing a large hole, and then quickly fell down the commercial street. But this Qigong wave has not yet dissipated, and it rushes towards the sky. Break through the atmosphere and bombard other Gura's space fleets. Miyazi, pick up a planet for nothing. Ling Mu looked towards the sky. And the mission target also died. System, why didn't you complete the task? Ling Mu wondered. Ding, the host has not yet reached the high star. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu was stunned. Yes, he almost forgot to go to buy Jioxing. The reward thing must be released, and the planet will be collected first. Thinking of this, Ling Mu moved directly to the short manager at high speed and said kindly. "You see, those 3 guys are dead. Is this planet mine? Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. I also want to develop trade. By the way, what's your name? If you don't want to transfer the planet, then I can only kill you." At this time, the administrator of the Imga planet looked at Ling Mu with a confused expression, and then complained. "My name is Iga. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The planet Omega now has a new king, a human from Earth, Ling Mu. And his power, the Ling Group, is also expanding to recruit people. There is a salary of 50 Cosmos coins every month. After working for 3 years, he also gave his Hyokao, which made the alien creatures who landed here crazy. At this moment, the 30 employees of the Ling Shi group were all busy and faint. But at the same time, they are excited. Who would have thought that less than 2 months after leaving the Earth, they would actually start managing a planet? In the past, everyone thought that it was just to unify the Earth, but now it is even more exaggerated. "Boss, are we going back to Earth? There are not enough people, 30 people to manage Iga Star, it's a bit difficult. And you have to do business." Zilan obediently lay on Ling Mu's lap. "No, I still have to go to Bai Gao Star, is the galaxy map ready?" Ling Mu said after thinking about it. "As long as you reach the Bai Jiao Star, this legendary Scion bloodline can be obtained." "Well, ready, and the new spaceship is there. Go to Baijiaoxing, just a month. Violet spoke. In the past month, the employees of the Ling Group are absorbing the knowledge of various biological civilizations. I know everything about the surrounding galaxies. Okay then. Let's go in 3 days. Ling Mu said directly. Boss, do you want me to help you? At this moment, Zilan suddenly charmed. And Ling Mu showed an excited expression on his face. Let me experience it, Anna taught you something. On the other side of the star, a huge circular spaceship is moving. King Gula. I received a report from the front that the Gula Mecha unit has been destroyed. When the subordinate reported, Frisia's brother Gula looked shocked. Who is it? It's not clear. It takes 2 months to reach the planet Igika. In addition, halfway through, we will also go to Baijao Star for resupply. Speed up. Chapter 017. A month later, the new spaceship obtained by Ling Mu docked outside a wonderful nebula. Several Ling employees on the spaceship took a group of new alien subordinates and waited for Ling Mu's instructions. At this time, a cold white planet in the nebula appeared in the chaotic meteorite belt. Layers of steel rings wrapped around the outside of the planet, revealing huge black cannon ports. There are so many densely packed combat robots, flashing red, patrolling the planet. Boss, this is Baijiaoxing. Looking at the scene coming back from the front, Violet reported from the side. But Ling Mu couldn't help frowning, because he actually felt a terrifying momentum on this planet. Could it be Gura? But then Ling Mu shook his head, not like. The breath of more than 100 million combat power must be earth-shattering. But this breath gave Ling Mu a feeling that was nothing more than a loss higher than himself. What is it? You guys are waiting for me here, I'll go into this planet and take a look. After Ling Mu said grimly, he put his finger on his forehead, and then cast an instant movement and disappeared into the spaceship. Inside the high star, a 1,000-meter-tall steel giant stands in the very center of the planet. Countless steel pipes were connected to its body, and dense metal networks were laid from it, evacuating all over the planet. Dozens of meters high, combat robots carrying giant weapons patrolled the steel giant, silently protecting the supreme ruler. However, at this time, a red alarm suddenly lights up in this area. I don't know when, a human who is only 1.8 meters broke into this forbidden land than Jiaoxing. This person was none other than Ling Mu. It turns out that life was born on this planet, no wonder it has such power. After seeing the densely packed robots and the 1,000-meter-tall steel giant, Ling Mu muttered without thinking. This scene was indeed spectacular, subverting Ling Mu's imagination. Warning, warning! Activate the highest defense level with an intruder energy value of over 1 million. The red alarm sounded and all the robots around them clicked and turned their bodies at the same time, turned on the defensive weapons on their bodies, and aimed at Ling Mu, who suddenly appeared. Attack! After the mechanical sound sounded, the White Mang's missiles in the sky were launched towards Ling Mu. Don't even give a chance to speak. Then don't blame me. Ling Mu pouted, and then flew directly into the sky, putting up a finger. The qi in the whole body began to condense to the fingers, and a giant white energy bomb slowly expanded. When it reached a certain level, Ling Mu gently threw his finger downward. I saw countless energy bombs split out and rush towards the surrounding missiles and the robots below. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this area was like a meteorite impact, setting off countless waves. Those battle robots guarding the giant steel giants were completely shattered and destroyed under this blow. Go back and let your employees and Dr. Brive study these robots. At a cursory glance, each of them has 7,000 or 8,000 combat strength, which is still very good. Suitable for protecting the planet. Ling Mu thought without thinking. But at this time, the entire specific star began to vibrate. Raging waters rush in from afar. Countless surviving robots began to fly towards the dense steel pipes. It then turned into liquid and transported itself into the 1,000-meter-tall steel giant. A trembling breath slowly erupted, and 2 huge red rays rose straight into the sky. I don't know when, the 1,000-meter-tall steel giant slowly opened his eyes. Then, in the middle of the sea, he began to take steps towards Ling Mu. In this process, I saw that the body of the steel giant began to slowly deform, and one after another huge cannon barrels protruded from the steel giant's chest, aiming at Ling Mu. Violation of the high star, will be destroyed. A cold voice sounded, and a huge energy emerged from the sea water. It then condensed in the barrel of the steel giant's upper body. It turned into a light bullet that shone like the sun and launched it towards Ling Mu, like destroying the sky and the earth. Groove, you cheat! After feeling this energy fluctuation, Ling Mu teleported and appeared on the other side of Bai Jiaoxing. This blow definitely exceeded 5 million combat power. But it does not belong to the energy of the steel giant, but from the energy base of a planet. Because just now Ling Mu clearly felt that huge power emerged from within the planet. What kind of thing is this? Seeing the exploding light mass in the sky, Ling Mu said without thinking. This steel giant seems to be bound to Bai Jiaoxing. Alarm alert! Dangerous targets appear at coordinates 28654.57786. A rumbling sound came, and within 1 minute, a huge dark steel cloud appeared above Ling Mu's head. The steel giant turned into a flying posture and floated above. The target has space movement technology and activates the highest level space cannon. The icy voice spread. At this moment, Ling Mu's eyes flashed solemnly. Is there a more powerful trick than just now? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took a deep breath. Still trying to kill me? Then you give me death. After that, Ling Mu stepped on his feet and turned into a cannonball and flew towards the steel giant. At this moment, a purple-black energy exploded from within Ling Mu's body. Ling Mu's black jacket shattered instantly, and a divine pattern engraved with a wonderful root emerged from his back. A mad aura spread, which actually made the entire Bai Jiao star begin to shake violently. Warning! Warn! Discover unknown energy. Extra danger! Force activate the space cannon. The icy voice sounded again, and at this moment, the steel giant actually contracted itself. It turned into a steel cannon barrel that was thousands of meters long and aimed at Ling Mu from the air. Sabotage! Ling Mu was indifferent to all the actions of the steel giant, but only raised his palm lightly, releasing a cloud of purple-black energy. Space cannon launched. The furious power emanated from that cannon port, and the surrounding space actually began to distort. However, at the moment when the power erupted, Ling Mu's destructive power entered the barrel. A clicking sound sounded. The entire barrel seemed to be frozen, and the surging power slowly dissipated. Cracks covered the steel giant's body, and then shattered and dissipated into powder. But then, Ling Mu's face couldn't help but turn green. Because the entire Bai Jiao star was like a world chaos, all the robots fell and were damaged. The ocean is high and the mountains are trembling. And in outer space and beyond, it is even more exaggerated, those densely packed steel spaceships all exploded at the same time, turning into fireworks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of landing in Bai Jiao star, killing the Gula Mecha troops, combat effectiveness plus 5 million, legendary Scion bloodline. Chapter 018. What's wrong with Bai Jiaoxing? Zilan sat on the spaceship and couldn't help but say loudly. At this moment, the picture coming from ahead was earth-shattering. A large number of robots guarding Bai Jiaoxing exploded at the same time. To the employees of Lingxi Group, they had a good look at the fireworks. And more exaggerated than the appearance of the high star, the black spots visible to the naked eye are slowly spreading. Occupy the original blue, green and yellow areas. The black spots turned out to be all steel ruins. The whole planet changed dramatically at this moment. What the hell did I kill? Ling Mu was puzzled. But after the sound of the system sounds, you can't pay attention to these at all. Strength. Surging power emerged from the depths of the body. Ling Mu's entire aura was rising rapidly, and the sky-rushing aura surrounded him. And the terrifying thing was that the blood in the body was boiling, burning Ling Mu's body like magma. Ugh! Unable to help himself, Ling Mu shouted. But at this moment, an extremely strong aura burst out, and the surrounding steel ruins were directly swept away by a huge force. In the blink of an eye, starting from Ling Mu, all the areas 5 kilometers in diameter left only flat land, and not even a single weed was visible. Ling Mu's hair was getting darker and darker, and it was getting harder and harder and standing up. And his face shape has become more and more resolute. Thoughts of tyranny and belligerence came to mind. But at this moment, the purple-black divine pattern on Ling Mu's back lit up, suppressing that tyrannical thought. The lines they outlined became more and more exquisite, and it didn't take long for them to break away from Ling Mu's back, turn into a divine ring, and float on Ling Mu's back. I don't know how long has passed, Ling Mu gradually came to his senses. The explosive power was contained in the body, allowing Ling Mu to release a powerful power when he raised his hand. This force, I need to adapt well. After clenching his fists, Ling Mu muttered nonchalantly. System, how much combat power do I have now? Host, Ling Mu. Combat effectiveness, 8,497,000 points. Bloodline, Legendary Scion Bloodline. Rule power, the power of the God of Destruction, can be increased to God of Destruction over time. Skills, Teleportation, Infinite Dawn. Seeing the combat strength of more than 8 million, Ling Mu was stunned. He originally had more than 1 million, plus the system reward of 5 million, this extra 2 million, is it the blessing of the Scion bloodline? This combat power plus is a bit terrifying. And this part of the strength, still rising, must be exercised faster. Looking at his body and the ruins around him, Ling Mu pondered. It seems that on the higher star, I must stay for a while. Thinking of this, Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead and instantly moved to the spacecraft in outer space. Boss! You're finally back! When she saw Ling Mu appear, Zilan instantly stepped forward and said anxiously. Ling Mu was puzzled for a moment. How? I'll leave for a short while. Hearing this, Zilan said without fear, Boss, half a month has passed. And now it is like the Death Star then Gao Star, we dare not enter rashly. Ling Mu was stunned, it turned out that so long had passed, but he didn't know it. Enter the high star. After I entered the planet that day, I took out a steel monster. And then the planet was like that. Hearing this, Zilan couldn't help but say seriously, Boss, you tell me in detail, this situation is worth studying. When the spacecraft entered the star of Baijao, the researchers on the spacecraft told Ling Mu that the steel giant was most likely a conscious life form of the planet. Otherwise, there would be no such consequences. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Frisia's brother Gula appears 3 times in the theatrical version, the last time being fused by the higher stars and turning into a new life form. Is this the thing? Let's study it after landing later. I'm on this planet, I need to cultivate for a while. A month later, Ling Mu leaned tiredly against a boulder and smoked a cigar. In the past month, it seems to have returned to the days of cultivation in the gravity room. Every day non-stop punching, punching. From the beginning, a punch and a kick caused a huge explosion, and the moisturizer was silent in the back. Ling Mu finally began to adapt to the normal strength in his body. And now, the combat effectiveness is quietly approaching 10 million. Then next, with Scion bloodline, I should be able to try to transform into a Super Scion. Thinking of this, Ling Mu's gaze was full of solemnity. When is Dragon Ball most exciting? 99% of Dragon Ball fans will definitely choose to answer that Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan at the moment when Namex transforms into a Super Saiyan. This is the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. Ling Mu clearly remembered that Sun Wukong, who was only about 3 million in normal conditions at that time, instantly evolved into a Super Saiyan by relying on anger, reaching 150 million combat power. Do you need to do this yourself? Not needed at all. As children, Trunks and Sun Wushan can transform, just find the know-how. Thinking of this, Ling Mu recalled in his mind. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku and Vegeta teach the Saiyan transformation of the sixth universe. It seems to gather strength on the back. After a slight recollection, Ling Mu took a deep breath and slowly raised his breath. The surface of the sea began to fluctuate, the entire earth began to tremble, and the surrounding rubble kept falling. Ling Mu began to try to gather his strength on his back. Found it, it seems to be here. After trying it, Ling Mu felt that after having Saiyan bloodline, a small area of his back began to be different. When the power condensation poured into that place, the aura of the whole person began to rise. It seems that the strength is not enough. After trying to infuse half of his strength, his breath is indeed rising, but unfortunately, he still hasn't transformed. Alright. Try the full power this time. Hey! Ling Mu scolded, and began to pour all the energy into his back. The rumbling sound kept sounding in midair. Let the Ling-style employees working on the surface all return to the spacecraft in fear. At this time, Ling Mu, who was not far away, had a mad aura all over his body, and the new hairstyle faintly changed color in the sun. Not enough. Change me! Ling Mu shouted again, and the power contained in his body instantly poured into his back. A burst of thunder suddenly exploded in the air, and I saw a layer of green aura surrounding Ling Mu, and Ling Mu's hair began to change to green. But at this moment, the purple-black divine pattern on Ling Mu's back suddenly shone. A destructive god power poured into his back along with Ling Mu's power. At this moment, the sky suddenly began to pour rain. Click! Ling Mu felt that something in his body had been broken. At this moment, Ling Mu's hair stood up instantly, turning into a deep and terrifying purple-black color. Chapter 019. This force. Ling Mu looked at his palms that were bursting with purple-black chi and said in shock. At this moment, a steady stream of huge power emerged from within the body. Ling Mu had a feeling that as long as he waved his hand, this Bijao star could be completely destroyed. Not like the slow destruction that hits the center of the earth like Frisia, but complete and rapid destruction. Zilan, is there a mirror? After feeling the power in his body, Ling Mu walked towards the spaceship. Boss. Yes. I'll send it to you. Zilan replied through the radio, but as soon as she opened the hatch of the spaceship, an extremely violent aura swept over instantly. Ugh! Zilan's body couldn't help but fly back upside down in an instant. But at this moment, a gust of wind drifted by. Ling Mu's figure appeared instantly. At this moment, Zilan's eyes seemed to have small stars, and staring at Ling Mu, who had deep eyes, couldn't help but shyly say, "Boss, you are so handsome now." Ling Mu was stunned, and then lifted Zilan up and took the mirror to look at it. When he picked up the mirror to look at it, Ling Mu himself couldn't help but be sluggish. How handsome! After transforming himself, his eyes were darker, but from time to time a trace of purple light flashed, like a star exploding in the deep universe. The hair is even more purple and black, with his own tougher face, completely walking on the road of a type of man. On top of that, his muscles are also slightly inflated, but they fit in with their new form at the moment. Can I eat with my face in the future? Ling Mu couldn't help but say to himself. But I suddenly thought that this is in the Dragon Ball world. It is to eat by strength, and I can't help but feel frustrated. System, call up my combat power. Ling Mu said directly silently. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 530 million, Legendary Super Saiyan Destruction Type. Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Rule power, the power of the God of Destruction, can be increased to God of Destruction over time. Skills, Teleportation, Infinite Dawn. Destructive type? Ling Mu woke up at this time. It turned out that the power of the god of destruction was now also blessed on the Super Scion. According to this, he does not have destructive power, that is, he is covered in green light. It's scary to think about. It seems that before destroying the god, the power of the destroying god was my most fundamental power. But it seems that the potential of the Scions is also blessed with the power of the god of destruction. Does this mean that it seems that after I am on the verge of death, the power of the god of destruction will also increase significantly? After thinking about it, Ling Mu moved to the other layer of Baijao star at high speed, and then sent a shockwave towards a silent island. At this moment, the purple-black aura turned into an energy projectile and shot out directly. When the explosion opened, I saw that the entire island turned into a point of light and shattered, as if it had never appeared. Sure enough, as I thought, my form, one move and one style, can be destroyed. There is no need to specially mobilize the power of the god of destruction as before. Before the power conference, it seems that no one can carry this blow from me. After looking at the result he had caused, a smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Okay, so the next goal. Cultivate towards Super Scion 2 form. In the silent starry sky, a circular spaceship runs rampant in the universe. King Gula, there is still 1 hour left, we will enter the high star for resupply. When the subordinate reported, Gula nodded coldly and stared at the picture on the spaceship screen. What was played above was the picture of Ling Mu killing the Gula mecha troops. It was transmitted back by a subordinate who escaped by chance in outer space. 1 million combat power, no wonder Shahzade died directly. Flicking his tail, Gula muttered viciously with a vicious look in his eyes. When I get to Iga Star, you will wait for death. Gula said in a cold voice. King Gula, it seems that there has been a disaster in Baijao Star, and there is no movement. But at this moment, another subordinate broke in. I saw the picture on the screen, and instantly switched to the high star. Compared with the past, Baijao Star at this moment is silent, leaving only pieces of mechanical debris floating in the universe. What's going on? Compared to the metal life on the high star, I seem to have told you to protect it. Gula looked at the picture and said in a low voice. This strange life, he has always paid attention to. The power born from within the planet made Gula very concerned, and he had already figured out how to use this power. Ancient, King Gula, I'm sorry. Lord Shahitsa was originally in charge of this area, and last time he patrolled the planet and sent back news for the record. But now. Hearing this, Gula's gloomy eyes widened. Start the life scan, check it for me. About half an hour later, when Gura's spacecraft entered below, a picture appeared on Gura's screen. It was exactly the scene where Ling Mu was cultivating. It turns out that this guy destroyed the life on the high star. Open the hatch for me, I'll go kill him. Gula stood up and said coldly. When you meet this guy, Shahza's revenge can also be avenged. Ding, it has detected that the host has suffered the hatred of the Universe Emperor family, triggering God-level selection. Option 1, kill the frozen demon Frisia, reward, combat power plus 100 million, vitality bomb. Option 2, kill the frozen demon Gura, reward, combat power plus 100 million, air sickle. Option 3, kill the frozen demon King Kurd, reward, combat power plus 100 million, sacrifice outbreak. Well? Ling Mu was stunned. What did it mean to trigger a god-level selection all of a sudden? And this reward is not bad, the combat effectiveness is directly increased by 100 million. Ling Mu knew that this combat power added to his normal. There is also Sun Wukong's Yuan Qi Bomb, Vegeta's sacrifice body erupts, that Qi Kamako Ling Mu also remembers, it is the future Black Goku's mastery. With a knife, it seems that it can also cut space and affect time and space. System, choose 2. Ling Mu said directly, because he had already felt a huge force breaking through from the atmosphere. The goal is exactly where you are. It should be Gura, right? Last time in Imga, Shaza said that Gula was coming soon, but he couldn't imagine passing by Jo Star. A huge spaceship descended on this area, and Zilan and other employees of the Ling group were all on alert. Because the scientific and technological content of this spacecraft is obviously much higher than theirs. At this moment, I saw the spaceship open in the sky. And a purple-white figure with a long tail descended from the sky. Flew directly in front of Ling Mu. At this moment, an evil and gloomy force swept over by Gao Star. The earth began to tremble, the sea began to churn, and the hurricane began to blow. You are so daring that you dare to kill my Gula's people. When the deep voice sounded, Ling Mu turned around and looked curiously. This is Frisia's older brother, Gura. New book, Brothers Support It, the update is very powerful. Chapter 020. All the creatures around them held their breath, and the moment Gula met Ling Mu, even stupid people knew that something was wrong. Who is this? Zilan sat in the spaceship and said solemnly, when that strange creature appeared, the aura of evil descended directly on this planet. Purple. Lord Violet, that is the Cosmic Emperor Gula, who rules the region east of the galaxy. In an instant, several aliens stepped forward to explain for Violet. When Zilan understood the situation, she couldn't help but be shocked. It turns out that what the boss said is true, the Universe Emperor really exists, and now he is still facing it. These are people whose fingers can destroy a planet. Boss, you must come on. Zilan couldn't help but pray that under this power duel, they couldn't do anything at all. On the Gula spaceship, a group of Gula's subordinates held their breath in the same solemnity. Can't detect it, the latest detector produced by King Frisia, which can reach the upper limit of 5 million, is still damaged. Can King Gula win? This man is so terrible. Nonsense. King Gula has 100 million combat power. When most of the advanced detectors on the spaceship exploded, the people of Gula also understood Ling Mu's strength. Frozen demon? Long is indeed cute. After Ling Mu glanced at Gula a few times, he couldn't help but marvel. Gula belongs to the purple toot type, while Frisia is the pink toot type. Ling Mu always felt a contrast cute. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Gula's mouth. This person is really bold enough, dare to say that the frozen demon is cute? This has never been heard since Gula was born. Very good, no wonder you dare to kill Shaza. You can die. Gula flew into the sky coldly, and then slowly raised his finger, and a ball of energy containing purple aura condensed out. Just as Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta. Seeing this situation, Ling Mu smashed his mouth and spoke. Don't you frozen demons like this trick? Frisia seems to have done the same. Hearing this, Gulaxian said in surprise, have you seen my stupid and mentally retarded brother? But it's useless to mention him, even if my father King Kurdish is here, I will kill you. Because of them, they can't beat me. Gula said grimly, and then the giant energy mass in his hand gently waved towards Ling Mu. The energy that exudes a huge aura makes the entire space burn. Are you looking down on me? Only with that much effort? A faint voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of the energy mass released by Gula. Stretching out a whip leg with his right foot, this huge energy mass was like a football, and was directly kicked back in front of Gula by Ling Mu. When all this happened, Gula was surprised, and then fluttered a hand knife, only to see that the power that was enough to destroy the planet was knocked out of the planet and exploded in outer space. Don't you only have 1 million combat power? Looking at your appearance now, it's close to 10 million, right? Gula coldly wondered. He had watched the video several times, he had already estimated Ling Mu's strength with experience, but now Ling Muqiang was beyond expectations. How did you see the picture? What technology? Teach me. Ling Mu couldn't help but be curious. This strange focus instantly made Gula's eyes gloomy. 10 million combat power. Hee hee. Go and die. When Gula's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Mu, and then punched Ling Mu the stomach. That tail was even more like a whip, beating heavily on Ling Mu's neck. "Don't die! I'm going to have fun with you." The cold voice sounded, and the scene that happened in this instant made all the people in the two spaceships impressed. King Gula is invincible. King Gula is powerful. The people on the Gula spaceship were all elated. On the other hand, the people in the Lingxi group spaceship all looked worried. Just this bit of power? It doesn't seem to hurt much. The faint voice sounded, and I saw that Ling Mu, who had suffered 2 blows from Gula, just bent down, and then straightened up again, like a nobody. Only now did Ling Mu have a sense of his own strength. "How is that possible? Your body is stronger than my frozen demon clan?" Gula said with a shocked face. He had just used the power of more than 30 million combat power, but this guy was actually fine? Otherwise, "Do you make a little more effort?" Ling Mu said after thinking about it. These words instantly angered Gula. "I see how strong your body is." The evil aura instantly exploded, and I saw that Gula Hun's body was full of white qi, and he began to frantically attack Ling Mu. The sound of thumping kept ringing. In an instant, hundreds of punches fell on Ling Mu. But sadly, not even a single scar on Ling Mu's body was struck. "How is that possible? My attack with 100 million combat power can't break your body?" Gula couldn't believe it. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile and said, "Otherwise, you will change again. Aren't you frozen demon clans going to transform?" Only then did a hint of uneasiness flash in Gula's eyes. This man even learned that he would transform. But after thinking that he couldn't hurt Ling Mu, Gula didn't hide it. "Very good, it allows me to show my full strength." "Hey! Ha!" In an instant, the evil aura rushed straight into the sky, and Gula's body began to change dramatically. I saw that his body began to swell, and the purple circles on his forehead slowly began to protrude, turning into 4 sharp horns. On his wrist, a purple-white barbed sickle also appeared. At this moment, Gula's combat power changed from 100 million to 200 million. "You try again." As soon as Gula's words fell, a feeling of pain emerged from Ling Mu's stomach, and I don't know when, Gula, who turned into the 4th form, appeared in front of Ling Mu. Sure enough, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to support such a large cross-level battle. After this thought flashed in Ling Mu's mind, the breath all over his body began to gush. The power of the whole body rushed to the back, and the purple-black divine pattern began to emit light and poured in. Yikes! Ling Mu's hair stood up one by one, and his eyes became deeper. The purple-black aura covered Ling Mu's whole body. The aura that swelled to the point of explosion exploded on the battlefield. Gula, who turned into the 4th form, before he could understand what was happening, was knocked away by a dazzling arrogance. The battlefield is changing rapidly. The subordinates of Gula, who were still cheering the invincibility of the king just now, suddenly found that their king had been sent flying. That opponent, on the other hand, exuded a powerful aura that made the entire planet tremble violently. Chapter 021. Confused. After landing, Gula was completely stunned. It's like going back to the powerlessness when he was young, when he wanted to kill his brother Frisia and was caught and beaten by his father, King Kurdish. Traversing the universe for many years, Gula has never felt this terrifying breath. In his impression, no creature had ever been able to reach this realm. The frozen demon clan, although the number is small, but all of them are terrifying. Like his brother Frisia, he needs to suppress power. And Gula himself has already controlled the huge energy in his body and has been maintained in the 3rd form. In this way, Gula can go one step further and perform the 4th transformation of the frozen demon clan. Now his combat power has already exceeded 200 million, but in front of Ling Mu, he is like an ant. Hey, yes! After transforming into the Super Saiyan destruction form, Ling Mu couldn't help but twist his neck. This handsome appearance of himself can definitely charm a large group of girls, but in this Gao Xing, except for Zilan, no one appreciates his handsomeness. You think you'll transform? Stretching down, Ling Mu turned to look at the terrified Gula Yoyadao. How is it possible? How can you possibly have this kind of strength? Said Gulan fiercely unwillingly. A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and he thought. There's a lot you don't know, I'm nothing. In other words, you frozen clan cannot still transform, it seems that there is still a golden form. How about you try it instead? Hearing these fluttering words, Gula's state of mind instantly exploded. You can also transform into a ghost. His Gula's fourth form transformation has surpassed the legend of the frozen demon clan. As a result, Ling Mu told him that he could still change. You can change it and give me a try. Gula himself has never heard of it. Hey, you think you won? At this time, Gula laughed viciously. But Ling Mu couldn't help but wonder, how? What else can you not do? Hearing this, Gula did not reply, but gradually floated into the sky, and then stretched out his fingers to condense the qi in his body. A giant bomb of energy burning purple instantly covered the entire sky. My frozen demon clan can survive in the universe, can you? Die with this planet. After that, Gula viciously threw the giant energy bomb towards the center of the earth of Bai Jiaoxing. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu smashed his mouth. This frozen demon family is about to destroy the planet at every turn, which is obviously habitual. It's better to have a beating. Thinking of this, Ling Mu, who was surrounded by purple-black qi, instantly disappeared in place. When Ling Mu reappeared, he had already appeared next to the giant energy bomb. Then I saw Ling Mu like Gula, stretching out a finger and poking slightly towards the giant energy bomb. In an instant, the energy mass that had just been extremely tyrannical and capable of destroying the planet was instantly frozen. The burning purple flame began to extinguish, and then it was melted into a point of light, and the bright crystal dissipated above the sky. How is it possible? How can it be? That's all I have. Seeing that the giant energy bomb was broken so easily, Gula did not dare to say anything. Your clan just doesn't clean up. Forget it, don't scold you. Anyway, you can't walk out of the high star. A faint voice sounded from behind Gura. At this moment, a big foot with purple-black flames kicked Gula on the stomach fiercely. Then something that frightened Gula even more happened. His stomach, after severe pain, slowly shattered, turning into points of light and slowly floating between heaven and earth. This? Impossible. This is the power of Beerus, the god of destruction. Gula instantly thought of the legend his father told him in Frisia. In the seventh universe, only the demon Bu and the god of destruction Beerus don't provoke. And the power of destroying God, the Kurdish king has also solemnly explained several times. It's exactly the same as it is at the moment. That's right, reward you for dying. Ling Mu snorted, and then kicked again and kicked directly into Gula's head. The purple-black aura melted into Gula's body. The clicking sound kept ringing. In just the blink of an eye, this emperor who had been rampaging the universe for many years turned into a point of light and dissipated in this heaven and earth. Ancient King Gula. Die. Dead. Everyone inside the Gula spaceship was terrified. Escape. Run away. Let's go to King Frisia or King Kurd. Gula's subordinates couldn't help shouting. The Gula Mecha troops perished, and even Gula died. This force that ran amok in the universe collapsed in an instant in this short period of time. Hey, don't rush to go. Since you are here, then leave your life behind. Just as this group of people were in a panic, I don't know when, Ling Mu had already appeared in front of the spaceship, showing a hospitable smile, and slowly raised his hand. Boom! A shockwave with purple-black aura instantly penetrated the entire spaceship. At this moment, any creatures and dead things in the spacecraft turned into points of light and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to kill the frozen demon Gula. Combat power plus 100 million, bonus skill, air sickle. When the system sounded, a huge force emerged from the depths of the body. Ling Mu, who turned into a Super Saiyan destruction form, was a little uncomfortable, because this combat power was added to the basic combat power. A month later, above the ocean of High Star, a man in a black jacket closed his eyes and felt the movement of the entire planet. Transform. As the man slowly spit out 2 words, purple-black aura appeared all over his body. And the man's hair also began to stand hard and upright, and a pinch of purple began to loom between the black hair. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 5054 million, Legendary Super Saiyan Destruction Type. Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Rule power, the power of the God of Destruction, can be increased to God of Destruction over time. Skills, Teleportation, Infinite Dawn, Air Scythe. After checking his attributes, Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Now his combat effectiveness under normal conditions has reached more than 110 million. A month ago, when his normal state was only 10 million, he transformed into a Super Saiyan was 500 million. And a month later, it transformed again, and suddenly the 5 billion mark was sudden. It looks so perverted, but I remember the combat power of Super 2, it seems to exceed 50 billion, right? Ling Mu couldn't help but think of the picture when Sun Wuhan fought Chiru at that time. After that battle ended, the kid began to go downhill. Originally, he was absolutely able to surpass Sun Wukong, but in the end, he didn't even transform into a Super 3, which was really a failure. The consumption is a bit large, then the direction of cultivation next should be the full power of the Super Saiyan. Ling Mu felt the situation in his body and couldn't help but say after thinking about it. Chapter 022. Boss. Can we go back to Earth? 3 days later, Zilan stood beside Ling Mu and asked. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help nodding, this journey had already harvested enough things. Then next, Lingxi Group should need to slowly digest the gains. And myself, I must also strive to cultivate the full power form. Back then, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan entered the time house to cultivate. But you don't need to do that yourself. During this time, while cultivating, let's build the Ling group. Ding! Detected that the host has the will to create a powerful force, triggering God-level selection. Option 1, subdue the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Northern region. Rewards, 100 bottles of ordinary frozen demon serum, 1 bottle of king-level frozen demon serum. Option 2, subdue the North Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Eastern region. Rewards, 100 bottles of ordinary Saiyan serum, 1 bottle of legendary Saiyan serum. Option 3, conquer the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the forces in the Southern region. Rewards, 100 bottles of ordinary parasitic serum, 1 bottle of S-class parasitic serum. Well? The choice triggered this time made Ling Mu stunned. The serum rewarded this time seems to be the bloodline, is it for the people below him? Moreover, Ling Mu also saw the legendary Saiyan serum, which seemed to be the same as his own bloodline. Indeed, is this for the development of forces? Then, he should indeed return to the Earth and let the employees of the Lingxi group start to come out. Violet, leave in 3 days and return to Omega. Let the people on board prepare supplies and plans, and prepare to return to Earth to bring people. Then, we will start the business of conquering the universe. Ling Mu said with a smile, and then silently said in his heart. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Sichu, Bulma's house. It has been half a year since Ling Mu left the Earth, and Dr. Briff can easily do it for a while, only need to study the 1000-fold gravity chamber. After the death of the great demon king, this guy Gaku disappeared again. Bulma looked at the old turtle next to her and said dissatisfied. Hearing this, the turtle immortal said without hesitation, defeat a great demon king, and Ling Mu's big mountain is pressing. Gaku can't stop. Bulma held a glass of juice, took a few sips and sighed. Why be so stubborn? At that time, the people who died in the martial arts meeting all had a feud with the Ling Shi clique. The only dumpling, didn't you promise Tianjin Rice that they will be resurrected with Dragon Balls in a year? The turtle immortal's eyes were deep, and then he sighed lightly. Gaku is such a person. If it weren't for that naked heart, he wouldn't have the strength he has today. I'm a master, but I can't keep up with the times. After thinking about it, Bulma put down the juice in her hand, and then said, forget it, I don't want to think about this, I want to help my father study the gravity room. But just as Bulma was about to leave, a breeze blew by. I saw 3 figures suddenly appear in the living room, a man and 2 women. It was Ling Mu, Anna, and Violet. Bulma, where's Dr. Brive? A somewhat grim voice came, causing Bulma, who looked back to see the situation clearly, shouted. Wow! Ling Mu, have you returned from the universe? Seeing Bulma's happy expression, Ling Mu was stunned, and then took out a universal capsule from his hand, and then Bulma threw it. Bang! A ring-shaped gemstone pendant shining in pale gold appeared in front of everyone. Bulma, this thing is for you. The 8-clawed creature sent it a few days ago, saying that it was a more expensive natural gem in their civilization. Bulma was instantly stunned, and after catching the pendant, her face blushed with joy. Ling Mu, thank you. I love it. Seeing this girl's expression, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. This thing itself has piled up a warehouse on the High Star, all the so-called boutiques of various civilizations, and I don't know if it is true or false. Anyway, Ling Mu took it casually and gave it away. Like when I first met Anna, the gem I gave away was expensive, it was an amber gemstone that emitted a colorful glow and contained an elf-like creature. The following people send it to say that it is at least billions of years old. The devil knows which planetary civilization sent it. Is Dr. Briff home? I'm going to see him now. Ling Mu said directly. Yes, I'll take you and your 2 sisters over. Bulma put away the gemstone, instantly stepped forward and took Ling Mu's hand, and walked towards the courtyard. Seeing this scene, Anna, who had been moisturized for 2 days, had a sinister smile at the corner of her mouth, and then glanced at the Violet beside her. Dr. Brive, this spaceship is from the 6 Frog Star, what kind of star is this? I forgot. Here's a list, look at the research. And here, all the scientific and technological data I asked the people below to sort out are all well classified. By the way, your Universal Capsule Group, I will directly invest in the shares, the demand for aliens in the universe is quite large. When Ling Mu came to the backyard, took turns to take out one universal capsule after another, and threw out dozens of spaceships, Dr. Brive's eyes were almost glaring. The results of dozens of alien civilizations are placed in front of Dr. Brive, and most of the information is included. There are also various specialties from other planets. Is a 1,000-fold gravity chamber hard? Difficult. But when all of these things were taken out, Dr. Brive knew would surely fix quickly. Ling Mu, you want to take a stake in the Universal Capsule Group, right? Go around, sign the contract and go. Dr. Briff said yes without thinking. As a scientific research madman, there is such a boss behind him, what kind of group do you care? Mrs. Brive closed her mouth with a smile on the side, eating the alien special fruit sent by Anna, and this time Ling Mu's harvest was unimaginably large. Your boss is really getting more and more handsome, if I get younger, maybe I will also leave Briff and go after Ling Mu. Mrs. Brive smiled at Anna, and her eyes kept looking at the purple-black Ling Mu. But at this time, Anna flashed a sly smile and said, Mrs. Brive, you have a family, but your daughter Bulma has not yet started a family. Hearing this, Mrs. Brive turned her head, her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Anna, I'll ask Bulma in the evening. I'm afraid she won't want to. Anna glanced at Violet, and the two women then laughed and said nothing. After the handover with Dr. Brive, Ling Mu left. Returning to the Lingxi group, seeing that it would take some time to leave the universe, Ling Mu looked to other corners of the earth. Sun Wukong to the Celestial God? Chapter 023. When he sensed the weak aura in the sky, Ling Mu smiled and put his finger to his forehead. Teleportation. However, the first stop was not on the Heavenly God Hall, and Ling Mu first came to the Karan Tower. Cat Immortal, how is the output of fairy beans? When Ling Mu suddenly appeared on the Karan Tower Hall, the corner of the Cat Immortal's eyes trembled. In the past few years, 5 cylinders have been planted. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but rejoice, the yield is good. 5 tanks of fairy beans, can be used for a long time. The jar of fairy beans in his pocket only used more than 100, and he was still used during training in the gravity room. I just came back from outside the universe, and this is the big fish on another planet. You come to try it. When Ling Mu threw out a universal capsule, the Karan Tower Hall was suddenly filled with a huge red fish. The Cat Immortal saw this scene and stayed with saliva and saliva. But at this time, Ling Mu took back the big fish and threw the universal capsule over. Cat Immortals, fairy beans need to expand production. If you need any help, you can mention it to me. As soon as he received this capsule, the cat fairy touched it happily. No problem, you send an employee to contact me. I just don't have enough land here. Groove. Lack of land? Hearing this, Ling Mu was instantly stunned. Why was it so small? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took out a map of the earth and threw it at the Cat Immortal. You pick the ground on it yourself. If there are not enough Earths, I'll bring the galaxy map later, and you can pick a planet yourself. Cat Fairy. After being fooled by Ling Mu, the Cat Immortals finally agreed to grow fairy beans on a large scale. And what Ling Mu paid was nothing more than a monthly copy of big fish from other planets. That's a lot of money. After Miiza said goodbye, Ling Mu reappeared in the Heavenly God Hall above. Here you are. The god appeared in the center of the main hall. The moment the spacecraft entered Earth, the Heavenly God knew that Ling Mu had returned. On the side, Sun Wukong was wearing a special gravity suit and working hard to cultivate. When he found that Ling Mu appeared, his eyes became angry. Ling Mu! Shout what shout? Ling Mu couldn't help but pinch his ears and said, Scions are just loud and can eat. I'm going to beat you. Sun Wukong, who had already begun to grow, clenched his fists and said. But when his words fell, he saw Ling Mu lazily walking towards him like an ordinary person. Then he reached out and flicked it on his forehead. Bang! I saw that Sun Wukong did not resist, and his body instantly flew out of the Heavenly God Hall and flew upside down towards the other side of the earth. Looking at the distant figure, Ling Mu took out a cigar from his pocket and took a soothing sip. This kid, his head is still a tendon. Hearing this, the god sighed slightly. You didn't kill him. The corner of Ling Mu's mouth smiled mysteriously, and then said. Heavenly God, I came here this time to let you take me to Hades. I'm going to see the king of the realm. The situation in the North Galaxy is more complicated, so Ling Mu has to go to the Nether King and get most of the cosmic information. In this way, in the following time, the system task can be completed quickly. Ling Mu, who originally returned to the Earth, thought that it was very simple to enter the Netherworld. But he couldn't sense it, so he could only find the Heavenly God. Good. You put your hand on my shoulder. The Heavenly God said without any hesitation, because he couldn't refuse, including Ling Mu's strength and his yearning for his hometown. After a burst of spatial fluctuations, Ling Mu found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. One after another, ghosts with halos on their heads lined up to enter a huge hall that was extremely wide. When Ling Mu followed the heavenly god into the hall, he saw King Yan Luo, who was wearing glasses and a huge and powerful figure, writing a notebook. "You are the god of the earth." King Yan Luo quickly noticed the sudden appearance of the living person, but when he saw the heavenly god, he suddenly realized. "King Yan Luo, my friend Ling Mu needs to go through the netherworld to meet the king of the realm." The heavenly god pointed at Ling Mu and spoke. "Oh, yes, I'll send someone to take your friend to the serpentine runway later. I haven't seen the king of the realm for tens of thousands of years." King Yan Luo picked up the pen and thought about it and agreed. "The serpentine track can take a long time. Your name is Ling Mu, right, Earth's?" Ling Mu. King Yan Luo just wanted to speak, but after hearing this name, his face changed in an instant. "King Yan Luo, you know me?" Ling Mu asked strangely. And King Yan Luo was shocked. "You are the one who killed Gula, the Ling Mu of the earth." Ling Mu was stunned. This Yan Luo king actually knew that he had killed Gula? Well, it should be me. Hearing this, King Yan Luo's forehead broke out in cold sweat and said, "The king of the realm is in the north. With your strength, you should be able to pass quickly." "Okay, then thank you King Yan Luo. Can you discuss that after the death of my Ling group employee in the future, can I work in the netherworld?" Seeing that King Yan Luo was so afraid of himself, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth in disgust. And King Yan Luo's whole body trembled. There is no death of the employees of your group for the time being, otherwise I will inform you at that time and discuss according to the situation." After getting this answer, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. "This is okay, then let's talk about it then." Then King Yan Luo, "I'll go first." "Thank you." Ling Mu put his finger on his forehead, and after feeling the breath of the Realm King, he instantly disappeared in place. After seeing Ling Mu leave, the heavenly god asked solemnly, "King Yan Luo, you seem to be very afraid of Ling Mu. Don't mention it, you people are overwhelmed by this earth. Nagula is more powerful than the cosmic emperor Frisia. Killed a few months ago. What's worse, even the soul is broken and does not return to Hades. If it hadn't been for the information compiled by my subordinates, this matter might not have been known. More powerful than the cosmic emperor?" A shocked expression flashed on the face of the heavenly god, and he finally knew what height Ling Mu was at. At this time, the fat king of the realm, sitting in his classic car, was driving around the king of the realm. A gorilla and a bee hang out with him. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of his car. The purple-black hair made the king of the realm stunned. "Who are you?" "Earth. Ling Mu." "I don't know." Seeing the look of the Realm King looking lazy to take care of himself, a hint of teasing flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. After releasing his breath slightly, a cloud of purple-black energy emerged. Then the entire Realm King began to tremble, and cracks filled the ground. "Do you know each other now? The other day, I seem to have killed a guy named Gula." The face of the Realm King changed instantly, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Got it. Got it. You retract your strength. If you go on like this, my Realm King star will explode. Anything is negotiable." Chapter 024. At this moment, the king of the realm took out a handkerchief and wiped his face in fear. Ling Mu's strength is not known to be many times stronger than him, except for the legendary Realm King God. It seems that no one has beaten him now. I originally wanted to give the king of the realm a set of 100,000 cold jokes, but now I am very disappointed. Hearing this, the king of the realm was stunned, and then the fat body got out of the car, panting and running to Ling Mu's side and saying, "What a joke, I'm trained in jokes. Definitely not easy to laugh." Ling Mu glanced at it and spoke, "A dish is hungry while walking, and then it eats itself." The king of the realm was stunned, the expression on his face changed from scared to calm, and finally his whole face turned the color of pig liver. Ha 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 ha. Eat yourself. The king of the realm began to roll on the ground with a smile, and tears could be vaguely seen laughing from the corners of his eyes. Ling Mu. Sure enough, the brain circuit of the realm king also had a big problem. You just laughed and ate yourself? Why don't you laugh at the fact that the cook will go by itself and be hungry? Ling Mu thought about it. As a result, when I heard this, I saw that the king of the realm was laughing even more crazy, covering his stomach and rolling on the lawn. Don't say it. What do you need me to promise you? Don't make me laugh. The cuisine will go, ha 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 ha. Ling Mu exhaled deeply. He couldn't have more contact with this kind of person in the future, otherwise his IQ would definitely be pulled to the same level. Realm King, I'm here to get you a copy of the galaxy power map of the North Galaxy. Ling Mu released his breath again, and the Realm King began to tremble again. Only then did the Realm King finally converge, and then covered his mouth. Okay. I'll give it to you, just don't tell jokes. Running back to his room, the Realm King instantly took out a large stack of information from it and handed it to Ling Mu. Looking at it, Ling Mu found that many civilizations he encountered were actually recorded on them. King of the realm, thank you. Then I'll go first. After getting the information, Ling Mu directly teleported back to Earth. And at this time, the king of the realm finally couldn't help it, laughing and rolling on his own planet. Let the gorillas and bees on the side look strange. Half a month later, a large number of Ling-style groups were on standby outside the base, and spaceships were docked in the square. It was named by Ling Mu. The plan to conquer the interstellar was officially implemented. This plan, starting from Earth, will use the Omega Star as a springboard to begin the war in the Eastern Universe region and subdue the planetary forces. And Ling Mu will also follow the team all the way to the east. The news of this big move naturally could not be concealed, and the news of the Ling group's conquest of the universe had already spread to the countries of the Earth. At this time, everyone discovered that this underground organization had already been the uncrowned king of the entire Earth. When one spaceship after another lifted off, it was far away on a deserted island on the other side of the world. A green creature whose whole body was about the height of a child of 7 or 8 years old, eating flesh and blood, looked up at the sky and said, Ling Mu, Ivik will not submit to you. Boss, the planet ahead is called Aitlan. The information shows that it is a natural planet, containing ordinary cultivation civilizations, and the maximum combat power does not exceed 10,000. Violet looked at the report. It has been 3 months since leaving Earth. This time, the journey is longer than in the past. As early as 2 months ago, I had already passed by Bijao star. But at the same time, it also subjugated many planets. The Ling group directly brought out tens of thousands of people this time, and after subduing a planet, a group of people will be left to operate. In this way, the large army centered on Ling Mu came to the current 8 blue star. Got it, then release the robot. Trouble is calling me. After listening to the report as usual, Ling Mu nodded and continued to go about his own business. Super Scion is full power, more cumbersome than expected. From the beginning it lasted only 8 hours a day, to the next 1 day, 3 days. Ling Mu did feel that his strength was strengthening. Unfortunately, every 5 days, this state will automatically exit. This is followed by a feeling of weakness for about 10 minutes. This made Ling Mu study for a long time, and he didn't understand what was wrong with him. At that time, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan were not very simple to achieve. In the newly studied 200 times gravity room, after trying to burst out of power again, Ling Mu found that it would still subside as usual. Boss, are you there? Something went wrong with Aitlan Star. Anna's voice sounded outside the gravity room, making Ling Mu wonderful. What's wrong? Walking out of the gravity room, Ling Mu asked curiously. Anna wouldn't call herself before something big happened. We just detected that the star of Etran is completely a death star. But in the middle of the planet, there is a huge amount of energy. What is particularly strange is that the image captured by the satellite is a huge and boundless giant tree. Hearing this, Ling Mu was shocked. Then he frowned. Giant tree in Dragon Ball? The planet dies and feels familiar. I should have seen it myself. Could it be Spirit Tree? The Spirit Tree in the Dragon Ball theatrical edition. Ling Mu was suddenly shocked. Juana's description is so similar to the scene created by the Spirit Tree. In this way, the one who cast the seed of the Spirit Tree is the surviving evil scion, Darren's. The fruit of this Spirit Tree is a good thing. It is clear that only God can eat the fruit. This God is very exquisite. According to Dragon Ball, the king of the realm above is considered a god. This thing has to be grabbed. It seems to be useful to yourself, too. You stay outside of space, I'll make sure. After that, Ling Mu walked out of the cabin door, looked at the dead eightlingzing in front of him, then pointed his finger to his forehead and disappeared into the spaceship. On 8 Blue Star, wearing Scion protective clothing, Dales, who is similar to the Monkey King when he grew up, stared at the giant tree above his head in a daze. The planet is dying, and it looks like it's going to have to look for its next target. Looking at the long red thorns, similar to the spirit fruit of rambutan hanging on the giant tree, Dals sighed sadly. Lord Darren's, in my trade with other civilizations, I have found a planet that meets my goal. Some subordinates stepped forward towards Dales. Hearing this, Dale's face flashed with great interest. The requirements for planting spirit trees are very high, and ordinary planets cannot provide huge vitality. Only a planet that has given birth to a large number of living things can do. Tell me about it. That planet is located in the southern region of the North Galaxy and is called Earth. When Aitlan dies completely in 4 years, we set off for that planet, and it will take about 1 year to travel in between. Darren's expression was noticeably much better. Well, when the time comes, I will reward you with a spirit tree fruit. Lord Shedaris. But just as the two were discussing, a breeze blew through, and a man wearing a black jacket with purple-black hairstyle appeared at the scene. You're Dales, aren't you? Chapter 025. On the dead and silent Aether Blue Star, only under the spirit tree there is a little life. Darren's has lived on this planet for many years, but today he welcomes a stranger. Humph, who are you? Seeing Ling Mu who suddenly appeared, Darren stared gloomy a few times and asked. You don't care who I am, I'm here to take away this spirit fruit tree. After Ling Mu showed a kind smile towards Dales, he then patted the trunk of the spirit tree. There was a huge vitality hidden in the trunk, which made Ling Mu feel comfortable. The spiritual fruit hanging high on the branches is even more delicious. Want my spirit tree? That depends on your skills. An exaggerated sinister smile appeared at the corner of Dale's mouth, and then he stood up and threw away his trench coat, revealing the protective suit he was wearing inside. A green detector was hung by Dale's in the corner of his eye and then activated. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. Bang a bit. When the value jumped to 2 million, the detector in the corner of Dale's eye instantly exploded. Exceeding the upper limit, undetectable combat power, which made Dale's pupils shrink without contracting. Who are you? How can there be such strength? Stronger than Frisia. Dales couldn't help but clench his fists and said deeply. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, Dales, as a survivor, naturally remembered Frisia's combat effectiveness. But the terrible thing is that in front of this person, the original Frisia is not worth mentioning at all. What is even more terrifying is that after so many years, Dales has already surpassed 1 million combat power by relying on the spiritual fruit. But even so, the feeling that Ling Mu gave him was incomprehensible. Is Frisia strong? Ling Mu turned around and asked with a smile. That expression of not caring made Dales even more gloomy. Looks like you must snatch my spirit tree today. Darren said in a low voice, and there was already qi slowly condensing in his hand. Ling Mu smiled, stood in place and clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, "If you have any skills, take it out, otherwise I will take this spirit tree." Seeing Ling Mu so light and indifferent, Dales couldn't help but be angry. "Damn, you think you won? I'm a scion." A dazzling white glow formed in Dale's hands, but it didn't seem to have any attacking power. But in Ling Mu's perception, above space, there was a special energy pouring into this white light. "Humph, you wait for death. After my scion transformed into a giant ape, I have more than 10 times the combat power." Seeing that Ling Mu didn't have any thoughts to stop it, Darren's laughed wildly. Then he threw the white glow into the sky. A bright moon hangs high above the blue star, as beautiful as the moon of the earth. Artificial moon. Ling Mu looked at Darren's movements curiously, and almost forgot this move. The scion giant ape means, the combat effectiveness has indeed risen sharply, but correspondingly, the consciousness will become more chaotic. Bursts of Bert's rays radiate from the artificial moon. I saw that Darren's body began to swell, and the protective suit began to slowly expand. Tyranny, chaos, and a powerful aura emanated from Dales. His tail began to lengthen, his head began to protrude sharply, and his teeth became sharper. Not long after that, I saw a giant ape more than 20 meters tall appear in front of Ling Mu, hammering his chest and hissing. The combat effectiveness really increased tenfold. Now Dales has a combat power of more than 10 million. Ling Mu carefully observed and made sure. His legendary scion bloodline does not seem to be able to be transformed into a giant ape, and it is still a little different from the bloodline of ordinary scions. "This time, you give me death." Dales, who turned into a giant ape, was still conscious, and looked at Ling Mu with a cruel voice. "Oh? Do you think that if you become this thing, you will be able to eat me?" Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. "Haha, my combat power now exceeds 10 million, and Frisia can't beat me. Do you think you can win me?" The giant ape opened his mouth and said sarcastically, and then actually walked to the side, and on the spirit fruit tree, he plucked a red fruit and swallowed it in his mouth. At this time, an even stronger force emerged from the body of the giant ape. "Obedient, this fruit is so powerful." Ling Mu couldn't help but be curious. At this moment, Darren's, on the basis of tens of millions of combat power, actually took another small leap. Ling Mu estimated, the combat effectiveness increased by 20%, there must be. "Hehe, the power of the spirit fruit is unimaginable. This is a fruit that only God can eat." Dales laughed. Then he opened his big mouth, and an extremely strong breath condensed in the mouth of that giant ape. Roar! A giant shock wave erupted from the giant ape's mouth and shot straight towards Ling Mu. The sound of explosions continued to sound in this area, and after the smoke cleared for a long time, the giant ape couldn't help but laugh wildly. "Haha, all these strong people died under my hands." Sorry, I was just thinking about how to remove the spirit fruit tree. However, according to this situation, maybe it is better to kill you first." The fluttering voice suddenly sounded, and Dales couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he wanted to speak, a big foot suddenly appeared and slammed into his giant ape's face. The powerful force instantly made his whole body fly out upside down. A gust of wind drifted by, and when the giant ape had not yet landed, a figure appeared below and kicked it fiercely. This huge great ape rose into the air again. Bang bang! In a short period of time, the giant ape was attacked by hundreds of punches, and the protective clothing was shattered, making him unable to resist. Boom! Finally, the giant ape finally fell to the ground, but at this moment he was covered in scars. Then gradually shrinking, he returned to his human form as Dales. "You! How can it be so strong?" Darles, who was spitting blood, couldn't help but chock. "Not strong or strong, there are many people who are stronger than me. For example, What realm king god, destruction god, angel? Ling Mu clenched his fingers. Now this combat power is really nothing to those gods. But Dales couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood again. That was all gods. You alone, how can you compare to them? Release me, I am willing to serve you as master. Darren's begged for mercy with difficulty. But at this moment, I saw a palm against his forehead. Sabotage! A purple-black energy instantly appeared, causing Darius's pupils to dilate, and then turned into a point of light and floated on the aether blue star. If you can't beat it, you have to release people. Then what else do I cultivate? Ling Mu couldn't help but speak, and then looked at the red fruit on the giant tree. Spirit tree fruit. Let me taste and see what happens. Chapter 026. After picking a spirit tree fruit, Ling Mu felt the powerful power contained in the fruit. This fruit contains the essence of life. Condense all the life essence of 8 blue star. Ling Mu didn't think of Sun Wukong's trick Yuan Qi bomb. It's all about absorbing life vitality. Sun Wukong's Yuan Qi bomb can destroy Bu, which has hundreds of billions of combat power, after absorbing a lot of life vitality. And the spirit fruit tree directly sucked a planet dry to produce so many fruits. How powerful will there be in this? In the theatrical version, Dales only eats one, and there is such a big improvement, but now this tree is full of fruit. Thinking of this, Ling Mu didn't think about it again. According to the current situation of Eitlingxing, Darren's should have successfully planted it once. But why is there only this combat power in the theatrical version, and has there been any change? After thinking about it and not figuring it out, Ling Mu stuffed the spirit fruit directly into his mouth. Click! A faint fragrance fills the mouth, delicious and sweet. But when the fruit enters the stomach, the warm power begins to permeate the whole body. Ling Mu only felt that his brain domain was extremely relaxed. This feeling. It turns out that the main thing about the fruit is not to enhance combat effectiveness, but spiritual power. The anxiety generated a few days ago because of the cultivation of Super Saiyan full power, after this fruit was in the stomach, it actually dissipated directly. Ling Mu already felt that he could maintain full power for a long time. It can even last up to half a year. My body seems to have been strengthened by the vitality. After silently sensing the changes in his body, Ling Mu couldn't help but mutter. And at this moment, Ling Mu's aura began to skyrocket, and the purple-black divine pattern on his back also manifested again, turning into a divine ring and floating behind Ling Mu. A lot of vitality also entered the divine tattoo. The destructive power in the body also seems to have grown a little. Lie down, tease me. When he ate all the fruits in his stomach and saw that the power of the god of destruction really grew, Ling Mu couldn't help but cry out. This fruit can grow so much, and now there are at least tens of thousands of them on this spirit tree, which is the entire vitality of a planet. Retreat, retreat. I have to gnaw this spirit tree. After feeling the strength in his body rise, Ling Mu decided to live here directly for a while. Then he directly teleported and returned to the spaceship. Anna, enter Aitlin. I'm going to squat here for a while. Others go directly to explore. If you can't get it, take a time to summarize the report to me. Time is slowly ticking. Before you know it, a year has passed. In the North Galaxy region, the Lingxi group has become the representative of a huge force. They gathered the power of civilizations and conquered planet after planet. But without much destruction, on the contrary, it opened up trade for many low-level civilizations and helped their civilizations to enter the big family of the universe. Everyone knows that there is a boss of the Ling group, but now he can't see it. I just remembered that his name was Ling Mu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the conquest of the Northern Galaxy, more than 70% of the Eastern region. Reward 100 bottles of ordinary Scion serum and 1 bottle of legendary Scion bloodline. Under the spirit tree that filled the sky, Ling Mu lay on the rocking chair and dozed off. However, when the sound of the system sounded, Ling Mu sneezed and sobered up. System, this task is finally completed. Ding, the test is complete, whether to receive the reward. Receive. At this time, an ordinary box suddenly dropped in front of Ling Mu. After catching and opening it, Ling Mu found bottles of test tube elixirs neatly placed inside. In the very center, there is a bottle of test tubes that emit a light green glow. This thing is serum? System, how to use it? Ding, host, as long as you drink it, you can fuse the serum. Hearing this answer, Ling Mu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the things of the system were convenient to use. Thinking of this, Ling Mu directly teleported and came to the newly built residential area dozens of kilometers away. This is Anna's newest office. Boss, you haven't left work yet, come over so early today. Anna said with a smile. Although this planet is dead and silent, with Ling Mu by his side, life is still as usual. It's just that what she's dealing with now is the things of the planets. And the place where Ling Mu practiced was also changed from the gravity room to under the spirit tree. Something nice for you. Ling Mu took out a bottle of potion that radiated green from his pocket. Anna glanced at it curiously a few times, and couldn't help but ask, what is this? Anna, you drank it first. I'll tell you later. Ling Mu said after thinking about it. Hearing this, Anna snorted, then took the serum and swallowed it all directly. At this moment, I saw Anna like an electric shock, and her whole body was motionless. Her pupils are collapsing, and her hair is windless. The originally blonde hair slowly changed to black, and it became deeper and deeper. A breath of qi erupted from Anna's body. Boom! The entire office suddenly exploded, and the surrounding walls collapsed. Let other employees frightened and wear protective clothing and flee. However, when everyone saw that it was from Anna's office, and the boss Ling Mu, who had not seen each other for a long time, they couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, I saw Anna slowly rising into the air in front of everyone. Ugh! A clear release sound came out of Anna's mouth. Then I saw that her whole body became more slender and graceful. If it was originally a vase, now it seems to be a goddess of war, both beautiful and powerful. The terrifying qi erupted from Anna, and it rose like an unlimited limit. The entire Aether blue star began to vibrate, and even the spirit tree couldn't help but tremble. Just as she reached the highest point, Anna's hair began to change color, and then began to turn green. Wow wow! Boss, what did you give me? At this time, Anna opened her eyes and looked at herself and couldn't help but be curious. However, when he found himself flying in the sky, he suddenly panicked and danced. Bang! Anna, who was still imposing just now, instantly fell to the ground and smashed a big pit. There was nothing at all, but the green hair gradually returned to black. Hey, it's really easy to use. Let me see. This has 100,000 combat strength, not bad. Ling Mu appeared in front of the pit where Anna fell, and looked at his secretary carefully. Hey? I also have combat effectiveness? Anna was pleasantly surprised. Ling Mu couldn't help nodding. Well, it's already hundreds of times more powerful than the martial artists on Earth. From tomorrow, practice with me. Hearing this, Anna was instantly overjoyed. Boss, I want to fight you for 300 rounds to test my physical strength. Today Monday, everyone support. Chapter 027. Spiritual fruits are a good thing. After the big battle with Anna, the whole person was instantly refreshed. There is a boost. In the past 6 months again, the middle-level strength within the Ling group has begun to increase significantly. Since Anna fused the serum, Ling Mu handed the box to her hand and distributed it. The 100 Ling-style employees with an initial combat strength of more than 100 and Scion bloodlines all stayed on 8 Blue Star to cultivate. Ling Mu naturally knew the potential of the Scions. Even if a low-level warrior cultivates hard and is on the verge of death, it will increase his combat effectiveness. The gravity room, Xianbin and Ling Mu also took out a part and asked Anna to distribute it. As a result, just in the past 3 months, hovering on the edge of life and death, a 100,000 strong employee named Shali appeared. Half a year has passed now, and this group of people has a minimum combat power of 10,000. The tallest Ling Mu looked at it, and it was almost 150,000. At this time, it was useless to practice penance, so Ling Mu asked Anna to throw them all into the universe to experience. Otherwise, let them return to Earth, and they must not be bombed. Boss, there is something to say. The competition called the World's First Martial Arts Association that you asked me to undertake 2 years ago will start to be held again. The employee on Earth just emailed me. Anna said to Ling Mu. In the past 6 months, she has followed Ling Mu to cultivate together, eating a spiritual fruit every week, and her combat power has casually reached 1 million combat power. According to her, now enter the 100x gravity room, which is called daily fitness. This made Ling Mu quite speechless. Oh, it's the 23rd Budokai, right? Let's go back then. Ling Mu said after thinking about it. Hearing this, Anna was puzzled and said, Boss, why do you care about this kind of competition? In our current situation, I can't see it at all. Ling Mu was stunned, and then couldn't help but touch Anna's cheek and said mysteriously. You remember to pay attention. Maybe in the future, this kind of competition will affect the life and death of a universe. A puzzled look flashed across Anna's face. Ding! Detected the host's attention to the 23rd Martial Arts meeting, triggering God-level selection. Option 1, participate normally in the 23rd Budokai and win the championship. Reward, name-mixing language. Option 2, defeat the 23rd Budokai champion. Reward, word of God. Option 3, kill the 23rd Budokai champion. Reward, ancient language. Hearing this newly triggered choice, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. Bonus language? It's quite a novelty. However, it was also a bonus. Originally, Ling Mu planned to go back to Earth to take a look. After this martial arts meeting, the big plot of Dragon Ball is about to officially begin. Pick one of the normal competitions and forget it, you have to be laughed at. This champion seems to be the Monkey King, kill him and reward an ancient language, it is simply a blood loss. And I don't know what this language does. System, choose 2. It's not bad to have a god's language, go back and summon a super divine dragon, and you don't have to ask others to speak. Ding! The host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Shaking his body, Ling Mu plucked another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth and said vaguely. Anna, let the organizers raise the prize money a little and publicize it a little bigger. Earth's money isn't worth much anymore, it doesn't matter. Okay, boss, then we leave Aitlan Star the day after tomorrow and prepare to return to Earth. Good. 3 years later, the world's first martial arts association was held again. The first 22 sessions were basically circulated in the circle of martial artists. But this session has attracted the attention of mankind all over the world. Because the organizer of the 23rd Budokai is the Lingxi Group, the legendary Earth organization that developed in the universe. And the bonus of this martial arts association can be very rich. The championship award will directly receive 2 billion yuan, while the second and third places are nearly 1 billion and 500 million respectively. But getting into the top 8 is also rewarding. Therefore, those martial artists who were cultivating in the deep mountains and old forests also appeared one by one and participated in this competition with their lives. It can be said that the level of candidates who entered the top 8 this time, in the past few sessions, has the strength to compete for the top 3. A lot of acquaintances. The turtle immortal looked at the registration office on crutches, and he had just greeted many old acquaintances. Brother. A hoarse female voice sounded in the ears of the turtle immortal, and at some point, an old witch sitting on a crystal ball appeared next to the turtle immortal. Sister? Do you also participate? The turtle immortal's eyes almost popped out, and the divination mother-in-law actually came to the scene. No, several demons under me have signed up for the Budokai competition. This time the prize money is too big. The diviner said expressionlessly. The turtle immortal was speechless. This bonus has blown up his sister, an old immortal. How tempting this is. Master Wushan. There was a cry in the distance, and I saw Klin, Yamcha, and Tianjin rice dumplings appearing at the same time. Well, your cultivation is back? I haven't seen it in 3 years, and I've grown much taller. The turtle immortal looked at his apprentice and said with relief. Haha, it didn't take long for the cultivation to start growing. Klin couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, a gust of wind drifted by, and the grown-up Monkey King appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone! Gaku! Really Gaku? You're taller than me. A group of people laughed and started talking. But at this moment, the world's first martial arts meeting sky, and a shadow suddenly appeared. I saw a spaceship that covered the sky and appeared in front of everyone's sight, making many pedestrians hide in the corner in fear. Just then, the hatch opened. A man in a black jacket jumped and landed lightly on the ground. Subsequently, 2 black-haired beauties also followed him to the ground. It was Ling Mu, Anna, and Violet. Boss, let's go inside. The people above are already waiting. Anna said with a smile. But no one can see that this girl's strength is no longer at the same level as the earth. Even the Violet beside him, after being transformed with ordinary scion bloodlines, has a combat power of nearly 5,000. Ling Mu. Sun Wukong couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw the figure that appeared. Tianjin Fan also looked at the other side with annoyance. If it weren't for the Dragon Ball, the dumplings would really be different from his life and death. Do you see what? Klin said solemnly, and Ling Mu became the biggest boss in their hearts. Sun Wukong shook his head. I can't see it. Humph, don't talk about Ling Mu, you can't even see through the woman next to him. At this moment, a young creature wrapped in a white cloak and covered in green walked up to everyone. Young Great Devil. Sun Wukong said the same after brushing it off. But when his words fell, Klin and the others all changed color. Young Great Devil. Chapter 028. Ling Mu had sensed Sun Wukong's group of people a long time ago, but he didn't go over to say hello. Now they can't enter their own level. Boss, there are more than 1,400 contestants this time. After 20 venues, the 8 finalists were decided, and it was not until the afternoon. Anna looked through the report. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded, then wait patiently. This martial arts competition was much more intense than expected. In the qualifiers, there are big battles from time to time. What was particularly interesting was that when Ling Mu received the list of the quarterfinals, he found that Yamcha had also been eliminated. Yes, that's really weird. Seeing that the person who eliminated Yamcha was actually a subordinate who occupied Pa Babo, Ling Mu couldn't help but be impressed. At this moment, the first game of the quarterfinals began. After seeing a scruffy middle-aged man, a smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. It turned out to be a heavenly god, but it was Tianjin Fan who fought against him. Bang! Soon after Tian Shen kicked Tianjin Fan outside the ring, the audience was stunned. The last champion actually fell in the quarterfinals. Damn, who the hell are you? Tianjin Fan, who got up, couldn't help but say angrily, after 3 years of hard practice, he actually lost at the hands of small people. You don't need to know. The heavenly god, who possessed mortals, took off his glasses and smiled. This made Ling Mu look at it with relish. Come and take bike? Unfortunately, this time the power of Vic is even stronger than in the original book. In the second game, Son Goku came on, and the opponent happened to be Kiki, who spilled a dog food. Ling Mu took out a spirit fruit and gnawed it with a sigh, but Anna looked at it with relish, which seemed to be a woman's nature. Subsequently, the great demon also won the last game. The final 4 is played under Tenjin, Baik, Sun Wukong, and Grandma Zanpo. When in the ring, the heavenly god came with a magic sealing wave, and after being turned over by Baik, Ling Mu called him backstage. Heavenly god, has Hades contacted you over there? What do the people of my Ling group say in the netherworld? Ling Mu asked. Tenjin Dao that returned to its normal appearance. Yes. King Yan Luo informed me because he couldn't contact you. You Ling-style group forces have died tens of thousands of people in the universe. However, most of them are employees from other planets, and there are only 3 employees on Earth. These 3 people are temporarily arranged to work under King Yan. Others must be reincarnated or there will be chaos in Hades. Hearing this, Ling Mu paused for a moment. Well, help me thank King Yan, let those 3 set up an office in the netherworld first. After the people of the other planet Ling group die, just inform the office of any last wishes, and I will send someone to deal with it at that time. Ling Mu thought about it later. With so many employees of the Ling group, it is impossible to resurrect them all. This is not equal in value. But it's okay to fulfill some last wishes, and it can be regarded as the benefit of helping yourself in this life. Vic, what do you want to do with it? When the discussion was over, Tian Shengfeng turned around. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Deal with what? It's good if you don't beat up. Tenjin. The championship game begins. When Son Goku and Vic took off their gravity suits, the audience boiled. The other martial artists were also shocked. This is still a person? Wear such heavy clothes and fight people. In the ring, the Qigong waves of the 2 exploded in mid-air from time to time. That powerful strength makes people look at it. Vic was reborn by the severed limb of the powerful bloodline, and exchanged injuries with Sun Wukong. But in the final confrontation process, it was still defeated by Sun Wukong. I announce that the champion of the 23rd Tianxia No. 1 Martial Arts Association is Sun Wukong. He will get 2 billion in cash, as well as the opportunity to challenge the boss of Lingxi Group, Ling Mu. The cheers resounded throughout the scene, and when Sun Wukong picked up the trophy exhausted, it also meant that his journey of youth was over. But at this moment, a figure wearing a black jacket appeared in the center of the ring. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed. When this young man with purple-black hairstyle appeared, the entire scene of the world's first martial arts meeting could not help but be silenced. Do you want to challenge me? Ling Mu looked at Sun Wukong and said lightly. Hearing this, the exhausted Monkey King slowly stood up and said weakly. Of course, Ling Mu, I must defeat you. A smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and then he took out a fairy bean from his pocket and threw it over. Let's eat. I'm standing here, if you can make me move a step, count me losing. At this moment, the audience set off an uproar. The boss of this Lingxi group is so confident. The battle that Sun Wukong had just had with the great demon king was obvious to all. You look down on people less. I'm not who I was 3 years ago. After eating the fairy beans to recover, Sun Wukong said solemnly. He also raised a finger and pointed at his arm, indicating not to underestimate him. Ling Mu smiled evilly, and after the purple-black hairstyle tilted slightly, he saw Ling Mu spread his 5 fingers and raised his palm to aim at Sun Wukong. No, I never cared about you. Ling Mu said lightly. Then I saw a white giant shockwave suddenly erupt, grazing Sun Wukong's shoulders and flying towards the sky. In this short moment, Sun Wukong didn't even have time to react. I felt that a lot of blood had begun to emerge from my ears. Abominable. Sun Wukong clenched his fist unwillingly, this kind of gap again. In an instant, he swooped and engaged in hand-to-hand combat towards Ling Mu in the ring. The banging of the air reached the ears of every audience. Sun Wukong's fighting figure disappeared, which was not something they could see. But under the ring, Vic, who had just recovered, had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Because in his line of sight, a purple-black protective shield appeared in front of Ling Mu. No matter how much power Sun Wukong used, he couldn't break through this air shield. Abominable! Turtle Pai Qigong! When he realized that his attack had no effect at all, Sun Wukong jumped back, and then condensed the strength of his whole body to strike the strongest Qigong wave. The temperature at the Budokai site suddenly increased. With the white Qigong waves visible to the naked eyes of ordinary people, they directly bombarded towards Ling Mu. But unfortunately, Sun Wukong's strongest blow still couldn't break Ling Mu's defense. You still have to keep trying. Ling Mu was in the ring without the slightest pressure, and then simply spread his hands. Boom! The purple-black protective shield that was originally just surrounding Ling Mu suddenly expanded. The stone slabs in the ring began to splash. I saw that the land through which the protective cover passed was completely baptized and cut, becoming smooth and neat. And when the protective shield swelled to Sun Wukong's side, the destructive aura instantly made Sun Wukong's skin flow blood. Okay, go down. Ling Mu said lightly, his eyes widened. I saw Sun Wukong's body ejected into the air like a piece of paper and fell outside the ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the defeat of the 23rd Budokai champion. Reward, the language of the gods. Chapter 029. Strange knowledge drilled into Ling Mu's mind, making Ling Mu's consciousness a little trance. It is a strange language that crosses time and space, and its syllables are simple, but difficult to remember. A single word can cover multiple meanings. Even in terms of pronunciation, ordinary people without strength cannot say a word completely. Sure enough, it was the word of God. After Ling Mu felt the mysterious words in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. The scene of the world's first martial arts meeting. All the spectators looked at the man in the ring in horror. Only then did everyone really recognize the boss of the Ling group. Powerful, rich, handsome. This is what many women know. Horror, merciless, callous. This is the male understanding of Ling Mu. Ling Mu, tell me how big the difference in our strength is. Bang! Sun Wukong burst out from outside the ring, and fell into the ring again. Hearing this, Ling Mu smashed his mouth. Let's put it this way. If I compare you to one, then I am 100 million. Ling Mu pondered. 2 years have passed, and the tens of billions of combat power have also crossed. But it was not worth Ling Mu's excitement. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes were imposing, he clenched his fists, and then turned his head angrily and asked under the ring. Kikai, Master Wushan, how much is 100 million? Bang bang! At this moment, most of the people who heard this fell to the ground. Even Ling Mu had a strange look. How much is 100 million? Anna, let's go. There was no communication with Sun Wukong's IQ at all, and Ling Mu planned to leave. Boss, this game is good. Overall, it also made more than 10 billion. How about we have a fight in the galaxy? This way you can earn many cosmic coins. Anna walked to Ling Mu's side and couldn't help but be happy. Hearing this, Ling Mu was stunned. In the North Galaxy, fund the martial arts meeting? It seems feasible that in the next few years, the Lingxi group will begin to expand into various regions of the galaxy. It's good to take the opportunity to publicize the publicity. In addition, he may be able to attract some other masters who can fight with him. After all, the Earth's Martial Arts Association is too weak. Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't help but think. Ding! It has detected that the host has a strong will to hold a martial arts meeting in the galaxy, triggering a long-term, God-level selection. Option 1, within 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Budokai and win the championship. Reward, the power of time and space. Option 2, within 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Budokai and win the championship, more than 1 million participants, 100 people. Reward, the power of miracles. Option 3, within 5 years, successfully hold the first Galaxy Budokai and win the championship, more than 100 million participants, 20 people. Reward, the power of creativity. Long-term God-level choice? Ling Mu couldn't help but pause. System, what does long-term God-level selection mean? Ding, during the long-term God-level selection mission, other God-level choices can also be triggered. Hearing this, Ling Mu pondered, that is to say, this long-term God-level choice belongs to another main mission. But this reward is really exaggerated. The power of time and space, the power of miracles, the power of creation. It's all about the power of rules. The only reward that matches this is the destructive power obtained by killing the dragon at the beginning. The Galaxy Martial Arts Association must be held, and this reward is not a fool. Even in comparison, it doesn't matter how the Galactic Martial Arts Association is held. What matters is what reward you choose. The power of time and space can travel through the past and the future. The power of miracles is the power that created the Dragon Balls. The power of creation should be the power of the gods and angels of the realm, capable of resurrecting living things. At this moment, Ling Mu was also stumped. How to choose? Maybe you shouldn't look at the choices now, but think about what forces will be needed in the future. As soon as this rhetorical question appeared in his mind, Ling Mu suddenly had an idea. Regarding time and space, the most important character is the future Trunks. Several powerful enemies were born in his time and space. After the Monkey King destroys Frisia, the future chapter will be completely opened. It will probably take a few years to use the power of time and space. If you have the power of miracles, from Earth Dragon Ball to Namex Dragon Ball, to Super Dragon Ball. In addition to Super Dragon Balls, the others, as long as Ling Mu wants to collect them, can be achieved in a short time. There is no need to collect the power of miracles to make a set of Dragon Balls. As for the power of creation, Ling Mu thought about it and didn't know where to use it. Is it likewise, to give Bulma a child in the future? Look to the sky. Thinking about that picture, Ling Mu himself couldn't help but roll his eyes. System, choose one. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. When he heard the confirmation sound, Ling Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then, the holding of the Galaxy Martial Arts Association will be put on the agenda. Although you only choose the easiest task, you must also do the best. All the strong men who appear at this stage have given me to participate in the martial arts meeting. And it is necessary to fool all of you with the greatest benefit. A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Let's have a big fight. Anna, prepare to hold the first Galaxy Martial Arts Conference in 5 years. The champion will receive 10 billion cosmic coins, 3 ordinary wishes, 10 spirit fruits, and 10 fairy beans. The runner-up will receive 5 billion cosmic coins, a common wish, 5 spirit fruits, and 5 fairy beans. The third runner-up will receive 2 billion cosmic coins, 5 spirit fruits, and 5 fairy beans. By the way, everyone can participate, including the employees of the Ling Shi group, as well as all the gods of the galaxy. Hearing Ling Mu speak, Anna couldn't help but be stunned, and then said excitedly, "Wow, boss, I'm going to compete too." Ling Mu smiled slightly, touched Anna's cheek and said, "Of course, this time, I will also participate." The earth exploded. One day after the end of the first Budokai of the day, Ling Shi Group announced through the media that 5 years later, the Galaxy Martial Arts Association would be established, and after fighting with the powerhouses of various civilizations in the universe, martial arts instantly became a hot topic. It turns out that not only on Earth, but in the universe, martial artists are also admired. When Sun Wukong and the others heard the news, they couldn't help but get excited. Bike, Tianjin Fan, and the others all began to cultivate hard. Especially when Bulma sent the gravity chamber within 200 times, this group of people began a new round of cultivation. Ling Mu, on the other hand, had already left Earth and began to prepare for the Galactic Martial Arts meeting. Many things have to be prepared, including Dragon Balls and other things to collect. In particular, a universe-wide broadcast is required to stir up the heat. Chapter 030. The miraculous power of the Earth Dragon Ball is not enough to broadcast to the entire universe. However, that Megastar Dragon should be enough. When Ling Mu left Earth again, he had already planned what he was going to do. Anna, choose the planet where the Galactic Martial Arts Association will be held. I'll go to Namex first and collect some things. After instructing Anna, Ling Mu left Eitlingxing directly and prepared to go to Namex. For Ling Mu now, there is no need to worry about this kind of thing at all. As long as the name of the planet is announced, the existence can be found immediately. Namex is in the northern region of the northern Milky Way. That was Frisia territory. Now the two largest forces in the North Galaxy are the Ling Group and the Frisia Legion. But Ling Mu didn't have the mind to expand to the north for the time being, because the Eastern Galaxy, the Ling Group had not yet finished digesting it. So Frisia will stalk it first. But if you dare to come to trouble yourself, don't blame Ling Mu for being ruthless. 2 months later, a green planet appeared in front of Ling Mu's eyes. There are also 3 stars around that radiate sunlight. That megastar has arrived. Looking at this planet that occupies an important plot, Ling Mu did not look at it carefully. To be honest, if it weren't for the appearance of the scions, then Meiji would also be considered a strong family. In addition to having the power of rebirth from severed limbs, the most important thing is fusion. Gather the strength of the whole clan and turn into a powerful warrior. Ding! Detected the host's recognition of name seeing, triggering God-level selection. Option 1, summon the dragon of Namex and fulfill your 3 wishes. And help the nemesis get out of trouble, reward, combat power plus 50 million. Option 2, summon the Namex divine dragon and fulfill your 3 wishes. Accept the Namex people. Reward, combat power plus 60 million. Option 3, summon the Namex divine dragon and fulfill your 3 wishes. Destroy all nemesis. Reward, combat power plus 70 million. Is this choice just a simple increase in combat effectiveness? After Ling Mu looked at the options, he couldn't help but pause. Eliminate all the Namex people, Ling Mu is not interested in this. As for the first 2 options, of course, which reward is better, choose that. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Namex has no night because there are 3 stars shining. And because of the rotation of stars, the photosynthesis of plants is strong. That's why the star changes so that even the sky is green. When Ling Mu descended on this planet, he saw hundreds of islands, covering the sea. The nemesis seemed to be surviving in a tribal situation. Ling Mu sensed many weak auras on the island. The most powerful one, the combat power did not exceed 60,000. Well, just go there. The most powerful nemesis seems to be the one who fused with Bike, right? Ling Mu recalled the plot of the Dragon Ball and pondered. Then he put his finger on his forehead and teleported away from the spacecraft. On a hill, low, circular blister buildings stand staggered between boulders. Several green nemesis people are basking in food and leisurely enjoying the sun. And the most powerful Niru, standing on the edge of the cliff, behind him is a huge building. The Great Elder, the supreme ruler of Namex, rested inside. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in Niru's ears. Niru, welcome in the distinguished guests from outside. Hearing the Great Elder's voice, Niru's face changed. He didn't feel anyone at all. But at this moment, I saw a human man in a black jacket, just walking up the cliff and appearing in front of Niru. What man? Niru's face changed, he shouted, and then moved at high speed to attack. But just as he was just getting started, a finger lightly tapped on his green forehead. It was like the weight of a planet weighing on him, making him unable to move at all. It's too slow, not right, or too weak. The corner of the man's mouth smiled, and he slowly withdrew his finger. At this moment, a drop of cold sweat broke out from Niru's forehead. The man in front of him was unfathomable, and Niru estimated that it seemed that all the Nemesis people together could not beat him. This person was none other than Ling Mu. Distinguished guests in the universe, welcome to Name Seeing. The old man's dull voice sounded in Ling Mu's ears. Great Elder, interesting. Ling Mu laughed and walked towards the huge building. And Nero also followed closely, in case Ling Mu had any problems, he desperately wanted to block it. A huge figure with a wrinkled face sits on a huge chair. It was the Great Elder of Namex. Introduce yourself, my name is Ling Mu. Boss of Ling Shi Group. I'm here today to borrow Dragon Balls from you. In addition, I hope that your Nemesis family will follow me from now on. Ling Mu said straight to the point. But as soon as these words came out, it made Niru's face on the side change greatly. Bastard, what did you say? Nero instantly clenched his fists and stepped forward angrily. Ling Mu, on the other hand, only glanced at Nero lightly, and then set his gaze on the Supreme Ruler Great Elder. Yes. The dull and old voice of the Great Elder sounded, which filled Nero's face with horror. And Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. This agrees? Originally, I wanted to do it directly. Ling Mu, but before that, you have to tell me how you use Dragon Ball. Also, what do the Nemesis need to do for you in the future? The Great Elder spoke. Hearing this, after thinking about it, Ling Mu said directly. In the case of Dragon Ball, I am going to hold a Galaxy Martial Arts Association recently, and I need to send a Galaxy broadcast. By the way, strengthen my home planet Earth. In addition, for the future arrangements of your Nemesis, in addition to guarding the Dragon Balls, my secretary will arrange the squad according to the strength to carry out space exploration. Hearing this, the Great Elder couldn't help but ponder, and only after a long time sighed, yes. Niru, call Dandy and let him take Ling Mu to collect the Dragon Balls. Niru's face was full of horror and wanted to say something, but in the end he walked out of the giant building weakly. Not long after, I saw a small Nemesis walked in. That young green appearance is the future Earth God Dandy. Hello, the Great Elder arranged for me to take you to other villages. Dandy said a little scared. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. Let's go. The inside of the giant building was dull, and when Ling Mu was gone, Nero dared to ask. Great Elder. Why? Because he has the power to destroy the entire planet. But we have no ill will towards us, and even I smell the same kind of breath. Chapter 031. Ling Mu didn't know what the Great Elder and Nero were talking about. Under Dandy's instructions, after Ling Mu went to 7 islands, he finally gathered the Dragon Balls of Namex. Compared to the Dragon Balls of Earth, the Dragon Balls of Namex are even larger. The miraculous power contained in it can also fulfill 3 wishes at a time. Ling Mu, let's go back and summon the Divine Dragon. Dandy said with difficulty. In one day, running so many places, for him as a little guy, is indeed a little tired. Let's go. Ling Mu took Dandy's hand and teleported, returning directly to the place where the Great Elder lived. This shocked Dandy, who showed his figure. It turned out to be so far away, and it came back all at once. Dandy, summon the dragon. The voice of the Great Elder sounded. At this time, Nero had a helpless look. It seemed that the Great Elder had already done his job and bowed his head like a fate. Dandy nodded excitedly, using the language of the Nemesis, and began to summon the Divine Dragon. The sky gradually darkened, and a thick and mighty Divine Dragon burst out from the Dragon Ball. Name your 3 wishes. Namex Shenlong spoke. Ling Mu, you say. Dandy turned his head and couldn't help himself. After Ling Mu sorted out his words, he said directly, Dandy, the first wish, let the divine dragon strengthen the earth, and it will not be easily destroyed. Okay. Dandy turned his head and translated at the name Shenlong. When his words fell, the earth, far away on the other side of the universe, began to change. The rock layers are becoming more compact, and the speed of the molten under the ground is also slightly faster. The entire core of the earth seems to be covered with a layer of iron. The first wish has come true. Dandy translated the dragon's words. Ling Mu nodded and spoke again. Dandy, second wish. Send a notification to all creatures in the galaxy with more than 100 combat power. 5 years later, on October 760 of the galactic calendar, the Lingxi group held the first session, the world's first galactic martial arts meeting. In addition to tens of billions of cosmic coins, the champion can also fulfill 3 wishes, as well as 10 spiritual fruits. The runner-up can get 5 billion cosmic coins, fulfill 1 wish, and 5 spiritual fruits. The competition venue is located in Ibiga Star. For details, you can contact Lingxi Group for consultation. This time the wish was longer, and after Dandy listened to it all, he began to organize the language translation. This time, the divine dragon was silent for a long time, and it seemed to be thinking. Just when Ling Mu thought that his wish had failed, Shenlong spoke, "Your wish has been fulfilled." At this moment, the minds of all the strong people in the universe suddenly flashed a notice about the world's first galactic martial arts association. Earth. Oh hey! The Galaxy Martial Arts Association has really started to be held. Sun Wukong said excitedly as he ate. And Kiki on the side was also shocked by this voice in her head. Humph, Lingxi Group, the person who killed my brother is the boss of this group. Frisia sat in the spaceship and flapped his tail. But behind him, there was an even more powerful and tall frozen demon with a gloomy face. Exactly the Kurdish king. Frisia, 5 years later, we will counterattack the eastern region, and by the way, go and see this martial arts association. There are many, many more like this. For example, Bike, King God, Dr. Gro, etc. Ling Mu, there is one last wish. Dandy couldn't help but turn his head and speak. But Ling Mu smiled and said, the last wish is to strengthen the name Nemesis. Hearing this, a flash of gratitude flashed in Dandy's eyes. On the other side, the Great Elder and Nero also showed the same expression. In fact, originally the last wish, Ling Mu wanted to move the Nemesis directly to his own territory. But the trouble is that the 3 surrounding stars can't move with them. Without these 3 stars, then Mizing may be destroyed by climate change, which is not what Ling Mu wants. Your wishes have all come true, goodbye. Shenlong said in Namekashi language. The whole body turned into a ray of light and returned to the Dragon Ball. Then, I saw the 7 Dragon Balls turned into stone, wanting to scatter and separate. But as soon as Ling Mu raised his hand, he saw that these 7 stones were gathered together again. Great Elder, you should keep this Dragon Ball first. In 5 years, I'm going to use it. After thinking about it, Ling Mu still decided not to take the Dragon Ball. Because even if you take it away, it is useless if you don't know that Mizing language. Put it in the Nemesis people, it is the best choice. Thank you. The old man's voice said gratefully, which made Ling Mu quite dazed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of summoning the Dragon Ball, fulfilling the wish, and subduing the Namenex. Combat effectiveness plus 60 million. As the sound of the system sounds, Ling Mu only felt another surge of power in his body. This made Ling Mu hurriedly say, Great Elder, then I'll go first. If there is an emergency, you can contact Anna of the Lingxi group. After speaking, Ling Mu teleported and went directly to the other side of Namexing. Ling Mu returned to normal, and when these 60 million combat strength were added, his basic combat strength quietly climbed to 200 million. Host, Ling Mu. Combat effectiveness, 210 million, normal. Bloodline, legendary Scion bloodline. Rule power, the power of destruction, can be increased to destroyer god over time. Skills, teleportation, infinite dawn, scythe, word of god. Seeing this data, after Ling Mu thought about it, a momentum exploded slightly. I saw a layer of purple-black energy covering his whole body, and suddenly turned into a Super Scion destruction form. Well, 13 billion combat power. Then it seems that if it breaks out on its own, it should be able to exceed 20 billion. Looking at the numbers on the board, Ling Mu thought secretly. Super Scion is full power, he has been cultivating for more than 2 years, and his body has long been adapted. Then, perhaps the realm should be pushed to the level of Super 2. The trip to Namex ended quickly, and a month later, Ling Mu returned to Eitlingxing to start cultivating. However, after Ling Mu used the Dragon Ball to release the broadcast news of the world's first Galactic Martial Arts Association, the entire Lingxi group also quietly became busy. Everyone was taking the time to cultivate hard, and the group of new scions who had taken the serum entered the gravity room even more desperately. However, on this day, a news from Anna made Ling Mu to feel surprised, and then stopped cultivating. Boss! Shili is dead. The one with the highest potential for ordinary science? He has exceeded 200,000 combat power, right? Ling Mu said suspiciously. Anna nodded. That's right, it's really dead. Died on an asteroid called Wampa. It was the message that he personally sent back. Chapter 032. Wampa asteroid? A look of stunned expression flashed across Ling Mu's face. Is that really that person? That legendary Super Scion Broly? According to Xiaoli's strength, he is also the number 1 person in the universe. Ling Mu also knew that Xiaoli also had immortal beings allocated by the group. In addition to encountering a strong person whose irresistible rules and strength exceeded the boundary, Ling Mu couldn't think of any other reason that made Xiaoli unable to escape. Inside the asteroid called Wampa, that's only Broly. What did Xiaoli's message say before he died? Ling Mu asked without asking. Hearing this, Anna shook her head and said, I don't know, I just saw this report. I'll have the final voice delivered. When that voice was sent, Ling Mu found out that Xiaoli had been dead for more than 4 months. This means that after going out to practice from the beginning, Xiaoli died directly. Boss, this voice was received by an exploration team in outer space a month ago. When they knew it was Xiaoli, they reported the news. But I'm not dealing with it until now. Anna couldn't help but say frustratedly. Ling Mu shook his head and stroked Anna's cheek. I don't blame you. Let's put the voice first. Hearing this, Anna nodded, and then turned on the last voice left by Xiaoli. A screeching sound came out. Where Xiaoli is, the living environment is harsh. There are even the sounds of large creatures creeping mixed in. Whoops! Strangers who received this signal, please listen. You will be paid for millions of cosmic coins. I'm Xiaoli, the captain of the Lingxi group. I'm now in Wampa. Inside the asteroid. Please help me inform Secretary Anna of the Ling group and boss Ling Mu of my last words. Wampa, on an asteroid. There are people of similar blood to Anna's secretary. I'm seriously injured and can't escape. Click. Me and the squad perished. Bang bang. When the sound of the Qigong wave explosion sounded, Ling Mu's eyes began to glow with a chill. It seems that Broly is right, and Xiaoli said that people with similar bloodlines to Anna are Chuan Chao. Boss. Is this possible? Anna didn't dare to say anything. After obtaining the serum, she knew the huge power in her body. Ling Mu nodded and slowly spoke, nothing is impossible. The news that Xiaoli brought back with his life is worth believing. Go, you and I go to Earth together, and then to the planet Wampa. Anna was silent, and then nodded seriously. Okay, 1 hour later. In addition, I immediately arranged for someone to take care of the aftermath for Shali. Hearing this, Ling Mu paused before he couldn't help laughing. What's the hurry? Employees like Shali, of course, want to use the Dragon Ball resurrection. Go back to Earth first. I'll go to Hades to find him. When Ling Mu returned to Earth with Anna, he teleported to the netherworld and saw his subordinate Shali. At this moment, with a halo on his head, he was sitting in the office chatting with some other dead Lingxi group employees. Lord Yan Luo. Thank you. When he saw this layout, Ling Mu couldn't help but thank him. Presumably, their own employees never thought that after entering the netherworld, there would be such benefits. Ling Mu, it's okay. By the way, your world's first galactic martial arts meeting, can people from the netherworld participate? King Yan Luo's voice suddenly sounded. And he was also very concerned about this matter. King Yan Luo, of course. At that time, the participants in the underworld, you can report to the Lingxi group. Ling Mu spoke, but Anna on the side was full of curiosity. This was her first time in the netherworld. Unexpectedly, after death, the Ling group has this kind of benefit. Shali. The cold voice sounded in Shali's ears, but when he turned back, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw Anna, the general secretary of the Ling group, and the boss wearing a black jacket appear in front of him. You know, it's in Hades right now. Boss, Secretary Anna. Shali exclaimed excitedly, causing several employees in the office to look at it curiously. As a result, when he saw his boss and secretary, he was instantly undecided. What is even more exaggerated is that many of those ghost teams also rushed out. They are all employees of other planets of the Lingxi group. Dear employees, be quiet, this is the netherworld. The group cannot resurrect every employee, but it can help you fulfill your last wishes. You can fill out the report later in this office. After Ling Mu released a little momentum, he quickly controlled the scene. However, when he saw the excited expressions of those who died after death, Ling Mu also praised his decision. Shali, this time I came to Hades mainly to find you. Who did you meet on the planet Wampa at that time? Soon after, Ling Mu took Shali to a quiet place to inquire. Boss, his name is Broly. It's like an undead monster. I killed a few giant worms on the planet Wampa, and then he went crazy and chased me. Even her hair has turned as bright green as when Anna's secretary transformed. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but cover his forehead. Kill a few giant insects and be hunted down by Broly? Wait a minute, you kill a few bugs, why did that guy kill you? Shali also shook his head in confusion. I don't know, anyway, when Broly chased me, he kept shouting Baya in his mouth. I started the spacecraft and fled the planet Wampa. But in the end, that guy flew straight into the atmosphere and dragged my spacecraft down. Ling Mu was speechless, and he could imagine Shali's despair at that time. However, Ling Mu also understood why Broly was mad. Baya. It seems to be the giant worm that trained against Broly. In this way, it is really sad that Shali died. You cultivate in the netherworld, find a time, and I will resurrect you. But you'll have to be careful later. Ling Mu patted Shali's shoulder, making this guy stunned. Groove? Resurrection? Does the group still have this benefit? On the distant Wampa asteroid, Broly, wearing animal skin leggings, silently endured his father's punishment. Broly, I told you, notify me first when you see a stranger. Why did you kill that person then? The model of that spaceship is even more powerful than Frisia. We may be able to escape the planet. Paragath, who used to be the planet of Vegeta, said angrily. He killed Baya. Damn bugs! Paragas said angrily, and then pressed the button in his hand. I saw that Broly's body was covered with arcs of electricity, stinging him. Chapter 033. After a few busy days in the netherworld, Ling Mu left the Earth directly, took a unique spaceship, and headed towards the planet Wanpa. Now the arrangement of the Ling group in the netherworld has been carried out in an orderly manner. Although it is impossible to resurrect every Ling-style employee, it is certainly no problem to register to help fulfill the last wish. This is the last salary that Ling Mu pays to his employees, fulfilling a wish after your death. 2 months later, a dark red planet full of potholes appeared in front of Ling Mu's eyes. Xiaoli's last signal before his death came from here. Ling Mu walked towards the glass hatch of the spacecraft and looked at Wampa Star to confirm. "That's right, boss, this is it." Anna nodded and said, she came over this time to see people with similar blood to her. Well, the environment is really bad. When Ling Mu found that the entire periphery of the planet floated through a cloud of black lines from time to time, he sighed without hesitation. Broly is indeed very talented, but this harsh environment has also helped him keep growing. In the Scion generation, if you want to say that the most talented person at birth, it is him. Monkey King belongs to the lower class warriors, Vegeta belongs to the upper class warriors, and Broly can become a legendary warrior. But unfortunately, if King Vegeta had subdued Broly, there would definitely be nothing wrong with Frieza. Ding, detected the host's admiration for Broly, and both sides are legendary level Scion, triggering the God level selection. Option 1, fight normally, fight Broly, and win. Rewards, plus 200 million combat power, Ancient Scion bloodline. Option 2, submit a battle, defeat Broly and submit. Rewards, combat power plus 300 million, Ancestor level Scion bloodline. Option 3, a battle of life and death. Kill Broly. Reward, combat power plus 400 million, Taku Scion bloodline. When the choice of the system sounded again, Ling Mu couldn't help frowning. The reward is exaggerated, and once again there is a bloodline reward. Is Broly so important? System, Ancient, Ancestor, Primeval, which bloodline is the most advanced? After Ling Mu looked at it slightly, he asked directly. The 3 major bloodlines are all above the transmission level, which is a little difficult for Ling Mu to judge. Because these 3 bloodlines have not appeared in the existing plot of Dragon Ball, when Ling Mu first came to the Dragon Ball world, he remembered that there was a theatrical version of the original book about the ancestor of the Scion Samashi to be released. But in the end, it was replaced by Broly. Could it be that the bloodline mentioned in it is the powerful bloodline of the past? But just then, the voice of the system came. Ding, the highest level is the Ancestor level Scion bloodline. Ancient level and Taku level, what is the difference? Ding, please explore on your own. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but pause. The system does not explain? So it seems that these bloodlines all seem to have a story. However, since you clearly told yourself that the most powerful is the Ancestor level, then you choose to? After thinking about it again, Ling Mu finally confirmed it. System, choose to. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Above the planet Wampa, Paragus ate the food that was difficult to swallow, and looked up at the sky weakly. Not far away, his son Broly is hunting a giant spider hiding in a cave. After a burst of gas, I saw Broly savagely break off the spider's spider legs, put it to his mouth and start sucking the liquid in it. This day, when is ahead, the previous spacecraft are all broken, and there is no way to repair it. How old am I? Paragatha's vicissitudes muttered, but his eyes felt despair for what happened back then. If he can go out this time, he will definitely destroy King Vegeta directly. But at this moment, Paragus's pupils couldn't help shrinking. On the planet Wanpa, the dark red and black atmosphere suddenly appeared aflame. That's exactly what an alien spacecraft came in. Saved. Finally saved. Broly, you come for me. Paragus shouted, then pressed the mechanism button in his hand. This made Broly, who was swallowing spider legs in the distance, shudder and then endured the pain and returned to Paragus. "Did you see the ship up there? Take me there. You remember, you must not kill people this time." When Broly's eyes looked to the sky and saw the spaceship, he nodded, picked up the Paragus on his back, and ran towards the place where the spacecraft landed. "Boss, there are people with more than 500,000 combat power approaching." As soon as she opened the spaceship, Anna spoke directly. "Well, it should be Na Broly." Ling Mu nodded, he had sensed Broly's chase before the spaceship landed. Seeing that all around him were potholed barren land, Ling Mu lit a cigar, and then said lightly, "Wait for him here." Anna willingly, directly threw out a universal capsule, sorted out some commonly used things, all sorted out. When Paragus was taken by Broly to the location where the spacecraft landed, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I don't know when, I saw furniture outside the spaceship. A man and a woman, smoking a cigarette, drinking juice, watching TV. Hello too, can you give me something to eat?" When Paragus was put down by Broly, his eyes walked forward excitedly. He has not experienced this normal life for many years. Ling Mu's eyes flickered, and then looked at the middle-aged scion who was extremely vicissitudes. Dazuo, who used to be Vegeta Star, fell into this field, and I have to say that it is too failed. "Sit down." Ling Mu looked at Paragus and directly motioned for him to sit at the table. Anna was also at this time, throwing out a universal capsule. "I saw a large amount of fragrant food appear on the table." Thank you." A hint of wetness appeared in the corner of Paragus's eyes and thanked him. This made Ling Mu stunned. It seems that in the planet Wanpa, this guy is really too sad. "Wait, before I eat, I need Mr. Paragus to make a decision." Ling Mu stood up abruptly and spoke. This made Paragus' hand shaking with the food, because the person in front of him knew his identity. "Who are you?" Paragus put down the food very reluctantly, flashed a trace of pain and asked. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Ling Mu, the boss of the North Galaxy Lingxi Group. The cosmic broadcast about the Galactic Martial Arts Association a few days ago, I think you also heard it. Should know something about me. I came to this planet to see you this time because of Broly. You killed one of my employees a few months ago, you must remember." When Ling Mu's words fell behind Paragatha's eyes were full of shock and chagrin. Chapter 034. A few days ago, in the universe, the broadcast about the Galactic Martial Arts Association was naturally received by Paragus. It's a pity that he can't go out on the planet Wampa, otherwise he would definitely take Broly to the race. At this moment, Paragus finally had a preliminary impression of Ling Mu. "You're the man's boss?" Paragus recalled in amazement. Ling Mu nodded and said, "That's right, I'll come in person this time." "Just come to Broly." Paragus, give you two choices. First, let Broly follow me, you can enjoy the blessing with peace of mind. 2. I'll bury Broly and you on this planet together. Ling Mu stood up and said lightly, and a breath of qi appeared from him, making the corners of Paragus' eyes tremble. The picture that was just still kind changed instantly. "Ling Mu, aren't you afraid that King Vegeta will trouble you?" "I'm a scion Dazo," Paragath said in a low voice. But as soon as he said this, Anna next to him couldn't help but smile and show a bright smile. "That Vegeta star has been destroyed by Frieza for more than 10 years. Frieza's brother Gura was also killed by our boss. Do you think it makes sense for you to say this?" Anna said directly with a bright smile, making Paragus couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Vegeta star destroyed by Frieza?" At this moment, Paragus's complexion changed greatly, especially when he heard that Gula had also been destroyed. He did not understand it even more. This name, the new generation of scions may not have heard. But these old men knew that it was the first son of the Kurdish king. It once appeared, but then disappeared. So in the end, it will be inherited by Frieza. While other things weren't quite certain, Paragus understood. Gula's strength is definitely more terrifying than Frisia. Mr. Ling Mu, so, you must seek revenge on our father and son. Broly, come here. Paragus shouted gloomily. At this moment, I saw another part of the rock wall. Broly, wearing leggings and animal skin, instantly appeared in front of the spacecraft. Ling Mu looked at this Super Saiyan carefully. The hidden aura was very powerful, and Ling Mu had already sensed it. But he can't seem to dig it out and use it. How? Still want to do it? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. And Paragus' gloomy face, and then bowed slightly towards Ling Mu and said, Mr. Ling Mu, I'm sorry, we father and son can't help it in order to survive. Hearing this, Ling Mu flashed a hint of surprise, originally thinking that this guy was still thinking about every second by relying on his son. It seems that it is quite interesting. Thinking of this, Ling Mu smiled and said, It seems that you are very confident in Broly's combat effectiveness, so let's do it. If I defeat him, then you too will follow me in the future. Paragatha's heart sank, and then he walked solemnly towards Broly. I saw that he stretched out his hand, touched Broly's forehead, and actually disassembled the current device. Broly, have a good fight. Paragus said deeply, but Broly was very confused. Usually his father didn't let him do it, but what happened this time? But at this moment, a gust of wind blew gently, and Ling Mu appeared in front of Broly and said leisurely, Your bug friend, Baya, was killed by my staff. In an instant, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. A super aura erupted from Broly. Baya, Baya. With a sigh, I saw Broly's body suddenly grow in a circle. Pupil Xian's anger burned, and his hair was windless. Bang! A strong air explosion sounded, and Broly's straight fist containing Qigong instantly hit Ling Mu. But Ling Mu just raised his hand lightly and directly held his fist. It's pretty good, from 500,000 combat power, instantly jumped to 3 million. Burst into full force. Ling Mu said lightly without pressure. But the eyes of Paragath on the side widened in disbelief. Broly was blocked so easily. Baya, Baya. Boom. Broly's breath suddenly skyrocketed. 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. In a short period of time, it actually jumped to tens of millions of combat strength. But even so, he still couldn't break free from Ling Mu's fist. A. The roar kept ringing, and Broly looked like a mad demon. But his fist still couldn't move at all, and at this moment, it seemed that it could no longer be raised. Well, isn't anger enough? I remember that he could beat Super Blue like a dog, but now it doesn't seem to be as powerful as I thought. Ling Mu, who imprisoned Broly, couldn't help but think. Paragus, I have wronged you. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. What? Paragus said unexpectedly, but at this moment, a Qigong ray burst out directly from Ling Mu's finger, piercing through the body of Paragus. At this moment, Paragus's pupils couldn't help but enlarge. Fell to the ground in disbelief. Boom! At some point, dark clouds began to cover on the planet Wanpa. The whole planet began to shake violently. Broly, who was held tightly by Ling Mu, suddenly grew larger again. His eyes began to widen, and his pupils disappeared. The hair was upside down and turned green in an instant. The surrounding yellow and green flames burned even more violently. Father! With a loud roar, the arrogance of the sky began to stir the entire planet. And Ling Mu, under this outbreak, also suddenly stepped back and let go of the hand that had been imprisoned. 2 billion combat power. After Ling Mu felt this breath, he couldn't help but mutter. Sure enough, Chuan Chao is indeed terrifying. With this transformation, Ling Mu had already felt Broly's combat power, and instantly surpassed Super 1. Alright. Well, I'm going to start the event too. Ling Mu muttered, but at this moment, a huge fist suddenly appeared in sight. At a very fast speed, directly on the stomach, that is Broly. Bang! Ling Mu's whole body trembled. Compared with the battle with Gula with only 10 million combat power at that time, Broly's punch at this moment made Ling Mu's body feel pain. Enough! A faint voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, an arrogance that was more ferocious than Broly burst out in an instant. Ling Mu's hair was also upside down at this moment, purple and black. His eyes grew deeper. The purple-black aura surrounded Ling Mu, and the power that burst out instantly bounced Broly. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 15,865.4 million, Legendary Super Saiyan Destruction Type. Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Rule power, the power of destruction, can be increased to Destroyer God over time. Skills, Teleportation, Infinite Dawn, Scythe, Word of God. Chapter 035. The outbreak of 16 billion combat forces instantly crushed the angry Broly. But Ling Mu knew that this battle had just begun. Every Super Saiyan has enormous potential and will explode completely when faced with an irresistible opponent. Especially in the most angry times. Even lower-level warriors can complete the power leap, so how can Chuan Chao stop? Get out of here! With this transformation of Ling Mu, the surging power instantly burst out. With one punch, a purple-black giant shockwave instantly gushed out and quickly rushed towards Broly. At this moment, the entire Wampa planet began to shake. Boom! When Broly touched the blow, he was slammed into the surface of the planet without any resistance. A huge deep pit appeared, and the bugs of many giant creatures were faintly seen hovering underneath. Well, it's very durable, and the breath hasn't weakened at all. Ling Mu said indifferently after closing his eyes. He stretched out his palm again and gathered his strength towards the giant pit below. Blast bombardment! When a purple-black energy bomb fell into the giant pit, the land began to shake violently. Then with a bang, a large number of collapses were formed. All the sand, gravel, and dirt rushed into the huge pit. Father! But at this moment, a figure surrounded by a bright green aura instantly burst out from the land. It was vaguely visible that purple-black destructive energy was still wrapped around his body. Ling Mu was stunned. Kind of interesting. After turning into a destructive Super Saiyan now, his attacks have a destructive effect. It is impossible for ordinary people to resist, as is the case with Gula and Dales. As long as it is attacked by itself, the body will be slowly destroyed. However, now Broly is leaning on his body to resist this destructive force. Even if it's just a small point, it's amazing. Well, sure enough, the power of destruction can indeed be resisted. But it also depends on how much destructive power the user exerts. Ling Mu said without thinking. Although Broly can resist now, as long as he bursts out with a powerful destructive force, this guy will definitely die. It's an intuition of your own. Ling Mu didn't think about the future, and there were many people at the power assembly who resisted the destructive power. At the same level, the user's destructive power may be blocked. But if the user is one level higher, it is basically impossible to block. Baya! Father! A loud roar exploded in the sky. Broly's aura rose again, and his combat effectiveness at this time had climbed to 8 billion. And Ling Mu felt that although this guy looked angry, he seemed to be stealing himself. An energy bomb appeared in Broly's hand and smashed towards Ling Mu. This is the blast bombardment that I just used. This guy. Broly, you have to learn, right? Then come and try this. An indifferent smile flashed at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and after flying into the air, he directly stretched out his hand and shook it towards the sky. In an instant, purple-black energy from all over Ling Mu's body instantly poured into Ling Mu's arm. The energy visible to the naked eye begins to converge and then slowly takes shape. In the blink of an eye, I saw a huge purple-black scythe being squeezed in Ling Mu's hand. Like a scythe like the Grim Reaper, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. This exaggerated scene. Even Anna on the side couldn't help but shout. Air sickle. It belongs to the peerless school of Black Gaku in the future chapter. But at this moment, it appeared in Ling Mu's hands and was used to deal with Broly. When Ling Mu raised the scythe and slashed it towards Broly, the purple-black color that had condensed to the extreme instantly turned into a moon blade and scraped forward. The space along the way began to twist and break, and leave a faint trace of purple-black energy. The entire planet Vampa was shaking violently, as if expressing dissatisfaction with this energy. Broly was furious, but there was also the most intuitive sense of danger. When the giant scythe swept towards him, for the first time began to dodge, instead of choosing to fight hard. Click! After the purple-black moon blade grazed Broly's body away, a surging black mist appeared in the sky. There is no name, no intuition, only distorted chaos and darkness. Well, the power is very good. Ling Mu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene in the distance. At this moment, after this knife combined with his own destructive power, the void split by that space was simply exploded. Although the exterior looks dark as ink, the inside is constantly reeking. Broly, do you want to try it? Ling Mu smiled slightly, raised his scythe again, and swung it towards Broly a few times. Several purple-black moon blades appeared again, surrounding Broly to attack. At stake, Broly shouted. The energy of the whole body suddenly increased by a lot. The surrounding green chi instantly soared, and faintly had an electric arc appear in the chi flame. And Broly's hair also suddenly grew longer. His combat effectiveness skyrocketed to the realm of 13 billion. Next, Broly actually stretched out his hand directly, grabbed the purple-black moon blade emitted by the chi sickle, and reflected it directly to Ling Mu with an incomparably huge power. Hey! The combat effectiveness has skyrocketed to this extent. Is it really able to rise indefinitely? Ling Mu muttered, and then raised his chi sickle to directly block the reflected moon blade. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly appeared, directly grabbed Ling Mu's shoulder, and pulled it down fiercely. The rumbling echo was completely shaken. At this moment, Broly seized the opportunity and directly pulled Ling Mu into the core of the planet together, wanting to die together. This thrilling scene made Anna on the side cover her mouth and worry. A trace of fiery red liquid suddenly erupted from the place where it fell, which was the earth-centered magma of the planet. Two figures suddenly catapulted out. I saw that both sides were surrounded by exaggerated to the extreme arrogance. There were electric arcs flashing out of the void. Learn from me. At this time, Ling Mu's gaze was full of solemnity. The battle of the super level is really easy to stalemate. Especially this unlimited upside potential. Sabotage. A faint voice sounded. At this moment, Ling Mu directly raised his palm, and a deeper purple-black energy bomb appeared, instantly smashing towards Broly. Click! When wrapped in this energy, Broly's body began to stiffen. The pupils are more violently whitened. But the terrible thing is that he was not destroyed, did not dissipate directly like a point of light. It is a stalemate with this destructive force. Well, it looks like my guess was right. A battle of the same level can really resist the power of destruction. After seeing the struggling Broly, Ling Mu confirmed. Chapter 036. Ling Mu did not make a move at this moment, but was observing Broly's situation. If you can survive the power of destruction this time, then this guy's combat effectiveness can still rise, right? Ling Mu muttered. As a legendary scion, Ling Mu rarely had the opportunity to observe so closely. This is extremely helpful for learning from itself. He and Anna are not in suitable danger at this stage, so Ling Mu also attaches great importance to this battle. Just keep the combat level slightly higher, and can force Broly's potential. Observe the terrifying combat evolution of the scions. The truth was also just as Ling Mu thought, and soon after, Broly, who was trapped by the power of destruction, instantly broke free. Then his aura skyrocketed, and this time the arc on his aura was denser. Hey! The combat effectiveness actually exceeded 20 billion? And, this seems to be the way to Super 2? Ling Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath. If Broly's combat power actually exceeded 20 billion, then he should have completely exploded. The full power of the Super Saiyan, Ling Mu has been cultivating for many years. 16 billion combat power, that is just the attribute after simple transformation. And the real outbreak of combat power, Ling Mu himself is not clear. Because for many years, I have not encountered an opportunity that requires an all-out shot. But now facing Broly, who was able to fight with himself, Ling Mu was completely liberated. I want to avenge my father and Baya. Broly's voice was full of anger, and one after another explosive meteor bombs appeared from his hand, directly exploding towards Ling Mu. A large number of Qigong bombs, violent gushing. The extremely powerful firepower instantly covered the area where Ling Mu was. Boss! Anna couldn't help it at this moment, and actually transformed, turning into green hair, wanting to support Ling Mu. But at this moment, a force so huge that it made the planet tremble suddenly burst out. Boom! There was lightning in the sky. A purple-black energy shield slowly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and then expanded. No matter how Broly attacked, it didn't have the slightest effect. This time, it was Ling Mu's turn to roar. An even more exaggerated arrogance than Broly burst out into the sky. Ling Mu's breath skyrocketed, 20 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion. When the body has adapted to the full power for more than 2 years, this outbreak is like a broken bamboo and directly enters the 50 billion realm. This has completely reached the ordinary Super 2 stage. Not enough to break through. Well, go ahead. Ling Mu looked at his hands and did not dare to say anything, and then clenched his fists again and exerted force, condensing the chi of his whole body behind his back. At this time, the purple-black pattern light brightened, and a divine pattern ring suddenly appeared from Ling Mu's back, exuding a faint light. But the next scene turned Broly upside down. Break it for me! After Ling Mu roared again, he saw that the power around him had actually changed qualitatively. The flames that originally surrounded them suddenly turned into jets. Ling Mu's hair grew even more erect, and a handful of resolute purple-black bangs fell down his forehead. But the most exaggerated thing was that a large amount of lightning surrounded Ling Mu's arrogance. Against the background of pitch-black arrogance, it is extremely dazzling. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 85 billion, Legendary Super Saiyan 2 Destruction Type. Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. 85 billion. The realm of Super Saiyan 2 is a natural breakthrough. And the combat power that burst out made Ling Mu feel relieved. After more than 2 years of hard practice, I have eaten so many spiritual fruits. Finally reached this realm. Broly, it's over. Infinity Dawn. After Ling Mu glanced at Broly, he actually floated in midair and slowly raised his right hand. At this moment, the darkness of the planet Wampa dropped again. When Ling Mu raised his hand, all the visible light was actually absorbed. But what was terrifying was that what condensed in Ling Mu's right hand was all the power of destruction. Infinite Dawn. After obtaining this, I have never performed a secret skill. At the moment of initiation, Ling Mu had a little remorse. Because Ling Mu knew that under this blow, the planet Wampa seemed to be non-existent. Boss! Anna couldn't help shouting. At this moment, the energy in Ling Mu's hand was strong enough to destroy her together. Anna, get on the spaceship, take the Paragus, and wait for me in outer space. Ling Mu's leisurely voice sounded. Anna instantly realized, and after walking onto the spaceship with Paragus's body, she directly started to leave. When he sensed that Anna had left completely, Ling Mu couldn't help but exhale. Is this the angelic secret technique? Ling Mu looked indifferently at his ink-black palm, and then directly slashed down with a hand knife. A huge moon blade shining with white glow automatically stretched out from the void, which was actually a power transformed from the power of destruction. Click, click, click. The space along the way turned into a point of light and was directly shattered. Broly is still roaring, and he is still resisting stubbornly. But when the infinite dawn passed by him, the angry Broly shook his whole body. The breath of the whole person quickly withered, and then he slowly closed his eyes and fell, and the originally arrogant state of transmission and transcendence also returned to normal. Wipe the edges to make Chuan Chao unconscious? This power is indeed worthy of being a divine skill. When Ling Mu discovered this scene, he couldn't help but say lightly. But immediately after, I saw Ling Mu move instantly and come to Broly's side to grab it. Then he once again cast an instant move, and has appeared next to Anna, leaving the planet Wampa. Boss! Anna couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But at this time, the dull shock wave spread. The original dark red Wampa planet was swallowed and dissolved by a large amount of black fog. But what is extremely interesting is that in the center of that planet, there is a bright light, shining in the black fog that destroys the planet. Boom! The planet Wampa was completely devoured and disappeared before Anna's eyes. Hey! This force! The power of destruction turned into the power of creation? Who is it? Destroying the God realm, the white curly-haired Wes sensed slightly. Then he picked up the angelic scepter with interest and looked at it. However, in his big angelic gem, only the destruction of the planet Wampa appeared. It looks like I'm going to go there myself. Not the god of destruction of other universes. It seems that he cultivated it himself. I don't know what Lord Beerus will think when he wakes up. Weiss said curiously, and then raised the scepter. A layer of ripples appeared in the Temple of Destruction. Then the figure of Weiss directly entered the dimension and passed in the direction of the planet Wampa. Chapter 037. Who are these people? In the white and fast dimension, Weiss held the angelic scepter in his hand and looked at the projected picture. What was shown above was the battle between Ling Mu and Broly. The earth-shattering, planet-destroying battle, in Weiss's opinion, belongs to the pediatric level. But the potential of both sides made Weiss observe with a slight brightness in his eyes. Well, this defeated guy should be a scion. But the potential seems to be catching up with Lord Bruce. Another guy. It turned out to be a scion too. Also integrate the power of destruction into the bloodline? This is the infinite dawn? Although it is still impossible to have a home, it has been able to move from destruction to creation. Oh hee, if Lord Beerus wakes up and sees that the moves he has not learned have been learned by a little guy, I don't know what to think. VES was driving in the dimension, and the angelic scepter began to reflect the picture on the planet Wampa at this moment. Scenes of battle appeared in Weiss's line of sight. But he could see Weiss's expression, full of interest. And the direction he was driving was thinking about the planet Wampa. On the spaceship, Broly wakes up from a coma. But the moment he opened his eyes, he found a person who was extremely familiar. It was his father, Paragus. Father, aren't you? Broly woke up instantly. That old slightly serious face, he will never forget. Broly, great, you're finally awake. Paragus couldn't help but hug his son. The moment he woke up, Anna of the Ling group had already told him everything. It turned out that Ling Mu made a move on him in order to stimulate Broly. But it was just right, leaving Paragus in suspended animation. And Anna, at the beginning of the battle between the two, has already done the treatment for him and will not be life-threatening. If you wake up, come and eat. A faint voice sounded from the other side, and I saw Ling Mu in a black jacket smoking a cigar, and there was no match, watching those TV programs. Are you? Broly instantly shouted. But at this time, Paragas stepped forward to stop Broly and shouted. Broly, no presumptuousness. Mr. Ling Mu has already defeated you, so we must follow Mr. Ling Mu now. This time, instead of stopping it by electricity, Father calmed Broly down. Father, but he killed Baya. Broly said lowly. At this time, Ling Mu said, you also killed my employees. Baya is a good friend of mine. Shali is my employee. At this moment, the furious aura resurfaced. Broly's body actually had a faint rhythm of explosion. But at this time, I saw a black-haired beauty appear in the center of the two and said, don't argue, just resurrect when the time comes. This spaceship is not enough for you to dismantle. Ling Mu shrugged, it was true, the resurrection was over. When Broly heard this, he couldn't help but get excited, really? Can Baya really be resurrected? Broly, you shut up for me. Anna gave a dull warning. Then, in an instant, her black hair instantly turned green. This breath made Broly instantly stunned. Incomparably familiar, yet intimate. Ling Mu had a hint of surprise, and his breath did not pull. Could it be that the scions are said to be of the same origin, so there is no hostility? I wanted to beat Broly with Anna, but now it seems that I can't. Eat first, talk while eating. Anna returned to normal. And then threw out one universal capsule after another. I saw a large pile of food appear, which instantly made Paragas' eyes green. And Broly shrugged his nose and asked about the fragrance, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. 4 scions, 3 of which are super passers. This meal stunned Ling Mu himself. 2 universal capsules were directly eaten out. You know, the universal capsule that Anna uses is used by many planets to transport goods. Anyway, that's the way it is. Broly, if you want to resurrect Baya, then in 5 years, at the world's first galactic martial arts meeting, take the championship or runner-up to fulfill your wish. Anna opened her mouth to introduce the Dragon Ball and the Budokai. This made Broly's mood instantly become very friendly. Thanks, I see. At this time, Broly said very sincerely. Because Anna showed him the way. Okay, Broly, Paragas, I'm asking you one last time, will you follow me? Ling Mu opened his mouth to confirm. Paragas nodded instantly, this is the honor of our father and son. Lord Ling Mu. Broly looked at his father, and finally at the dining table, and couldn't help nodding towards Ling Mu, I am willing to follow you. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Battle of Submission. Bonus combat power plus 300 million. Ancestor level Scion bloodline. When the voice of the system came, Ling Mu hurriedly replied in his mind. System, the reward is delayed. Ding, due to host requirements, rewards will be distributed in 72 hours. Ling Mu couldn't help but exhale, he couldn't accept it on the spaceship. Last time I passed the super bloodline, it was already a little scary to accept. But this time, it is a direct normal plus 300 million combat power, and there is an ancestor level bloodline that does not know the strength. You must find a planet to accept, otherwise you will definitely blow up this spaceship directly. Anna, to find the nearest barren planet, I need to cultivate. Hearing this, Anna couldn't help but nod. Then he went to the cabin and searched. Boss, the nearest planet, will arrive in 24 hours. Ling Mu couldn't help nodding and began to busy himself with his own affairs. Anna, on the other hand, is talking to Paragas, giving him and Broly the task of the future. Ling Shi Group, ushered in a strong man who exceeded the level of tens of billions, and Anna felt that many things did not need to be handled by the boss personally. Hey, time reflection. At this moment, the location of the destroyed planet Wampa has been cut through space. I saw an angel dressed in a god's costume appear, it was Weiss. A projection is cast from the angelic scepter. When Weiss replayed the picture and found that a spaceship had detached from the planet Wampa, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Well, That's it. Where are they now? Weiss couldn't help but ponder, and then raised the scepter and knocked it hard. But in an instant, Weiss's face suddenly changed, and he saw that the invincible divine technique was chaotic at this moment. The location of the ship is not revealed. Weiss's face gradually became solemn. The divine power was actually blocked. Chapter 038. A day later, inside a deserted, eerie yellow planet. Ling Mu and his group appeared in the planet. Boss, there are definitely no creatures on this planet. Anna controls the spaceship's probe. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help nodding and said, "You wait for me on the spaceship, I'll probably be cultivating outside for a few days." Before Anna could reply, Ling Mu directly opened the cabin door and walked outside. The planet resembles a dried desert, and it does look yellow on the outside. But inside, it is golden sand. There is not a drop of water, only endless sand on the surface of the entire planet. This is the right place for me. System, give out rewards. After choosing a place far away from the spacecraft, Ling Mu began to communicate with the system. Ding, please accept the reward. As soon as these words spoke, Ling Mu's whole body couldn't help but pause. The first thing to integrate into itself is the reward of 300 million combat effectiveness. This force is more than double the normal combat power. The aura of Ling Mu's entire body suddenly exploded, and layers of qi began to surround him. At this moment, Ling Mu directly withdrew from the state of Super Saiyan destruction and switched to his normal state to accept this power. The reward is the basic combat strength, which also represents making up for Ling Mu's shortcomings. No matter how powerful the transformation of the Super Saiyan is, after improving the basic combat effectiveness, it can always develop in a higher direction. In the perception of Anna and the others, Ling Mu didn't seem to have changed much, but his breath increased slightly. But she didn't know that with the addition of these 300 million basic attributes, Ling Mu would have an explosive growth after his transformation. In the past one day, in this yellow sand, Ling Mu finally digested 300 million combat strength. Hey! My potential seems to be stronger. Maybe after transformation, my combat power can exceed 100 billion. Originally, there was only a normal combat power of close to 200 million, but after becoming a destructive Super 2, it jumped to 85 billion. But now that this 300 million plus and the basic attributes climbed to 500 million, Ling Mu actually felt that the 100 billion combat power was not difficult at all. It can even significantly increase the upper limit. It seems that I can try to explore the promotion path of Super 3. Remember the combat power of Super 3 Wukong, there are also 300 billion. Ling Mu thought without thinking. Before you know it, they have already reached the 100 billion mark. But at this moment, Ling Mu's entire body suddenly felt severe pain. The blood in the body was burning violently, and a force that was extremely violent emerged from the depths of the body. The sound of kala kala kept coming out. The genes in his body seemed to be breaking, and a mysterious force is needing them again. Ling Mu's consciousness at this moment was extremely clear, and he could actually sense an iron cable that locked the bloodline in his body. What is it? Gene lock? Ling Mu couldn't help but shake his head. Ding, please keep the host patient. Next, the ancestor-level Scion bloodline will be released. The voice of the system suddenly came, which made Ling Mu inexplicably a little panicked. What the hell is this? The system also specifically prompts, how dangerous is it? If the original character of Dragon Ball perceives a big lock in his body, he may begin to study it slowly. But Ling Mu guessed blindly that this was the gene lock. In the world I used to live in, what spiritual path did not appear in the novel? Is this ancestor-level bloodline going to directly pry open these big locks in the body? When Ling Mu was thinking about it, a mysterious power emerged in his body, and the blood kept flowing throughout his body. Waves of blood kept flooding the meridians, washing the gene lock over and over again. But when this power flowed to the position of Ling Mu's back, Ling Mu's purple-black divine pattern suddenly lit up, The power of destruction appears and wants to block this force. But an amazing scene appeared. When this mysterious force collided with the force of destruction, it actually crushed it like a flat river. The power of destruction is not even qualified to stop the footsteps slightly. Click. The mysterious power after fusing the power of destruction collided with a genetic lock for the first time. In an instant, the gene lock was covered with cracks, and then, with the mysterious force, it struck again. This genetic lock is completely shattered. At this moment, a stream of mysterious information entered Ling Mu's consciousness. There is a call coming from the distant universe, spanning a long period of space and time. That's the news that's in the genes of life. Scions were born in the War of Origins, grew and changed in battle, challenged the gods, and fought the demons. But when the Origin War was about to be won, two other factions were born in the clan. The Scion path comes out of the fork. The Ancients. Repair air power. Transform the White Realm. The Primeval. Element suction power. Incarnate the body of rules. But they forgot that my clan should return to the ancestors and repair. Many dense short sentence messages appeared in Ling Mu's mind. That's what you get after opening the gene lock. The history of the Scion race is longer than imagined. Many Ling Mu couldn't understand it at all. White Realm. Could it be the White God? Isn't that thing a fantasy in Dragon Ball fandom? How can it really appear? And the body of rules, what the hell is it? As soon as he thought of this, Ling Mu left everything behind. Because of the feeling of more pain, a gene lock was opened under the mysterious force. But what was released this time turned out to be an incomparably barbaric force. Anna stood at the top of the spaceship and looked at the desert stone pillar that connected heaven and earth in the distance. That was where the boss used to practice a month ago. But now, the space is distorted and terrifying. After all the substances are involved, they cannot escape. Only the grains of sand of this planet remained, slowly resisting unconsciously. Powerful to the extreme, Anna couldn't help but want to tremble and bow down, and from time to time emanated from inside. It seemed to come from an innate suppression of a bloodline. And with the passage of time, it becomes more and more obvious. Until half a year passed, even Broly was tired of the planet. An explosive sight came from a distance. Knock knock twice. It seems that someone is tapping their fingers. But then a horrific scene happened. The desert in front of Anna's eyes was actually divided at this moment. Reveal an incomparably huge abyss. But the horror is that the bottom of the abyss is the vast starry sky universe. The yellow sand of the entire planet began to drift towards the universe. And at this time, a leisurely voice sounded in Anna's ears. Anna, let's go. Start the ship. This familiar voice made Anna instantly stunned. The boss cultivation is complete. Chapter 039. Master Anna, Lord Ling Mu has finished cultivating. Paragus said excitedly. Half a year after leaving the planet Wampa, he and Broly accompanied Anna on this planet to wait for Ling Mu to get out. That kind of regrettable power shocked the former Scion Dazuo for a long time. Especially as time passed, as this force grew stronger, Paragus's ambitions dissipated. Compared to King Vegeta, this young man is more admirable. Especially in half a year, when Paragus learned that Anna and Ling Mu also had Scion blood, they had become more and more gratified. The Scion race, once destroyed by Frisia's finger, has emerged a king who can challenge the gods, and there are many more. His own son, Broly, has the same potential. So in order for Broly, who does not understand human feelings, to become strong, Paragus is very flattering to Anna. After a month, obtain a universal capsule of a 500x gravity chamber and obtain the cultivation method. This allowed Paragus to really train Broly, allowing him to completely release the power in his body, unlike before, using electricity to limit. And Broly, in the past 6 months, has gradually begun to understand common sense issues. Especially after there is no shortage of food, stay in the gravity room more happily to cultivate. Now, like Anna, he can control his transformation. Paragus, Broly, prepare to leave the planet. Anna steers the spaceship away from the planet. When the stars appeared in front of her again, Anna was surprised to find that at some point, this yellow desert planet had been cut in half. Anna, let's go back to Earth. A faint voice sounded in the spaceship, and at some point, a strange and familiar man appeared in front of everyone. The strangeness is because this person seems to come from time and space, as if facing an ancestor. And familiar because it was Ling Mu. Except for another hair growth, nothing has changed much. Boss, you seem to have become stronger. Anna said with joy on her face. As a Super Saiyan, Ling Mu actually brought him an exaggerated sense of shock at this moment. Well, I still can't control the power in my body. Anna, is Dr. Brive's 1000-fold gravity chamber still there? Also, it's better to get me a 20-ton workout suit. Ling Mu shook his head a little messy. When Broly heard this, his expression flashed shock. 500 times gravity room. In the case of not changing his body, he can no longer hold on. But Ling Mu actually wanted 1000 times, and he also had exercise clothes. Boss, I have it with me. Anna pulled out 2 universal capsules and threw them out. Instantly, a gravity chamber was formed in the spacecraft. Great! But back to Earth, I must let Dr. Brive study the 10,000 times gravity chamber. For me, 1000 times may not be enough. After feeling the power in his body, Ling Mu spoke. But Anna smiled at the moment. Boss, with all due respect, this is a little embarrassing for Dr. Brive. 10,000 times gravity room, it is estimated that his brain cells will be necrotic. It's okay, you have to trust this scientist. Broly, do you need to practice? After Ling Mu answered casually, he directly put on a 20-ton workout suit and prepared to enter the gravity room. Broly was stunned, looking surprised, but then shook his head. I can't stick to my normal attitude, and now the highest is only 400 times. It's okay, then the transformation will be. An hour later. Broly maintained the stage of transfiguration, constantly gasping in the gravity chamber. His boss has completely turned into a monster, and under this multiple gravity, from the difficult steps at the beginning to the light lifting in the back. In just 1 hour, you can get used to it. Broly turned into a Chuanchao and fought with it. Although it can still prevail, it cannot cause much damage at all. Under this kind of combat power, the strength of Chuanchao will also be suppressed. Phew, finally adapted. Ling Mu twisted his body and did radio gymnastics. After receiving the feeling of expansion of the ancestor-level bloodline, under this gravity, it finally slowly subsided. From a fat man who was extremely fat and had eaten up, he slowly returned to his normal appearance. Host, Ling Mu. Combat effectiveness, 980 million, normal. Bloodline, ancestor-level Scion bloodline. Rule power, the power of destruction, can be increased to Destroyer God over time. Skills, teleportation, infinite dawn, scythe, word of God. Looking at his attribute panel, Ling Mu couldn't help but get excited. In the process of accepting the ancestor-level bloodline, his normal combat effectiveness will quickly rise to 1 billion. After the transformation, Ling Mu himself did not know how much combat power he had. It is estimated that the lowest can be equal to the combat power of Super 3. But the most important thing in the ancestor-level bloodline is not this strength, but the greatest potential in the future. If the power of destruction and the superposition of the transmission superposition do not cultivate, they can grow according to the combat power of about 1000 per day. That ancestor level increases at a rate of 1 million every day. Plus is normal combat power. As long as you give yourself time and don't practice, the normal state can increase by 360 million a year. This heritage makes Ling Mu's future path more broad. But most importantly, after the bloodline gene was unlocked, Ling Mu obtained some fragments about the scions. In the recent picture, a scion with impressively white hair and blood-red god marks on his eyebrows, claimed to be ancient. And the other, the same blonde hair color as the super scion. But when he lifted into the air, his golden tail hair grew to cover the sky. They call themselves Swire. But these are the first pictures to open, and when Ling Mu's gene lock was broken to the last piece, the last picture appeared. It was a scion standing in the void, covered in a faint silver light, whom he called the ancestor. But he looked up into nothingness and muttered, "Origin. Anna, I want a box of grape-flavored ice cocktails." Walking out of the gravity room, Ling Mu shouted comfortably, and then walked to the bath all of a sudden, and began to soak in the bath to soothe. The picture in the bloodline, Ling Mu put it aside first, he was already a little guessed. But after all, that is a thing of the past. If you want to track down, you may need the power of time and space to go back to the past to investigate. Therefore, the most important thing now is to hold the Galaxy Martial Arts Festival. "Okay, boss." Anna's voice came. But at this moment, a space door inside the spacecraft suddenly opened. A tall archangel dressed in a god's uniform and a scepter appeared inside the spaceship. Ling Mu's pupils shrank without a moment. "Weiss." "Hey? Boss. What are you talking about?" Anna's puzzled voice came. But then it took a sharp turn. "What are you?" Chapter 040. At this moment, Anna was like a great enemy. Broly, who was not far away, heard this voice and quickly arrived. Someone quietly entered the spacecraft. "You know, here are a few people. It can be said that the most powerful people in the universe at this stage have not even noticed. It can be imagined that the strength of the people who came is strong." Weiss held the scepter in his hand, curiously watching the scene inside the spaceship, and then glanced at Ling Mu. "You really know me?" But Anna's eyes couldn't help but condense, and in an instant, she flashed and appeared in front of Ling Mu, staring at Weiss and said solemnly, "Who are you? What is the purpose?" Seeing Anna's nervous face, Ling Mu used a force and dragged her behind him. "Anna, don't be nervous. This is the angel of our universe, VES. Rest assured, he has no malice." Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Weiss's mouth. You really know me. However, I have been looking for you for half a year, and I have been able to shield my divine power, which is a good thing to say." Ling Mu was not stunned. Weiss has been looking for himself for half a year? What's going on? Moreover, he only has the power of destruction, and he does not seem to have this ability, avoiding the scrutiny of angels. You know, angels hold rules in their hands. In Dragon Ball Super, Weiss is already unfathomable with just a few small hands. The power of time turning back 3 seconds, the power of creation for the resurrection of Frisia and the birth of Fulma, and the master of Beerus, it is impossible not to understand the power of destruction. It can be said that in addition to the power of miracles, VES is involved in other forces. The power of this kind of person, I can't figure it out. How can I still block it? Could it be the system? That's right. During that time, he was receiving the blood of the ancestor-level scion. Thinking of this, Ling Mu's mind turned, and then said lightly, "Weiss, I don't have the strength to shield you." "Of course I know, so I want to know who is behind the scenes to protect you." Weiss raised his scepter and struck into nothingness. I saw that the surrounding world changed greatly, the universe disappeared, and suddenly entered the silver-white dimensional space. Ling Mu's face changed. It seemed that the system's shield made Weiss stare. It seemed that he couldn't be good. Ding! Detected that due to a system problem, the host triggered a life-threatening situation, and initiated special God-level selection. Option 1. Advance to the realm of third-order gods for 10 minutes and escape Weiss. Reward: combat power plus 1 billion. Option 2. Summon the ancestor-level scion Amashi possessed and fight with Weiss. Reward: teleportation advanced time jump. Option 3, in the field of rule nullification equality, kill Weiss. Reward, all kings summon button. Ling Mu was stunned. Groove. Special god level options. This special cow X. Seeing these three choices, Ling Mu was solemnly choosing while confronting Weiss. The first one is directly skipped, and the combat effectiveness is useless at this time. If it is 10 trillion, 1 trillion equals 1000 billion, combat power, Ling Mu may also consider it. But it's only 1 billion, don't even think about it. Option 2, summon Amashi? It seems to be more in line with the current situation, and Weiss thinks that there is someone behind him. Ancestor level Amashi may just be used as Weiss's conjecture. As for option 3, after Ling Mu stared at it for a long time, he finally removed it. It is good that the rules nullify the field of equality, putting yourself and Weiss on the same starting point. But to kill Weiss is a dream. With a single effort, Ling Mu felt that he couldn't handle it. To say that Weiss won't? How can it be? And kill Weiss, don't be funny. The special reward is still a king summoning button. In case one is summoned unhappy, this little pea child destroys the universe. He is not the Monkey King. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Weiss, can't be good. Ling Mu looked up at Weiss and confirmed. And Weiss also had a serious expression. In the 7th universe, it is not allowed to be able to shield the existence of angels. Ling Mu took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, okay, but before that, can you let my employees go out? After speaking, Ling Mu pointed to Anna, Broly and the others. At the moment, Anna was already terrified. The silver dimensional space around her completely subverted her cognition. This strange person in front of him is extremely powerful and terrifying, completely killing their existence in seconds. Weiss looked at it, then raised the scepter and chopped it, a layer of ripples spread, and Anna suddenly found that the surrounding space changed greatly, and they returned to the spaceship again. Can you do it now? Weiss said solemnly. And Ling Mu nodded, bursting out his own breath, and a power with a sense of barbaric heaviness was revealed. Ling Mu did not transform, but said lightly towards the sky, please possess the ancestor. A figure came from the void, burly and strong. His hard and upright black hair was all pierced, and a tail was tied around his waist. His body exuded a faint silvery white glow. It's not violent, but it's terrifying. When Weiss saw this man, his eyes couldn't help but pop out and he shouted. Amashi? How can it be? 18 The universe is not cleared. The figure glanced at Weiss, and then broke through the dimension, turned into a shadow, and instantly merged into Ling Mu's body. Weiss, long time no see. A thick, deep voice stirred within the dimension. I didn't expect it to be you. Erased by the whole king, can you still be resurrected? Weiss said solemnly. At this moment, he was holding the scepter in his hand, and on the gem faintly appeared the image of the palace of the king, and a white-haired angel who was not too dignified floated in the center of the hall. If something goes wrong, VES will immediately summon the Grand Priest. But at this time, as soon as Ling Mu and Yamosi spoke, he made Weiss relax. No, I am not resurrected. It's just my junior, who has unlocked the memory and power in my bloodline. Hearing this, Weiss was stunned and couldn't help but say, could it be that you shielded my divine power? And Yamosi shook his head again, no, shielding divine power is just the power that comes with our bloodline after awakening. At this time, Weiss couldn't help but exhale, and his face gradually softened. It seems that your clan has appeared again. No wonder you can cultivate the power of destruction. And Amashi smiled, that's a junior's thing. Is Dana okay? Weiss was stunned, a very old name, that was the name of the 18 cosmic angels. I don't know, my father said it was permanent sleep. Amashi's expression was sad, and then he sighed. Weiss, Fight me. Perhaps, I don't have a chance to show up. Weiss's gaze froze, and then nodded, good. Then let's keep the strength below 1 trillion. Haha. Good. At this time, Ling Mu, who was possessed by Yamosi, laughed loudly, and his body was windless, and in the dimensional space, a silver-blue aura flashed. Chapter 041. In the dimensional space, when Amashi and Weiss confronted, a mysterious aura appeared. When the silver-blue aura reached its peak, it suddenly changed to white. Seeing this scene, Weiss's eyes were solemn, and he waved his angelic staff. A layer of green and blue aura also covered him. Both sides are ready, but their strength is not violent, but very mild. This is the great freedom heavenly extreme intention gong that you have not circulated. Weiss asked solemnly, his face full of guard. Although everyone's combat effectiveness is only maintained at the 1 trillion realm, this artistic conception is Suanzi, and one carelessness may cause a lot of damage. I haven't used this power for a long time, this body is even better than mine, but it doesn't seem to have been developed yet. My juniors still need more tempering. Amashi, who was moving, sighed. At this time, Ling Mu found that his consciousness was floating in dimensional space, watching the battle between Amashi and Weiss from the perspective of God. But after hearing Yamosi's words, Ling Mu was stunned. You know that your body has strong potential, and you can't even estimate the upper limit. But in Amashi's eyes, it still doesn't seem enough? But Weiss's next words made Ling Mu completely understand why. Your junior is already very good. According to the requirements for the use of your great freedom heavenly extreme intention gong, you need to reach the realm of the third order God to use it. Now at most, use the weakened version of the free extreme work. Weiss sighed lightly and took the lead. The whole body burst out of green-blue chi, carrying the angelic scepter and swinging directly towards Amosi. But at this time, Amashi turned around slightly and directly dodged Weiss's attack. A very ordinary move, but it is not calm in Ling Mu's perspective. The speed of both of them was equally slow, but Ling Mu found that he couldn't dodge. However, when he heard the two of them talking about the Great Freedom Heavenly Extreme Intention Gong and the weakened version of the Freedom Extreme Intention Gong, Ling Mu understood what the problem was. Weiss, it seems that outsiders are very free in the Heavenly Extreme Intention skill, and indeed needs the Third Order Divine Realm to use it. But I tell you, it has nothing to do with the power of rules. The two passed by, but Amashi reached out and put his hand directly on Weiss's shoulder. Not knowing what technique was used, Weiss's body was directly thrown away. And after Amosi had done all this, he stood there quietly. Weiss jumped up, and after stabilizing his figure, he couldn't help but gasp. Just in an instant, in fact, he had already lost. If it was the real Amashi, with his manic power, he would have already injured him with the power of rules. The weakened version of freedom does not rely on perception, but on body reflexes. I don't know why your great freedom heavenly extreme intention gong is so strong. Weiss said without doubt, his eyes also full of curiosity. Now the way angels fight is also based on their own extreme skill. If you want to win, it generally depends on the energy quality of the individual. But once Amasi, above the angels, even the great priest could fight violently. Because of his great freedom in heavenly extreme will, he is higher than another realm. Want to know? A smile appeared at the corner of Amashi's mouth. I'll tell you. Weiss. And my juniors. The perception of chi is only a spiritual application. Automatic reflexes are used physically. But on the road behind, if you let the chi combine with the body to form a unique battle mode, then as long as the upper limit of energy is not exceeded, it will automatically make a counterattack. I call it great freedom. Hearing this, Weiss thought secretly, and his eyes slowly became bright from the initial doubt. But at this moment, Ling Mu saw that Amashi's lips were still speaking. But only I seem to hear it. My junior, there is another realm behind the great freedom, that is, the rule reflex. If you reach this realm, whether it is the past, the future, or any attack that creates destruction, you'll dodge automatically. Even when you reach the fourth order God realm, you can avoid the elimination of the whole king. This is called the Great Freedom Heaven. Ling Mu's consciousness was very shocking, and Amoshi's words had already challenged the supreme rule of the entire Dragon Ball. The king mastered the rules of the universe, but the ancestor Amosi had a way to circumvent it, which indeed represented great freedom. My cultivation was slow, and the moment I was cleared, I saw the last path of great freedom. You remember, when you are in the fourth order divine realm, you first fuse the power of creation and destruction, so that you can avoid the elimination of all kings in this world. But if it is the future king who makes a move, if you do not integrate the power of time and space, you can't avoid it. Remember to remember. This news made Ling Mu's eyes look a lot solemn, and now he didn't even know how to go on the path of the divine realm. Amoshi said so much to himself. And, the future king? In the dimension, the real battle begins. Amoshi and Weiss fought together, not violent, even mild. But sadly, the angel Weiss has been pressed and beaten by Amosi. You can't even find a chance for a backhand. With a battle realm of 1 trillion, Ling Mu felt that it was more destructive than the Super Blue battle. Because whenever they slammed into the void, the dimension twisted into a black hole, and then slowly healed. Compared to destroying space, the power of destroying dimensions is more powerful. Go back in time. Finally, at a certain moment, Weiss couldn't help it, and used the power of time and space to go back. He remembered those few seconds of Amoshi's attack and dodged it along the established route. But the terrible thing is that Amoshi's attack line remains the same, but Weiss is still attacked. How is it possible? I use the rules of time, why can't I avoid it? Weiss exclaimed. A smile appeared at the corner of Amoshi's mouth. Weiss, time and space can be changed. In addition, the Great Freedom Heavenly Extreme skill can also dodge future and past attacks. As long as the attack reaches the present world, through the capture and automatic reflection of Qi, you can respond accordingly. Ves looked solemnly at Amoshi, and then waved the angelic scepter. Layers of destructive power began to cover his whole body, obviously with big moves. But at this point, Yamosi raised his hand and signaled the fighting to stop. Weiss, my consciousness is about to dissipate. Time is running out. Promise me one thing, help me take care of my juniors, all the way to the third order divine realm. For so many years, our family has only come out with an atavistic bloodline, which is really not easy. Also, let me tell you something. The ancient group of people of my clan is sleeping in the demon world. The companion is the fallen angel. I hope you guys are careful. A look of horror flashed on Weiss's face, and then he nodded solemnly, I promise. But I will tell the great priest about the ancient matter. But at this moment, Yamosi decisively shook his head and said, don't go. For the angel who was with the ancient was called Markara. Chapter 042. You know who that is. If I really want to tell the great priest, I also hope to pray in 100 years. Yamosi left, and when Ling Mu saw a burly man walking out of his body and waved goodbye to him, Ling Mu understood that the ancestor Yamosi was leaving. Then a strong force directly pushed Ling Mu into his body again. But at this time, Weiss's eyes were sad, and he looked at the silver in the endless dimension and muttered, Mother! Boss! Anna exclaimed in surprise, and threw herself into Ling Mu's arms with joy. The mysterious man's power was unmatched, making Anna terrifying. Casually taking a group of people into the dimension, Anna understood that her boss would definitely not be able to beat him. I'm back. Ling Mu stroked Anna's cheek and sighed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission and getting the reward, space-time jump. After obtaining the power of space-time, it will cover teleportation. The sound of the system sounded, making Ling Mu stunned. Does this skill still need time to match? But when a cultivation method about the time and space jump came to his mind, Ling Mu woke up. No wonder it takes the power of time and space. Time and space jumps can be instantly moved to a place in the future and the past. The space-time line that can be crossed is limited according to the degree of control of the power of space-time. Although the degree of control of the power of time and space is very demanding, and the consumption is also very serious, but in any case, this is an out-and-out anti-heaven skill. Ling Mu. A dimensional space door was opened, and I saw the figure of Weiss appear in the spaceship. Anna looked cautious, but this time she was not impulsive. Weiss. Come and have a meal. Your home planet delicacies are something you should enjoy. Ling Mu smiled and said kindly, with the appearance of Amashi, Weiss would not be hostile to himself. All right. I'm looking forward to it. Although there is still sadness in Weiss's eyes, it is slowly recovering. After Anna saw that Weiss had no malice this time, she understood that the boss had been solved, and then began to get busy. After throwing out a few capsules, I saw a large pile of delicacies appear on the table. The Broly father and son on the side, seeing this scene, were very excited and could eat again. And Weiss also looked surprised, and then said in surprise, "Oh hee, Lord Beerus missed a hearty meal." Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile and said, "When the god of destruction wakes up, I'll take him to a good meal." Ling Mu, are you willing to be the god of destruction of the seventh universe in the future? Beerus will be tens of thousands of years away, and he will almost reach the stage of retirement. Weiss said while eating his food. But what was said made Anna and Broly father and son dare not interject at all. What to do and not to do destroy, such advanced topics they can join. Ling Mu was a little surprised, but finally said, Weiss, let's talk about this later. I've only lived for more than 20 years, and as a result, you tell me tens of thousands of years later. Hearing this, Weiss also realized that something was wrong. Oh hee, indeed. However, you can cultivate the power of destruction by yourself, and in the future, you will definitely choose someone after the seventh universe-destroying god. A smile also appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and he directly quipped. Don't mention this to Lord Beerus, otherwise it will be bad if he wakes up and directly destroys the earth. Ves nodded as he ate the food, and the smile on his face was even worse. He has the right to stop the destruction gods from wreaking havoc, but generally does not do so. But when it comes to Ling Mu, it is necessary to look at the future development and deal with it. Ling Mu, after you break through to the 1 trillion realm, go to the destruction god temple to cultivate, and then I will help you. Weiss's words gave Ling Mu an idea of his strength. There must be 1 trillion power in his body, otherwise how could Yamosi use it, but he couldn't exert it himself, and he really needed to work hard to cultivate. Thinking of this, Ling Mu nodded and said, Okay, Weiss. But lately, I've been busy with the Galactic Martial Arts Association. I'll find you after I break through the 1 trillion realm. Galaxy Budokai? Curiosity flashed in Weiss's eyes, and then he asked Ling Mu about it. When he knew that this was a competition held in the galaxy, Weiss couldn't help but be interested. Well, I'll take a look then. This also helps Lord Beerus's understanding of this universe. This time it was Ling Mu's turn to be surprised, and the martial arts meeting with angels appearing, the lowest is at the cosmic level. But I can't think of a galaxy race, so that Weiss got involved. The northern region of the North Milky Way, within a relatively primitive natural planet. Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz are hunting huge beasts. After killing the beast, a bunch of flames are fired and barbecues begin. Vegeta, 5 years from now, will the Galactic Martial Arts Association go? Naba took a bloodshot leg of meat and chewed it directly. Hearing this, Vegeta, who had just come of age, smiled sarcastically. Go, of course go. With my combat power, I can at least enter the top 10. That's a huge bonus. Raditz on the side couldn't help but sigh, the champion and runner-up can realize their wishes. Vegeta glanced at Raditz, and then said, "Don't think about it, Frisia will definitely participate, and even the Kurdish king will come. However, the biggest possibility is that everyone will destroy the Martial Arts Association site together." Na grasped the fist, and couldn't help but smile viciously. "That's right. This kind of thing, Frisia shouldn't have gone to grab it a long time ago. But why didn't it move?" Raditz was shocked. "Will there be stronger people?" With a bang, Raditz was kicked directly into the air. It was Vegeta's hand. "Raditz, are you being funny? How many people in the universe can surpass us scions in combat power? My combat power has already exceeded 10,000 now. By the way, I remember that before the destruction of Vegeta, you still had a younger brother alive. Get him, I'll allow you brothers to stay on this team together." Hearing this, although Raditz was a little annoyed, he still nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go now and go find Kakarot. However, we are a bit far away now, and it may take me 2 years to pass." Vegeta's face was full of meanness. "Then hurry up. Naba and I walked slowly to see if there were any other planets worth buying and selling." Raditz nodded helplessly, and then took to the air and walked towards the Scion's unique flying machine. "Then I'll go find my brother first." When Raditz walked away, Naba couldn't help but laugh. "One more person, you can do a lot." And Vegeta also had a tsundere smile on her face. "I am Prince Vegeta, a surviving scion who needs to be taken care of by me." Chapter 043. 2 years later. This is Gohan. Bulma stared curiously at the little guy in front of her, who was only 2.5 years old, but was already able to walk normally. A tail kept flapping behind it, and the big eyes stared at Bulma with curiosity. Bulma, Gohan's power is very powerful." Sun Wukong bared his teeth and said with a grin. As soon as the little one was born, Sun Wukong understood that his son could definitely surpass himself. After receiving the prize money at the martial arts meeting, Kiki did not pay attention to Goku like in the original book. Instead, he supported Goku to work harder on the path of martial arts. Because the big prize is beckoning to their family, the Earth's fight is over, then there is still a game in the universe to fight. Anyway, Kiki has already figured it out, as long as Goku gets a rank in the universe, then this family, the future life will definitely not worry. "Goku, turn around and let Gohan follow me for a while." The turtle immortal stepped forward and glanced at it a few times before saying. At this stage, Sun Wukong's fighting method may not be suitable for Xiao Wuhan, but the training method of the turtle immortal is just right. After all, for training children, the turtle immortals have a lot of experience. "Well, okay, Grandpa Wushan, then let Gohan be with you for a while. After this Earth martial arts meeting, I will also work hard to cultivate and prepare for the Galaxy martial arts meeting." Sun Wukong said excitedly. 3 years have passed since the last Budokai, and a new competition is about to begin. Humph, this little guy should grow up in life and death like me. A gloomy word came, and at some point, Vic appeared on the scene. "Well, Bike, it's not impossible, or I'll teach Gohan to train you." Sun Wukong held his chin and thought. Bulma Turtle Immortal and others were shocked. "Monkey King, what are you kidding? Goku, don't think like that. Let Son Gohan practice with Bike, what kind of joke? Not tortured to death?" And Vic also clenched his fists and said angrily, "Are you trying to let your son be a drag oil bottle and hinder my cultivation progress? Don't even think about it." Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, You found it. Everyone. This is for cultivation, even his own son has taken it. Bulma, is Ling Mu back?" After Vic recognized Sun Wukong's bad intentions, he ignored it and asked Bulma instead. Bulma was stunned, and then shook her head in thought. It seems that there is no in the past 2 years, my father has not seen Ling Mu. However, listening to Sister Zilan, in the near future, Ling Mu and Sister Anna will return to Earth. Vic had an excited expression on his face. Great, this time, I definitely want to challenge Ling Mu. Sun Wukong was unhappy on the side bike. I should challenge Ling Mu. It's me. It's me. Seeing the childish performance of the two people, Bulma waved her hand. A group of scum, where is it compared to Ling Mu? It is really a child. Just as this group of people gathered, a flame appeared from the Earth's atmosphere not far away, and a circular flying machine broke through and fell from the atmosphere. The aircraft door was opened, and Raditz, whose long hair fell down, walked out of the hatch. This is the Earth? How is the person not dead? What is Kakarot doing? Raditz looked around. Then took out the detector and began to check it. Drop by drop. 2,000. 5,000. 20,000. Bang! Raditz's detector exploded. How is it possible? On this planet, is there anyone more powerful than Vegeta? Raditz was instantly shocked. The detectors all exploded, which was definitely caused by the strength exceeding the upper limit, and it was definitely not a problem. And in the induction, there are several with thousands of combat effectiveness. No, I have to be more careful, go and ask first. There are several weaker breaths to the east. Raditz clenched his fists, then got up and flew east. That's childish. Seeing that Vic and Sun Wukong were still arguing, Bulma couldn't help but sigh. And the little guy Sun Gohan, sitting next to Bulma, giggled at this scene. But suddenly, Sun Wukong and Vic instantly stopped arguing, looked up with cold sweat on their foreheads, and looked west. Powerful energy. I don't know who it is. The two spoke up at the same time. After a while, I saw Raditz appear. Kakarot. I finally found you. Raditz landed, and after seeing Sun Wukong, he hurriedly exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. Sun Wukong was even more curious. Who are you? Kakarot? But my name is Monkey King. Raditz didn't feel irritated for a while, but remembering the combat power that the planet had just detected, he couldn't say softly. Kakarot, I'm your brother Raditz. We are all scions. After speaking, the tail around Raditz's waist was directly thrown out. This made Sun Wukong startled. Yay, tail. Are you really my brother? Yes, I just came to Earth from the North Galaxy to pick you up. Raditz faintly released his breath by the way. In an instant, Vic couldn't help but swallow his saliva. But I don't want to go. Earth is my home. Sun Wukong pondered. But Raditz said viciously, what's so good about staying on this planet? It's better to follow Prince Vegeta and sell the planet together. If you don't agree, I'll force you away. At this time, Sun Wukong felt the solemn atmosphere, looked at this brother, and couldn't help but be touched. But Bulma on the side stepped forward and said. Hey! Where are you fooling around in the universe? Haven't you heard that the base camp of the Ling group is on Earth? Raditz was stunned, and then looked at this woman who had no combat power, and after thinking about it, he said, Ling Shi group? What kind of galactic martial arts club is held? Hehe, you don't understand the horrors of the universe. We Scions and King Frieza are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Bulma's face turned angry and said, you wait for me. Then he took out the phone. Hey, Sister Zilan, there is an alien making trouble on Earth. Monkey King, they can't beat it. And bully me. After speaking, Bulma hung up the phone and looked at Raditz warily. And Raditz looked at Bulma with the same doubt. But after 1 minute, Raditz instantly trembled. A strong aura rushed from afar, each of which seemed to be an existence that Raditz could not mess with. Sister Bulma, who bullied you? A faint female voice came. A purple-haired beauty landed in an instant, and a strong air flow to the extreme emerged, ejecting Raditz at once. Raditz, who woke up, was instantly frightened. The breath of those people was even more terrifying than the people of the Frisia Legion. Mid-Autumn Festival plus more, everyone happy Mid-Autumn Festival. In addition, the author June really worked hard. The book opened on September 4th, up to 9 days now, is almost 100,000 words, and every day is at least 10,000 words and 5 chapters of the update. But from today onwards, I will guarantee 12,000 words, 6 changes a day. We hope you will support you. Chapter 044. What the hell is this place? Who are these people? What the hell am I Raditz doing? What should I do now? In an instant, many strange questions went through Raditz's mind. In the Frisia base, like the tall Sob, Humpty Dumpty Doria are all strong, and there are stronger Kainu combat units who have only met once. Raditz had an impression of the strength of these people. But the group of people who appeared in front of him at this moment gave him a stronger feeling than everyone in the Frisia Legion. The woman in particular, Raditz, felt that she was only a little worse than King Frisia. Frisia had not transformed into her pre-transformation form. Bulma, is that the guy? After Zilan landed, she stared at Raditz twice. I don't care about other things, but Bulma said that she was bullied and got it. This is the third sister she discussed with Anna. Sister Zilan, that's this guy. It is said that those who mix in the universe have not heard of the Ling group. But he said it was Sun Wukong's brother. Seeing that the backer was coming, Bulma was even more unafraid and told all the causes and consequences. Zilan nodded after hearing this, and then looked at Raditz and said lightly, "Are you a scion?" That uncaring look made Raditz grunt and swallow. This woman's strength is an existence that he does not dare to provoke at all, and Vegeta is estimated to be slag in front of him. Although Zilan does not have Anna's super bloodline, she has also eaten the spiritual fruits given by Ling Mu, especially the training methods of the scions, and the combat effectiveness is not too high in these 2 years, but it is almost close to 500,000. When Ling Mu went to find Broly, he asked her to return to Earth to sit down. But even so, in front of Raditz, it seems to be a strong existence. Yes. Raditz replied cautiously. But after Zilan glanced at it, she said without spitting out, "It's really weak. Scion bloodline is ruined by you." Hearing this, Raditz helplessly recognized the reality. Weak is weak. Who let this woman be the big guy? But at this moment, a complaining voice sounded on the side, "Is it weak? I feel very strong." Sun Wukong said resentfully. "Shut up. You don't talk." Bulma instantly slapped over. "Sun Wukong, this guy just has a problem with his head. It doesn't matter what the occasion." Bulma, what are you doing?" After Sun Wukong was inexplicably beaten, he was very helpless. Zilan couldn't help but smile. "Sun Wukong, this guy," the boss specially explained, "let him cultivate by himself." Therefore, Zilan didn't care about it, otherwise she would have been sucked into the Ling-style group long ago for formal cultivation. Thinking of the person specially explained by the boss, Zilan smiled, and then asked Raditz again, "Are you Sun Wukong's brother? Why haven't you heard of the Ling group in the universe? Where did it mix before?" Raditz was stunned, and then recalled, "I am Kakarot's brother, our father is Bardock, and our mother is Haim. The Ling group has heard of it, but it has not been contacted. I belong to the Scion Legion under Frisia." After hearing this answer, Zilan nodded. It turned out to be from Frisia's side. "No wonder you haven't heard of us. Okay, then you stay on Earth. If you are happy, come back to the Lingxi group for assessment. Enter the warhead. However, Monkey King will not let you take it. If you insist on doing this, then I will destroy you first." Raditz was stunned. This woman heard that the Frisia Legion was not afraid, and she looked like she didn't care. Lingxi group is so strong? But after thinking about the woman's combat effectiveness, Raditz said weakly, "Yes, my lord." Zilan was satisfied, and then said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Our Ling group is not as predatory as Frisia, and the frozen demon is estimated to be too much abused, and there is a bit of a problem with his personality. It's like Fria's brother Gura, there is nothing to mess with the boss, and as a result, there is no soul left to be destroyed. At this moment, Raditz was completely frightened. Gura? He had only heard Vegeta say once by chance, and his combat power was definitely stronger than Frisia's. The result has already been wiped out? Thinking of this, Raditz couldn't help but be afraid. It seems that the changes in the universe, including Vegeta and others, have not yet figured it out. Sun Wukong is still thinking about strong and weak things. And Vic left a cold sweat. All of them are a group of aliens, and their combat power is exaggerated to the extreme. What should he do when he is on Earth? When Raditz did not dare to be presumptuous, Violet planned to leave. But at this time, the Earth's atmosphere shook again. A spaceship that covers the sky descends from the sky. After Zilan sensed slightly, she was pleasantly surprised. "Boss!" Bulma was stunned, and then said excitedly, "Is Ling Mu back?" Sun Wukong woke up from his thoughts and looked at the sky without anything. And Vic was even more anxious and did not dare to say anything. Raditz looked dazed. What was going on? How did this group of people turn into a very expectant look again? But then, Raditz can be said to be scared to pee. A gust of wind blew through, and I saw 5 people appear at the scene. The aura emitted by 3 of them was completely countless times that of Frisia. Another man with a scepter, Raditz couldn't see through even more. "Zilan, why are you here? I wanted to go to the company to find you." Like a little girl, Anna floated to Zilan's side and began to talk. "Sister Anna." Bulma also shouted instantly and rushed forward to join the conversation. "Ling Mu, this is the Earth? Very nice look." Vus, holding the scepter of angels, looked at the Tao. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the Earth. And the Broly father and son also looked at the scenery of the Earth at the same time, with a satisfied face. But when Paragus saw Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but sluggishly say, "Bardock. No, you should be his son Kakarot, right? Well? Are you Raditz?" At this moment, Sun Wukong instantly confirmed his other identity. And Raditz's face was even more horrified. "This, you are Paragus, once Vegeta Star Dazo." Hearing this identity, Raditz hurriedly landed. This is an old man of the previous generation. By the time they were born, they had already fled from Vegeta. After Ling Mu saw Raditz, he understood what was happening. This plot seems to be ahead of schedule, and Raditz actually came to Earth so early. That Vegeta, not far away. However, when he saw a baby wearing a black hat and walking next to Sun Wukong, Ling Mu was stunned. "Son Gohan? I didn't expect it to be born." You know, outside of Broly, it can be said that the one with the greatest potential is Son Gohan. But unfortunately he was arranged by his mother on the wrong path. Ding, detected the host's regret for Son Gohan, triggered the God level selection. Chapter 045. Option 1, raise Son Gohan for 2 years and teach him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Reward, 1 bottle of legendary Saiyan bloodline. Option 2, train Son Gohan for 2 years to develop his potential and surpass Super Saiyan. Reward, experience the mysterious Gohan state once. Option 3, kill Son Gohan. Reward, Son Gohan all his potential. Well? When he saw this choice, Ling Mu was stunned. This time's reward was a bit chaotic, but it made Ling Mu very interested. Serum for the time being, but experience the mysterious Gohan state once? Remember in the original work, the mysterious state of Son Gohan's battle with the evil Bu in the later period is only 500 billion combat power at most. But why is that value equivalent to the legendary Saiyan bloodline serum? Having accepted so many selection tasks, Ling Mu had already understood that in order, choice 2 would definitely be better than the reward of choosing 1. Can you experience the mysterious state once? is it really worth more than serum? Ling Mu was a little confused, but his heart was itchy. As for option 3, Ling Mu didn't think about it, his potential was definitely much greater than Sun Wuhan, and there was no need to kill Gohan. System, choose 2. After thinking about it, Ling Mu still couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose this reward. He wanted to see if this transformation was worth a price. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Raditz wisely walked over to stand beside Monkey King. The proud look just now disappeared. What a joke, most of this is crushing their own existence. Even Paragatha's combat power is much stronger than him. Raditz said, you guys talk, I just want to catch up with my brother. The tasks originally given to him by Vegeta were completely forgotten. And go for a ball. Raditz was already planning to stay on Earth and go back to try the assessment of the Lingxi group. Everyone is Scion. But compared to Vegeta, Ling's thigh is safer. But at this moment, a figure came, making Raditz instantly sweat. Sun Wukong, give your son to me. Ling Mu stepped forward and said indifferently. But this remark made everyone shut up. Hey! Let Gohan follow Ling Mu? Klin, who stayed next to the Turtle Immortals, couldn't help but exclaim. Just now, who brought the Son Gohan was disputed for a long time, and originally wanted to send it to the heavenly god. As a result, Ling Mu appeared. Sun Wukong was stunned, then shook his head and gritted his teeth. No, I want to defeat you. Gohan is my last hope. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, looking at Sun Wukong like an idiot. And Ling Mu was not stunned, good guy, he knew that he couldn't beat himself, so he gave birth to a son to inherit his father's last wish? Yes. I'm going to beat you. For daddy. The milky Sun Wuhan stood up directly and looked at Ling Mu solemnly. That serious little expression made both Anna and Zilan's eyes light up. How cute, boss, let's take him home. Anna abandoned Bulma and walked over to Gohan and stroked it. And Weiss also withdrew his gaze to observe the earth at this time, and floated directly to Son Gohan's side and observed curiously. Ling Mu, this little guy has great potential. Just a little bit worse than your subordinate Broly. Hearing Weiss's words, Ling Mu's gaze also became solemn, only a little worse than Broly? Weiss's vision Ling Mu definitely believes, but this comparison is really a bit exaggerated. It seems that in the original work, Son Gohan was really destroyed too much. Hey, who are you? Don't touch my son. Sun Wukong looked unhappy when he saw that little Gohan was being watched by Weiss, and immediately stepped forward to help. But at this time, Anna's serious voice came, Sun Wukong, know how to be polite, this is Lord Weiss. Hey? What adults? Is it awesome? How is it compared to Ling Mu? Sun Wukong saw Anna speak, so he asked curiously. The people of the Ling group all showed respect, looking at this boss friend, even Anna said that she was an adult, then the relationship with Ling Mu must be very good. Sun Wukong, you shut up for me. I can't beat Weiss with 10 combined. Ling Mu stepped forward and said solemnly. As a result, the scene was completely silent at this opening. Everyone looked at VES holding the scepter with horrified eyes. And Klin, Vic, and the others all opened their mouths wide, and their eyes widened. 10 Ling Mu can't beat it, how powerful is that? Haha. To be precise, now 8,967 Ling Mu combined can't beat me. But in the future, maybe a dozen of me won't be able to beat Ling Mu. Weiss said with a smile, and then looked at Sun Wukong. Ling Mu waved his hand helplessly, sure enough, the gap with the angel was too big. Today's matter is a small book, and I will turn over the old accounts with Weiss later. But at this moment, I saw a scene that made people speechless appear again. Sun Wukong directly held Sun Wuhan into Weiss's hand and said with a look of excitement. Weiss, sir, can I practice with you? I want to defeat Ling Mu. The audience was dumb again, this thick-skinned. Ling Mu, there are still people on this planet who want to defeat you. Weiss did not answer Sun Wukong, but asked Ling Mu curiously. Taking out a cigar from his pocket, Ling Mu nodded and said leisurely, there are many people who want to defeat me, and only this guy is thick-skinned like a wall. Hey, hey! Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly. Weiss glanced at Sun Wukong a few times, and then took the angelic scepter and knocked it on his head a few times, and said directly. You can't follow me now. You can't carry the place where I live alone. Let's go to the realm king of this galaxy region to cultivate first. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Sure enough, Sun Wukong knew the king of the realm. Was this all arranged? Who is the king of the realm? Is it awesome? Monkey King was curious again. And Ling Mu stepped forward and said, Sun Wukong, after this Earth martial arts meeting, let Sun Wuhan train with me for 2 years. Pay you back when you go to the galactic martial arts meeting. Find the realm king, you just go and ask the heavenly god directly. Weiss, Anna, Violet, let's go back first. Paragus, let Anna arrange a place for you and Broly to live later. After that, Ling Mu flew into the sky and left, and Anna Zilan and the others also chased after him. As for Weiss, he directly chopped the angelic scepter and opened a dimensional door. Let the turtle immortals, Klin, and others be stunned. Wow whoa! I'll go to Tenjin. Master Wushan, Klin, help me send Gohan home. After that, Sun Wukong flew directly into the sky and rushed to another place. 2-year-old son Gohan looked around and cried. What father? This left his son behind? Chapter 046. A week after returning to Earth, Ling Mu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Kiki actually personally sent Son Gohan to the door. Coming to the Lingxi group, the little guy was dressed up respectfully by his mother, wearing a small suit and a small tie. A fluffy tail kept flapping. Kiki, don't you live with Gohan for a while longer? Delivered so fast? Ling Mu asked suspiciously. Originally this time was left for their family to gather well. Because next, in order to complete the system selection, Ling Mu will take Sun Wuhan to the universe to develop his potential. It's a blessing to have Gohan follow you, it's good to train early. Maybe I'll be able to see Gohan at the martial arts meeting. Kiki explained happily, and then pulled Son Gohan to Ling Mu and prompted, Gohan, remember to call Master in the future. Master. Son Gohan clasped his hands together and bowed cutely. This made Ling Mu couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, no matter what kind of creature, he was the cutest when he was a child. The boss has a disciple. Anna and Zilan stepped forward and said happily, instantly grabbing the little one and looking at it. I thought it would take a while, but it came so soon. Anna, Violet, Gohan depends on you to take care of more. Kiki said wisely. Monkey King is indeed powerful, but when the Turtle Immortal and Klin send Gohan back, after depicting the scene at that time, Kiki decisively believes that her son can rely on it. After becoming a disciple of Ling Mu, no matter how bad it is, he can enter the Ling group as a mixed team leader, right? You don't have to worry about it in this life. And it seems that Gohan's potential is still very high. The road ahead is further than the Monkey King. Don't worry, I'll install an interstellar phone for you when I turn back, and when Gohan is empty, I'll let him contact you. Anna said with a smile, making Kiki leave more relieved. Master. Sun Wuhan walked on his short legs and stood beside Ling Mu respectfully. Ling Mu, on the other hand, flashed a smile, moved slightly, and grabbed Sun Wuhan's little tail. This little guy suddenly hung down weakly. Anna, customize several sets of gravity suits for Gohan, starting from 50 kg. 3 months later, the 24th Earth First Martial Arts Association opened again. Compared to the pomp and circumstance of 3 years ago, this year is even more enthusiastic. The Budokai has simply reached the world's attention. Because this year, in addition to the normal competition, 10 players who will participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts Association will be selected. Boss, everything is ready. Anna looked at the laptop and said. Now the Ling employees have arranged the Martial Arts Association properly. How many people participated in this session? Sitting in the luxurious room, Ling Mu looked at the sea of people outside and asked. This number is more than 10 times more than the previous session. There are 3,500 players in total. Anna said after looking at the summary report. Hearing so many people, Ling Mu became depressed. When is this comparing? Anna smiled, and then said, Boss, the rules of the audition have changed this time. Start a big smash brawl in 5 ring matches. Each ring has 700 fighters, until only 2 people are left, becoming the top 10. Unconditionally participate in the Galaxy Budokai. Whoever comes up with the scheme must raise the salary. Ling Mu was instantly interested. Smash Brothers, even if the rookie chickens peck at each other, it looks good. This is not the case for the future Power Conference. Anna smiled slightly, nodded and said, I know, go back and raise the salary of that employee. Did you sign up Gohan? Thinking of his apprentice, Ling Mu asked without asking. At the age of 2.5, let him participate in this level of battle, and he is a bit of a bully to the Earthlings. For 3 months, feed Gohan 1 spirit fruit and a few immortal beans, and then throw it into the low-power gravity room to cultivate. Break through 10,000 combat power casually, which is considered the bad luck of the Earth player. Well, in Ring 3, with Sun Wukong. Yes, there is a good show. Ling Mu said without laughing. 3 months passed, and Sun Wukong saw that his son had surpassed him, and he didn't know what expression it would be. The 24th Tianxia No. 1 Martial Arts Association Top 10 tournament is about to begin. This Top 10 tournament will be held at the same time. A total of 5 rings, only 2 people have been eliminated, and they will be considered to be the top 10. The host of the former Martial Arts Association shouted excitedly, and this rule exploded as soon as he heard it. TV programs will also be broadcast live throughout the day. No matter how these martial artists fight, it is okay to fight for a day and a night. Anyway, the championship doesn't start until tomorrow. In Ring 1, Klin and the Turtle Immortal stood in the crowd to look left and right. Master Wushan, this time we are going to join forces. Well, no problem. Klin, what other strong people do we have in the ring? I don't know, but Bic, Tianjin Rice seems to be in the 2nd and 4th rings. Klin said depressedly. But at the moment of the start of the match, there was a sudden shock in the number 1 ring. With a boom, the figure in the sky flew out of the ring upside down. Humph, a bunch of weaklings. I saw a short, similar to Bic's nemesis child suddenly take to the sky. He wore a white robe and wrapped his body. But every wave of his hand, he directly took dozens of people out of the field. The furious combat power made Klin and the Turtle Immortals look dumbfounded. Who is this? Klin said fearfully. Originally drew to the number 1 ring, I thought I could safely promote to the top 10, but the result is this fierce man? However, Ling Mu in the room, after seeing this figure, couldn't help but flash a smile. Interestingly, it turned out to be Carrick II in the theatrical version. His father once failed to compete with the gods for the throne, but 300 years later, Carrick II appeared and participated in this Budokai. In the 5th ring, after Raditz casually threw a few guys around him out of the ring, the surrounding fighters did not dare to mess with him again. In this Earth Martial Arts meeting, at the instigation of Kiki, Raditz also participated. Because Kiki took out the excuse to make Raditz speechless, squatting at her brother's house to eat without money. Participate in the martial arts meeting and get a place back to pay the bill. Sion has this appetite, Kiki is also stressed. As a result, when Sun Wukong, who had not seen the king of the realm and ran a short snake path, returned, he also let Raditz compete. Helpless. Raditz began to put down his body and began to choose to integrate into the life of the earth. At this moment, I saw a few strange-shaped guys appear around Raditz. Boy, go down. In this ring, only Dr. Willow can advance. When Raditz squinted his eyes, he was stunned, thinking that Dortaria of the Frisia Legion had also participated. The result is just an appearance, yellow skin all over the body, not Doraria. What the hell are they? Give me all of them. Raditz snorted coldly and released his breath. Our cyborgs can't beat you alone. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. At some point, a gloomy old man with a white beard appeared around. Chapter 047. When Raditz burst out of breath, Ling Mu had already set his sights on Ring 5. But after seeing those cyborgs and old men, the corners of their mouths twitched. Dr. Willow? Another theatrical version of the villain boss? It seems that his own appearance caused these villains to all jump out of their brains. But they don't understand what's going on in the universe. For example, Raditz, who came to the Earth, is worse and worse, and after 3 months of groping and training on the Earth, the combat power has also increased from 1,200 to 2,000. Get out of here for me! Raditz erupted with a terrifying aura, and the surrounding aura instantly exploded. The group of cyborgs around them instantly soared outside the ring. Good, awesome! Sure enough, it is a martial arts association that is pre-selected to go to the universe competition, and I just need the genes of this kind of strong person. The white-bearded gloomy old man was unscathed at this blow, but he still looked at Raditz with interest. It's a little weird. Raditz watched calmly. But at this time, I saw that the squad of living people who had just flown out of the ring all melted into liquid and rushed towards the white-bearded old man in the ring. Click! I saw that the old man's brain was directly split, revealing a huge brain full of chips. And when those liquids wrapped the brain, I saw a huge biochemical monster appear in the 5th ring. The situation here becomes the focus of attention in an instant. What? Raditz said solemnly. The breath of this monster is not weaker than his own. Ha ha ha, my Dr. Willow's experiment will resound throughout the universe in the future. Dr. Willow, a biochemical monster, shouted, making the rest of the ring aware of it as well. Ling Mu couldn't help nodding, this villain still has something. Dr. Willow's combat power at the moment is close to 2,000, and it seems that Ring 5 belongs to Raditz and this guy. Ling Mu couldn't help but think of Dr. Gero who developed the artificial human, and he didn't know how the research was going now. Wow, so many strong people, this time the championship can't be won. Sun Wukong sat down in the chaotic ring number 3 and muttered. Several other rings all erupted with astonishing auras, more powerful than him. Even his own brother met opponents. Now Sun Wukong said that he was a little sad. How come there are so many strong people on Earth? Humph, Sun Wukong, dare to sit down at this time. I saw a tall martial artist rushing towards Sun Wukong. Hey, don't bother me. Sun Wukong said coldly, and then instantly took off and kicked over. I saw that this tall man directly took off into the air and fell out of the field. The surrounding players were stunned. This is the previous champion, he is a ruthless stubble, he can't be messed with, and then he stays away from the scope of Sun Wukong. But at this moment, not far to the left of Sun Wukong, there was a noise. What's going on? There's a kid. Just weaned. Little one, this is not where you can come. I'll go, who let it in? So little guys, not afraid to step on death? There was a lot of noise and discussion. Sun Wukong didn't wonder if it was a child who participated in the adult competition. But then, when the familiar childish voice sounded, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Gohan is here to participate in the Budokai, don't underestimate me. Ha ha ha, this little guy is so cute. Love. Finish. How did I fly? The entire number 3 ring suddenly scattered like a woman, approaching hundreds of fighters, and at the same time took off and flew out of the ring. This area is simply emptied. When the camera captured the scene, the world was stunned. I saw a child who was only about 3 years old, wearing a set of practice clothes, standing in the center of the ring with an innocent face. That pink appearance made many women's eyes shine. Who's the son? I'm going to be his stepmother. Groove. The children who have just been weaned have all participated in the martial arts meeting. Look at my kid who is still playing climbing, I directly slapped. Official, tell me about this player. I'm going to powder him. It's so cute. The entire audience shouted loudly and enthusiastically. Can you imagine that such a little guy directly flew hundreds of adult martial artists? Sun Wukong's eyes completely widened. Son Gohan. This is my son. How does it seem to be better than me? Gohan. Sun Wukong snorted and appeared in the ring clearing area. Son Gohan's small body tensed, and after looking up, his little face was instantly happy. Running forward with open arms, Dad. Holding his son in his arms, Sun Wukong said without doubt, Gohan, why did you compete? Master asked me to compete. Said to let me hone it. Son Gohan said innocently. Is it Ling Mu? Monkey King thought. Son Gohan nodded, yes, the master said to let me participate once, and in 2 years, I will also go to the Galaxy Martial Arts Association. Sun Wukong burst into tears a little, and then secretly said, Gohan, tell me how Ling Mu trained you. This doesn't matter if you can't ask, now Son Gohan's strength is indeed much stronger than him. But at this moment, I saw a strong female voice coming from the ring. Kiki was holding the horn and shouting. Gohan, Goku, empty the 3rd ring and enter the top 10. The meal money for the next 2 years has fallen. At this moment, the audience was impressive. And the broadcaster also revealed the identity of Son Gohan at this moment. Is this a martial arts family? A 3-year-old child who is going to join a martial arts club to earn money to support his family? Ling Mu stayed in the room, smoking cigars and drinking red wine, with a comfortable face. Although they are all rookie chickens pecking at each other, it does not prevent interesting things from happening. Ling Mu is now like watching a movie. Son Gohan's performance is also normal now, but compared to the Galaxy Martial Arts Association 2 years later, it is really not enough. At that time, not only other cosmic people will participate, but even the Ling group battle team will join in groups. Gohan's 10,000 combat power is really not enough to see. Time passed slowly, and when the day came and it was time for dinner, the dust of the top 10 tournament was finally settled. Ring 1, Carrick 2, Klin. Ring 2, Bike, Satan. Ring 3, Son Goku, Son Gohan. Ring 4, Tianjin Rice, Yamuti. Ring 5, Raditz, Dr. Willow. Seeing this list, Ling Mu smiled. Satan even appeared and joined the top 10. In addition, the number 5 ring was unlucky, and Raditz and Dr. Willow directly cleared the ring. In that case, don't compare tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ling Mu got up directly, brushed it, and flew to the martial arts meeting site, releasing a breath that was enough to change the sky. The scene of the martial arts meeting was trembling, and the sky was also streaked with electricity from time to time. The man in the black jacket attracted global attention. There's only one game tomorrow, the championship scuffle. Names are ranked in descending order. Chapter 048. At this moment, all the fighters looked at the sky above the ring. Ling Mu's figure, like a mountain, was imprinted in their hearts. Carrick 2 and Dr. Willow's eyes were gloomy, and only then did they understand how powerful the boss of the Ling group really was. And the other players who had seen Ling Mu many times also broke out in a cold sweat. Wow, the master is so cool! Son Gohan flew to Sun Wukong's side and shouted. This made Sun Wukong couldn't help but be discouraged. Gohan, do you think you can beat Ling Mu now? Hearing this, Sun Gohan's head shook like a rattle. Dad, you can't beat it. I felt that even if all the strength in my body was developed, it would not be comparable to the master. Sun Wukong was shocked, and 3 months later, Sun Wuhan already had a cognition of cultivation, and the result was still so. Sun Wukong didn't move his mind, and it seemed that his son was still unreliable. Without flashing the face of Weiss in his mind, after the martial arts meeting, he went to the Realm King. Then go to Weiss to help cultivate. The fierce battle situation of this martial arts meeting has made the whole world relish. The shocking battle in the number 5 ring cleared, and there was only 3-year-old Sun Gohan, which made the Earthlings more aware of martial arts. These 10 people will represent the Earth to the universe to compete. And tomorrow's championship melee is the focus of attention. Boss, the promotion of the Galactic Martial Arts Association has begun on all planets. On the IGA star, the construction of the ring has also begun. Anna said as she handled things. Hearing this, Ling Mu nodded. In the past 2 years, I have taken Gohan to cultivate on Aitlan star. You let Paragas take Broly to the Iga star. Prevent sabotage. Ling Mu said after thinking about it. Anna nodded, okay, I'll let Paragas take Broly the day after tomorrow. A huge ring, the top 10 players flew into the ring and looked at each other. The weak, Tianjin Fan Yamucha and Klin, gathered together and looked at the others on guard. Son Goku and Son Gohan father and son, in addition to Raditz, this family stands together. And Carrick 2 and Dr. Willow, the 2 stink. Now I announce that the world's first Martial Arts Association Championship melee will start now. As the bell looks, the host speaks. Now there is a cheer. And in the ring, everyone's aura began to rise. Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, who do we hit first? Klin, they were allied last night. How about eliminating the Great Demon King first? Tianjin Fan pondered. Klin looked sluggish, and his eyes widened and he couldn't help but say, are you kidding? Going to fight the Great Devil? But from my point of view, it seems that only he is the best bully. Tianjin Fanzin's eyes shook. The little bald head was speechless all of a sudden. It seems that this is indeed the case. And the corner of Bike's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he became the best bully in this ring. Thinking of this, Vic exhaled, took off his turban, burst out his own breath, and fixed his gaze on Carrick 2. This guy has a feud with another self. Humph, choose me? Big bang bombardment. The diminutive Carrick 2 flew directly into the sky, stretched out his hands, and released a huge aura towards Vic. The roaring explosion sounded instantly. The whole dogfight is the opening climax. Magic light cannon. Not to be outdone at this moment. Vic also flew into the air, stretched out his palm, and a strong Qigong wave appeared. Carrick 2 and Bic were in mid-air, fighting together. Klin swallowed his saliva, these are all fierce people. How to fight? And at this moment, Raditz snorted coldly and rushed towards Dr. Willow again, and an even more exaggerated explosion sounded. Boom! Throughout the ring match, Qigong waves danced in all directions, and explosions exploded in the audience, frightening others to scatter. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu flew to a higher part of the ring. Stretching out his palm downward, he saw a white protective shield, starting from the periphery, wrapping the ring. In this way, no matter how fierce the fight is inside, it will not affect the audience. Thank you, Boss Ling Mu. Haha, so that I can watch the game with peace of mind. It's not easy, I almost thought I was dead. The audience instantly relaxed. The scuffle continued, and soon after, the first eliminated personnel appeared. It turned out to be Klin, this little bald head, who just wanted to secretly eliminate the Monkey King, but was found to have turned over. Klin! I'm coming! Yamcha shouted loudly, and was kicked out of the ring by Sun Wukong and landed beside Klin. Qigong Cannon! Tianjin Rice roared angrily, and the furious white glow burst out. But at this time, a small figure appeared from Qigong. Uncle Tianjin Rice, I'm sorry. Hey, look at the punch. With a bang, I saw Tianjin Fan also flying out of the ring. It turned out to be Sun Gohan who made the move. Well, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, how can you do anything to me and Gohan? Sun Wukong walked to the ring and said angrily, while Sun Wuhan floated beside him. Klin looked helpless. No opponent, no one else can beat it. This martial arts meeting is simply strong enough to explode. No one else dares to mess with it. Gohan is also too powerful. Tianjin stood under the ring and couldn't help but sigh. Sun Gohan's punch made him lose his combat effectiveness. Hee, Uncle Tianjin Rice, you can't engage in sneak attacks in the future. Sun Gohan waved his little hand and said seriously. Tianjin Fan smiled awkwardly, this family is really strong. But at this time, his third eye suddenly trembled, and he found that at the edge of the ring, there was still someone shivering. Who is that player? Tianjin Rice is a little confused. Everyone who was weak on that guy automatically ignored him. At this moment, I saw Satan like a thief, carefully dangling at the edge, and then a Qigong wave hit, and he rolled and dodged with a donkey. How did this guy survive until now? Klin looked stunned, he already knew to eliminate this guy. Now that guy is at the bottom 7th. But at this moment, a thick green arm descended from the sky. It was Vic who directly pinned Carrick 2 and punched him outside the ring. Bastard! After falling into the ring, Carrick 2 looked gloomily at Vic in the sky. Humph! Defeated subordinates. Monkey King, we are fighting. Vic directly ignored Carrick 2 and turned his head to look at the Monkey King on the edge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded, Bike, I'm coming to fight. After that, he flew to the sky and fought again. And at this time, Klin was speechless, and that Satan turned out to be in 6th place. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu couldn't help but laugh. Satan is really a talent, and such a melee can survive to this extent. However, in the Galactic Martial Arts Society, he should be eliminated quickly. Chapter 049. Raditz and Dr. Willow, who turned into a biochemical monster, fight earth-shattering on the east side of the ring. The explosion of Qigong waves explodes all the time. If it weren't for Ling Mu's protective shield, the audience seats in that area would have been blown up a long time ago. But now, the auditorium in this area has become a treasure trove. Be able to intuitively touch the explosive strength of a martial artist. In the sky, Sun Wukong and Vic reproduce the battle of the previous session. The breath of the two is slightly weaker than that of Raditz and Dr. Willow, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still very powerful. In mid-air, the figures of the two disappeared from time to time, and appeared from time to time. The Qigong waves in his hand also did not stop, fighting into a firepower battle in mid-air. Bike's continuous Qigong bombs were thrown at Sun Wukong like he didn't want money. Vic. Turtle Pie Qigong. At this time, Sun Wukong directly made a trick against the wave. But Vic couldn't help but smile grimly. Pointing his finger at the center of his eyebrow, a powerful airflow began to be hidden in his fingertips. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Sun Wukong's whole body. But the Turtle School Qigong also burst out at this time. But strangely, Vic, who was penetrated by the Turtle Sect Qigong in the sky, did not have the slightest expression. After Image Fist, Sun Wukong was stunned. At this moment, behind him, he remembered Bike's gloomy voice. Magic Light Killing Cannon. An incomparably clever Qigong wave surrounded this spiral chi flame and killed Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong's face was surprised, and he directly withstood this move. But his figure, like Vic Kerr, did not change color. Vic, go down. Sun Wukong appeared behind Bike, and another blow Turtle Qigong broke out, directly knocking Vic out of the ring. Bah, I was fooled by you. Vic, who stood up under the ring, was speechless. Sun Wukong actually used an after-image fist, and at the moment of confrontation just now, Vic thought that Sun Wukong was deceived. It turned out to be quite an honest person, but now he is getting smarter and smarter. Hey, Bike, I'm sorry. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Vic was eliminated, there were only 5 people left on the field, and Satan managed to become 5th. Raditz fights with Dr. Willow, and Satan shrinks in the corner, shivering. Sun Gohan looked at the surrounding situation curiously, and did not know what he was doing. However, when Sun Wukong's battle was over, the little guy floated over laughing again. Dad, that's great. Hearing his son's praise, Sun Wukong nodded with a grin. Under the ring, Vic and Klin and the others were speechless. This time the sneak attack was unsuccessful, but was eliminated by the Monkey King family. Humph, if it weren't for Gohan, the 3 of us would have killed Goku long ago. Klin said depressedly, and so did Tianjin Rice. On Kigong Cannon, the little one doesn't care at all. Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head, and then put Sun Wuhan down, and said solemnly, Gohan, now the martial arts will be in the ring, we will also have a fight. The eliminated people were stunned. This is a battle between father and son? Hey? Is Dad going to fight Gohan too? But Dad can't beat Gohan. 3-year-old son Gohan said curiously. Everyone on the side couldn't hold back their laughter. And the father was despised by his son. When Sun Wukong heard this, he instantly looked like a child. Gohan, Dad is very powerful. If you don't believe it, give it a try. After that, he also punched a few times. Gohan, knock your dad down. This is the task given to you by your master. That's right. Gohan, Ling Mu is watching from the stage. Klin and the others began to encourage with great joy, and especially directly carried out Ling Mu. And Vic also said with great interest. Gohan, martial artist competition, just to compete for the first. Son Gohan muttered with a small mouth, looked up and thought slowly for a while before saying, okay, then I'll fight my father once. Okay. Here we go. Sun Wukong instantly laughed. The scene of the martial arts meeting boiled again, because when Sun Wukong eliminated the great demon king of Bike, the next scene was a battle between father and son. Gohan is so cute. I really want to be his mother. When I saw Son Gohan, I wanted to slap my 3-year-old son who still had to feed a few times. Haven't you noticed that Satan is still scrupulous? The situation of several people on the field is naturally clear to everyone. But after the father and son were ready to start, the battle between Raditz and Dr. Willow was gone. Gohan, come on. Kill your dad. Kiki couldn't help but wave the flag loudly to cheer for her son. Anyway, in this situation, a large part of the bonus will go to the Sun family, so you can fight as much as you want. In Kiki's opinion, it doesn't matter. On the field, Sun Wukong put on a normal attack posture and looked at his son solemnly. Gohan, come on. Son Gohan bowed slightly, then nodded and said, then Dad, I'm going to start too. With a brush, in the blink of an eye, a small pink fist appeared in front of Sun Wukong's eyes. This ghostly speed that could not be perceived instantly made Sun Wukong's sweat and hair. Stretch out your arm to block it. But with a bang sounded. I saw Sun Wukong's body directly hit the edge of the ring by this punch, and almost fell down. This scene instantly silenced the audience, and then burst into earth-shattering shouts. What kind of joke? Son Gohan actually killed his father in seconds with one punch. Under the ring, Klin and the others looked confused. They didn't see the figure of Son Gohan, only knew that after the little guy appeared, Sun Wukong took off. Vic doesn't open his eyes wide, the gap is so big. 3 months ago, the little guy just had great potential, and as a result, after following Ling Mu for 3 months, he could kill Sun Wukong in seconds, which is not equal to killing Vic in seconds. Gohan, why are you so powerful? Sun Wukong got up tremblingly, unable to believe it. He felt severe pain all over his body, and the sudden strength made him a little unbearable. Dad, are you all right? Gohan just used only 1/5 of his strength. Son Gohan said with an innocent look. But Sun Wukong almost vomited blood, 1 in 5 of his strength. He is now being beaten by his son? Gohan, next Dad will use the strongest blow, as long as you catch it, Dad will automatically admit defeat. Sun Wukong does not care, such a fight, pure abuse. Son Gohan nodded and said with a cautious face, okay, Dad, then Gohan should also be serious. A drop of cold sweat ran down Sun Wukong's forehead. Gohan seriously? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong condensed the chi of his whole body. Turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. A huge Qigong wave shone from Sun Wukong's hand above the martial arts club. And at this time, Sun Wuhan's eyes were solemn, and his small body respectfully made a horse step. Open arms. A powerful airflow instantly diffused and erupted. Chapter 050. Today's audience also has a little awareness of martial artists. Generally speaking, the martial artists who can make Qigong waves belong to the advanced level. Like sending out violent giant Qigong waves, it belongs to the top layer. And Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong is stronger than the top. When this Qigong wave broke out, the entire ring was also shaking, but because of the protective shield, there was not much going on outside. But inside, layers of stone slabs began to be lifted and rolled upside down. Many viewers' eyes even revealed anger. This father actually killed his son. But the next scene left these people speechless. I saw Sun Gohan's small voice roar, and a layer of white chi covered his whole body. A furious airflow condensed. When Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong was about to approach Sun Wuhan, it was directly blocked by the invisible chi wall. Roar! Sun Gohan let out another roar. But a surprising scene appeared again, that Turtle Sect Qigong was directly roared away by Sun Wuhan. The whole audience was like a ghost. Klin's eyes widened, and even Sun Wukong looked stunned. The battle between Raditz and Dr. Willow also stopped at this moment. Gohan! My son! Kiki was the first to react, waving a flag to cheer for her son. Immediately after that, a huge cheer rang out. Ling Mu, who was staying in the room, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. The little guy will still deceive people when he arrives, obviously he has used half his strength. Unfortunately, this power is of little use in the universe. Turn around and throw it on Aitlin, and have a good fight. Kids! If you don't use it to fight, what else can you do? This master is for your own good. Gohan, tell Dad, how the hell did you cultivate? Sun Wukong looked like a mountain of fatherly love and began to take Sun Wuhan's cultivation method. I don't know, the master asked me to wear some special clothes and stay in a very heavy room. Gohan plays with toys every day. Sun Gohan said innocently. And Sun Wukong, who heard this, was not sure again, his son was playing? But how did he know that now Sun Gohan is wearing a 200-kilogram gravity suit and stays in a gravity room 50 times every day? Even if you play, you can play a flower. Well, Dad lost. Then you have to work hard to win the championship. After speaking, Sun Wukong put down Sun Wuhan and jumped off the ring directly. Monkey King eliminated. At this moment, the audience cheered. Father and son battle, father lost, automatically admitted defeat. It was also a perfect ending. As a result, Kiki by the ring was not happy and didn't know where to take out a horn. Monkey King, you idiot! Eliminate everyone else. Bonus! Bonus! Sun Wukong, who had just stepped off the ring, was stunned, and then looked at the scene, in addition to Sun Gohan, Raditz, Dr. Willow and a Satan. Kiki, I forgot. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said embarrassedly, while Klin and the others shook their heads, and then looked at Satan enviously. Monkey King, you idiot! Gohan, go help you Uncle Raditz and finish off that ugly monster. Also, clean up the guy hiding in the corner. Kiki instantly commanded. And Son Gohan, who heard this, nodded instantly, okay. Mom. Then he saw Son Gohan suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. A bolt of lightning streaked through midair and appeared in front of Dr. Willow. Stretching out his little pink fist, he punched Dr. Willow. I saw that this biochemical monster, who had just been extremely powerful, was directly knocked out and fell out of the field. Raditz's forehead also broke out in cold sweat. His nephew, it's too fierce. Uncle Raditz, there is another uncle to be eliminated. After Sun Wuhan said naively, he flew directly to Satan's eyes. At this moment, Satan, who has been holding on, has not yet figured out the situation on the scene, and only knows that there are people who are constantly eliminating. When the demonic child appeared, Satan's heart went cold, and he couldn't hide this time. Uncle, I'm going to eliminate you. Gohan said innocently. And Satan left a cold sweat, his brain turned slightly, and pondered, little friend, have a discussion, or you will eliminate others first. When the game is over, I'll introduce you to a little sister. Her name is Bidalai, she is my girlfriend, and she is about the same age as you. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned, and so did the others. This Satan is so shameless that he actually made a deal with his daughter. And Son Gohan thought about it naively, but in the ring, except for you and Uncle Raditz and me, there is no one left. Satan was stunned, and then looked at the surrounding jesting rings, and when the situation was confirmed, a look of surprise appeared on his face. So, I'm the third runner-up. Ha 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 ha. Satan instantly let out a maniacal laugh, and Klin and the turtle immortals in the audience were particularly depressed. Give that guy the third place. Little friend, Uncle can't beat you, so he admitted defeat. After that, Satan jumped directly off the ring very naked. Kiki was shaking with anger in the ring. Sun Wukong, that idiot, if he didn't automatically jump off the ring, he would have taken the third place a long time ago. I announce that the champion of the 24th World No. 1 Martial Arts Association is Sun Gohan. When Raditz was also punched out of the ring by Gohan, the champion of this edition of the Earth was the 3-year-old little guy Sun Gohan. Instantly become an idol in the hearts of friends of all sizes, and a child of others. Sun Wuhan, do you fulfill your right to champion and challenge Ling Mu, the boss of Lingxi Group? The host with sunglasses said excitedly, after this time, he will follow the Ling Group to the universe to hold a galactic martial arts meeting. Master? But I'm not a match for the master at all. Sun Gohan held a trophy higher than others. As a result, Sun Wukong shouted with a look of fear that the world would not be chaotic, Gohan, you must challenge Ling Mu. Daddy calls the shots for you. The group of people around instantly fell silent, even Dr. Willow looked like an idiot, even his son couldn't beat him, and he wanted to be the master? But at this time, a figure flew from the sky and landed on the ring. Gohan, come up. After today, you will be fully engaged in formal practice. Ling Mu's figure stood arrogantly in the ring, and everyone did not object, because this was the strongest person on earth. All right. Master, I'm coming. The little one scratched his head and floated to the ring. The audience was silent, and their eyes were set on this battle between master and apprentice. But Ling Mu glanced at the little guy and said lightly, Gohan, release your full strength. The little one nodded. And then looked serious. Begin to burst into full force. At this moment, the sky did not overcast. Chapter 051. Sun Wukong and the others looked solemnly at the ring. The battle was fierce, but that was only for Sun Gohan. With every punch and kick he made, he burst into furious power, and no one on earth could block an attack of this level. But in front of Ling Mu, it was like a pediatric. Ling Mu didn't even move his body, relying only on one finger, he resisted all of Sun Wuhan's moves. With some force, Didn't you eat? When punching, how can there be a gap in the strength of the waist? Qi, tell you to integrate Qi to strengthen your attack. No matter how powerful Sun Wuhan burst out, or even hit an extremely strong Qigong wave, it dissipated under Ling Mu's finger. Okay, you go home for 2 days, and the day after tomorrow you leave to prepare to go to the universe. The next cultivation, don't cry your nose. Ling Mu said lightly, directly bent his finger, and flicked towards Sun Wuhan's forehead. I saw the little guy suddenly fly out of the field, looking painful. For the Earthlings, Gohan's combat power has been strong to the extreme, but in the battle with Ling Mu, he is still as naive as a child. Got it, Master. Sun Gohan said bitterly and flew to Kiki's side obediently. Ling Mu smiled, flashed people directly, and returned to his room. The little guy is actually already good, 10,000 combat strength, in the attack that just broke out, most of them exceeded 10,005. But in Ling Mu's opinion, there was no difference at all. However, seeing that the little guy looked like he was about to cry, Ling Mu knew that the purpose of this competition had been reached. Next, it's time to truly develop his combat potential. To surpass the Super Saiyan, the suffering of these 2 years has made most adults unable to survive. The 24th Tianxia First Martial Arts Association is over. The Sun family is the biggest winner. But Satan has reached the pinnacle of life, relying on meticulousness, becoming the third runner-up, so that many people with insufficient strength can also see hope. The white bills fell into the pocket, leaving Satan with no worries for the rest of his life. After the match, Raditz entered the Lingxi group warhead and began Scion training. And Dr. Willow, who was directly caught by the curious Ling Mu, went to the headquarters of the Ling group, dismantled the biochemical body, retained only one brain, and sat in the research department of the Ling group. Dr. Willow doesn't want to work? Is that important? Unless he's impatient. As for Carrick too, he finally left with Bike. After Sun Wuhan left Earth with Ling Mu, Sun Wukong also entered the netherworld to find the legendary king of the realm. Klin and the others also began their own cultivation. In 2 years, everyone will gather and go to the universe to participate in the Galactic Martial Arts Association. A year later, not far from the outer solar system, 2 prototype vehicles were speeding towards Earth. Vegeta, Earth is coming. Naba's voice came from another flying machine. And Vegeta, whose hair stood on end, silently opened her eyes and replied. Damn Raditz, there was no news coming back. Naba let out an evil laugh, maybe it was killed. After all, his combat effectiveness is only less than 2,000,000. Hearing this, Vegeta closed his eyes again. After arriving on Earth, if Raditz is still alive, then kill him. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Raditz tiredly walked out of the 50X gravity room, followed some other combat colleagues, and went to the restaurant of the Ling group to eat. Although among this group, Raditz's strength is the highest. But he didn't have any arrogance. Because including him, it was only the lowest level combat group of the Ling group. In the subsequent universe, there will be other high-level squads coming to pick people and replenish the team members. Raditz, you're used to 50 times gravity, you should have beaten your nephew, right? A colleague joked. But Raditz didn't have any dissatisfaction and said with a smile, if it was Gohan from last year, it should have been able to fight. But it's hard to say now. After all, Gohan was practicing with his boss. Yes, your nephew is really lucky. By the way, why didn't your brother Sun Wukong come to the Lingxi group? Hearing this, Raditz thought for a moment and shook his head, I don't know. He has his own way. Regarding the matter of Weiss, Raditz did not reveal that it was the existence that could defeat Ling Mu, which made Sun Wukong see hope. But Raditz didn't have this idea for the time being, because he was not as thick-skinned as his brother, and went to consult the adult. The main thing is that Sun Wukong actually succeeded. VES told him to go to the Realm King first. Therefore, Raditz has a good mentality, and if he can't beat Ling Mu, he will mess with Ling Mu. And it's not bad to live on Earth, there is no need to wander around the universe. Diddy, alarm, at the southeast coordinates of the Earth 3585.4895, found that a powerful energy descended from the universe. Please go and check it out quickly. Just as the alarm sounded during the meal, Raditz knew that he was about to attack. The Earth seems to be in danger. At the location reported by the alarm, 2 aircraft landed between the mountains. Vegeta walked out at the same time as Naba. Nice environment. It can be sold for a good price. Naba said with a gloomy smile. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked left and right, and then took the detector with him. Drop by drop. 5,000. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. With a bang, Vegeta's detector exploded instantly. And his face instantly became gloomy. Damn, no wonder Raditz didn't hear back. Naba, this planet must come with the Frisia Legion. With the 2 of us, it is impossible to fight. Vegeta shouted instantly. There are people who exceed 30,000 combat power, and his Vegeta has the highest outbreak, and it is nothing more than 30,000. What? Naba flashed a stunned expression, and then picked up the detector as well. Burst open again and prove that this is the case. Naba instantly panicked. Vegeta, let's hurry up, I just detected a dozen powerful forces approaching us. But at this moment, a familiar voice with dismay sounded in my ears. Vegeta, Naba. Raditz. Seeing the person coming, Naba was shocked, and even Vegeta showed an incredulous look. Especially when a group of people with similar combat power fell behind Raditz, the 2 of them couldn't believe it. Are you coming? Raditz spoke. The others behind him saw that Raditz knew him, and they relaxed their hearts. Raditz, why didn't you send back the news? But at this moment, as soon as the little Vegeta spoke, all the people of the Ling group were impressed. This tone, is it looking for a fight? A look of command Raditz. Find a draw. Chapter 052. Raditz's face was not surprised, but he forgot his gaze on Vegeta and said lightly. Vegeta, let's fight. Hearing this, Naba's face became shocked. Raditz, are you crazy? But at this moment, Raditz suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta at a speed he couldn't see. Stretch out your big hand, grab Vegeta, raise it above your head, and smash it into the ground. Boom! Vegeta was smashed directly into the ground without resistance, looking incredulous. Naba's eyes widened. How is it possible, more than 3 years, how can you have such combat power? Naba said in horror. And the people of the Lingxi group looked like they were watching a good show. Raditz seems to have a feud with them. No, it seems that Raditz seems to belong to the category of counterattack. Hehe, that stupid big man, who will beat him up later? A whispered voice sounded, and after Raditz had done all this, he retreated expressionlessly to the side, waiting for the recovery of the Scion Prince. Hehe, Raditz, a second-rate warrior. A gloomy laughter came from the pit, and a terrifying aura was released. After the people of the Ling group sensed it, their faces showed a cautious look, they seemed to be unable to beat, they might have to call people. Vegeta, all these years of hurt by you, I will pay you back in this battle. After that, for the continuation of the Scion race, I will tell you what happened. Raditz said again expressionlessly. He knew Vegeta's character, arrogant and arrogant. So it's useless to say anything now, a beat is the most effective way. You think you can beat me, this prince? A violent roar appeared, and Vegeta gradually crawled out of the pit, and his body was filled with a tyrannical atmosphere. The momentum that exudes is even more dignified. Vaguely, it had climbed to the 20,000 realm. Can you challenge the former prince of Vegeta yourself? That superior fighter? Raditz couldn't help but exhale, and more than 10 years of suffocation disappeared at this moment. A. Raditz roared, and the breath in his whole body exploded. At this moment, a strong hurricane blew around, and flying sand and rocks made people look sideways. Lying groove, Raditz has exploded, this combat power has exceeded 30,000. The people of the surrounding Ling group were all excited. This group of personnel belongs to Raditz's best and the fastest progress. The 50x gravity chamber has stumped many people, but over the course of the year, Raditz has gradually adapted. Vegeta's gravity is 10 times, so Raditz has long adapted. But when it comes to 20, 30 times, the potential of the Tazayans is also further developed. After reaching 50 times, a lot of potential begins to be released. But Raditz has not yet gone through a battle of life and death, so he is on the verge of death, belongs to the strongest plugin of the Scion, and has not yet opened. His combat strength at the moment is only about 35,000. But compared to Vegeta and Naba, it is already extremely terrifyingly strong. Raditz, you, said Naba with a shocked look. And Vegeta couldn't believe that he had been his own follower 3 years later to this extent. As everyone knows, for 2 of them, Raditz is still on the road. Vegeta, take it! Raditz roared, instantly releasing a huge pressure, so that Vegeta could not keep up with the rhythm. Directly beaten. Bastard, I'm Prince Vegeta. Under the fierce attack, Vegeta also burst into strength. Final flash. The furious aura gathered and exploded on Vegeta's body. The battlefield became more violent, and the surrounding boulders began to faintly crack. Die. At this moment, Vegeta didn't want to care about anything, he just wanted to kill Raditz. In front of him, himself, the Scion Prince, is like a clown. But then, Raditz raised his hands and turned to Vegeta. Ordinary two-handed Qigong waves, but bursting out of power, majestically destroying Vegeta's final flash. Boom! At this moment, Vegeta was sturdy and ate the blow. His whole body was scorched black, and he fell to the side full of injuries and fainted. Naba, come with me. After doing all this, Raditz's face was faceless. Instead, he stepped forward, directly picked up Vegeta, and flew towards the Ling group. And Naba followed in horror. He knew that next, Raditz would explain everything to them. Because of the Scion race, there are only a few survivors left. Bastard, bastard! Vegeta's face was gloomy, and he didn't care about the injuries on his body. He had woken up long ago, but what had happened had pushed his worldview into the abyss. What Scion, what Kainu, what Frisia? Under the Ling group, it is like an ant. Especially Raditz, this once second-rate warrior, actually evolved to be stronger than him. Vegeta, the world has changed. It's not bad that we stay on Earth either. Naba said with a bleak face. After talking to Raditz that day, Naba quickly straightened his mind. It turned out that they were all the weakest group. Naba, I'm a prince. Scion Prince. Vegeta roared. But Naba didn't care, took out a universal capsule, threw it on the table, and threw out a pile of food. But we are all weak now, Vegeta, your princely status is useless. And if you think about it, Raditz can cultivate to surpass your realm, if you join the Ling group like him, won't it be able to become stronger? Why cling to your past? Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned, and a look of resignation flashed on his face, but in the end, he was unable to hang down. Haha, eat! Earth's meals were exceptional. The Ling group is hiring people again. When the time comes, we go to the assessment. Naba laughed, and then began to bury his head in his head. A month later, not far from Sun Wukong's house, a hut was built. It was the base of Vegeta and Naba. And Raditz also lives not far away. Kiki looked irritable, and 2 more people ate white food. On this day, Raditz, who took a shift break, returned to his residence. And Vegeta and Naba arrived at the same time, but at this moment, an unfamiliar aura broke into the eyes of the two. "Brother, I'm back. Take me to the gravity room of the Ling group." The Monkey King, who returned from the King of the Realm, suddenly appeared in front of him. "Didn't you go to the Realm King to cultivate?" Raditz glanced at his brother and wondered. And Sun Wukong nodded, "Hee, the cultivation is back. The King of the Realm said that to participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts meeting, my strength will be strengthened. The Realm King star only has 10 times the gravity, which is not enough for my cultivation." Hearing this, Vegeta on the side said in disgust. "Raditz, this is your brother Kakarot? Don't you know that Vegeta has 10 times gravity? It's up tonight. This book is on the shelves for 10 days, and every day is an update of more than 10,000 words, really hard. I hope the brothers support it. There are not many books written about Dragon Ball, and the author Jun is really apprehensive. I hope everyone will give a first order support in the evening, thank you very much." Chapter 053. Vegeta said with a hillbilly look of disdain. "Kakarot, a scion worse than Raditz, a lower-level warrior, completely belongs to the low-level existence. Now it's a 10x gravity, and I can be excited for a long time." And Sun Wukong looked curious and looked at Vegeta and said, "Who are you?" "Kakarot, my name is Vegeta, a scion prince." Vegeta said gloomily, and Naba said nothing on the side. Recently on Earth, he learned one thing, that is, how to control his breath. And the feeling that Sun Wukong gives him is introverted, maybe something powerful will erupt. Stupid big people have a mind. "You're a scion prince? Fight with me." "Ha!" Sun Wukong said excitedly, and then released his breath. At this moment, Raditz did not stop and also looked at his brother. Although when he first came to Earth 1 year ago, his combat power was higher than that of his younger brother. But Sun Wukong's future path is broader than his. And when Sun Wukong burst out of breath, Raditz's eyes also flashed solemnity. It turned out that he was given 10 times the gravity and cultivated for another year. Has it already reached the realm of 20,000 combat power? What? This junior warrior of yours is also that strong? Vegeta looked distracted. At this moment, Sun Wukong just burst out his strength, and that aura was much stronger than him. Well, it's fine. I still have to train. The Realm King said that most of the battle group of the Ling group are cultivating in the gravity room about dozens of times. And the battle squad in the universe is hundreds of times. After the innocent words sounded, Vegeta involuntarily became angry. One by one, the scions who were at the bottom have surpassed themselves? Bastard! Vegeta also began to release his breath. But at this moment, Raditz stepped forward to block Vegeta, and then said to Sun Wukong, "Brother, fight with me." Sun Wukong was stunned, and after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay brother, I also want to fight with you." As soon as the words fell, he saw Raditz burst out of his breath. After settling with Vegeta, Raditz's combat effectiveness has also increased in this month, and is now close to exceeding the 40,000 limit. When he burst out of breath, a terrifying aura swept out, making Vegeta look unwillingly at Raditz's back, and this guy increased his strength again. Bastard! But the next scene undermined Vegeta's confidence even more. My brother has become so strong. It looks like it's going to use the Realm King fist. Sun Wukong scratched his head and couldn't help but say. Then he took a horse step, condensed the strength of his whole body, and began to greatly increase his strength. Realm King Fist. With a boom, Viridite's incomparable arrogance surrounded Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong's combat power surpassed 40,000. This surprised Raditz. And Vegeta looked even more incredulous. How is it possible? Why is there such a martial art that doubles the combat power? If he learns, he won't be able to fight beyond the level. This is the result of your cultivation at the Realm King. Raditz said curiously. And Sun Wukong nodded, yes, brother, the Realm King Fist can still increase the multiplier, but my body will not be able to withstand it, so I have to use a higher level gravity room. Hearing this, Raditz showed a solemn look, which means that his younger brother is completely capable of defeating himself. Let's fight again. When the battle began to break out, only Vegeta was left with a sluggish look. Is he still that Scion Prince? Even a few lower-level warriors are so much stronger than themselves. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the minds of everyone present. The first Galactic Budokai will be held 1 year later at the coordinates of the North Galaxy at 5867.47895 IB-Co. Please be prepared. The rewards for this martial arts meeting are as follows. After 3 consecutive replays, Son Goku's battle with Raditz stopped. After the two looked at each other, they couldn't help laughing. The bigger stage is about to take place. More than a dozen huge spaceships, moving forward in the lonely universe. The strangely shaped alien combatants above are the Frisia Legion. Your brother has been killed, and you still want to take revenge. The Kurdish king sat gloomy on the throne and looked at his other son, Frisia. The news of Gura's death was known to Frisia as early as the first time, because a bugging device was installed. And that person named Ling Mu made the terrified Frisia also fall into cultivation. Father, after 3 years, I have controlled the strength of my body. My potential was further developed. The Kurdish king squinted at his son and said lightly, how much combat effectiveness? Full force explosion, around 700 million. Didn't perform the transformation of the 4th form like your brother. Hearing this, a dark smile flashed at the corner of Frisia's mouth, and he shook his head and said, Father, the 3rd form is the most perfect form of the frozen demon. Kill that guy, brother. I estimate a maximum combat power of 500 million. After seeing this kind of master, I finally don't have to suppress my strength. After 3 years of cultivation, it reached 700 million. When the time comes, kill Ling Mu and take over his Ling group, then I will be the king of the entire galaxy. The Kurdish king did not reply, but frowned and thought silently. The frozen demon did not have much feelings, and even if Gula died, the Kurdish king was not too sad. But the main thing is the problem of the combat effectiveness of the people who killed the Gura. 200 million Gula was killed, and Frisia estimated the opponent's combat power to be 500 million, which really valued the opponent. But the Kurdish king always felt that something was wrong. Invading the Omega Star, can you really get the kind of thing that grants your wishes? The Kurdish king couldn't help it. Frisia, on the other hand, smiled proudly, I don't know. But if it can destroy the Omega Star, then the Galactic Martial Arts Association cannot be held. My prestige of Frisia will spread even longer. Hearing this, the Kurdish king lowered his head and dozed off silently. My son's plan is quite good, just follow it and see it yourself. I Gassin. Anna hummed a ditty and happily handled the preparations for the Galactic Martial Arts Society. There is still a year to see the boss, and I don't know if I have become more handsome, and Gohan. The little one doesn't know how tall he grows. But at this moment, an unusual evil aura spread from outside the universe into the Omega Star. Anna put down her work, and her gaze seemed to penetrate outer space. At this moment, an arrogant voice spread throughout the Omega Star. Cosmic Emperor Frisia is coming. And the people of this planet are coming to greet you. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Anna's mouth, and she tapped the table twice and muttered. Broly. Job done. It's on the shelves. The listing testimonials are. Please order first. Chapter 054. Anna propped her chin and fell into the memory. The boss really expected things like gods, and there were really people who came to IB-Co Star to wreak havoc. Lord Anna. Paragus and Broly came to Anna's office. Frisia is here, let Broly solve it. Bring Battle Squad 3 over and tackle the others. Anna said with a slight smile. And Paragus was stunned, Frisia? The cosmic emperor who destroyed his hometown? Yes. When the spacecraft broke into the atmosphere, Frisia looked at the commercial planet, the corners of his mouth flashed with greed, and he could definitely sell for a super high price. King Frisia, King Kurd, has arrived at Ibiga Star. The tall Sob and Doria prayed. Frisia snorted coldly and floated out of the spaceship in his own flying machine. But as soon as he arrived outside, his eyes couldn't help but widen. I don't know when, a 20-person squad has surrounded the entire spaceship, and his own subordinates have not yet discovered it. What people? Sob and Doria stepped forward and said gloomily. Then turn on the detector and scan it. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. Bang bang, at this moment, all the people in the Frisia Legion who used the detector all exploded. The entire legion was instantly scared to pee. Among these more than 20 people, none of them had less than 500,000 combat power. Fow! King Frisia, he. Doria stuttered to the point of not daring to speak. These guys, each of them, are comparable to the power of the former Frisia who has not transformed. The Kurdish king also looked incredulous. What the heck? Although it seems that it does not exceed 1 million combat power, this subordinate who exceeds 500,000 combat power, even the Kurdish king is not moved. But at this moment, I saw that the group of people suddenly separated, and an old and a young man came from the rear. And the Kurdish king and Frisia are still a little familiar. Frisia, King Kurd, you came to invade this planet. Paragas said solemnly, and the once familiar aura once permeated again. Old man, have I seen you? Frisia sat on the flying machine and said. The scions used to be Dezo Paragas. Paragas said in a low voice. This made Frisia laugh casually. It turned out to be a race that had been destroyed by itself. He, old man, take out that wish-granting thing, and I won't kill you. You should know my strength. Frisia laughed sadly. Seeing this picture, Paragas said in a low voice, that is a reward that only the champion and runner-up of the Galactic Martial Arts Association can reap. Oh? Then you just want me to rob it? What martial arts breaking meeting? Frisia is the Universe Emperor. Frisia sat on the flying machine and floated directly to Paragas. He didn't care at all about the 500,000 Ling-style employees around him. But at this time, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbed Frisia's head, and dragged it directly off the aircraft. It's Broly. At this moment, Frisia was unable to resist. Be respectful to my father. Broly said seriously, since leaving Wampa Star and no longer using electricity, the relationship between the father and son of the two has also become much better. Bastard! At this moment, Frisia was completely angry and instantly stormed away. Directly open the third form, short size, more than 100 million combat power, floating above the Ibiga Star. And the Kurdish king, at this moment, also stood up. Floated to Frisia's side, and looked solemnly at Broly. Paragas sighed, if it weren't for his son, he would have died just now. Broly, let's do it. Battle team, clean up the rest of the Frisia Legion. As soon as Paragath spoke, a big battle began in the sky over the entire Omega Star. The battle group of the Ling group was like a tiger, like a flock of sheep, and all those members of the Frisia Legion punched into the air. Like Sob transformed into a crocodile head, I don't know which member came out, and he directly punched it out in seconds. When Frisia saw the surrounding scene, he was immediately angry. These are all his own subordinates. Bastard! Today I killed you! A powerful aura disturbed the sky above the Omega Star. Frisia officially opened fire and burst out with full strength. His body grew stronger, and after 3 years of cultivation, his 700 million combat power was also completely displayed. And the Kurdish king, who also released an aura of more than 100 million combat power, fell next to Frisia. But when he looked at Paragas and Broly, he found that father and son did not have any fearful eyes. Broly, unleash your power. Paragath took out a bottle of wine and poured it, and he was with Broly every day, and he had a general idea. The combat power of Frisia and the Kurdish king is completely a rat-like existence. Got it, father. Broly nodded, clenched his fists, and said nothing. A huge and endless breath exploded in an instant. This time, the atmosphere of Igika began to vibrate. And Broly's hair also turned bright green when brushed, and the entire pupil began to turn white. Chuan Chao transformed, and the combat effectiveness quietly approached tens of billions. Frisia and the Kurdish king were terrified, and they were like boats in the sea. Frisia, go! The Kurdish king shouted and fled in an instant. And Broly's body moved, appeared directly in front of the Kurdish king, grabbed the two horns effortlessly, and dragged them down. But at this moment, Frisia's eyes froze, and he burst out of his whole body, directly exploding into outer space. As soon as the fight started, Frisia slipped away. He was afraid. What a monster this is! At that moment, it was simply not human. But just as Frisia took out the Imga star, a faint female voice came. Frisia, welcome to the Galactic Martial Arts Association in a year. This ghostly female voice instantly frightened Frisia and fled directly from the Omega star in the flesh. This woman's strength is not worse than Broly. A year later, the first Galactic Martial Arts Association was finally approaching. When there were still 2 months left before the start of the race, a large number of spaceships headed for the Omega star. Many more converge from all over the universe. In the remote mountains of the Earth, an old doctor with brown hair appears. No 13, number 14, number 15, wake up. Follow me to the Galactic Martial Arts Association. At the edge of the North Galaxy, an evil nemesis sat on the spaceship. Lord Shrag, there is still 1 month to reach Omega. Divine Realm. King of the Northern Realm, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. The ribs are here. Inside a planet in the East Galaxy. Dr. Meow, I've taken Babe and prepared to go. Aether Blue Star. A silver ray burst from the eyes of the man in the black jacket and soared straight into the sky. Let Sun Gohan, who has grown slightly tall. Look sluggish. Thanks for the support. Chapter 055. Wow, this is the Omega Star? What a lot of strong people! Sun Wukong shouted without hesitation. This group of people from the Earth gathered together to play in the most famous commercial street of Ibico. Large groups of strong people are doing the same thing. Humph, what a fuss! Vegeta said viciously. During this year, he also entered the Ling group and began to cultivate using the gravity room. But time is wasted too much, and he can't guarantee that he can beat Raditz and Sun Wukong now. Vegeta, don't you mean people who are better than us? Very few. Raditz said with a rare smile. Vegeta's face changed instantly, that was before. Naba, the stupid big man, didn't care, casually took out cosmic coins and bought food on the street. Today, all over the galaxy gathers food. In addition to the normal Galactic Martial Arts Association, larger commercial exchanges are also unfolding. Yo, this is not Vegeta. I saw 5 guys of different heights appear in front of everyone. One of them, a burly man with a pineapple head, wearing a protective suit, said passionately. Exactly Likum. Hey, Team Kainu. Vegeta said viciously. And Raditz also set his sights on Team Kainu and others. Except for the tallest Kainu, who still can't see through, no one else is his opponent. Yo, isn't this Raditz? Likum said with a happy face. In the past, he liked to bully this kind of handsome scion the most. Naba's eyes were solemn, but Sun Wukong was curious. Who are these guys? It's Frisia's men. Vic suddenly stepped forward. And Sun Wukong looked surprised. Bike, do you know? I don't know, but here is an introduction to the forces of this universe. You can check it out. After speaking, Vic threw a book to Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong looked confused because he didn't know words. Are you from Nemesis? Another sound came, and I don't know when Niru came with the name X team. You are. Suddenly seeing someone similar to himself, Bike's face couldn't help but change. My name is Niru, it seems that you are the clan member who fell to the earth as the great elder said. Niru spoke, and Dandy on the side stepped forward to explain. So the Mixian is not dead yet. A thick breath came, oppressing those present without suffocation. It turned out to be the same Shrag of the Nemesis. Who are you? Feeling the evil aura of his kind, Niru did not care. But at this time, an even more evil aura descended on the scene. Hehe, this martial art will be interesting. At some point, Frisia and the Kurdish king also descended on this street. Frisia! Vegeta said fiercely, and Raditz was also in a bad mood. Frisia, no fighting is allowed here. And King Kurdish, remember the warning that the Ling clique warned you a year ago. A stronger aura appeared, and I don't know when, more than 100 employees of the Ling Shi group with a huge aura appeared on the street. Broly, who was the leader, shocked Shrag's eyes even more. And the Kurdish king directly shut up. A year ago, after being captured by the Ling group, he survived by chance. But the Ling Shi group's requirement for him was to enter the top 10 of the martial arts society, otherwise he would be wiped out. The stronger and stronger aura began to land on the IGA star. Large groups of strangely shaped powerhouses began to appear, but at this moment, a group of dead people with halos also appeared on the Imga star. Warriors from Hades. Led by Pork Rib Rice, and Chili. Wow, this planet is good. King of the Northern Realm, you are so lucky. The 4 realm kings chatted excitedly, and an old man with sunglasses in front of him danced and danced happily. He was the king of the great realm. There are more and more strong people, and a large number of breaths make everyone dare not move. Because no matter what level of people, they can perceive opponents of the same level. Is it really worthy of the Galaxy Martial Arts Association? At this time, Frisia's mentality was already extremely gloomy, and there were so many people who were stronger than him. Last year, he was still training his strength, but it was still not enough in this scene. A massive spaceship descends with the Galactic Patrol emblem on it. The Omega Star is really thriving. Just let me add and win the first place in the Galaxy Martial Arts Association. An Ultraman-like Eggman kid appears, it's Gark. Shut up, fight well, so many cosmic coins, enough for the Galaxy Department to spend a long time. The octopus-bodied Galactic King appeared and instructed Gark. But just then, another petite spaceship landed. But on the Ibico star, all the strong people looked at the sky in unison. Ling Mu. Sun Wukong raised his head and said solemnly. Boss. A large number of Ling-style group combatants also looked up. Is that the boss of the Ling Shi group? How could it be so strong? A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Iomega star. There was no anger, but it was so shuddering. Gohan, let's go. Ling Mu said lightly. On the side, 5-year-old son Gohan nodded with a tough expression. Master, I'm ready. The door of the universe capsule opened, and I saw Ling Mu floating indifferently in the sky, looking around the commercial street below. A lot of acquaintances, and even a few guys who can't feel the breath. Dr. Gro? Artificial humans are also out? Also, that bald guy in a white coat, that's Babe on him, right? Oh, that's interesting. Before the martial arts meeting starts, please don't do it, otherwise you will be hunted down by the Ling Shi group. Ling Mu lightly opened his mouth with a word, so that everyone did not dare to object. But at this moment, in the sky, a dimensional door suddenly opened, and I saw Weiss appear with an angelic scepter in his hand. Ling Mu, the martial arts meeting has begun. Weiss laughed. Such a wonderful show, it's a pity that Beerus missed it. But the moment Weiss appeared, all the realm kings were stunned. Then a look of horror appeared on his face. The familiar uniform, and the more noble divine power. The cheerful great realm king instantly did not dare to jump off, and instantly flew forward. See the angels! Weiss was stunned, and then looked at the group of funny guys and said, "Oh, the great realm king and the realm king have also arrived? Didn't the realm king god come? The realm king god has disappeared, we haven't seen it for a long time." The great realm king hurriedly returned. After thinking a little, Weiss spoke again, "Oh, okay, let's watch the game then. I'm looking forward to it too." Ling Mu had already recognized this group of gods, but did not communicate, but just transmitted a voice to Anna to let him arrange. "Gohan, your dad is there, go over." Pointing towards Sun Wukong's position, Sun Wuhan instantly became excited and said, "Master, then I'll go first. And I'll see you later." The little guy left in a hurry, but Ling Mu smiled. In the past 2 years, he had exhausted Gohan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the development of Son Gohan's potential. Reward: experience the mysterious Gohan state once. Chapter 056. When the sound of the system sounded, Ling Mu also showed excited eyes. In 2 years, it took a lot of energy to tease Son Gohan. Weiss is right, Sun Wuhan's potential is indeed comparable to Chuan Chao, so the way of training, Ling Mu is formulated according to the level of Chuan Chao. The little one is much stronger than he thought and endured it all. Today's combat effectiveness will definitely surprise people. But he paid so much and reaped the rewards, but he only experienced the mysterious Gohan state once. Ling Mu had to look forward to it. There were still 5 days left before the start of the Galaxy Martial Arts meeting. Thinking of this, Ling Mu said, "Weiss, you go find Anna to move around at will. I still have to go and cultivate." Hearing this, Weiss was stunned, and nodded after carefully looking at Ling Mu. Ling Mu's aura suddenly disappeared, and the entire Omega Star once again resumed its liveliness. But the passion of the battle is getting warmer. Host: Ling Mu. Combat effectiveness: 2.1 billion, normal. Bloodline: Ancestor level Scion bloodline. Rule power: Power of destruction, can be upgraded to Destroyer God over time. Skills: Teleportation, Infinite Dawn, Scythe, Word of God, Time and Space Jump. 2 years have passed. Relying on the Ancestor level bloodline, Ling Mu's combat effectiveness has steadily improved. In addition to the 600 million combat power that has automatically risen, Ling Mu's own cultivation has also increased by 500 million. This is also due to spending a lot of energy on Gohan. 2.1 billion, transformed into a destructive super level 2, Ling Mu's estimated combat effectiveness must exceed 700 billion. But it still hasn't reached the 1 trillion level. Are you trying to perform a Super 3 transformation next? After thinking about it, Ling Mu put it aside. Next, the most important thing is the state of mysterious Gohan. System: receive the experience reward. After coming to the Omega Star Desert, Ling Mu began to accept the rewards of the system. When his words fell, he only felt that the power deep in his body was like a spoon, constantly digging out from below, and then pouring it all over his body. The spoon is constantly digging, and his strength under his normal state is constantly rising. 5 billion, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion. It didn't take long for the combat effectiveness under normal conditions to exceed 300 billion, and it continued to rise. At this time, the entire Omega Star began to shake violently, and the terrifying aura began to sweep through every contestant. What kind of power is this? Frisia screamed in horror. How is it possible? The ribs from the netherworld couldn't believe it. Did he? Energy limit exceeded. When the artificial man sounded the alarm, Dr. Gro, who was hiding elsewhere, was also full of horror. Babe, can this energy be parasitic? Dr. Meow asked equally shockedly. The breath was still rising, and Weiss, who was eating food, suddenly stopped and picked up his angelic scepter to check it. Well, it's really Ling Mu, this is about to break through the 1 trillion realm. Potential, an incomparably huge potential, is tapped out of the body. Compared to Sun Wuhan, the potential in Ling Mu is as vast as the sea. 700 billion. 800 billion. 900 billion. 1 trillion. After reaching this level, Ling Mu found that he was no longer digging. At this time, Ling Mu opened his eyes. And a silver ray exploded into the sky. Looking at his state, Ling Mu was not shocked. Host, Ling Mu. Combat effectiveness, 1 trillion, normal. Bloodline, ancestor level Scion bloodline. This is the mysterious state? System, how long can I maintain this combat power? Ling Mu couldn't help but speak. Ding, last a day. Hearing the system's words, Ling Mu frowned without thinking. It's only 1 day, what can you do? At that time, Sun Gohan entered this state, God blocked and killed God, and Buddha blocked and killed Buddha. But he didn't transform into Super Saiyan form. Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't wait to try. When the strength of the whole body converges on the back, the accident happens. Ling Mu actually felt that his body was trembling, and there was a faint momentum of collapse. Ling Mu, are you using the potential development technique? Weiss's voice burst in. Ling Mu hurriedly nodded, it seemed that Weiss knew. Thinking of this, Ling Mu pulled, Weiss, this is some cultivation methods in my bloodline. But only temporarily, tomorrow will fall to normal. Hearing this, Weiss glanced at him curiously, well, this potential development technique is good. But your physical strength is not enough to withstand it. Or it won't fall. But it's okay. There will be a part of the power contained in your body. Ling Mu was stunned. Weiss meant that after falling into the mysterious state, his strength would also be greatly improved, because he had the potential to retain? Is this what the system is all about? It's a waste of this, though. Let me teach you a way to strengthen your body with your potential. Weiss laughed. Then he raised the angelic scepter and raised it towards Ling Mu's head. I saw a message about the way the god of destruction cultivate his body came into his mind. The power of the god of destruction lies in the ability to resist the power of breaking the rules, because when the rules are contained, the body can withstand a certain volume. But in the next cultivation, in order to accommodate even greater destructive power, he will begin to try to destroy himself and reshape himself with other forces. Only with such strength can we improve. It can be used by both external forces and its own forces. And Ling Mu's current situation is just right to temper his body. This is like expanding a reservoir. Thanks, Vus. Only then did Ling Mu understand why mysterious Gohan couldn't transform. The biggest problem may be that the flesh cannot withstand it. And reaching the 1 trillion realm, no longer being able to tap the potential, must be this problem. So at this stage, his main task is to strengthen his physical body? Thinking of this, Ling Mu took a deep breath and began to destroy his own cultivation. In just 1 day, Ling Mu didn't know how many times he had destroyed himself. That huge potential, but constantly replenishing his own physical body. Forever maintained in the 1 trillion realm. But when this day passed, Ling Mu's realm fell again. But at this time, the normal combat effectiveness has quietly climbed to 5 billion. This is the reward for experiencing Mystic Gohan. However, my biggest gain should be physical strengthening. Then, the destructive Super 3 transformation should also be able to break through. 5 days later, the giant tournament square in the desert of Ichko was opened, and the media personnel of the major planets were all in place. And began to spread this cosmic grandeur. 10 giant arenas are already in place. This time, the number of players participating in the competition reached 50,000. These are all the strong people selected by each planet. But what greeted them was the most complicated top 100 dogfight. Chapter 057. Each ring has 5,000 people, and 10 people are selected to advance to the top 100. The first Galactic Martial Arts Association was so rude. Originally, Ling Mu also wanted to directly 50,000 people to determine the victory, but it seemed that there was not such a big ring. The Ling group couldn't monitor either, so it left it at that. The race can't use recovery drugs and technological weapons, but it's not limited to its own recovery means. Isn't there a cure in your clan? Save him. Eileen, life and death battle. To die is to really die. Afraid of something, all the people of Hades are there. The Ling group said, and when it died, it would go to their report. When the rules of the competition were released, the players were both excited and worried. Simple and furious, rewarding, but also cruel to the extreme. Strange strong people will appear in the ring, and there are even auxiliary ones. This makes many lone travelers feel sad, because there will definitely be forces in the ring battle. It's so intense, even I'm excited. Weiss ate with a special smoothie in his hand. And beside him are Violet and Bulma. At this time, even Anna unexpectedly went to the competition. Anyone in there can kill me. Klanya would tea they are going to be unlucky. The pig-headed man said discouragedly. Little pig's head, you can't talk about failure easily. Anyway, our team in the Netherworld will definitely win the first place this time. The Great Realm King instructed excitedly. Even if Weiss was around, he was still right. Such a grand battlefield made the other gods watch with interest. When the mighty contestants all entered the ring, the eyes of the entire galaxy were on the battlefield of the Omega Star. Ah! Master Wuxian, you also have a ring with me? When the turtle immortal found Sun Wukong was instantly happy. Cockroach, you idiot! Most of the Earth group is in ring too. Vegeta said loudly, and at this time, I saw Raditz leaping people, also appeared. Seeing that everyone was together, Sun Wukong laughed loudly, it seems that there is hope that I have made the cut. It's a pity that there are only 10 places, let's fight internally after we eliminate others. Klin looked at the other 1,000-strong team in fear. This is really terrifying, a group of people who are bullish and fried, all in one ring. But at this moment, the entire ring suddenly shook violently. 4 thick iron pillars protruded from the ground, and they actually directly lifted the ring into the air. All the fringe players, their faces are not very good looking. Their position doesn't seem to be good. I announce that the first Galactic Martial Arts Association is about to begin. In this competition, falling out of the ring is eliminated until there are 10 fighters left in each ring and enter the top 100. No medicines, no use of scientific and technological weapons, no killing of innocent people. Otherwise, it is considered automatic elimination. Countdown 10, let's enjoy this battle of the strong together. Ling Mu stood in the center of ring number 1, looking at the nearly 4,000 people around him, without plucking his ears. There are a lot of strange aliens, and I have never even seen them myself. It seems that the effect of the Dragon Ball broadcast is really good. The huge audience resounded with the sound of earth-shaking countdowns. And such scenes appeared on every living planet. This is a cosmic exchange. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the host's countdown ended, the 10 rings instantly burst into endless light. There were Kikong waves bombarding everywhere, and large groups of fighters fell directly off the ring like falling rain. In that area of the Netherworld, from time to time, one player after another, with an aura, let out a thick sigh. Fortunately, I communicated well with the Ling group, otherwise a large group of strong ghosts will enter the Netherworld. Watch the broadcast of Hades in Hades. Today, even he suspended his work and set up a big screen in the Netherworld to watch the Galactic Martial Arts meeting with ghosts. Hehe, you are the boss of this martial arts meeting, right? Count you unlucky when you run into our space pirate group. Ling Mu, who was sitting in the center of the ring, unexpectedly looked at a few Zhanwu slag to find fault. Knowing yourself and daring to approach yourself, I really don't know what kind of mind it is. Where did you guys fool around before? Ling Mu said without curiosity. The first one-eyed dragon, a small man with blue skin, smiled, Uncle Ben is a tyrant in the Western Galaxy. Hearing this, Ling Mu was silent. No wonder you dare to make trouble for yourself without shame, it turns out to be in the west of the galaxy. Okay, you can get out. Ling Mu stretched out a finger and moved forward a little. I saw a small qigong wave appear, and then turned into more than a dozen chi lines, exploding under the feet of this space pirate group. With a boom, the explosion sounded, and I saw that this space pirate group that didn't know what it was directly blown up and flew outside the ring. It's the boss of the Ling Shi group. Let's go up together and kill this guy. Don't be afraid, everyone, attack with me. Many weak people in ring number 1 saw this scene and actually organized themselves and wanted to make a move against Ling Mu. And the other strong have long fled far away. What an international joke, with this final boss, 10 lives are not enough to play. When Ling Mu saw this scene, he couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, people's insight is very important. It seems that a group of weak people do not have a concept of knowing themselves. Thinking of this, Ling Mu shook his head and stood up. Pull out your cigar and light one. Then he stretched out his hand, and saw a scythe glowing with purple-black energy appear in Ling Mu's hand. Air sickle. With a boom, the entire number 1 ring shook the moment the scythe condensed and formed. Shady. Can't use weapons. How can this guy use weapons? What about the official personnel? Seeing the uneven appearance of a group of sand sculpture players around him, Ling Mu sighed helplessly. It's too bullying to do it, don't do it, you have to find trouble for yourself. Thinking of this, Ling Mu felt that the chi sickle in his hand was also tasteless, and he originally wanted to pretend to be forced. Forget it. Let me get away, and then buzz in my ears as a fly, Lao Tzu let you all go to the netherworld to report. Ling Mu shouted lightly, and then used the air sickle to draw a circle around him. I saw that the space was instantly cut open, revealing endless dark distortions of dark purple. The entire number 1 ring was in the center of the center and was instantly divided. The boss of the Ling Shi group has made a move. A powerful qigong move. Host, can a martial artist still use qi to condense into the weapon he wants? Several guests were explaining to each other, and the host also looked depressed. Lao Tzu is not a martial artist, how do I know? Chapter 058. Ling Mu felt that the surroundings were clear, and when he cut the surrounding space with his air sickle, the sand sculptor finally did not dare to go further. Because after a super sand sculpture approached the distorted space, it was directly swallowed into it and died, and instantly went to the netherworld to report. Only then did the sand sculptors understand what stupid thing they had done. Boss. A familiar female voice sounded, and I don't know when, I saw Anna naughtily appear beside Ling Mu. Anna, didn't you say you wouldn't participate? Ling Mu couldn't help but say, he returned to 8 Blue Star 2 years ago, and asked her specifically. But at this time, Anna flashed a coquettish smile, took Ling Mu's hand and coquettishly said, I want to defeat you, and I also want to fulfill a wish. Hearing this, Ling Mu was stunned for a while. Well, his secretary had thought carefully. Beat yourself though. Okay, be good, stand here and wait to advance to the top 100. Ling Mu stroked Anna's head and smiled. This made Anna smile like a kitten, enter Ling Mu's arms, and then sprinkle a layer of dog food on the entire martial arts association. What? Sister Anna still shows affection under this scene. Bulma said angrily. Zilan on the side laughed loudly, are you envious and jealous? But if you marry, you still have to be in Anna's control. Hearing this, Bulma's face suddenly turned red. Sister Zilan, I haven't said to marry yet. Okay, then forget it, I'll talk to Anna when she comes back. Don't. The climax of the entire Galactic Martial Arts Association, wave after wave. When Slug in the number 4 ring went crazy, the entire half was eliminated. And in the 10th ring, the Ribs Rice in the Netherworld also easily eliminated a large group of people. As for ring 7, Frisia stood with King Kurdish, and the two looked solemnly at the 3 guys in front who didn't have any breath at all. It is Cyborg number 13, number 14, number 15. What the hell are these 3 people? There is no breath in the whole body. The Kurdish king said depressedly. Once the emperor of the universe, everywhere can you meet strange guys. In the last 2 years, it seems that nothing has gone well. Father, let's go. This seems to be a robot, but it is extremely powerful, and I don't know who built it. Frisia said gloomily. He was also depressed and met such 3 guys. Although there was no breath, it gave him a sense of danger. Frisia retreated. It was not worth fighting with people at this stage, especially if he was still not sure. This galactic martial arts meeting, Frisia didn't think of it. But Frisia didn't know that at this time, layers of data in the eyes of artificial humans were rapidly analyzing. Frisia. Race, Frozen Demon. Potential, S-Class. Included in the Bloodline Collection Plan. In the audience of the Budokai, Dr. Gro is holding a small notebook in his hand, receiving news from the artificial human. Hehe, the universe is really vast. So many strong bloodlines, if fused together, what kind of artificial people will be born? Dr. Gro muttered without a word. But at this moment, I saw a bald old man in a white coat, sitting next to Dr. Gro. Friend, your android plan is good. My name is Dr. Meow, are you interested in getting to know me? Dr. Gro was stunned, and then looked at his peers next to him. What research do you have? Dr. Gro was surprised. The communication signal between himself and the artificial human was actually captured. Parasitic plan. But that's just the path of attachment, but I see your path of integration and have a little idea. The 2 old men began to communicate, but they did not know what kind of powerful monsters they would create. Ring 2. Bastard. Likum, Laozi will kill you today. Vegeta's whole body burst into breath and rushed towards Likum. A solid punch bombarded Likum in the face. This burly guy instantly fell to the ground, his face distorted and bleeding. But at this time, Likum did not have the bitterness of pain, but showed excited eyes. Dressed in a bodybuilding suit-like costume, pose as a muscle boss. Oh, Vegeta! Your strength has increased. Come on! Baby! At this moment, Klin and the others were covered in evil sweat. What kind of person is this? Guys? Kakarot, you go and kill Kainu, my combat power is not enough. Raditz said to the Monkey King. He already felt the strength of Kainu, and he couldn't beat it himself. But the younger brother who has the Realm King fist can. Yes, brother. Sun Wukong stepped forward and looked at Kainu. Raditz, on the other hand, glanced at him. Guys, Bart, let's fight. Bastard, Raditz, it's enough for me to finish you off alone. Guys shouted, instantly bursting forward. But at this moment, I saw Raditz's momentum condense, his body moved, and he instantly pressed Gaiza's head to the ground. Bart, come help me. The Scion squad, instantly beaten with the Kainu team. The battle in Ring 2 is also exciting. There are strong people in every ring, but in the 8th ring, there is a one-sided situation. Broly and the employees of the Ling group directly eliminated the other contestants like a tiger. The internal war of the Ling group began, and it was eliminated until there were only 9 people left. Broly said lightly, then set his eyes on the other rings. And the Ling staff, who had an average combat power of more than 500,000, became furious in an instant. Everyone is acquaintances, and this is also a battle to prove themselves. The power that burst out at this moment is not even comparable to other rings. It was evening, and the sky on Omega was getting dark. But the top 100 battle tournament is also coming to an end. While there were only 10 people left in the other rings, Ring 2 was still fighting hard. Monkey King, with my hope, keep going. Ayadrit, become the last difficult opponent. But at this moment, Tianjin Fan actually abandoned himself, grabbed the Adrated Starman, and fell out of the ring directly. At this time, I saw Sun Wukong shaking his body tremblingly and standing strongly. Vegeta and Raditz are both alive or dead. The Turtle Immortal and Klin also lay down. After fighting Kenyu and several other teams, they were exhausted. He also encountered several other pairs of strong enemies. But in the end, they won. Let's congratulate Ring 2, and also gave birth to the top 10 fighters, they are Son Goku, Vegeta. In 3 days, there will be a top 50 tournament. The top 100 players are free to form teams, in groups of 10. Draw showdown. Let's see who can keep going. As the host's voice fell, the day of the competition passed, and the topics generated by it also spread to all parts of the universe. Chapter 059. The latest intelligence, Shrag's combat power exceeds 100 million. No 13, number 14, number 15, turned out to be an Earthling. Hades warrior Rib Rice, the combat power is immeasurable. Son Gohan's strength has advanced greatly, dominating the number 5 ring. The entire Earth was plunged into a heated discussion in the Galactic Martial Arts Society. And the performance of all the players is also intuitively presented to the public. Wow, what's going to hit next? They are all strong. Brother, Vegeta, Master Wushin, Klin, there are only 6 people, and I can't form a team. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged and couldn't help but say. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at his palm in confusion, and after this battle, his combat power actually jumped significantly. This is the potential of the Scion? But for other martial arts powerhouses, it is really not worth mentioning. Monkey King, maybe we can form a team. At this time, I saw Vic walking in with Niru and Dandy. Wow, Bike, I thought you were eliminated. Sun Wukong instantly shouted, yesterday was too chaotic. He didn't even know who the top 100 were. Our nemesis, there are only 3 people left. Vic also said solemnly, this battle is too exaggerated. Their ring, if not eliminated when others fought in the end, might not even be able to hold up Bike. Hey, this little guy doesn't seem to have much combat power. Naba looked at Dandy and said, he had been eliminated, but he was still with people of his own race. Don't underestimate Dandy, he's an auxiliary nemesis who can heal injuries. If it weren't for him ahead, I would have lost. Vic explained. Let everyone be stunned, the auxiliary strong who recovers from the injury? This is simply a treasure level in the Martial Arts Association. Nabik, welcome to join, but we still lack someone, who are you looking for? Sun Wukong thought silently. But at this moment, I saw Raditz step forward and kick Sun Wukong fiercely. Looking for Gohan. Have you forgotten your own son? With a bang, Sun Wukong jumped up and said excitedly. Yes. Gohan, I'll go to Kiki, Gohan will definitely be with Kiki now. At the same time, the top 100 players are also looking for each other to form teams. Oh, you're the Master of Creation 13. Frieza looked at Dr. Gro in surprise. And the 3 artificial humans on the side were also present. Yes, our team is more safe. Dr. Gro laughed. And at this time, I saw Dr. Meow, with a guy with a silver body, also arrived. Dr. Gro, maybe my family's babe can join you too. At this moment, Frieza saw the babe who had grown up to the appearance of a 10-year-old child, and couldn't help but flash a trace of solemnity. The martial arts meeting is really interesting, then my father and I will team up with you. But, 4 more people are needed. Over there in the East Galaxy, a few guys still look at the past. The Kurdish king spoke. This group of guys can completely destroy a galaxy. You guys follow me, Shrag, you will definitely be able to advance, it's best to destroy the ground team joined by the Nemesis first. Shrag looked at his teammate and smiled. He is very confident in his strength. 3 days later, the top 50 tournament of the Galaxy Martial Arts Association began completely. Ling Mu and Enna, with their own Ling employees, formed Team 1. The opponent he faced was a group of scattered people, and in this game, Ling Mu quickly understood before he made a move. The other battles that followed were won as speculated by the outside world. However, when the last battle began halfway through, Ling Mu stared over. This one is the Earth team, against the team of the Upper Shirug. Hehe, little fellow, I heard that you are Ling Mu's apprentice. After Shrag was exhausted, he completely burst out the tricks of the Nemesis and regained his strength. I won't lose to you. Sun Gohan's small body burst out with tremendous power. With a snap of his hair, he transformed into a Super Saiyan again. In the past 2 years, Ling Mu had long since let Sun Wuhan complete a transformation of a form. The combat effectiveness also surpasses a lot. But it's still on par with Shrag. Because at this moment, Shrag also used transformation. Taking advantage of physical strength, Sun Gohan couldn't kill this Shirug for a while. But at this time, Shrag made a wrong decision and came to Klin in a flash. Directly blasted the little bald head's head with a punch, because just now Klin used the unique Chi Yuan slash he had cultivated, causing Shrag to be injured. Bastard, Klin! An accident happened, when Sun Gohan was not moving. After experiencing the life and death of yesterday's dogfight, and just being beaten down by Shrag and recovered by Andy. At this moment, Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this scene, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned, transforming under the pressure of Shrag. It seems that the Super Saiyan era has really begun. Ding! Detected the host's exclamation to the Super Saiyan, triggering God-level selection. Option 1, make Raditz angry, transform into a Super Saiyan, and defeat. Reward, combat power plus 500 million. Option 2, make Vegeta angry, transform into a Super Saiyan, and defeat him. Reward, combat power plus 1 billion. Option 3, make Sun Gohan angry, transform into Super Saiyan 2, and defeat. Reward, combat power plus 2 billion. Pure combat power choice? A smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. System, choose 3. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Among the 3, Ling Mu knew the most about Sun Wuhan's cognition. The little guy's heart, Ling Mu knew very well. And Super 2 transformed, the little one is almost approaching, only a foot away from the door. As for anger, I can make the apprentice hate himself, anyway, Ling Mu has already thought of the final killer move. Shrag could not have imagined that another warrior with a combat power of more than 100 million appeared. When the 2 Super Saiyans joined forces, they were instantly unable to parry and were directly defeated. After the victory of the local team, the audience cheered. And Vegeta, who woke up, looked at the gazes of Sun Wukong's father and son, with an unwilling expression. Super Saiyan. Saiyan legends, there are really people who can reach it. He, as Prince Vegeta, has now been thrown so far? After the top 50 competition, the championship melee directly started. Why did the rules of the Lingxi group change this time? When the Budokai announced the top 50 and started the championship directly, most of the players were at a loss. Ling Mu, on the other hand, praised his employees. When you turn back, you must give him a raise. That's a lot of hassle-free. As everyone knows, a smile appeared at the corner of Anna's mouth at the other end at this moment. Broly, let the following get ready, this time you must see the true strength of the boss. 50 galactic powerhouses, it should be enough for the boss to be serious. Chapter 060. 3 days later, a new special ring appeared at the Budokai site. Compared to the ring of the melee match, at this moment, the iron pillar alone added 10 supports. Because the people of the Ling group understand that this battle may also destroy the planet. The auditorium is directly reinforced to prevent these spending sand sculpture spectators from being mistakenly killed. I announce that the first Galaxy Budokai Champion Tournament has officially begun. As the host's words fell, I saw 50 contestants flying into the ring at the same moment. All kinds of powerful auras raged in this ring. It's a pity that Lord Beerus didn't see this scene. Weiss said with a look of excitement. And several realm kings on the side did not dare to speak. God of destruction. It was a presence that made them all tremble. Gohan, come on! Kiki said loudly while waving a flag. Although it is inaudible in the ring, it does not hinder her persistence. At the same time, viewers from other planets were all staring at the broadcast screen. As long as there are players from their own planet who appear in the picture, they can cause cheers from that planet. However, after the official start of the game, a scene that surprised the whole universe happened. Anna, what do you mean by that? Ling Mu couldn't help but be confused after watching Anna lead all the Ling-style employees who advanced to the top 50 and surrounded him. Engage in something? Boss, I'm sorry. If we don't knock you out, the rest of us won't have to compete. Anna said with a look of excitement. And Broly also stepped forward and stared at Ling Mu on the other side. The breath all over his body was condensed and ready to erupt at any time. Hee, boss, don't blame us. Although the martial arts club focuses on participation, this kind of opportunity to eliminate you, our battle team will not let go. The combat team members of the Ling group cheekily explained their shamelessness. And at this time, I saw that Shali, who had entered the netherworld, also appeared, taking ribs and rice and several other warriors in the netherworld. Haha, boss. Eliminate you, everyone can compete for the ranking normally. Ribs Rice looked at Ling Mu with a solemn expression. Yay! Is it to eliminate Ling Mu first? Count us in. At the beginning of the game, Sun Wukong saw this situation and didn't want to join in. Vegeta, Vic and the others all stepped forward. Even the turtle immortals rubbed their waists secretly, and Ling Mu found that there were several small bottles there. After a while, I saw a large number of players begin to surround Ling Mu. NOS 13, 14, 15. Lay siege to Ling Mu with the others. Dr. Gro sent a message to the ring. And Dr. Miao on the side was also whispering, Babe, you are also on, find an opportunity to possess and absorb energy. When the artificial people also stepped forward to surround, the Frisia father and son looked at each other and stepped forward without any worries. Gula's hatred, they will also repay. What do I see? All the players actually surrounded Ling Mu. Is this to besiege one person in the whole group? Incredible! It's incredible! The players of the Ling Shi group actually did the same. This guy is definitely going to be eliminated. So many strong people. Everyone who followed the Galactic Martial Arts Association was shocked. Everyone is united in the front? Ling Mu touched his nose, also slightly surprised. The siege was already expected. Unexpectedly, it was Anna who launched it first. Then all the players also went out at the same time. This woman has been a little floating lately. Ling Mu pondered what pose he would take after this game to teach a lesson. Forget it, since that's the case, then show these guys their strength. Otherwise, it's not fun to abuse vegetables. If it weren't for the power of the rules of time, this galactic martial arts meeting, Ling Mu might not be interested in participating. Thinking of this, Ling Mu's expression froze, straightened up, scanned the surroundings and hooked his hands. Come on! I can't be satisfied with today's fight. Give me all the fields tomorrow. The employees of Ling Shi group were all stunned, and then their bodies became excited, and the boss was serious. Rush! In an instant, 9 Ling-style employees with combat effectiveness exceeding 500,000 were the first to start. A strong qi burst out and attacked Ling Mu. But at this moment, a wall of qi emerged from Ling Mu's body, and then Ling Mu raised his leg and kicked horizontally in midair. I saw 9 guys who were in midair, flying out backwards like a heavy blow. Smash into the ring. That's all you have? Ling Mu said with disdain. Most of the top 50 players showed shocked expressions. But after the 9 Ling-style employees got up from the ground, they couldn't help but crack their mouths and laugh. The boss has shot, and the game has officially begun. Let's burst out of strength. The rumbling sound burst out again, and I saw that the combat effectiveness of this group of employees was close to 1 million. Then one after another, bursting out in the ring. Good. I'm on too. Sun Wukong on the side said excitedly. Bursting out of power, he punched Ling Mu in the blink of an eye. But before Vegeta and the others could react, they saw Sun Wukong's figure flying back directly upside down, slamming and smashing a large piece of stones in the ring. Ah! And so again. Sun Wukong sat up, stroked his head and muttered. Vegeta on the side couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fighting this monster? Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan a few days ago. I'll try it too. After looking at the scene of battle ahead, Raditz said solemnly. In the past few days, the Scion's potential has exploded to the extreme in battle, and his combat power has also exceeded 1 million when he is on the verge of death. But even so, Raditz, who started only 3 seconds, was still kicked back to his place. It hurts. For the first time, Raditz covered his head and cried out in pain. This seems unthinkable to Science. Vegeta swallowed harder, looking at the center of the Qigong wave in front of him that exploded from time to time, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Try it yourself? Get beaten at most, right? Thinking of this, Vegeta gritted her teeth and let out her breath and rushed forward. But at this moment, a violent airflow exploded from that central point. When he swept to Vegeta, his body flew back to the spot and fell without any resistance. At this time, I saw that the center of the battlefield was emptied. Only a figure in a black jacket was left and said lightly. Okay, let's all show your true strength. Enough playing, right? Ling Mu couldn't help but look at the 49 people who surrounded him. But when he fell behind in speaking, he saw Anna smile and took a step forward, and Broly also took a step. Others, like Ribs, Frieza, and Cyborgs, similarly began to prepare for action. But at this moment, I saw an egg Superman, landing in the center and saying, "Let my Galaxy Ranger Gark teach you a lesson." All. Chapter 061. I have to say that the hand of the egg Superman Gok made the people who were ready to make a move come to an abrupt end. Sand sculpture players refer to this kind of people who have no self-knowledge. Even Ling Mu didn't know what to say. The Galaxy Patrolman is flooded with water in his head? Don't you know what your strength is? Where did the courage come from, to go against Ling Mu at this time? But at this moment, Gok was not embarrassed at all, but was still warming up and preparing to strike. Come on! Gark, defeat Ling Mu, I'll give you a raise when I turn back. In the audience, the Galactic King with an octopus body flicked his tentacles and kept spraying ink. A group of realm kings around looked at him like idiots. Where does self-confidence come from? This group of realm kings of theirs couldn't even beat several players on stage, let alone Ling Mu. Ling Mu, take it. After warming up, Gark flew up directly, clenched his fists, and hit Ling Mu. No deterrent. Sand sculpture. Ling Mu sighed, slightly lucky, stood in place, turned around and swept away with a roundhouse kick. The exaggerated cyclone shrouded Gok like a hurricane. What's going on? Why can't I move? At this time, Gok finally panicked. But it was too late, and the huge force wrapped his body and instantly rose to the sky above the ring. Further and farther. Gradually, fly towards the area beyond the Imga star. This kick was not touched, and Ling Mu kicked Gok into outer space. Be the first to be eliminated. Anna, back to this kind of sand sculpture, you must delete and delete it well. Ling Mu waved his hand. And Anna was speechless. What kind of thing is that? The good rhythm was destroyed by you. Thinking of this, Anna took a deep breath. But at this moment, suddenly a large number of players rushed up and besieged Ling Mu. Those are the remaining top 50 players who have not paid attention. At this moment, all of them turned into white hair, and thick black lines appeared in the position of their eyes and chins. The momentum is much more than before. A familiar feeling, is it, babe? Ling Mu muttered, effortlessly punching these fighters away. But what was interesting was that these people attacked Ling Mu again without knowing the pain. Parasitic, Ling Mu finally stopped holding his hand this time, and a violent white aura surrounded him. No transformation is used, still in the norm. However, a simple combat power of 5 billion can be proud of everyone in this Galactic Martial Arts Association. On the other side, tiny cells have entered the range of Sun Wukong's side. What are these things? Sun Wukong said irritably. These cells will always emit a seductive sound, which can allow them to increase their strength and challenge Ling Mu. Sun Goku didn't understand, but everyone else, except for him and Gohan, held those tiny cells in their hands and tried to communicate. The vision in the ring, they have seen. After being possessed, the strength of the players has all increased greatly, and it is simply a doubling existence. Hehe, my Prince Vegeta will definitely not lose. Vegeta, who had the weakest willpower, gritted her teeth fiercely. Then let go of his own defenses and let Babe's parasitic cells drill into his bloodline. Hey? This potential? In the audience, Dr. Miao also accepted the message from Babe. I learned this from Dr. Gro. Vegeta. Race, Scion. Bloodline potential, SS grade. Cell data is being collected. At this moment, Dr. Miao, who was wearing a white coat, flashed a shocked expression. Higher potential than the frozen devils? How can it be? Dr. Gro, Scion potential. After taking the data in his hand to the brown-haired old man next to him to watch, the two also flashed incredible looks. Dr. Miao, why is that? Dr. Gro said the same. The data he collected does not seem to be so exaggerated. I don't know, I'll let Babe test it. Dr. Miao excitedly gave instructions. At this moment, Vegeta, whose hair turned white and also had black deep imprints, suddenly laughed maniacally. Kakarot, it turns out that this is Super Saiyan. With a boom, he saw Vegeta's whole body explode, and golden aura filled his surroundings. His hair began to change color and his pupils sharpened. A terrifying aura began to envelop the audience. Finally, in these days of death wandering, he also broke through this line. Oh? Vegeta, how did he cross that boundary too? Frieza, who stayed in the distance, did not dare to say anything. And the Kurdish king is the same, Prince Vegeta, of course he knows, but now the strength of this prince has surpassed him. The same transformation as the Monkey King. Is this all the potential of science? In the audience, Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao were equally shocked. They finally discovered the potential in their blood. Ling Mu, take it. With a bang, an explosive cyclone appeared under Vegeta's feet, and his entire body moved at high speed, instantly rushing towards Ling Mu. In mid-air, continuous Qigong bombs were furiously vented from Vegeta's hands. The rumbling explosion completely exploded. This furious attack caused the other parasitic players to stop as well. Anna and Broly remained motionless, observing Vegeta's attack. Although it is impossible to deal any damage, it is good to consume a little strength from the boss. The continuous explosion sounded for half a minute, but at this moment, a cold voice came. Enough! A purple-black protective shield rose into the air from the explosion, and Ling Mu still had that expression, not even changing at all. Vegeta's all-out attack was of no use at all. How could it be? After being parasitized, Vegeta yelled, and after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't do any damage. You still have potential to develop. The magic sound sounded in his mind again, and Vegeta instantly woke up, opened his arms and accepted Babe's further control. With a brush, I don't know when, Vegeta's tail, which had been cut off on Earth, grew again. At the same time, a ball of light without any attack power was thrown into the sky. A bright moon floats again. Vegeta's whole person changed in an instant, his body became larger and larger, and his breath became more and more expanded. A large amount of hair grew out, and his face turned into a giant ape. Super Race Giant Ape. A trace of solemnity flashed in Ling Mu's eyes. Fortunately, it is not the future Vegeta who is possessed. Otherwise, Ling Mu at this time may have to open up his firepower, because the combination of mature Babe and peak Vegeta Giant Ape has to use Super 4 power. As for now, Ling Mu estimated that this product is only about 4 billion combat effectiveness. It can be dealt with under normal conditions, and it does not take much effort. Chapter 062. Haha, Dr. Gro, Saiyan potential is so strong. Under the ring, Dr. Meow shouted. This power is beyond imagination. Dr. Gro, on the other hand, observed curiously. But in his cognition, the parasitic path is still not possible, and studying powerful individuals is the most useful. But this time, I just judged some thoughts in my mind. Ling Mu, go and die. Vegeta still retained consciousness under the transformation of the super giant ape, and still made a voice to provoke Ling Mu. Frieza, Sun Wukong and the others showed shocked looks and observed the battle. At this moment, Vegeta's power was several times greater than theirs. Anna and Broly, on the other hand, smiled, really fearless. With this power, you still want the boss to die? It's no problem to hit you hundreds. The huge fist wrapped in chi and swung towards Ling Mu, but in an instant, the face of the giant ape Vegeta changed greatly. Because at this time, Ling Mu, who was floating in midair, just lightly stretched out a finger and directly pressed it against his fist. Let this behemoth have no strength to move again. Enough playing? Then it's my turn. The cold voice came out for a moment. The behemoth in the ring instantly couldn't control its figure to soar. The attack came from nowhere, causing his whole body to suffer a heavy blow. 4 white Kikong rays descending from the sky directly pierced through his limbs. At this moment, the giant ape couldn't help but open its mouth to say something, but in the end, it slowly shrunk and turned into a normal Vegeta unconscious. Okay, let's go all out. Or I'm going to kill me. Ling Mu snorted. It's like bullying kindergarten children, it's boring. At this moment, the entire ring was holding their breath. Ling Mu's fury made everyone finally understand why all the masters confirmed to besiege him at the beginning. Vic, fuse. This kind of battle, without fusion, we can't make effective attacks. Neru walked over to Vic and said. After many years, Namex will once again activate the origin fusion. Really want to do this? We can choose to throw in the towel. Vic said in a cold sweat. He has learned what integration is. No, seeing this battle, Namex understood his own insignificance. Therefore, we should also belong to our own power. And you are hope. Neru said with no concern on his face, and then put his hand on Vic's chest. Dandy, when you go back, tell the Great Elder about this, but I guess he's watching the show. Neru smiled indifferently, and then directly fused into Bike's body. In an instant, Vic Ki aura skyrocketed, surpassing 1,000,000 combat power. But in this scene, it is not necessarily useful. Vic is also going strong. Then I'm going to shoot too. Gohan, let's go together. Sun Wukong spoke, and then changed into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan, on the other hand, was very entangled, and finally turned into a Super Saiyan and looked at the master in the ring. "Boss, then we are going to strike too." After Anna said a word, a layer of bright green aura instantly surrounded her whole body. The hair stands on end and spreads, and the pupils gradually turn white. The huge airflow made a large area of dark clouds appear in the sky above Agaken. "It's a legendary super race." Ling Muxian was very surprised. This little lady was silent, and her transformation was close to 10 billion combat power. "Surprise yourself?" Thinking of this, Ling Mu smiled uncontrollably. And Broly on the side also took a step, and his whole body emitted a green aura. At this moment, after the 2 tens of billions of combat power broke out together, the other players were all stunned. This is their hidden strength? It turns out that everyone was really playing just now? But at this moment, another huge force suddenly exploded in the ring. I saw that Ribs Rice also stepped forward to make up for the last triangle position. And his strength has directly climbed to 30 billion. Groove. It turns out that everyone was really playing just now. Frisia's eyes were gloomy. Their frozen demon clan really danced on the scene like clowns. So many people who can kill them? But at this moment, the artificial people on the side also walked out. Began to burst out of the breath of the whole body, and surrounded forward. At this moment, Frisia found that the strength of this group of people was not weaker than his own. "Gohan, everyone is so strong." Sun Wukong fell into the battlefield and couldn't help but look at the situation around him. And Sun Wuhan nodded solemnly, "There are several of them, he can't beat Ah." Far away, Raditz took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and looked at the babe cell in his hand. "Babe, parasitize." Small cells burrow into Raditz's skin. With a boom, a strange aura erupted from Raditz. Boom! Golden aura pervaded Raditz, and he also stepped out of the Super Saiyan path. But because of his long hair, he looks like Super 3. But what is strange is that his hair is still growing. Like a tree trunk, it actually grows to the ground. And his combat effectiveness has also greatly improved. It is comparable to Chuan Chao, and the huge power has jumped to 8 billion. Ling Mu instantly sensed it and stared over. This feeling. Remote antiquity? The first super transformation can have 8 billion combat power? Sensing the surge in his blood, Ling Muxian was very surprised. The bloodline that is stronger than Chuan Chao is actually in Raditz? But why was he so weak in the early stage? At this time, when Raditz's breath came out, in the endless cosmic void, a huge divine pattern seal suddenly jumped, and a scarlet gaze burst out inside. Everyone burst out with great power, and the turtle immortals, who were originally just hanging out, also sighed. "Pull a bottle out of your pocket and place it on the floor." There was a demon sealing charm attached to it. "I only have one chance, and I can't even hold out until the magic seal wave is finished. But at this time, you can't retreat." The turtle immortal muttered, standing in the distance, looking for an opportunity that belonged to him. Looking at the group of guys around him whose combat effectiveness was close to or surpassing tens of billions, Ling Mu took a deep breath. Normal self cannot cope with this situation. Then, transform. Seeing the situation around him, the corner of Ling Mu's mouth smiled faintly. "Luck is condensed on your back." In an instant, the entire IGA star shook. A huge airflow spread from the center of the ring to the audience several kilometers away. The purple-black hair began to stand up, and the aura of distorting space shrouded Ling Mu. The whole sky darkened at this moment. 300 billion. The first destruction of Super 1 transformation after the normal 5 billion will reach the realm of 300 billion. Chapter 063. Anna smiled and looked at her boss above. Ribs Rice has an incredulous look in his eyes. Broly, on the other hand, was thinking about how to attack. As for the others, their eyes were all full of horror as they looked at Ling Mu who had transformed above. This kind of combat power is completely unimaginable to them. How? How could it be? Frisia said with a shocked look. Okay, let's get started. This time, I won't show mercy. Ling Mu shook his body and disappeared into mid-air in the blink of an eye. And when he landed once, he saw more than a dozen players parasitized by Babe, all thrown away at this moment. Then fall out of the ring. Eliminate. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were directly eliminated. And after doing all this, most of the people present have not reacted. Dr. Gro, see. This power. The power to dominate the universe. Dr. Miao didn't dare to say anything. And Dr. Gro also opened his eyes wide, his face full of incredulity. Artificial people, all of them, just cause a little injury to Ling Mu, and then collect his bloodline. Dr. Gro frantically transmitted instructions, and in the face of this power, he was completely crazy. At this time, everyone was looking at Ling Mu in shock. 3 breathless figures suddenly burst out. After the number 14 and number 15 artificial people approached Ling Mu, they burst out their most powerful attacks and exploded directly towards Ling Mu. The rumbling sound erupted again. But I didn't wait for 10 seconds, but I saw 2 big hands sticking out of the smoke and directly grabbing the 2 artificial humans in their hands. Crush your neck fiercely. With a few clicks, electricity appeared on the artificial human's body, and the 2 heads fell directly to the ground and shattered. Fit, let me see your research results. Ling Mu said with confidence. Dr. Gro's series is actually a prelude to making Shiru. 2 artificial humans merge into a powerful one, which is the purpose of Dr. Gro. Thus was born the future 17, 18, and Shailu. Sure enough, when Ling Mu spoke, number 13 looked solemn. The 2 artificial humans crushed by Ling Mu were still fighting, and then 4 chips and energy devices suddenly shook and emerged from their bodies. Then it floated towards number 13 in the sky. The appearance of cyborg number 13 began to crack, and the important parts of number 14 and number 15 were all reconciled with him. At this moment, a strong energy burst out, and the artificial man number 13 slowly swelled. After a while, he turned into a burly man with blue figure and earthy yellow hair. And his combat effectiveness also surpassed 5 billion. Interesting. The energy span is so big. Ling Mu looked at it. With science and technology, to be able to achieve this kind of combat power, I have to say that Dr. Gro is powerful. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rioted, and the surging power suddenly burst out from the other side. I don't know when, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan simultaneously played Turtle Sect Qigong and attacked Ling Mu. All hands on! At this moment, Anna couldn't help it, seizing the opportunity to prepare to strike. The explosions were deafening, and the entire ring began to show signs of widespread destruction. All the players launched an all-out attack on Ling Mu. The Qigong waves in the sky exploded from all corners of the ring. Cathartic their own power, but when the climax passes, the image of their powerlessness appears. I saw that in the very center of the ring, the purple-black protective shield had no traces of destruction, and Ling Mu's body did not have any injuries. How can this monster be defeated? Frisia's whole body fell weakly. The Kurdish king trembled even more. The power that erupted in that instant just now, hundreds of him were going to be killed in seconds. Air sickle. The faint voice sounded directly, and I saw Ling Mu in the field, and a purple-black scythe instantly appeared in his hand, gushing out fierce power. Then Ling Mu gently swiped forward with the scythe in his hand, and a large twisted space appeared in midair. At this time, the combined artificial man number 13 trembled all over his body and involuntarily crashed into it. Click, click, click. A terrifying scene happened, and I saw that the android monster, which was stronger than the vast majority, began to destroy under this blow. One after another, cracks broke open on his body. Roar! A beast-like voice sounded. The artificial man's face actually showed a painful expression. Finally buried in the cracked space, shattered and died. The audience was silent, and such a powerful guy actually died. Ling Mu, on the other hand, had no effort. The power of science and technology, in the end, is still a slow response. Ling Mu muttered after doing all this. In the future, if you enter the realm of free extreme skill, then artificial people will definitely not be able to resist. Because no matter how fast the reaction speed is, it will be faster than the automatic reflection of the free extreme work. That's an attack without the human mind. Demon Seal Wave. The old voice suddenly sounded. The turtle immortal not far away actually launched the demon sealing wave at this moment. Weak, there is no power to exist at all, but at this time, it actually made Ling Muhun's body unable to move. Master Wushan, it's great! Sun Wukong instantly shouted loudly. His master taught him another lesson. And Anna, Ribs Rice, and others, the eyes also flashed with incredulity. At this time, Ling Mu in the ring was like walking in a swamp, slow and dull. Every movement he made seemed to make him very difficult. The green twisted space formed a spiral and moved around Ling Mu. Magic Seal. Ling Mu also couldn't imagine that this move to seal Bic actually contained the power of rules. It seemed to be a force other than the power of the four rules, and the destructive power of his whole body was dormant. If it weren't for the old turtle's strength being too weak to pull himself, maybe he really couldn't get rid of the influence of the Super 1 state. Of course, as long as the Super 2 transformation is performed, this influence can be broken at any time. But even so, it made Ling Mu curious. This magic seal wave, I once thought about whether to learn or not. But in the original work, high-level battles, Demon Seal Bow always misses. This is true even at the future Congress of Cosmic Forces. But now it seems that the strength of the old turtle is too weak. Since it contained the power of rules, Ling Mu's eyes froze. After this battle was over, he had to find the old turtle to learn this thing. At this moment, Ling Mu once again increased his strength. Entered the full power state of the super race. Poof! I don't know when, the turtle immortal spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell. And the magic seal wave also disappeared. Old fellow, you get out of here for me. Ling Mu's figure appeared on the other side, and then picked up the turtle immortal and kicked towards the audience a few kilometers away. People who came from the earth must have brought fairy beans, and life does not need to worry. The turtle immortals are eliminated. But Ling Mu's gaze was on the others. Chapter 064. Little ladies, I haven't educated you recently, it's really floating. Ling Mu jumped and instantly appeared in front of Anna. Now this situation was caused by this woman, and at this time, Ling Mu finally planned to free his hand to teach a lesson. Boss, I don't dare! Anna shouted, but in an instant, an even more violent power was vented. Her pupils began to shift to white. And the whole body actually expanded slightly. The aura that originally surrounded her in bright green suddenly exploded in a jet at this moment. A strong airflow spread out in the Budokai ring. Ling Mu glanced at it curiously. This girl can, after a while, the combat effectiveness has directly climbed to 30 billion. Sure enough, after several years of exercise, Anna herself can also stand alone. There is also a Broly as a teaching material, and this smart woman has already begun to go her own way. Not well behaved. Ling Mu said lightly, then hugged Anna, raised his palm and hit her hip hard. With a snap, a loud sound appeared in the ring. At this moment, the audience was impressive. What does this mean? Boss, I'm angry. Anna couldn't help but shout, so many people watched, and the boss actually did this. What's the use of you being angry? Ling Mu didn't care about the direct way. This little lady, if you don't teach a lesson, you really want to go to heaven. At this moment, Anna's clear roar exploded throughout the ring. And her breath also climbed rapidly, and her already long hair stood up directly, and grew a little longer. There were a large number of arcs around and began to burst out. The combat effectiveness at this moment, in Ling Mu's perception, instantly crossed the boundary of 50 billion and 60 billion. The Super 2 boundary has been exceeded. Obedient, Berserk Anna? Ling Mu couldn't help but flash this thought in his mind. Did the little girl who had followed him for more than 10 years unconsciously come to this point? Give it all to me. Be sure to beat the boss down today. Although Anna's pupils were white, she still retained consciousness. Having eaten a lot of spiritual fruits in the past few years, he had already been able to suppress Zhuan Xiao's tyranny. After surpassing the 60 billion boundary, Ling Mu could no longer hold Anna in his hands like a chicken. At this moment, Anna brazenly launched a counterattack. The attacks continued one after another, and began to fight with Ling Mu. Yay! Anna's shouts kept stopping, but even so, it didn't hurt Ling Mu. Broly, come with me. Before she lasted a minute, Anna couldn't help but call for help. Singled out with the boss, that is called finding guilt. Especially the purple-black arrogance made her feel even more suffocated. Roar! Hearing Anna's shout, Broly attacked in horror at this moment. The same transformation that exceeded 60 billion, the breath spread terrifyingly. There is a faint tendency to surpass Anna. But under the suppression of Ling Mu's breath, there was no difference. Hey, Gohan, Anna is that powerful. Sun Wukong, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, looked stunned. The strong woman who worked every day in the Ling group suddenly broke out at this moment, surprising everyone. Dad, Sister Anna is very powerful herself. Last time, I was trained in the gravity room for a while. Sun Gohan replied innocently. Sun Wukong was stunned, and then quietly said. How many times have you practiced in the gravity room now? I'm up to 800 times, but Sister Anna drives 1000 times, and nothing happens at all. At this moment, hearing his son's words, Sun Wukong's whole person was not good in an instant. Gohan, we're on to 20 times the Realm King Fist. At this moment, Sun Wukong actually broke the original upper limit under that violent attack. In the Super Saiyan state, he used 20 times the Realm King Fist. And his combat power soared to the point of exceeding 5 billion. A fierce battle began in the sky, and the ribs looked at all this, solemn and extreme. The two who fought against Ling Mu were on a par with him. After cultivating in the netherworld for so many years, it was unthinkable that there were so many strong people in the world. Not to mention the unshakable Ling Mu. Suddenly, the ribs rice also completely burst out with all its strength. Another 60 billion fighters are in full swing. Join the battle in the sky. At this moment, Ling Mu found that he was actually under pressure. 360 billion guys as the main attacker, and a few more 5 billion behind them, nothing broke out into full attack. The most important thing was that there was also an aura that made Ling Mu feel uncomfortable, which was brewing. And the source is Raditz, who was parasitized by Babe. At this moment, Raditz's long golden hair had been floating out in mid-air without wind. 3 black lines became deeper and deeper in his eye sockets and chin. Moreover, above his forehead, there is a faint divine pattern, which is slowly appearing. And the energy vented around him actually began to melt back to Raditz's side and was absorbed. A silver figure emerged from behind Raditz, it was Babe. But at this moment, this guy who is moving towards maturity was unknowingly retreated by Raditz. In the distant universe, there was some kind of whisper, which entered Raditz's mind. Incredible! Still improving. As if there were no boundaries. Dr. Meow exclaimed, looking at his notebook. After Dr. Gross Artificial died, he squatted next to Dr. Meow and observed. This session of the martial arts meeting let the two of them understand the future path of science and technology. But at the last moment, the treasure-like Raditz made them all shine. Dr. Meow, what's going on? Dr. Gro couldn't help himself. Dr. Meow shook his head, it's not clear, Babe has developed the potential of Raditz. The moment he transformed, a mysterious power was released in his bloodline. You see that Raditz' hair seems to be a source of strength, and it seems to be able to grow indefinitely. Dr. Meow's face was full of incredulity, and Dr. Gro also looked at the various data curiously. But at this moment, there was a click. The notebook in my hand suddenly shattered. I don't know when, Raditz in the ring actually rose into the sky. The endless golden hair spread out to the surroundings like a cover in the sky. But he didn't move, closed his eyes, and experienced the message coming from the universe. Swire. Ling Mu glanced at Raditz and didn't care about him. At this moment, his whole body energy had just exceeded 30 billion, and Ling Mu wanted to see how far Raditz could evolve. But at this moment, a small figure suddenly burst out and punched towards Ling Mu. It's Sun Gohan. Chapter 065. Gohan, let's go. The Monkey King followed. At the moment when Sun Wuhan was blocked by Ling Mu, he suddenly came out from the rear. A brilliant turtle school Qigong shone in the sky above the ring, turned into a giant wave, and began to bombard. After incarnating as a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's potential was completely tapped. But in this martial arts meeting, his most important gain was to use the 20-fold Realm King Fist to increase his combat power in the super competition state. Compared with the original work, Sun Wukong, who had only experienced 10 times the training of the Realm King, had already adapted to the higher gravity room of the Ling group a year ago. Therefore, breaking this boundary ahead of time is like a natural fit. However, his combat power is only at the bottom of this group. Ling Mu stretched out a finger again and gently blocked his turtle sect Qigong. Master, I'm sorry. Sun Gohan said solemnly. The small body burst out with violent energy again. No one can guess, this little guy has just turned 5 years old this year. And Super Saiyan is just his starting form. Turtle Pai Qigong. With a boom, father and son came out at the same time. 2 giant Qigong waves, one left and one right, surrounded Ling Mu. But at this time, I saw a sneer flash at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth, and then slapped it like a fly, snapping twice. I saw that the turtle faction Qigong of the father and son flew directly and exploded towards another part of the ring. The location there is Frisia. Use some force, Ling Mu whispered lightly. But at this time, 3 stronger shockwaves came from the rear. Anna, Ribs Rice, and Broly, at this moment, also began to erupt with power against waves. The battlefield rages again, but Frisia in another place is shocked. That surging turtle sect Qigong, under Ling Mu's slap, actually attacked him. The move with more than 3 billion combat power made him unable to dodge. Bastard! Frisia couldn't help but shout at this moment. But at this moment, I saw a strong figure suddenly step forward and block in front of Frisia. It turned out to be the Kurdish king. Frisia, don't lose the prestige of our universe emperor, I can't keep up with this era. This is the last time I'll shield you from the wind and rain as a father. Next, the frozen demon clan, only you will lead. The selfish Kurdish king, but at this moment, chose to stand up and protect Frisia. With a boom, the turtle faction Qigong exploded, and the surroundings completely turned white. When Frisia came back to his senses, he saw the Kurdish king's open arms and his whole body burned into char. Oh hee, father, it really surprised me. Go live outside the ring. Frisia flashed a gloomy smile, seemingly unconcerned about what the Kurdish king had done. But when he saw that the Kurdish king who was scorched black was officially rescued, Frisia's small body turned around and looked at Ling Mu, who was fighting in the sky, and the Sun family father and son who emitted turtle Qigong. A bunch of bastards, babe, parasitize. At this moment, Frisia directly agreed with the seductive cell magic sound. He completely abandoned his pride and accepted the magic sound. Because, after babe's parasitism, he has seen it, so many players have played beyond normal. And he will be stronger. In the blink of an eye, a silver cell cut through Frisia's skin and burrowed in. At this time, Frisia's face added 3 more black deep lines, showing eerie and terrifying. But the potential in his body was also continuously tapped out at the same time. Incredible, incredible. Frisia, the frozen demon clan, still has so much potential to tap. Dr. Meow didn't know when, changed a technological device, and accepted the news from Babe. At this time, I saw that Frisia's power in the ring was constantly rising. 2 billion. 5 billion. 10 billion. In the blink of an eye, it quietly jumped to 15 billion. What's going on? Obviously there is more power, why can't Babe dig it? When the energy reached a certain limit, Dr. Meow exclaimed. There are obviously more powerful forces, but Babe can't tap Frisia's potential again. Exactly the same as Raditz just now. Dr. Meow, it's okay. We've collected the frozen demon's bloodline data. Dr. Grow said after taking a look. He finally had an idea of his final plan. In the ring, Frisia stretched out his palm and felt himself in disbelief. A steady stream of power flows out of his body. The most fortunate thing is that Frisia, who originally planned to sink into Babe's control, effortlessly squeezed out Babe at this moment. Dr. Meow also never imagined that Babe, who was born decades earlier, would be so much inferior compared to the future. Even Frisia, who had not transformed into a golden state, could not control it. Sometimes I have to say that the show-off power of the human heart is infinite, and when Ling Mu's Dragon Ball broadcast sounded in the 7th universe, many people could not hide their ambitions and jumped out. Humph, damn Scion. After adjusting to his strength, Frisia squinted his eyes towards the sky. Now Ling Mu is entangled by 3 guys with 60 billion combat power, and Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan are assisting on both sides. Frisia, who was inexplicably hurt, this time, finally couldn't bear it. With a whoosh, he disappeared in place in the blink of an eye. And at the moment when he just came out, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and then threw out his tail heavily. Scion, go die! Frisia makes a heavy raid on the Monkey King. After 3 times his combat power attack hit his body, Sun Wukong instantly spewed out blood and fell from a high altitude to the ring. Dad! Sun Gohan's small body hurriedly retracted his figure and looked at the vicious Frisia high in the sky. Why did you hurt my father? Sun Gohan's immature body said angrily. Hearing this, Frisia smiled evilly and said, Damn Scion, it was my mistake not to destroy you at that time. At this moment, Frisia, who had a combat power of 15 billion, suddenly appeared below. With a heavy kick, he directly kicked Sun Gohan. Then stretched out 2 fingers, a death ray, and pierced Sun Wukong's body. Frisia. After Sun Wukong ate this blow, he said weakly angrily. With blood flowing all over his body, he seemed to be not far from death. Yo, look, you're a lot stronger than that waste Vegeta. Frisia said excitedly, but his face was full of evil. Then he stepped heavily on Sun Wukong's head and laughed exaggeratedly. But at this moment, a shocking aura erupted from behind Frisia. I don't know when, Sun Gohan behind him, blonde hair upside down, lightning surrounded. Become a Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 066. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Sun Gohan anger mission. Reward, 2 billion combat power, do you receive it? When the voice of the system sounded in his mind, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. The little one has become super too? But what did you do? It's nothing more than just shooting off the 2 of them turtle pi Qigong. But when he saw Frisia, Ling Mu almost laughed. Is this guy a scourge of innocence? I even helped myself complete the task. What a coincidence. Boss, you're still distracted. Anna's eyes with white pupils looked at her, sending out continuous Qigong bombs to bombard Ling Mu. Unfolding the protective shield, Ling Mu put away his smile and nodded, well, Anna, don't be distracted. Boss. Hello. Seeing Ling Mu's careless look, Anna's combat power rose by 1%, and the power that burst out made Broly and Ribs Rice couldn't help but retreat. Ling Mu smiled in return for what had happened, but Frisia couldn't laugh now. When Son Gohan's small body transformed into Super 2, the power surging out of his body was several times that of him. And let all the contestants look sideways, even the 3 people who fought with Ling Mu also set their eyes on Sun Wuhan. The combat effectiveness of this little guy is impressively in the same realm as them. Dad, you step down first, eat fairy beans to recover. Son Gohan's little face was very cold, but what he did was pick up Son Goku and slowly drag him out of the ring with anger. Bastard, underestimate me. When Frisia saw this scion kid, he ignored him, and his mentality exploded in an instant. Even if this little guy's strength has increased greatly, he can't despise the Universe Emperor so much. Thinking of this, Frisia raised his finger towards the sky with a smile, and a giant energy bomb quickly expanded, mixed with the aura of frozen demons, constantly emitting light. But Son Gohan ignored everything, and when he saw Son Goku fall out of the ring, he slowly turned around. Go and die. Frisia laughed, and then flicked his finger, and the giant energy bomb emitted a terrifying aura and fell towards the ring. But at this time, he saw Son Gohan's body move, appeared in front of the giant energy bomb, raised his hand, and slashed lightly. This large energy bomb, in the blink of an eye, was split by Son Gohan and exploded outside the space of the Imga star. You'll pay the price. Sun Wuhan coldly spit out a few words, and the breath of his whole body exploded. And then, Frisia is out of luck. An overwhelming fist appeared, hitting Frisia hard. Every punch was shaking his body. With an aura with an arc of electricity, Frisia's body began to change color and scorch black. Even if the potential is tapped to 15 billion, under the attack of Son Gohan, there is no resistance. Let you hit my dad. Son Gohan roared angrily, and the continuous Qigong bombs exploded on Frisia's body. When the smoke cleared, I saw Frisia fall to the ground without touch, and he didn't have the slightest power to fight back against Shang Chao 2 Son Gohan. Wow! Gohan, how did you become so powerful? At this time, I saw Sun Wukong, who had recovered from eating fairy beans outside the ring, and looked curious. Dad! After seeing that his father was okay, Son Gohan laughed happily. Okay. Dad is fine, but in your current state, you can challenge Ling Mu. Defeat him. Dad was watching from the stage. Sun Wukong instantly instigated. Because he found that Sun Wuhan's strength at this moment was no less than that of Anna and the others. Then I'll go. You may not be able to beat the master. Sun Gohan thought, but his body walked to Frisia's side and grabbed the tail of the Universe Emperor with one hand. Throw out of the ring like garbage. The siege situation in the ring has changed again. When Super 2 Son Gohan joined the battle, more than 60 billion strongmen had won more. The balance is broken, and Son Gohan makes up for the last gap. At this time, no matter how Ling Mu moved, someone would add to resist. Haha, boss, you're finished. Now it's time for a general attack. After Anna's pressure was greatly reduced, she fell to the side of the ring. And Broly, too, stopped attacking. He understood that Lord Anna was going to do something. Why, do you still have a trick? Ling Mu then split the Qigong wave sent by the ribs meal. But Anna couldn't help but smile, looked at Son Gohan who stayed on the other side, and said, Boss, you seem to have that state. I've been pondering, but after seeing Gohan transform, I also understood. Broly didn't speak, just nodded in acquiescence. This made Ling Mu stunned. Is Chuan Chao really Chuan Chao? After seeing Sun Wuhan become Super 2, it seems that he will use it. It seems to be so. Decades later, Broly was even more violent all the way, pressing the Super Blue Monkey King. Boss, here it comes. Ha! Anna roared, and the green aura suddenly exploded. Her hair was even firmer upside down. A large amount of lightning began to surround it. But the most important thing is that when she groped the Super 2 transformation, Anna's combat power at this moment instantly jumped from 60 billion to 200 billion. Boss, this feels great. Anna's pupils turned white, observing her own way. But at this time, a fluttering word came. Anna, you're fat. Ling Mu glanced at the faint road a few times. This super bloodline is not good at all, that is, it will become stronger. And when it came to Anna, it turned out to be plump. Hey? Boss. You hate me. Hearing Ling Mu's sudden words, Anna's whole person was instantly unwell. Women are very concerned about their appearance and figure. Especially in front of his own man. Sister Anna, rush. The master is hitting you from the mental level. At this moment, Sun Gohan understood what the truth was. Ling Mu couldn't help but sigh that this child was too precocious. But Anna instantly woke up, the boss is too shameless, and this time still uses this trick. At this time, another breath that was not inferior to Anna also exploded again. Broly on the side, his whole body was completely furious. The body was directly raised by more than 20 centimeters. The muscles are all swollen piece by piece. A lot of lightning also came out of his body. Boss, I'm on too. At this moment, 200 billion combat power as a charge, 260 billion players in the back to make up for the position. All of a sudden, Ling Mu's pressure increased, although the power of destruction can be handled, but they are all their own people, can they use the power of destruction? Thinking of this, Ling Mu suddenly sighed. Just you guys will change? Don't forget, I'll be Super 2 too. The sound of clicking explodes in the sky. The dark clouds on the planet IGA set off endless lightning. And Ling Mu's breath became violent again. Chapter 067. At this moment, as Ling Mu's words fell, a violent wind blew from the other end of the Omega Star. Above the ring, the powerful airflow began to rage, so that many fighters who had not yet been eliminated could not control their bodies and began to roll. Endless chi erupted from Ling Mu's body. The purple-black energy instantly rushed straight into the sky, causing all the gods in the audience to tremble. This kind of power surpasses the Realm King God in my perception. The Great Realm King was not happy at the moment, and when the Galactic Martial Arts Association had reached this step, he had already converged his hippie smile. And the 4 Realm Kings were also full of incredulity. As for Weiss, he still watched the scene with interest, and the strength of the group of people below was not much different to him. Ling Mu's hair stood firmer and firmer, and a trace of purple rose between the black hair. A small purple-black bang fell from his forehead. But at this moment, his face became more and more handsome and determined. The purple-black aura began to skyrocket, and incidentally, the surrounding space was distorted from time to time. Dense electric rays surrounded the flames. Destruction Super 2. At this moment, Ling Mu's combat power jumped to 800 billion. The experience of the mysterious state made Ling Mu gain a lot, especially when Weiss made a move and informed the cultivation path of the destroying god. The potential of Ling Mu's ancestor level was slowly being developed. There was only a slight gap left from the 1 trillion realm, but after becoming Super 2 this time, Ling Mu suddenly found that the Super 3 realm was actually breakable. Come on, go on. After transforming into a destructive Super 2, Ling Mu looked at all the players present with a smile. But when the huge airflow passed from the ring, no one dared to step forward. Unfathomable breath. Ribs muttered in horror. And Sun Gohan, who transformed into Super 2, had a faint feeling of fear. That's a warning in the blood. Anna's pupils turned white as she looked at her boss. She couldn't find any flaws at the moment. How? Don't dare to do it. Then I'll clear the scene. Ling Mu said with a smile. Since they don't dare to make a move, then only they will come. Thinking of this, Ling Mu clenched his hands into fists on his waist and slowly floated down to the ground from mid-air. Then, the real furious power was vented at this moment. Ling Mu's aura soared extremely quickly. When he opened his hands to the sky again, the turbulent airflow, centered on him, spread out impressively. Vic, who had not yet been eliminated, was hiding not far away and observing the battlefield. Even if it is fused with Nialu, at this time, it will not play even a slight role. There are many more players like him. Hide elsewhere in the ring and watch the showdown between those masters. But at this moment, when Ling Mu's aura exploded and dispersed, all the remaining players were like being in the middle of a storm, and their bodies swayed. Boom! The huge circle of energy swelled in the blink of an eye, shrouding everyone around. It was only 3 seconds, and there was a bang. The figure in the sky ejected powerlessly from the circle of energy. Fall from the ring to the ground and eliminate this match without knowing whether you will live or die. At this moment, all the official employees of the Martial Arts Association rushed to the rescue. This also includes Babe, Vegeta and so on. How is this possible? Vic has regenerative energy, so he can stay awake. He only remembered that in the energy circle, a huge force hit him, and there was no possibility of standing, so he couldn't control his figure and flew out of the ring. When the smoke gradually cleared, Vic found out. The top of the ring has turned to the ground. Only Ling Mu, Anna, Broly, Ribs Rice, Sun Gohan, and Raditz, who was floating in midair and had blonde hair. The combat power of these people belongs to another level. Okay, all the incapable ones will go down, there are only a few of us left. After doing all this, Ling Mu began to move his body as if he was fine. But in the eyes of the rest of the people, they all showed shocked expressions. All players with less than 60 billion combat power will be eliminated under this blow. Many people who still want to pick up leaks have no chance. And the turtle immortal who returned to the audience couldn't help laughing. Those who still have unique skills hidden can't even perform them. In the ring, Anna was silent. She understood the strength of the boss at this moment. It's an unimaginable exaggeration. Sister Anna, how to fight now? Sun Gohan floated to Anna's side and frowned. His master was so powerful that he had nowhere to start. But while several people were thinking, a handful of golden hair suddenly plunged down from the sky and headed towards Ling Mu. It's Raditz. After such a long period of change, he seems to have completed his evolution. In addition to the blonde hair, there was a dark red divine pattern engraved on Raditz's forehead. Ling Mu's eyes were cold, and he stretched out his hand to block it, but Raditz's hair was like a poisonous snake, turning around and rewrapping around Ling Mu's arm. Boss! A dull and somewhat evil voice suddenly came out. Ling Mu glanced at it and found that Raditz's eyes were full of clarity. How? Not controlled by Swire? After feeling the bloodline that was of the same origin but the path was not similar, Ling Mu asked aloud. And Raditz shook his head. I'm not the only primeval bloodline in existence. And a guy who absorbed all those powers. I just don't know where to hide. Hearing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that it is still a hidden boss. And it's a big guy, who can do it so hiddenly. It seems to be the person that the ancestor Amashi said. But now, try the power of Raditz yourself. Thinking of this, Ling Mu moved on his feet and instantly appeared in front of Raditz and punched out. But at this moment, a scarlet color flashed through Raditz's eyes. And on his forehead, the divine pattern is also shining slightly. When Ling Mu punched, the hair behind Raditz was windless, and he also stretched out a punch and collided with Ling Mu's fist. A dull explosion suddenly exploded between the two fists. Yes, this combat power has 100 billion, right? Ling Mu said with surprise. Raditz's state at this time was only a little worse than Chuan Chao too. I have left my hand just punched, but if I don't reach this level, I definitely can't bear it. Boss, laugh. Then, the next battle, let's begin. Lord Anna, let's strike together. After Raditz said a word, he actually took the lead in attacking. His two-handed Qigong waves burst out and exploded in the ring. At the same time, after the other four saw that another strong man had joined the battle, they also shot at Ling Mu again. Chapter 068. Boom! Explosions rang out in the ring, and heavy rain fell over the area. The sound of thunder and lightning was dense, and it could not cover up the earth-shattering battle in the ring. Wow! Brother and Gohan are so powerful, I will also work hard to cultivate when I go back. Gohan, brother! Come on! Down with Ling Mu! Sun Wukong squatted on the audience, jumping up and down, seriously obstructing Weiss's vision. Then I saw Weiss stretch out his finger a little, and a cube that transparently covered the dimensional power appeared in the air, and then directly pressed Sun Wukong into the ring. Lord Weiss, let me out! Monkey King shouted without shouting. But a smile flashed on Weiss's face and said, "You're talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the dimension and wander for decades." Day. Sun Wukong immediately shut up. He had long understood Weiss, and even Ling Mu could easily defeat people, he couldn't afford to provoke, couldn't provoke. Sun Wukong quieted down, but at this time, Vegeta was extremely uncalm in his heart. Power, power beyond previous imagination. All of them were shown in this galactic martial arts meeting. Super Saiyan. Pass the Saiyan. On top of Super Saiyan. And Raditz Saiyan bloodline that doesn't know what to do. Vegeta, who was the prince of the Saiyan, only felt his weakness at this moment. The legends that once circulated among the races were all made here with soy sauce. Although he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he has a ball. Even if the super race giant ape is transformed, it is directly the existence of seconds. At this moment, Vegeta is not confused about the way ahead. Dr. Meow, let's go. I can't wait to take the next step in my research. The brown-haired Dr. Gro couldn't help himself. Just now, he and Dr. Meow reached an intention to cooperate. Go, the information that Babe just collected, I want to export it as soon as possible. The plan we studied is to aim for 100 times Ling Mu's strength at the moment. Dr. Meow couldn't help but stand up and said. At this moment, Ling Mu, who was fighting, did not notice all this, but he did not know that in the next, what these two guys researched, even Ling Mu himself was amazed. Gohan, isn't that okay? In the ring, Ling Mu's faint voice reached everyone's ears. But his figure had appeared behind Sun Gohan. Ugh! At the moment of shock, Sun Wuhan sent out Qigong waves with all his strength. But a big hand blocked in front of him and resisted his hands. No matter how much power Sun Gohan used, under this big hand, he could not use the slightest power. Sun Gohan burst out with all his strength this time, and the golden aura on his whole body was in the shape of a jet. The appearance of lightning is more dense. The Qigong waves in his hands are also getting bigger and bigger. But that big hand seemed to silence him. Get down! A faint voice came out, and then a strong impact hit Sun Wuhan's small body. This little guy, who is only 5 years old, fell outside the ring like a cannonball in an instant. Then a yellow sand exploded in the desert. But after a while, I saw the little guy patting his body, flying up, and looking at the empty road in the ring. Master, why did you hit me? Can't you hit Sister Anna first? Ling Mu was stunned, he was not amused by his apprentice, this little guy was not willing to be eliminated so early. Gohan! Here is your weakest strength, of course hit you first. Ling Mu stood on the edge of the ring and shrugged. Hearing this, Sun Gohan scratched his head and thought, okay. Master! I will work hard to cultivate. After speaking, he flew towards the audience. Sun Gohan eliminated. Ling Mu hummed a little ditty, his own apprentice, the main heart has not grown up, and he has to temper when he turns back. But the moment Ling Mu turned around, 4 giant shockwaves descended from the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anna, Broly, Raditz, and Ribs Rice unexpectedly unleashed the most powerful attack at the same time. The rumbling sound exploded. And the ring of the Martial Arts Society, after so many impacts, finally could not support it and shattered. 10 specially made giant iron pillars actually cracked apart at this moment. Collapsed with a bang. At this moment, there was no more Martial Arts Association ring. That is, whoever falls to the ground loses. Seeing this picture, Anna's eyes couldn't help but light up. Come on, blast the boss to the ground and we'll win. At this moment, Broly's body grew again, and the muscles of his body mobilized the breath in his body. The power of the giant shockwave in his hand has increased by a lot. Engage in a sneak attack? You guys! Ling Mu couldn't help but roar. 800 billion combat power, burst out with full strength. A purple-black giant wave transformed into a profound pillar of light and appeared from Ling Mu's hand. At this moment of colliding with the 4 shock waves, it turned out to be crushing and began to push back. Everyone is working harder. Anna's clear voice actually roared, and his breath grew again. The Ribs Rice had already used its full strength at this time, and this netherworld warrior burst out, exceeding 75 billion. But in this kind of battle, you can only play auxiliary. The light of the Qigong wave of the bright sun appeared in front of the audience. Weiss held a cup of ice cream in his hand and looked at the picture with interest. The others, on the other hand, all stood up involuntarily. It's time to prepare for a win. But Ling Mu was still like crushing, beating the others and couldn't find the north. Abominable, you can't stop it. Broly finally spoke up at this time. The shock wave of the 4 people was completely pushed back, and in a few seconds, they would explode themselves. Broly, Lord Anna, will you send strength to me? At the moment of tension, Raditz's voice suddenly sounded. Anna couldn't help but be stunned, and hurriedly said, how to help? Hearing Anna's tone of non-refusal, Raditz instantly appeared in the center of the 3. You put your hands on my back to pump gas, and the last blow broke the boss. Raditz has blonde hair and no wind. Anna, on the other hand, took back the shockwave without thinking about it and put her hand directly on Raditz's shoulder. And so is Broly. As for the Ribs Rice, there is no way to do it at the moment, so I can only follow the other 3 people. Ling Mu suddenly felt the pressure lighten, and the 4 guys seemed to have given up resistance. Just as Ling Mu was thinking about whether to reclaim the power of the Qigong wave, a blatant, divine power came from above. I don't know when, Raditz's figure appeared in the center, and the dark red divine pattern on his head became bright and turned blood red. The brilliant Qigong wave light condensed in Raditz's hands. It made Ling Mu feel a dangerous aura. 3 of his subordinates actually concentrated all their strength. Chapter 069. The shock wave of the few of them just now had no pressure at all for Ling Mu. It looks spectacular, but the damage is only under 200 billion. For Ling Mu, who transformed into a Destruction Super 2 and had a combat power of 800 billion, he did not break the defense at all. But this time, Ling Mu's eyes were full of solemnity. With Raditz as the leader, the power of these people is truly fused together. And it's not just N and N alone. Instead, it is an increment of N and N, asterisk 1.3. 2 Chuan Chao plus a Teiku, when their forces fused together, the power of this blow they were ready to launch was already close to Ling Mu. At the same time, the power of the Ribs Rice has been completely drained, falling from the ring and directly eliminated. Boss, this is our last blow. At the moment, Raditz's blonde hair covered the sky. This made Ling Mu look sideways. After breaking through the Super Saiyan, the bloodline potential contained in his body was truly channeled out. The power of Broly and Anna continued to enter Raditz's body. At this moment, his blonde hair was still growing. But everyone watching this battle didn't care about his hair. Instead, he kept his gaze on the shockwave in Raditz's hand. The red light began to shine brightly, although it was not brilliant, but the scarlet color in it made many people shudder. Well, the power of destruction cannot be used. Otherwise, if you run into these guys, you will definitely hang up directly. Ling Mu looked at this scene and kept thinking. Although purple-black aura still appeared all over his body, the power of destruction had already been controlled by Ling Mu. With his current strength, using the power of destruction, Broly will definitely not be able to bear it. Boom! A red shockwave mixed with a green threaded circulating ring burst out of Raditz' hand. The scarlet color instantly covered the earth, but Raditz' eyes were clear, controlling this Qigong wave that was enough to destroy the planet, and calmly blasted towards Ling Mu. Click! The surrounding space began to distort, and it was destroyed. The most exaggerated thing is that the crust of the entire Omega Star is constantly shaking. Well, if this goes on, this planet will be destroyed. Weiss, standing in the ring, couldn't help it. Then I saw him suddenly stand up, pick up the angelic scepter, float into the air, and knock slightly towards the ground. A level of meta ripples turns into ripples and spreads. Then it turned into a light blue light mask, instantly protecting the ring area of the Martial Arts Association. When VES has done all this, the riot on the entire planet is finally over. However, in the ring, that scarlet shockwave directly collided with Ling Mu's purple-black shockwave. At this moment, no one could help anyone. It's kind of interesting, Ling Mu couldn't help but muttered after feeling that he couldn't push it back. But at this time, the other three were sweating and persevering. Instill power into this scarlet shockwave. Click! The dark space suddenly appeared at the moment when the two Qigong waves collided. But what is exaggerated is that these two Qigong waves have not exploded, and they are still facing each other. Come on! Anna didn't snort, and the strength in her body increased again. And it is because of her force that the situation against Poland began to change. Anna, Broly and Raditz, the first time they blew the horn of the counterattack, actually tried to push the impact down in front of Ling Mu. If this blow is eaten, it will be seriously injured if it does not die. But Raditz knew very well that as long as they forced Ling Mu to the ground, then their task would be completed. Well, it's really troublesome to control the destructive power in your body. After feeling that he could not mobilize the power of destruction, Ling Mu's entire body acted like a stuck shell. Why is it called a destructive super race? It is because of the addition of the power of destruction. But Ling Mu himself is still suppressing this power, which is extremely beneficial to the three of Anna. Under this pull, they and Ling Mu couldn't help anyone. When the scarlet shockwave, within a certain period of time, finally pressed over the purple-black pillar of light, even Anna's face couldn't help but smile. Boss, you lost. Get down. Anna smiled very happily, and the power in her body continued to merge into the shock wave. At this time, the burly Broly also showed a rare smile. When the balance was broken, they finally saw the light of victory. Eileen! Can't you take back this destructive power? Ling Mu thought secretly in his heart. But he didn't know that this kind of control already belonged to the system of God, and Ling Mu at this stage had not yet entered the cultivation of God, and he could not better grasp the power of destruction. Boss! Goodbye! A clear voice came from above the ring, and at the last moment, the three of them once again exerted their strength. That breath rose a lot again. Finally, Ling Mu's purple-black shockwave began to be slowly pressed down. Very slow, very slow. But every minute is moving. Finally, when the scarlet shockwave almost overwhelmed Ling Mu, sighs continued to sound in the audience. Ling Mu was very strong, but when the other powerhouses only considered for victory, Ling Mu's momentum was finally suppressed. At this moment, Ling Mu was only 3 meters away from the ground, and he would be eliminated at any time. Boss, bye! Anna waved her hand in fear that the world would not be chaotic. But at this time, after her white pupils swept onto Ling Mu's face, she found that at some point, a trace of an evil smile hung on the corner of Ling Mu's mouth. You think that's the end of it? Ling Mu's faint voice came from below the ring that was about to reach the bottom. This made the three of Anna unimpressed. But in an instant, the scarlet shockwave shot by the combined efforts of the three of them was completely bounced back. The earth-shattering aura exploded from under the ring. Hurricanes of unknown magnitude blew around the ring, but the center point where they appeared was only below the ring. Very nice, but not enough. The sound of resolute praise came from mid-air. But at this moment, a figure floated in the center of the battlefield. I don't know when, Ling Mu, who was originally just short hair, actually left a long purple-black hair that exploded, dragged all the way to the thighs of his back. Exaggerated, endless arcs of electricity surrounded Ling Mu. And his pupils faintly developed in the direction of blue. Destruction Super 3. The terrifying and trembling aura began to spread outward from the Iomega star, and the ring without a ring actually began to float. How could there be such power? Anna herself did not dare to say anything. At this time, Ling Mu saw the 3 trillion combat power on his panel. Chapter 070. A breakthrough of 1 trillion, and not a simple breakthrough. That's enough to reach the realm of 3 trillion. This number is just a single-digit beating, but in terms of power, it is a world of difference. In the original work, Sun Wukong's Super 3 is only less than 500 billion combat power, but Ling Mu's Super 3 this time, in terms of combat power, is 6 times more than ordinary Super 3. But at this moment, Ling Mu felt that his combat power had not fully erupted. Because the power of destruction has not yet been used. I am still in control. Once the power of rules breaks out, there will be a multiple jump on the basis of combat power. It feels good. Ling Mu couldn't help but twist his body, but when he slowly raised his hand, the shockwave covering the sky exploded from Ling Mu's hand. Directly blocked the combined attack of the other 3. Before the beginning of the martial arts meeting, when experiencing the mysterious state, the strength was only constant at the 1 trillion realm. But this time, after breaking through this boundary, Ling Mu found that the road behind him was flat, and it was effortless. Moreover, the deeper potential of the ancestor-level bloodline is constantly being tapped. Well, it seems that physical strength is still very important. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand your own strength. Ling Mu muttered after feeling his state of being over 3 times. But at this time, the 3 people who hit together in the ring broke out in a lot of cold sweat. The scarlet shock wave, the moment it collided with Ling Mu's Qigong wave, no matter how they exerted their strength, they would not push forward further. Moreover, at this moment, Ling Mu was only more than 10 meters away from falling to the ground, but this step was like a sting in the sky. The boss has transformed again? What kind of power is this? Anna couldn't help but be shocked. Broly, on the other hand, was silent, carefully observing Ling Mu's new realm. Mysterious, deep, powerful. I don't even know where to strengthen it. After breaking the 1 trillion realm, after cultivating for a period of time, reaching the power of 1 Jing, Ling Mu can enter the realm of gods. Weiss observed curiously. Why is there such a big gap between man and god? Because there is a big realm in the middle. Billion, trillion, Jing. The gap is astronomical. But in Weiss's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Ling Mu entered the realm of God. Because at this moment, Ling Mu had not even used the power of destruction, and his own strength alone had reached the realm of 3 trillion. For the realm of God, as long as you have a period of orthodox training, you will really step into it. Everyone's had enough, so how about it? Ling Mu said with a smile. His own Super 3 does not last for a period of time like Sun Wukong and Wusheng's. You can even keep it for as long as you want. This is the benefit of cultivating the destruction of divine power in the mysterious state. But now this situation, there is no need to continue at the martial arts meeting. Because at this moment, the 3 people in the ring can't withstand their random punches at all. And their potential, at this stage, has stopped rising and cannot skyrocket. It will take time to reaccumulate later. Whether it is Chuanchao or Teiku, or his own ancestor. Although the potential is strong, it also takes time to accumulate potential. As everyone knows, Sun Wukong entered the Super 3 realm, it took decades, and even Sun Wushan has been born. And Golden Frisia? It was the same Frisia, in the heavens of hell, who experienced every day what he considered hell, and the potential to save for decades. As for the real Broly infinite burst, that is also the consequence of staying in Wampa Star for decades. But now, Sun Gohan is just 5 years old. In the original book, Raditz has just arrived on Earth. The potential of all people, blooming to this extent in the galactic martial Dao, has reached the extreme at this stage. Thinking of this, the smile at the corner of Ling Mu's mouth became wider and wider, and then he looked into the sky. Ha! With a bang, the purple-black giant Qigong wave released by Ling Mu with one hand instantly soared, directly pressing the power of the 3 people above, and pushing back in a crushing momentum. Ah! Boss! Anna instantly felt a life and death crisis, and under this blow, they could all die. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Then punch by punch, I saw Anna, Broly, and Raditz falling out of the ring like a broken kite. Fall heavily on the yellow sand. The colliding Qigong waves flew towards the space outside the Imagia star, transforming into beautiful fireworks and exploding. And in the Galaxy Martial Arts Society, there is only a figure in a black jacket, still floating above the sky. I announce that the champion of the first Galaxy Martial Arts Association is Ling Mu. The results of this martial arts meeting spread to all the planets at an extremely fast speed. And the gathering of major civilizations in the galaxy opened a truly brilliant era. When the once rampant Frozen Demon Legion disappears, and when the Ling Group, which is in charge of order, begins to establish planetary branches, the galaxy represents more and more peace. Boss, kiss. Anna was like a snake at the moment, lying on Ling Mu's back. 3 days have passed since the end of the martial arts meeting, and there are still a large number of creatures lingering on the Iomega planet. Some of them are still traveling, some are in business. And the martial artists, 3 by 3, gathered together and competed with each other. Come down, I haven't taught you a lesson. Ling Mu patted his secretary's head. This martial arts meeting, if she were not a demon, where would there be this situation? Hey, boss, don't be angry. At most I am at night. However, before Anna could finish speaking, a figure suddenly broke in. Ling Mu, when will you return to Earth? I'm going to practice. I saw Sun Wukong with Sun Wuhan and hurriedly rushed in. After this martial arts meeting, he also became clearer about the path of the future powerhouse. Monkey King, you let me go away. No spaceship. Do you want us to accompany you back? Anna instantly opened her teeth and clawed. This sand sculpture scion does not understand the situation at all. Well, that's what Anna said. But Gohan said he was coming to say goodbye to his master. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong patted Sun Wuhan's shoulder and said. Ling Mu took Sun Wuhan for more than 2 years, and after passing through this galactic martial arts meeting, the next road also had to be left by himself. In the future, I will live with my parents. Come on Gohan, we'll meet again in the future. Cultivate, don't pull down. Ling Mu put down Anna, walked to Sun Wuhan, and said to his apprentice. And Sun Gohan nodded solemnly. Master, I'll come on. Hearing this, Ling Mu's heart became comfortable, and he wanted to say that in the original work, Sun Wuhan was really destroyed. But now, going through so many things, Kiki will not let Sun Gohan develop on the road of reading. Chapter 071. The entire Omega sky darkened. 2 huge divine dragons appeared high in the sky. I can grant any of your wishes. I can grant your 3 wishes. At this moment, the Earth Divine Dragon turned his head and looked at the Namex Divine Dragon beside him. What's going on, big brother? I just had one wish, and as a result you gave 3? Dandy looked at the Earth Divine Dragon curiously, and then Lullaby said, "This is the Earth Divine Dragon. Did you create another doppelganger?" Vic nodded. "When the time comes, come with me to Earth and see the other me." "Well, okay," Dandy said solemnly. "Dandy, the first wish, resurrect the Lingxi group Shali. The second wish, resurrect the Insect King on Wampa Star Baya. The third wish is to enhance the strength of the planet of Omega." Ling Mu said quickly. This time, he was the champion. But the second place was won by Broly, who was the last attack and fell outside the ring. However, his wish was simply to resurrect Baya, so Ling Mu let the name X Divine Dragon be directly resurrected. Because of the power of the Earth Divine Dragon, it is also necessary to resurrect other large groups of people. Your 3 wishes have come true, goodbye. Big brother name X Shenlong left, making the Earth Divine Dragon look at it curiously. Ling Mu wondered if he should find a time to summon their boss and Super Divine Dragon to meet him. Haha, Baya. A huge white bug with a sapphire on its head suddenly descended from the sky. And Broly, quickly rushed up to hug. Paragus couldn't help but exhale. Now life is quite good. His son is still willing to use a wish to resurrect this bug, then he is too lazy to care. Please state your wish. The Earth Divine Dragon said majestically. Please resurrect all creatures that died on the planet Imga during the Galactic Martial Arts Festival. Ling Mu stepped forward and said his wishes. At the Galactic Martial Arts meeting, it is inevitable that there will be death, but relying on the power of the Dragon Ball, they can be safely resurrected. The Ling group let you come to participate and play, even if you die in the netherworld, it will pull you back. This time, the Earth Divine Dragon held his breath for 5 minutes without speaking, as if he was testing whether his miraculous power could fulfill this wish. After a long time, it spoke. Your wish can be granted. A layer of silver-white light rushed towards the sky above Ibiko Star. Then, one by one, the dead creatures reappeared. Yay! Ling Mu. What about Goku? I saw the newly resurrected bald Klin, rushing from afar. Seeing a large group of people who were all Lingxi group, they couldn't help but be afraid. Klin, you wait for tomorrow's spaceship, go back with the employees of the Ling group. Bulma on the side stepped forward, and here, she was the most familiar with Klin. Who let Sun Wukong's group of people all return to Earth? Oh, okay. Klin nodded and crouched aside to wait patiently. Your wish has been fulfilled, see you next time. The Earth Divine Dragon seemed to be very tired, and after saying a word, it directly rushed into the sky, turned into Dragon Balls and scattered. But on the side, Anna, who had been prepared for a long time, instantly jumped up and put all these Dragon Balls back in her pocket. Anna, let's go. I'm going back to Eitlingxing. After doing all this, Ling Mu said lightly. Next. You will need to accept the reward from the system, which is what matters. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Sun Gohan Super 2 mission, with a combat power of plus 2 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the long-term mission successfully holding the first Galactic Martial Arts meeting, reward, the power of time and space. On the dead and silent 8 blue star, when Ling Mu heard the system's prompt, he first accepted the reward obtained by Sun Gohan's mission. The 2 billion combat power bonus does not have any burden for Ling Mu's body now. As if tickling, his breath rises. However, when Ling Mu returned to normal, he felt different. The cells under the body are very active, and the strength of the whole body is full of energy, and I want to let people vent. At the time of the martial arts meeting, Ling Mu already had 5 billion normal combat power. With this 2 billion, it jumps to 7 billion. However, at 3.6 billion per year, the speed of non-cultivation will increase, and the combat power of the normal in the future will still be greatly improved. Then, next, the most important thing is to accept the power of time and space. Caution flashed in Ling Mu's eyes. The power of rules, even Amashi warned himself. When the power of creation and the power of destruction merge, they can avoid the elimination methods of the whole king, so Ling Mu can't be careless. However, because of the different timing of the trigger mission, the idea at that time was to obtain the power of time and space first in order to adapt to the arrival of future chapters in the future. Trunks is also very important in the original work, because the timeline of what happens in the world will not be limited to the present world. Ling Mu didn't know what effect the fusion of the power of time and space and the power of destruction would have in the future, but at that time, it seemed that this kind of rule was the most useful for himself. But unfortunately, when Yamosi came later, Ling Mu knew to clear this path from the king. No matter how much, system, release the power of time and space. Ling Mu said directly in his heart. It is better to have something than nothing, regardless of the whole king. There are still decades before Beerus recovers. Please be patient with the host, the power of time and space is coming. On the dead and silent 8 blue star, it instantly began to change violently. Ling Mu only felt a large amount of silver-white light fill his sight. And the spirit tree standing on this planet actually began to slowly shrink. The spirit fruit, which was originally full of vitality, began to shrink, turning into seeds and retracting into the branches of the spirit tree. And the trunk of the spirit tree also began to be withdrawn from all over Eitlungsing. Weeds began to appear on the land of Eitlan, and then grew longer and longer. It didn't take long for the spirit fruit tree to turn into a seed and return to the hands of the Scion Darls. The entire Eitlungs comes back to life. Is this a step back in time? Ling Mu felt the changes around him and couldn't help it. At the same time, the creatures on the Eitlan star began to degenerate. The original flourishing civilization has also changed to the past. When they degenerate into ancient times, the power of time and space seems to be stuck, and they can no longer go backwards to the past. But at this time, the power of time and space turned backwards and advanced. The species began to evolve, Dales arrived, and the spiritual fruit was planted. The tree trunks that cover the sky make 8 blue star dead silent. Until one day, after Darrens wanted to pick the fruit, a white-robed man with glasses suddenly arrived. Grab the spirit tree, pull it up from the starry sky with one hand and take it away. And Darrens is unconscious. Ling Mu was stunned. No. Is this a picture of the future? So where did I go? Chapter 072. Only at this time did Ling Mu notice the difference in the picture. Time and space are changing, and what happened in the period before and after Eitlungsing, Ling Mu also saw it all. But he was gone. What the hell is this? The manifestation of the power of time and space was like erasing Ling Mu, and he couldn't see any picture. I killed Dales and occupied the spirit fruit tree, and as a result, I was not in time and space? Ling Mu couldn't help but think. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem to be bad. The next time I go to do something bad secretly, won't you be able to find me? Those who can do things on the timeline are big guys, but if they don't exist in time, isn't it great? Thinking of this, Ling Mu couldn't help but come to his senses. At this moment, the surrounding power of time and space began to dissipate. Time has gone back to the present world again. At this time, a silver-white light in the sky turned into an esoteric time rune and fell directly towards Ling Mu's body. At this moment, a mysterious aura erupted from Ling Mu's body, making his body appear faintly from time to time. It's like leaving this world. Ling Mu. Hey? Is this the force of time? Weiss's figure stepped out of the dimensional gate, and when he saw Ling Mu's current state, a great look of surprise flashed on his face. The power of time and space, this kind of rule power that is difficult for angels to understand, actually appeared in Ling Mu at this stage? Weiss's eyes couldn't help but become solemn. Now Ling Mu has cultivated the power of destruction, but if you add the power of time, then the second-order divine realm, there is no bottleneck at all. If in the future, cultivate the power of creation, but it will be comparable to that of angels. Even, with great probability, beyond angels. Because Ling Mu's power was all cultivated by himself. Unlike many gods of destruction and angels today, they were given by divine power. Ling Mu's figure seemed to be walking in the corridor of time, but at this moment, Ling Mu's body was not very calm. Because behind him, that silver-white space-time rune was directly imprinted on the edge of the god of destruction pattern. This directly made Ling Mu's entire body tremble. Two regular god patterns seemed to be targeting a special position. When the purple-black destructive power and the silver-white power of space-time began to flow, the body was rapidly distorting. The tingling sensation made Ling Mu instantly unable to bear it, and shouted loudly. Ugh! Suddenly, Ling Mu turned directly into the Super 3 state. The combat power jumped to the realm of nearly 4 trillion. But at this time, the power of destruction and the power of time and space competing for each other's positions seemed to be finding a vent. Rushing into the node position where Ling Mu transformed into a super race state. With a brush, Ling Mu's purple-black arrogant state appeared in the degree. The entire dead and silent Iomega star shook again, which was shocking. But unlike the Galactic Martial Arts Society, the dense lightning that surrounded the chi began to disappear. In its place, it was a silver-white, mysterious power of time and space. When Ling Mu's eyes opened, the power of time surged up. And his combat effectiveness has soared. Host, Ling Mu. Combat power, 15 trillion, time destruction type Super 3. Bloodline, ancestor level Scion bloodline. Rule power. Power of destruction, can be upgraded to destroyer god over time. Skills, teleportation, infinite dawn, scythe, word of god, time and space jump. Ling Mu, your power of time and space and the power of destruction, this is beginning to merge. Weiss moved and suddenly appeared beside Ling Mu, carefully observing his state. The destructive power and the power of time, which originally did not allow water and fire, were not competing after becoming Super 3, but got along peacefully and soundly. You know, this is the fourth order divine realm, and it is the front of the fusion rules. Feeling the power in his body, a silver-white light flashed between Ling Mu's pupils, and he looked at Weiss and shook his head. Nope. If I return to normalcy, it seems that these two forces will start to compete. I will not be able to control it. For the power in his body, Ling Mu was clearly ruthless, and this time he accepted the power. He really could not have imagined such consequences. Well, that's normal. If you want to contain the power of the two rules, you need at least a divine realm body. You are still too weak. But if the transformation can resist, then it is simple. First maintain this state, and then cultivate little by little, and lower the breath until it returns to normal. I really envy you. I experienced this back then, but it took thousands of years. Weiss said directly, but the envious expression on his face could not be concealed. And Ling Mu couldn't help but be stunned. Weiss seemed to be right, he was still having a headache just now, it was easy to solve. It is nothing more than Super 3 full power, and then slowly descending to adapt to the power of the two rules in the body. Ding! The host's future enhancement path of enlightenment has been detected, and the god level selection is hereby triggered. Option 1, cultivate independently for 5 years. Rewards, combat power plus 4 billion, experience Super Scion 4 status once. Option 2, follow Weiss to cultivate for 5 years. Rewards, combat power plus 5 billion, experience the Super Scion God state once. Option 3, find all the Super Dragon Balls within 5 years and realize the desire to suppress the power of the two rules in the body. Rewards, combat power plus 6 billion, experience the state of freedom and extreme work once. When the sound of the system sounded in his ears, Ling Mu couldn't help but pause. Will this choice be triggered? Is the system making itself silent for a while? After looking, Ling Mu still decided to choose 2. Super 4 is indeed very good, but Ling Mu feels that it is still far from the realm of God. And also cultivate yourself. And the second choice, in addition to being able to comprehend the super God, is mainly to follow Weiss. He could answer many paths in the divine realm for himself. As for option 3, looking for Super Dragon Ball, you also have to go to the 6th universe. With his current strength, not to mention the danger, he must always suppress the power of the rules in his body. And the system also specifies the fulfillment of wishes. After gathering the Super Dragon Ball, I simply made a wish that the power of the fusion rules was obtained, and I also suppressed a ball. System, choose 2. Ding, the host has opened the selection, please complete the task as soon as possible. Ling Mu moved his body, and then looked to the side and said, Weiss, can I follow you to cultivate for a while? Hearing this, Weiss nodded thoughtfully, it can be. But you have to promise me one thing, if Lord Beerus dies one day. You'll have to become the god of destruction in his place until you find a new god of destruction. I don't want to go into hibernation. Ling Mu was stunned, and then nodded. No problem. Chapter 073. When Ling Mu left everything to Anna, he set off with Weiss to destroy the God realm. The price is that the food on the planet is packed with dozens of universal capsules. Weiss is famous, supplies are scarce, and it takes too much time to go back and forth, so it is packed directly. Even the spirit tree on Aitlan Star was retransformed into a seed by Weiss's divine power, ready to be brought back to the God of Destruction realm. This kind of thing can't be passed on outside. Without divine realm suppression, there will be some other consequences. After spending less than half an hour to reach the mysterious Temple of Destruction, Ves threw the seeds of the spirit tree to the other side. The God of Destruction realm is much larger than expected, and the planets in the sky are reflected in the sky. Who's that, Ves? Who's this? A cane-shaped glass fish tank, filled with green lake water, appeared in front of the two. The fish tank floated in mid-air, and a small blue fish with dull eyes lay down on the side of the fish tank. Prophecy fish. Ling Mu couldn't help but be surprised. Yay! You know me? After hearing Ling Mu call out its name, the prophecy fish kept rolling through the fish tank, and even the cane kept shaking. Prophecy fish, at this time, it seems that you should be working. Ves spoke in a kind voice. But the prophecy fish couldn't help but be startled, and said in fear, Weiss, I'm done. I'll take a look. All right. It's done. His name is Ling Mu, and he will cultivate in the Destruction God realm in the future. Ves confirmed with a few glances at his angelic scepter gem. Then he changed to the prophetic fish to introduce Ling Mu. Prophecy fish, this is for you. Ling Mu threw out a universal capsule and handed it over. Hey? What is this? Hearing something for himself, he predicted that the little blue tail of the fish kept flapping. This is called a universal capsule, but it is full of food, I will show you ha. Ling Mu pressed the button, and saw refrigerators or containers appear, and when Ling Mu opened it, he saw that many delicious foods all appeared. At the top, there are Sunday's ice cream. Wow! I want to eat. Thank you Ling Mu. When the prophecy fish burrowed into the ice cream, he was happy. Then he gulped down the ice cream. The prophecy fish looks very happy, or let it help you speak once. Weiss looked at the scene and said. When the prophetic fish, who was immersed in hard eating, heard this, he directly raised his head and said, Okay, good. I'll help Ling Mu prophesy once. But when its words just fell, after staring at Ling Mu for a long time, he didn't say a word. What's going on? Your dead fish eyes are going to pop out. After waiting for a while, Weiss couldn't help but pick up the angelic scepter and knock it. Weiss, you can't predict Ling Mui's. All I see is a haze. The prophecy fish took a few bites of ice cream. But let Weiss's eyes freeze, even the prophecy fish can't see through Ling Mu's future? It's okay. Next, I'm going to practice here. Ling Mu didn't care at all. Well, okay. Ling Mu, then I will play with you every day in the future. The prophecy fish happily hugged a bunch of delicacies, and instantly forgot about his own affairs. Ling Mu, you will live here in the future. Don't get too close to Lord Beerus's shrine, maybe you'll get hurt. This guy doesn't sleep very well. Wise said a word, and erected a house not far from the god of destruction realm. Ling Mu nodded, then entered directly and began his true cultivation. Spring goes to autumn. 1 year has passed since the Galactic Martial Arts Society, and the Earth is extremely peaceful. But in the jungle not far from the west, a capsule-like time machine, spraying this blue light, suddenly descended on the Earth from the dimension. And all this, the entire Earth has not been discovered. It's here, that's the point in time. A purple-haired middle-aged boy, wearing a short grey jacket and carrying a large sword, walked down from the time machine. There are still 10 hours until Frisia descends on Earth. The teenager couldn't help but look at his pocket watch. Then on the time machine, he pressed the button, turned into a universal capsule, and put it into his hand again. He is none other than Trunks from the future. Outside the solar system, a spacecraft slowly moves towards the Earth. King Frisia, why are you going to Earth? That's the base camp of the Lingxi group. Yellow-skinned, less than half a meter tall Kikano asked. You know, the combat power detector in the Frisia Legion, as well as the spacecraft, are all his inventions. But since the Kurdish king retired a year ago, Kikano has been sent by the Kurdish king to follow Frisia. Kikano, shut up, King Frisia. Of course there is his purpose. The pink-haired watermelon-head, blue-skinned old woman Bailey Bulu smiled. Not long ago, she was sent by the Kurdish king to take care of Frisia's housekeeper. Frisia flicked his tail and snapped. With gloomy eyes, he looked at Ji Kono and said, "Do you have an opinion?" Kikano instantly shut up, but Balibulu smiled and said, "Frisia has grown up, Kikano, you don't care." "Shut up, old woman, or I'll kill you," Frisia said angrily, and then his sly and vicious gaze fell on Balibulu. But the old woman didn't care, but said with the same vicious gaze, "Oh? Lord Frisia, you dare to kill me?" For a moment, Frisia was stunned. "If you want to say that you're subordinates, you can't mess with this nanny housekeeper sent by your father." Frisia snorted coldly and looked at the Earth that was getting closer and closer in the distance. However, Balibulu turned around and said, "Lord Frisia, it seems that your wish to grow taller is about to come true." "Shut up, old lady. Here it comes." Trunks felt the breath outside the universe and instantly came to the landing site. But the strange thing is that he found that Sun Gohan, Vic, and the others had not arrived. Even Tianjin Rice, Klin was not there at all. What's going on? Trunks was unfazed. But at this moment, a round, yellow-roofed spaceship fell from the sky. I saw Frisia alone, calmly walked out. How come? Not mechanical Frisia? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, he finally discovers something terrible. That was Frisia's breath, more terrifying than her mother had described. Even surpassed Super Scions many times. Frisia. At this moment, Trunks involuntarily jumped out to block the way. If everyone else is not there, then something big must have happened. Seeing the purple-haired boy suddenly appear in front of him, Frisia looked at him a few times and said strangely, "Who are you?" "The man who killed you." A layer of golden flame suddenly emerged from Trunks. Chapter 074. Frisia was stunned. "Kill me? Funny. Now casually jump out of a clown, dare to provoke himself, the Emperor of the Universe?" However, when Frisia saw the anger rising from Trunks' whole body, he couldn't help but wonder. Super Scion. That's right, today we'll definitely not let you destroy the Earth. Trunks roared and instantly pulled out the big sword behind him. Golden flames appeared from all over his body and killed Frisia. But at this moment, Frisia raised 2 fingers grimly and pointed at Trunks. Death rays, a red glow appeared from Frisia's hand. Instantly pierced Trunks' shoulders. How is it possible? His strength is actually stronger than that of artificial humans? When blood came out of his shoulder, Trunks couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he was shocked to find that he could not make a move under Frisia. More powerful than artificial humans. I hate science. It's true. Frisia smiled grimly, then looked at Trunks and raised his finger to aim again. At this moment, the location that Frisia was pointing to was the heart of Trunks. But at this moment, a blow of Qigong bomb suddenly shot towards Frisia from the sky. Humph, Frisia. I don't know when, I saw Vegeta, who had turned into a Super Saiyan, had appeared on the battlefield, looking at Frisia with a look of hatred. Dad. Trunks looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but mutter. At the same time, a large group of people attacked from behind. Bike, Klin, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, Naba. Everyone is here. Vegeta, you always grab the first place like this. Sun Wukong said without complaint. Hearing this, Vegeta instantly turned his head and shouted, Kakarot, I didn't. You have. Sun Wukong replied without thinking. I didn't. You have. The 2 sand sculptures instantly quarreled fiercely. Frisia, what are you doing on Earth? At this time, Raditz stepped forward. And Son Gohan, looking at Frisia with nasty eyes on the side, is this guy who killed his father at the Galaxy Martial Arts meeting. Raditz, I've come to Lord Anna to make a deal. It's none of your business. Frisia saw this huge group of people and snorted. There are a few guys in here, and he still can't beat it now. What deal? Raditz said strangely. And Frisia waved his hand, it has nothing to do with you, after all, you have not been a universe emperor, I don't understand. As soon as these words came out, I saw Raditz's eyes narrowed. And Frisia instantly released the power of his whole body like a fried hare. When the 15 billion combat power burst out, Trunks' eyes instantly widened. Is Frisia so terrifying? Brother, let me come. I also want to avenge the revenge of the Martial Arts Association. Sun Wukong saw that Raditz was ready to make a move, and hurriedly stepped forward to block the way. And Vegeta, also sobered up from the quarrel, shouted, I'll come. Uncle, I really want to beat him. When Son Gohan also spoke at this time, Frisia's whole person became gloomy. What's going on? This universe emperor can be bullied by anyone? Stop arguing. Frisia, you wait. Who is this teenager? We Saiyans don't seem to have him. You can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Naba suddenly spoke, looking at the injured Trunks. At this time, I saw Klin step forward and send a fairy bean, so that Trunks recovered his injuries. What? You are the son of Bulma? Sun Wukong said in shock. Well, Mr. Goku, that's true. When Trunks told the cause and consequence, Sun Wukong couldn't help but think. So, your father is Ling Mu. Trunks was puzzled for a while, who is Ling Mu? My dad is Vegeta. In an instant, Sun Wukong's whole person jumped up like he was roasted by fire. Brother, come here. I'm a little confused. Gohan, come here too. And Bike, Master Wushin. Come together. At this moment, Sun Wukong knew that his brain was not enough, and instantly called all the smart people over. What? When pigs fly? Just based on Bulma's idiotic appearance when she saw Ling Mu, how could she take a fancy to Vegeta? Are artificial humans that strong? Trunks? Are you my apprentice? When everyone understood, they were all surprised, and the heart of gossip was burning. Wait a minute, future Trunks, the era we are going through seems to be different from yours. And Ling Mu is real. When Vic tried to check some information, he finally found something different. Trunks, you can't make a time mistake, can you? Vic couldn't help it. And Trunks was also confused. According to this group of people, his mother took a fancy to the so-called Ling Mu, so he was no longer born after that? Groove. Travel through time and wear yourself out? Trunks, in short, the trajectory of our world is not the same as yours. It seems to be in a parallel world. The main thing is that my master is gone. But are your artificial humans that strong? Can't beat Super Tutu? Sun Wuhan said innocently. At this moment, he saw the future apprentice, which made him extremely excited. I also took apprentices myself, so powerful. Seeing Sun Gohan, who would take care of himself like a father in the future, Trunks' eyes flashed with gentleness, but then he remembered something. What is Super 2? It's Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. That's it. With a click, the breath all over Sun Gohan's whole body instantly exploded. Dense lightning wrapped around his small body. Compared with a year ago, Sun Gohan at this moment is actually stronger. Wow, Gohan's strength has improved again. Sun Wukong couldn't help but be depressed. He hasn't touched the Super 2 threshold yet. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and didn't speak. Especially, the next generation has surpassed him, and the thief is embarrassed. The eyes of the others were all congratulations, but Trunks was shocked, and looked at the small Sun Gohan and said, "What is it?" Super Saiyan 2. Very strong. You can live a few tricks with the master. As soon as Sun Gohan finished speaking, his small body rushed towards Frieza. Little ghost! What are you doing? Frieza shouted in horror, and at this moment, a small fist suddenly appeared, and then punched Frieza in the stomach. With a bang, I saw Frieza, who burst out with 15 billion combat power, instantly flying into the sky and heading towards the Earth's atmosphere. And Sun Gohan clapped his little hands and returned to Trunks again. Can't you beat the androids like this? That's only for Sister Anna, Brother Broly and Master to make a move. At this moment, Trunks was stunned. Chapter 075. Was Sun Gohan so strong when he was a child? Trunks felt his worldview take a hit. According to the current time, Sun Gohan's age is only close to 7 years old. But he not only became a Super Saiyan, but also became a Super Saiyan 2. The surging, huge energy of the Chi machine kept emanating from Sun Wuhan's small body. Let Trunks not even perceive the upper limit. Moreover, Sun Gohan actually said that he was not the strongest, so how strong was the strength of the three people he said? Also, who can be the master of Sun Gohan? Perhaps, we should take Trunks to meet Anna at the Lingxi group. Is Ling Mu on Earth? Big said as he looked at the situation. There are some things that are beyond everyone's control. People from the future have brought the signal of disaster, which must be known to the Ling group in the first place. But at this moment, a faint female voice came from the sky. Vic, I'm already here. Anna descended from the sky, followed by Violet and Bulma. Yay! Is everyone there? Bulma saw that everyone had arrived, without shouting. But at this moment, the curious eyes of everyone present all looked at her. Hey? Why do you all think of me like that? Bulma said suspiciously. But Sun Wukong couldn't bear it and blurted out, Bulma, your son, Trunks. At this moment, Bulma's whole body was dizzy, and Anna and Violet also frowned. Bulma's son? The old lady has not yet given birth to the boss and was preempted by Bulma? But Dad is not Ling Mu. Vic took a word. At this moment, Bulma's face fused, and she instantly roared, how is it possible? The child's father is definitely Ling Mu. Trunks? I'm going to be gone. This time travel through time and space, what a wrong decision. Everyone said well, his mother, really a flower idiot, took a fancy to the so-called Ling Mu. Okay, Tell me about it. Introduce yourself to this teenager. When Anna stared over, Trunks instantly felt a huge breath pressing. It was an even more terrifying aura than Sun Gohan. He finally understood what he was facing. I got it roughly. But Trunks, our world. Maybe it's not on the same timeline as you, we're in another parallel world. Anna thought. Many things Trunks said are very similar, but there is a lack of Ling Shi group, as well as Ling Mu. Alright. This world does not belong to me. Trunks said lonely. But at this moment, Anna stepped forward and laughed. Young man, what is the frustration? Do you have a time machine with you? Stay for a while, we'll help you strengthen. By the way, research on the future of technology. After speaking, Anna stretched out her hand and shouted into the bracelet on her white arm, Dr. Willow, Earth coordinates 4587.65478, come quickly. There's a time machine or something, I want you to study it. Less than 5 minutes after Anna finished speaking, she saw a brain covered with chips, under the protection of a protective shield, coming here. Trunks? A guy with only one brain, can he still live? What about the time machine? Show me. Shuttling time, I thought about it for a long time. Passionate voices speak loudly through the device. Half an hour later, a group of people all arrived at the headquarters of Lingxi Group. Looking at the building that is no less impressive than the future, Trunks is also a little sad in his heart. In this world at this point in time, the Ling Group is a huge force. But they do not do evil and are maintaining peace. Lord Anna, I have thoroughly studied the structure of the time machine. But the energy needed, there is no way. That seems to belong to a force in the universe that requires specific equipment to capture for a long time. When Dr. Willow didn't have long to report, Trunks couldn't help but nod. Yes. My mom built a big impact device to harvest energy. Once crossed, it takes about 3 years to accumulate energy. Hearing this, Anna looked curiously at the idiotic Bulma on the side and said, Are you that powerful in the future? Bulma's little face blushed, and she couldn't help but say, Sister Anna, I'm also very smart, right? Dr. Willow, keep your research. That's your next topic. Trunks, you sit first, can you tell me more about the future artificial human? Hearing Anna say this, Trunks nodded and said, Yes. The android is made by Dr. Gro. As soon as she spoke, Anna interrupted and wondered, Who? Dr. Gro. You wait a minute. Anna took a computer and looked at it instantly. It didn't take long for information about artificial humans to emerge at the Galactic Martial Arts meeting. Just this old man, hey. Yes, Dr. Gro is a scientist in the Red Ribbon Legion. But because after being destroyed by Son Gohan, he has always had a desire for revenge. The artificial man is his work of revenge. Trunks confirmed. Anna nodded, what you said should be accurate. But in our time and space, the Red Ribbon Legion is my family boss, that is, Ling Mu eliminated. That's right, I was also an officer of the Red Ribbon Legion. Dr. Gro, you shouldn't dare to trouble the boss, right? Zilan stepped forward and wondered. And Anna shook her head when she heard this, it's hard to say. But what if he was for the Galactic Martial Arts Society? This time, artificial humans have been created. When the Galaxy Martial Arts Collection was playing on the computer and saw the Cyborg 13, 14, and 15 combined, Trunks was not at peace. This combat power is not much different from him. Do you want to find him? Zilan said after staring a few times. Anna, on the other hand, shook her head, not necessarily found. I guess it's not on Earth. See the old man next to him, this guy is Dr. Mu, make babe that. If the two of them are cooperating to develop artificial humans, they are definitely 100 times more powerful than Trunks depicts. At this moment, Trunks couldn't help but be shocked. Artificial humans are 100 times more powerful, how much is it? So perverted? Okay, let's leave it for now. Anyway, the android has 3 years to appear, and the boss will return by then. Our strength is definitely going further. They want to make trouble, but they may not be able to make a fuss. After a few glances, Anna didn't care. After the martial arts meeting, Anna did not dare to think that she could defeat Ling Mu. Except for that Vis who eats all day. But at this moment, a gloomy voice came from outside the door. Lord Anna, Frisia has asked to see you.